What is up? What is up, y'all? My bad. I had to see real quick what the hell was going on. So we're learning a bit of IT fundamentals. I need to change this to say day 11. Number one, there's a couple of changes we gotta make on the main screen. We're currently still learning about hardware. I didn't know there was so much to learn about hardware. I don't know if I should keep going because I don't really have like a set amount of the things that I need to learn. I feel like the only thing I'm really going based off of is like this mini thing that I created that could be terribly wrong because shoot, how can I teach myself how to learn something if I don't know how to learn it? So I'm just kind of trying to look things up, see, where to start, where to begin real quick. Let me pull up the chat on my phone. I believe I have a message. Oh, I'm gonna turn this on so my phone can charge. Damn, it might be screwed, y'all. I'm at 1%. Might not be able to see all messages. Let me see. For some reason it's okay, I was like, it is charging. I mean, it wasn't charging at first, but now it is. It's 80. So now we're up and ready. Said, OMG, are you going to unscrew your laptop desktop for this stream? No, I will not. Listen, I refuse to touch my laptop. I literally refuse to touch my laptop. I'll probably do, like, I would have to buy a whole nother desktop before being able to do all that. But no, I'm not. I'll let y'all know what stream it is, because I feel like it's gonna be a really hype stream. But I'll let y'all know what stream it is, like when I end up buying like maybe like a broken desktop or something, and then I plan to like unscrew it. I'll definitely let y'all know. But right now I'm doing most of it off of what information we can get off of the internet, just because it's like I honestly think, based on what I've been learning here, of course, if I watch like a video of someone putting the computer together and then when I do it, it's going to be a little bit more easier. But I feel like there definitely are things that have been, it's just super easy to kind of follow along. I just want to make sure I got my idea because me and ChatGPT came up with like this module thing. Try to make it like a course, but it's kind of difficult when there's no real course here. Then where the hell is it at? What the hell? Did I go too high? Ugh, I hate having to find this damn course, man. I should have just kept it on my screen. Yeah, no, I think I'm too high up. So it must be, give me 1 second. I just want to find it real quick so I know exactly what I'm looking for. Because it was something about the CPU that I'm trying to break down. If I can find it, bro, what the hell? I had a whole thing. Oh, we're here. Okay, boom. I'm like, yo. So I think right now, okay, perfect. We're looking for the CPU socket types and we want to learn about that. We want to learn about Intel versus AMD. So I gotta end up seeing where I could find some of that stuff. And then of course we're gonna get more deeper if we have more time to do so. So we already know that the CPU is the processor. Actually, let me switch the screen. My bad, y'all. Y'all probably want to see the screen. So we already know that the CPU is the processor, the central processor is the brain or the heart of the computer, a lot of people like to call it, and it is the central processing unit of the computer. This is something that we already know. Now, it says, no, many new computer users may improperly call their computer and sometimes their monitor the CPU. Oh, you know what? I actually think I've heard people do that. I've definitely heard people do that. But what does CPU do? The components of the CPU, maybe it's this that I'm looking for, the components. ALU? No, I guess not. Oh no, I think it's types of CPU. In the past, those processors, I'm literally looking for two things. Two things, two things, two things. What was it called? I think it was the Intel and AMD. Maybe I have to look that up directly. Because I do not see that anywhere. Is there only two types or is there more? Because I know this is the AMD. Do they not talk about the sockets? I mean, I guess here they do. Let me click it. Let me click the sockets. It says a socket can refer to any of the following. So with a processor, a CPU socket, or processor socket is a connection that allows a computer processor to connect into. So it is an example of such a socket, blah, blah, blah. So there's CPU sockets 1, 2, 3, look what the hell. Alright, so if I click on 1, so this is Intel. The Intel socket 1 is a computer processor pocket that had 169. I'm not sure exactly what to click on. This is the AMD released in 2006. I think what I'm probably going to have to do is look up CPU socket Intel versus AMD. That's probably just going to have to be the goal. Like, what is the difference and then which one is better, I feel like. The difference between maybe this. Actually, that's Best Buy, what the hell? Let's go to Geeks for Geeks. This is probably better. So here we go. The difference between Intel and AMD. Intel and AMD are primary competitors in the consumer CPU market, each offering distinct advantages. Okay, there we go. I'm like, bruh, I can't find what I'm looking for, but now I got it. We're going for the CPU sockets. So, CPU, Intel versus AMD. And y'all, yesterday I had like so much fun because you said go with TCP IP sockets. What? There's even more? That is crazy. I don't know why they're only telling me about Intel and AMD. Let me see. CPU, TSP, socket. You said something about IP. Let me see. What is that? Are critical components of your network. The CPU executes the program that manage TCP IP sockets, which are software endpoints. Okay. And they also have a geeks for that, so we could probably get into that after this. But we got Intel and AMD. We gotta take this definition. But yes, man, yesterday was so like crazy because we ended up we're doing like a Secret Santa, and we kept trying to, because there's like 6 of us who are in it. We kept trying to make sure that we don't end up getting our own partners, because we think, for one, that would just be corny, and then 2, it's like you're probably gonna buy your partner, stuff anyway. So we all had to like do it to where, I don't know, we did it like about 10 times until we finally came up with like a better solution. Because I'm like, either way, I think kind of no matter what, it's gonna be very like odd that we all would end up with other people and then not our partners. So I was just like, yeah, we're going to need to do this a different way. So eventually we did it a different way. Now we finally know who our Secret Santa is. And this is actually my first time ever participating in Secret Santa. I personally never liked it. I believe that but now, it seems super fun. Like, I think we're going to have a blast. But I used to always be afraid because I'm like, damn, what the hell am I going to buy people? Like, I don't know. So we got the Intel processors traditionally excel in a single core performance and are often favored for their stability, widespread compatibility. There we go. Now, for a second, I have an AMD and it hasn't failed me. So I feel like I might always stick with an AMD. But let's see, maybe Intel could be better. Who knows? Or maybe it just really depends, in all honesty. But no, yeah, so I never really participated. How the hell did my phone die? Well, I'm sorry, y'all, if y'all end up messaging. I literally have my phone charging and it died on me, so I guess I can't read y'all messages unless I go to that page. So, but then what the hell was I just getting at? Because that confused me. Oh yeah, so I never really participated. So just because I used to be afraid, man, I'm like, I don't want to buy someone something, and then also too, like, the limit is $50, right? But then I'm like, so let's say I end up spending $50 on the person that I got. Then it's like, what if someone spends $10 on me? That'd be crazy. So I'm just like, But I mean, I feel like I personally wouldn't care because I don't really like things anyway. And I'm probably not gonna go up to 50 anyway either. Like, I'm thinking maybe like 35, 40. And then I really don't care what I get. I think for me, it's like, if you're gonna get me something that's like tiny, or let's say you're gonna spend less, I think just spend less but get more. If that makes sense. So like, if you're gonna be like, damn, like I can only spend, $15, let me spend, $7 on this notebook, $3 on these pens, and then let me go and buy like hella snacks or something. Like, I feel like then I would be fine. But it's like, if I show up with multiple gifts and then somebody else comes and they show up with like one gift and it's like $5, I'm like, come on, brother. I'm like, please don't do me like that. It's like, at least if you're gonna spend cheap, try to buy me more. Because you could definitely go to like Dollar Tree, Five Below, that'd be crazy. He said, I don't know why I don't like Geeks for Geeks. Feels like quantity over quality. No, yeah, definitely. You kind of have to like, Geeks for Geeks, you kind of have to like pinpoint what you're looking for because they just be talking about BS. The only thing I'm really looking for when it comes to Intel is I just want to see the difference in what makes people like it. So I feel like this here, same thing with the AMD being stronger. The units, AMD chips run cooler and efficiently. Oh, it's for more gaming scenarios. Okay, that's good. And then I think last but not least, I might want to get what it stands for. Sometimes they be doing that. And then other than that, I honestly think that's it. Maybe I could take notes of this because this looks a little bit more in detail. And I don't think I would understand this now, but I could ultimately understand it later. So I feel like what Geeks for Geeks is like, you kind of have to pinpoint what you're looking for, which ain't too bad. But yeah, there's sometimes where I do run into Geeks for Geeks and then I just leave. I'm like, nah, like, because they do be doing too much. They really do. So y'all, I ended up actually, I know I told you I wasn't gonna get an X-ray yesterday, but I was really like scared because my hand was really hurting. It had like, it looked like it was like, it had a little bit of bruising. So I was like, no, like I need to get this X-ray. So I ended up getting the X-ray. So good news, nothing is fractured and nothing is like minorly dislocated. So for a second, it kind of felt like a waste of time. But then I realized that at the end of the day, like I hurt my thumb a week ago and it still hurts kind of like of course it's gotten better, but it still hurts as if I just kind of hurt it. So I'm like, it's not bad for me to pretty much want to get an X-ray because shoot, I think anybody would. Cause it's like, damn, my finger still is hurting. I need an X-ray. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like it wasn't a waste of time. I needed it. My thumb still hurts, and they didn't really tell me anything like to do. But I figured it's probably just the same plan of, ice it, do this, do that, do this. And I'm pissed because I meant to ice it last night, but I fell asleep so quick. So quick. Like, I put the ice there, I turn around for 1 second just to get comfortable, and I slump. You said, do you think of getting items on mega sale? Probably not, because I feel like for me, if I'm gonna do a computer thing, unless you're talking, yeah, sorry, I just realized what you were talking about, because I don't know what the hell I was about to go on about, but no, I feel like for me, I don't know, I feel like I kind of know what I'm gonna be getting, so I think for me, it's like it should be pretty cheap, like I mean not cheap, but it should be under like $50. 'Cause I guess the goal is just not to go over $50. So I'm like, I think I could get this person what they want under $50 completely. Um, but no, yeah. I wish that we did go a little bit higher, but of course, we can't go that high. I mean, with the person I got, it's crazy. It's like the whole time I was like, damn, like I kind of didn't want this person, and not like in a rude way, but it's like it was like the one person where I was like, I wouldn't know what to get them. Well, there was probably like two people. I feel like I would sit there and be like, damn, I wouldn't know what to get like this person. So I was hoping that I would have got somebody else, man, but I got them, and it's not bad. It's hard, but I know exactly what I'm gonna end up getting though. So I think it's gonna be pretty cool. If you were talking about the Secret Santa thing, if you were talking about the laptop thing, I just plan on getting a very cheap laptop and breaking it apart and putting it back together. Says AMD chips run cooler. By the way, if y'all just ended up hopping in here right now, we're looking at the difference between Intel and AMD, as you could see on the screen. But also, too, the future goal is to hopefully become a network engineer. So I'm going to be documenting every single day of me studying and even at some point getting hands on with computers and creating home networks and breaking apart laptops, putting them together, and maybe even one day building my own computer. So definitely make sure y'all end up tuning in. I'm I always stay consistent. If y'all ever wanted to check out my older series, I used to pursue web dev, and I was really consistent with web dev. I think I made it to like a day 180 something, and technically it was like 200 days, but I was kind of like doing different titles at that time. So I made like hella videos on web dev, maybe even more, and it was just super crazy. So trust me when I say that I'm going to be pursuing IT support. It does not matter. I really want to get into it, and hopefully I can land a network engineering role while I'm at it. You know what I mean? This is the goal. You said, how old are you? I am 22 years old. I'm 22. It's so funny because like I be forgetting that people on live want to know your age, and I've never had to say my age so much. But then I feel like for some reason I always get like lost, and I'd be like, damn, how old am I? I don't know why I'd be thinking like I'm 23 or something. It's like no, I'm 22. I always go up in age, but I'm 22. Says, did you go for the orthopedic doctor visit for your thumb? No, I just ended up going to, or, well, unless you can count that as an orthopedic doctor, but I don't think so. I went to an urgent care and they just ultimately, gave me an x-ray there. And then they just looked at the results and said that everything was fine pretty much. And to just keep doing the certain thing, and then they wrapped it instead of like a brace, they ended up wrapping it in that, I forgot what it's called, but like in that wrap instead. And I felt like that made my thumb feel way better compared to the brace. Like the brace was kind of like hurting me. So, and then they gave me an extra wrap that I get to put on, so I can't wait for that. Says, just like us in her 20s. Says, sorry, autocorrect. Nah, it's all good, it's all good. Says, why can't humans study while sleeping? No facts, man. I wish. I wish. We'll be too smart. That's probably why. We'll be way too damn smart. So we got what Intel stands for integrated electronics. I'm not sure if I would need to know this, but sometimes I don't know, they be doing it on quizzes randomly. And then I'm sitting there like, yes, I got this. I know everything about a computer. Then they'll be like, what does Intel mean? I'm like, bruh, like you gotta be kidding me. I can't just you can't just let me understand that it's a CPU. It's a kind of CPU. Like, nope, they want me to say electronics. So let me, or integrated electronics. So let me take a note of this one. And then last but not least, they're not telling me what the hell AMD means. Oh no, I think they did. Actually, I don't know. What the hell does it say AMD? The processor also clocks higher than the AMD's processors. Okay, whatever. We don't need a definition. Oh, it stands for advanced micro devices. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. And then I think they have like a major difference at the bottom. I don't know. I think I would probably get AMD, and I could be biased because my first ever computer that I got here has an AMD, as an AMD Ryzen's and 9, I believe. Yes, AMD Ryzen 9. So I'm like, I'm kind of biased at this point. Like, it's been working pretty well for me. So okay, we got that down pat. It says AMD has become the major competitor. They're known for offering competitive performance for lower prices. Let me see. It did have a little bit of something different because it's a better. Because I know it says here less expensive, but then it says offering competitive performance at a lower price compared to Intel with advantages including better integrated graphics in their APU, a cooler operation, longer battery life. But is that true? I mean, it doesn't say it here, is what I mean. So I guess that's something I'm gonna have to write. It says generally cooler clock speed. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna have to do is actually on my paper, I think I'm just gonna do the same thing, kind of, where I just have one side say AMD, one side say Intel, and then just kind of go. Said humans spend 23. Oh, he said yeah, the gauge. It says good question. Humans spend 23 or 30 years of their human lives only sleeping, but nobody's gonna ask you general knowledge questions. No, no. I mean not like in like a basic quiz, but I mean in the sense of like if I were to do a quiz on online or something. For some reason, they always ask those type of questions, and then I'm like, damn, I'm like low key screwed. I wouldn't even know how to like. I wouldn't even know the answer to that. I'd be like, all I know is that it's a CPU, but the name for it, I'm screwed. But I don't know. I'm also the type of person where I kind of like to learn like not everything because obviously you can't know everything. But for me, like I really like to know a lot of what I guess maybe some people would say like, oh, you don't need to know this. But I like to just learn all that stuff. I'm the type that I just like to be that type of person to be like, I have this tip or like I learned about this. So for me, I'll be taking anything down. So we got integrated graphics in their APU. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be coming on live almost every single day to document this journey. So far, I believe we did 11 days straight. And if I ever do miss a day, it's probably because something either came up or who knows, could be a holiday, whatever. I'll let y'all know in the community post if I ever do miss a day. But so far, we've been going 11 days strong. And I previously done this with web dev before, so definitely y'all could believe that I'm going to stay completely active and stay completely disciplined. So make sure y'all tune in, y'all hit that sub button because one of these days, hopefully, I could become a network engineer or at least get into something that's in IT. And then, if y'all ever asked me, hey, how did you get there? This is where I would direct people. Of course, y'all probably, I mean, y'all are here now, so that wouldn't make sense for y'all, but you know what I'm saying. Y'all would be here now. So that would be pretty cool if y'all started the journey with me. Doesn't really matter what y'all are learning, man. Definitely hit that sub button, man. We could all learn together, get to where we need to get to. So we got the difference here, less expensive, lower range, so perfect. So now let's get into this type of stuff, which I honestly should have wrote half of that up there down here, but I guess that's perfectly fine. If you need to know stuff, learn Linux and cloud. I eventually do plan on getting down to Linux and cloud. Or one or the other, honestly, because I'm not too sure. I wanted to get into cloud because I feel like it's a bit more like not needed, but I see a lot of it. Like when I look at job applications, a lot of the time is always like getting into cloud or something or Linux, like you said. So I feel like for me, it really just depends. Like I would have to learn what career path I plan on going down to because the good thing is the specific spot that I want to go to that literally has what is it called? I think they literally have and I for one they have a stable job there, which I was planning on getting into just so I could try to get onto the IT team. But then two, they have an IT team and which includes of course a network team, and that's what I really want to shoot for. But then three, I found out that they have a cybersecurity team. So I was like, oh shoot, if I can get myself in there in any way, of course I probably would want to be more on the IT team rather than the regular job or like what the regular job is because they probably wouldn't want you to transfer straight to cybersecurity no matter what because they're probably going to want you to have some experience. So it's like for me, I'm thinking I need to get in there, try to get into the IT portion of things. Hopefully, it could be networking because, with security, you also need some form of networking as well. So it's like the goal is to try and get into a network engineer position, and then from there, I can either stay there because the cap pay is pretty good. I think it caps out at like $50 an hour, which ain't bad at all. And then, also too, because of where it's specifically at, I think it already starts with a little bit of higher pay, but the cap will always be the same, like 50 or around that, right? And then last but not least, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, and then when it comes to switching over to cyber, it's like at least they'll be hiring someone who's already been a part of the system, who already has networking experience and who can already prove that they low key know what's going on. So my goal is to really focus, try to learn a lot of what I could learn. But right now I'm starting with the IT fundamentals because I actually don't know anything about computers. Like I'm on day 11 and I only get to study for about an hour a day. So other than that, I don't get really any more study time because I'm at my actual job, like busting ass there. I hate swearing, but that's really what it is. Just going crazy at my regular job. So it's like, doing 10 to 12 hour shifts. It goes crazy. So it's like I barely get any time to really study. So right now I'm trying to learn the fundamentals of a computer, or at least enough to where I can understand some things. Like I even be confused when it like here for a second. I think it took me 3 days to understand that that was gigahertz. I was like, oh shoot, I think I'm writing the wrong thing. Oh no, never mind. Like that, I remember that took me a couple of days. I'm like gigahertz. I'm like I only know about gigabytes. Like blah blah blah. Even this right now talking about Zen Z, I mean Zen 3, I'm kind of confused by that, but I guess we'll learn the more that we look into these specs and look into these stuff. You said Linux and cloud, it's ambiguous. Well, not really. I think there's certain jobs that you could get into where you don't really need to get into cloud. And I can't believe I tried to say that word and that shit had me all kinds of messed up. So all these techs are interconnected, network security, Linux, cloud. No, yeah, it goes crazy. But I feel like for me, I'm just gonna have to learn whatever comes in my way. Cause I'm the type of person where like, especially if I get into a certain career, my goal will always be to like want to climb up in the career. So once I seen, being a network engineer or seen a network engineer's like job, I was like, I just can feel it. Like that's just meant for me, legitimately. The only thing that kind of sucks is, you got to pay your dues in help desk, which of course I don't really know nothing about help desk neither. So that's why this series is going to be just kind of like, it's not going to be me studying and then going straight to a network engineering job. That just would be impossible. So for me, my goal right now, like if we want to talk about short-term goals, it's to learn the fundamentals. When I kind of get a good grasp of the fundamentals, I think I'm done. Symmetric multi-processing up to 4 sockets, 28. All right, hold on. Let me actually get that. I was gonna ignore it, but then that actually seems good. But what was I about to say? Oh yeah, so this is gonna be like a whole kind of process. So short term, I plan on learning the fundamentals because I don't know anything about computers. So let me at least give myself something. And then I plan on studying hardcore for the CompTIA A plus, which I'll of course be taking you all along that study. And then I plan on taking that test when I pass the CompTIA A plus because I'm very confident in myself. Not saying I won't fail, but I just know I would. I'm just gonna keep trying and really work my hardest to try and pass that quiz. Who knows whether I could fail the first time? I've known people who failed the first time and then got back up past that next time. So we'll see. So these are the most popular. Okay, finally they told me the most popular. I'm like, I don't even know. I have a Ryzen 9. So I guess mine's is popular. I don't know if it's the best, but it's popular. I was like, damn, can they? And I didn't even know that that was like the different names for it, like i3, i5, i7. I mean, it's probably just Intel, but it's like every time I seen that next to a computer, I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I'm just trying to see the CPU. But now I'm starting to understand it. So I wrote that for Intel. Now we kind of got to do the left side for AMD. That is less expensive. Stuff like that. More efficient than Intel. So they're pretty much just saying AMD is just better. Generally, that's just that's just literally what it's saying. It's not even trying to hold back. It's like, yeah, AMD is better. It's more efficient, less expensive. Has a cooling system. Like, I don't know. It'd be going crazy. Damn, what the hell? Oh yeah, so short term goal, that's what my goal is right now, and I cannot wait to end up getting into it and just getting like so much more further because I feel like every time I'm learning, I wish I knew a little bit more so that I could just push forward and do more. But with obviously my regular job and having to, of course, focus on that a little bit more because that's what pays the bills. It's gonna be difficult, but at the end of the day, I feel like the point of this channel is to really show that if I could get up every single day, even if I'm probably only going to be studying for 30 minutes, there's sometimes where I come on here and I only do 30 minutes to 45 minutes because that's all I could do, you know? And it's like at least I still would use my time in that way to kind of study. And my goal is to hopefully try and inspire people to like get up, learn, study yourself, never get comfortable. Like even if you got the job that you wanted and you're doing your thing, like always learn. That's like my biggest thing, especially getting older. It used to be, and I still agree with it, so maybe I'll put them both together. But when I got older, I've always learned like always better yourself, even if it's 1% every day. Because when you stay the same person, like maybe the person you are now is good, but the person you are now might not be good in the future because it's like you just didn't upgrade, you didn't do better, you didn't move with the world, like you kind of just stood still, and then now, because I've seen too many people from my school, at least that I knew, not everybody, but it's like a lot of them kind of stayed in the same lane. And I've noticed that like I had to kind of distance myself because it's like I just can't be around people who don't see that they could be amazing. Like they could grow, like they could do something. They could learn, they could save money, they could do this, they could do that. And it's like it just kind of makes me feel like damn, you're the same person since school. Like I don't know, like to me it's like no. And then of course probably for them they're probably thinking like damn, she changed since school and probably think I'm like the issue. But at the end of the day, it's like when you don't grow, it's like a lot of other people are gonna outgrow you, and then you guys are just gonna grow apart. And that's why my biggest thing is to always get better 1% every day, but then also two, always learn. If you're not learning something, you're doing something wrong. And it could be anything. Like I'm not saying like you have to be goated, become a doctor and shit. Like no, like it could be anything. Says you go. Oh, for some reason your comment didn't show up on the thing, but you said you go to uni. Oh, sorry. Okay, you said you go to uni and you work anything beside. I don't go to university. I'm actually self-taught. Just teach myself. And then you said and you work anything beside. I just work at a warehouse job. It is 10-hour shifts, deathly, but definitely worth it. 50 gigahertz. I mean 5.0 gigahertz. Sorry. And I think I'm good here. Says that iGPU. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing. Is present only in a AMD APU series with higher graphics. Should I take a note of that? maybe we can keep this pushing. Where's AMD? Okay, I got AMD on this side. But no, yeah. So current job is just a big warehouse. It's not like that physical compared to other warehouses, but when you end up messing up your hand, you kind of realize like, oh, this is you really need to use like it's not physical, but I feel like it's like you always have to be doing something. There's not much of like, oh, let me sit down here, let me do this. And like maybe in different parts of the warehouse, depending on where you're working, it could feel like that. Even on the machine that I work on, like it could also feel like that depending on what you pick, like, oh, this is a little bit slower today. But either way, it's like you really gotta just be doing stuff every time. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. It's like you gotta have your endurance up. Especially when you take like more than 3 days off and you decide to come back. Like that's why I'm kind of pissed because I took yesterday off because of my hand to get an X-ray, right? And I'm like, damn, I'm gonna have to go back to work today. Cause I'm just gonna go back to work because even though it hurts, it's like if it's not broken, then might as well. Um, I might end up going back to work, and I'm like, it's gonna be crazy. Not even just for my hand, but just for the fact of that everything is so fast paced, and when you're not used to that rhythm, you screw yourself. This one has a multi-processing, so we're almost done here. Processing capability. What time did I come on live? Oh, I think I came on at 1:30. I mean 12:30, something like that. I'm like, one. So we got sockets slash 128 cores, got that. And then the last thing I need is I really want to see this. I want to see the popularity for the AMD. I wonder though, what's the difference between like the Ryzen 3 to the 5 to the 7 9? Like, is it just better basically? Like, is it a little bit more enhanced the higher number that you go up, or what? Or what? I always wanted to see the inside of a laptop as well. Like I've seen it, but laptops are so different. I think I actually seen the inside of exactly the laptop that I have. And I'm like, I don't know, I'd be afraid because when you open up laptops, like that feels like danger zone. Like you're just gonna mess it up. And then it says, and Threadripper processes as the popular one. Threadripper, what the hell? Threadripper. I don't even know. Question mark, I guess. I'll have to come back to that. So now we finished this. We got the AMD. What was my next step? What was my next step? Hold on, y'all. Let me switch the screen back. I need to have keys, but for some reason I don't. It says Ryzen 3, 5, 7, and 9 are basically telling you how much cores does an entire CPU package have. Ryzen 3 has 4. Oh. So it's always technically like above the number pretty much. That is wildin'. I had no clue. It said, you talk so much. I guess your parents have a huge role in that when they encourage kids to speak from a young age. It really shows. Mine restricts, so I barely talk now, which is bad for IT jobs. I actually am, but you know what's crazy? I actually talk in person. If you talk to me, I don't talk like this. So like for me, I'm not outgoing at all. This is just strictly like for YouTube. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I've been doing YouTube for like years, like on different channels and stuff like that. But for YouTube, for some reason, I really just know how to talk. But when it comes to in person or like interviews, like I don't speak. Like I have no friends, bro. Like I don't talk to anybody, and that's probably why I could talk so much on YouTube because I really don't talk to people except for like my partner. Other than that, maybe my brother, depending on if he's there. But if he's not there, I do not be talking. I do not be talking. I've actually am really shy, and I think the reason why I'm so shy, sorry, I'm trying to find what the next thing I was trying to look into was. Okay, someone told me about the TCP in the IP model, but I don't even think I'm gonna understand this, like, not even for a second. Like, what the hell is the TCP and IP? Maybe I'll look into this later. I don't know. What in the hell? Maybe that's a little bit more deeper, because all like I literally would have to take a note of all of this if I did that, because I don't know what the hell that is. So let me see real quick. So we got the socket types. Give me 1 second before I hop back onto that. Now I need to, oh yes, the RAM types. Yes, bro. I've been waiting on the RAM types because I'd be low-key confused. But I think it's the same thing. I think it's like the higher it is, it might be better. Types of RAM. Why are they talking about the DIM? What? Oh, maybe that actually is what that is. DDR. Mm, let me see. They have a DDR3, DDR4, DDR5. The only thing here I see is a DDR4. Where the hell is the DDR5? Is this old school? Oh no, it's right there. And then what was the last one? 6? Oh wait, no, we need to start with 3. Alright, so I'm gonna look into the DDR3, and then we're gonna look into DDR4 and DDR5 and kind of see the versus, like which one is better to use. Kind of get a little bit into that, which should be easy. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be quick. So let's jump the screen back over. Um, oh, well, yeah, but I don't want to learn networking. Yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause I don't want to learn networking until later because right now I'm trying to. Okay, see, I was wondering. I'm like, that looks crazy. Yeah, so no, I'm not. I don't want to learn networking until I finish. Specifically, my goal right now is to learn about IT fundamentals, and then I want to learn for CompTIA A plus and pass that. Because if I start trying to learn about networking now, that's just gonna confuse me because I don't know anything about computers. So it's like when I looked at it, I'm like, I'm gonna have to take a note for everything. Like I have no idea. And I was wondering, I'm like, that went too far. But yeah, right now I plan on just sticking to hardware and then I'm probably gonna get into networking because I have a whole study plan that I created for myself. So I'm probably and I'm trying to like match it with the IT support study plan. So with the IT support, they do like a deep dive into the hardware to the point where you could kind of build your own computer and kind of understand what each point component does. And then I think they get into networking, but it's more like the basics of networking. And then I think they jump to something else completely. And then from there, I just want to learn CompTIA A plus. So I already have like a plan of what I'm getting into. I was like, damn, that should look confusing as hell. But no, yeah, for some reason, man, like when it comes to talking, wait, hold on, let me do RAM here. When it comes to talking, like I could yap on YouTube, but in person, it's just it's never that, never that. Oh, that's what I was gonna get into. So I 100% am super shy, and I feel like the reason why I'm shy in person is because I used to always jump from like school to school. So I always had to feel like that new person, feel like that awkward person every single time. Like almost well, I probably jumped from like 6 schools. It wasn't that crazy, but as a child, it was crazy. I was like, damn. And I literally believe that the last school I jumped to was specifically what gave me massive anxiety because I jumped in like 3 months until school was about to end. So then from there, everybody just already knew each other. They didn't know me and they just were already acting weird with me. It was the first time I felt like so outcasted. I was just like, yeah, nah. This is short for double data rate 3. Rate 3. So it's DD3 chips at bus clock speed of this. Okay, so we can get into this. Oh, good. They have like a short explanation here, so that's great. But no, yeah. So ever since that happened, man, like, I could not speak. People had to talk to me, and I even feel like at one point, like especially through middle school, because of that, I feel like I really tried to force friendships with people, cause so many people were just so clicked up, and I wasn't, cause I just never stuck to one school. That I used to force so much relationships, but by the time I finally got to high school, I stopped, and then that was when I felt like I made genuine friends once I stopped forcing it. But even so, I'm not even cool with those people to this day, so how genuine could they be? But it was definitely it was definitely fun at the moment, but I never was a talker. Even in my friend groups, like I feel like I was the funny one, but I wasn't the one that like ran the group or spoke often. I wish I could be like this though when it comes to like in real life. Cause there was times I remember when I was going through college and they would tell me like, oh, you have to present blah blah blah. You wasn't catching me presenting. I don't care how far my grade was dropping. I'll do everything else right. I am presenting. Like it was that bad. It was that bad. And I'm like, bruh, I have to do this for like my future. This isn't for funds, but nope, I really couldn't do it. I legitimately didn't show up. I legitimately didn't show up. Everybody else did it and I didn't. And I think my grade dropped from like an A to a C. I was like, shoot, it's still passing. But that was when I just left college. I was like, I clearly can't. I would have to do it like an online school or something. Because if I'm presenting in like a Zoom call, I'm chilling. Like, at least I'm at home. The same way that I'm doing this on live. I'm chilling. But if I had to do this in front of a class of more people, screw that. Screw that. I'm running. It says DDR3 RAM random access memory. Oh, RAM is random access memory. I'm like, what? I'm like, I just already wrote down what DD3 was, like, or DDR3. Sometimes RAM, like, I be forgetting, like, this is how I know I need to really focus on the fundamentals too. And I know some people may say, like, oh, but they're not gonna ask that. But it's like, I always forget what RAM means. Like, I know memory is for, like, is where the M is, but random access, I always get that wrong. I don't know why. And I don't even know what I be thinking it is, but I be getting it wrong. So next, sticks for a desktop computer. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be documenting every single day of me learning with the hopes of eventually becoming a network engineer. But of course, we got to climb up the ranks. I don't really know anything about computers, so I got to start with the fundamentals, start with the basics, eventually pass that CompTIA A plus, and maybe even get a little bit of experience in a help desk job. But so far, today we are on day 11. We have been grinding to get here. Oh shoot, I just realized I don't have a day 11 on my screen. That's whatever. Um, but we have been grinding to get here and it's super sick. We've been learning a lot of things that I didn't know from the beginning. And it's so crazy because I can even go back, like literally to day one of the series that we've done. I think I've been studying for what, 12 days or 11 days is 2 weeks now. Almost, oh wait, no, not even. You need 3 more days. So almost 2 weeks. But I really learned a good amount. Like the fact that I could really look at a computer now and kind of point out what the components are. Now I'm trying to understand a little bit deeper, like what is the specs of it. But what these components are is crazy. But then also too, I feel like another reason why I really want to focus on hardware as well, by the way, is because I have like a goal that's kind of, it doesn't matter whether it happens or not. But so I'm not going to make it like a front runner goal. Like if I say it, it needs to happen. But something I want to do is I really want to learn how to like fix computers and or upgrade computers. Like different things like that where it does involve me accessing the hardware just so that I can kind of make that as like a little bit of a side hustle. These memory chips can only be installed on a motherboard that supports DDR3 memory. Oh, I actually wasn't even thinking of that. That the motherboard would have to support these things. I mean, the motherboard would honestly have to support a lot of these things. You would have to make sure you get the right motherboard. But then what was I getting at? Oh yeah, I want to do like a little bit of a side hustle thing where I could just fix people's phones or fix people's laptops, computers, um, upgrade them just so like, people could pay me or whatever amount I could buy the upgrade pieces that they want and do it for them. Because I knew somebody who used to do that, but they used to not do it for a charge. I'm like, y'all are crazy. But I think it's just because it was like rare. He never really was consistent with it. He just did it for fun. But it's like if I were to be back to back getting booked, I'm like, nah, like someone gotta pay me. Somebody gotta pay me something. So now we're going to the DDR4. Now I don't really, it's not really a comparison type of thing. So I guess I would have to do the comparison myself, which I think will probably be best doing it that way. So this is a DDR4 is a type of system memory known as SDRAM. Nope. I know the word, y'all. I know the word, but it's just not coming out. Was released in September 2014 as a successor to the DD3. DDR4 has bus clock speeds. Okay, so this is better. It's more efficient compared to the D. Okay, hey, it's basically trying to say that it's more efficient. It doesn't say better. They don't use words like that. They just say efficient. They try to use big words here. So double data rate 4, which I think we can honestly just assume that if the other one was double data rate 3. What time is it? Okay, 1:13. Just want to make sure that we got time. Also too, by the way, if y'all have been chilling here, make sure you end up hitting that like button. That pushes the stream out to other people. That'll be super dope if y'all could do that. So now we got DD3-4. Let's keep this pushing. What else? It's also known as the SDRAM, which I literally, actually, I'm capped. I was gonna say I've never seen that before. Maybe I have. Maybe. Damn, I'm forgetting that the camera's right here, so I probably look crazy as hell taking notes. 'Cause I have a camera over here as well that I could jump to. And I'm like, my face probably is all up in the camera looking wild in. But no, yeah, man. Because I'm just like, and I think I seen a shop down the street that was like about fixing computers, having IT knowledge, yada yada. I'm like, clearly I wouldn't want to work there, but like anything for experience, if that were to be like where I had to start, okay, whatever. But it was just so crazy because it's like that's the type of stuff that I would want to do in the sense of like having my own little business. Is like have my own little, it doesn't need to be a shop. It could just be like a place that people can bring their computers to. You know how people rent out a studio or whatever to do like hair and nails. It's like I could probably do that. Same thing for computers or just do it at home or in the car. Like I don't know. I mean if it's a big computer, then maybe I would have to do it at home or like a studio. Damn, I just hurt my thumb. But if it's a, maybe a little bit smaller, maybe like a phone repair, I could probably just do it right there. Like, hold on, give me 20 minutes, bro. Don't go nowhere. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, you can't leave. You cannot leave me here. You gotta let me finish this. No, but I just can't wait. Because I'm just so interested in that stuff. Like, super interested. Not to the point where I would want to manufacture it. Hell no. I do not want to be no engineer. I just want to fix it. I just would want to fix it. So this has bus clock speeds. Oh, that's another thing too. I don't even know what a bus clock speed is. I'm assuming it's just the speed of something, and that's all I could say. I don't know. I don't know if it means that particular thing works faster, or does it just work more efficiently? Not too positive. So this is the bus stop speed. And then with megahertz being the thing, so perfection. Perfection. Also, by the way, I have a video coming out later today. So if y'all are somebody who subscribed from the IT support, I always say this just to warn y'all. Because I feel like, some people subscribe and then they may see the content and be like, whoa, this is not what I subscribed to. But the content that I do post as of right now is currently web dev content. But I want to say in about a week or a little bit forward. It really just depends because I have barely any time in my day, but it should be in about a week or so, maybe a little bit longer. That series should be pivoting completely to IT support at some point. So don't be shocked if you see a YouTube video, especially today, that comes out and it's about web dev. It's just because I'm already close to the end of web dev. So I don't want to just keep hopping in on live, I guess, building or learning web dev when I'm already done. I just want to focus on IT at this point. So don't be surprised. Don't hit that unsubscribe button. I should be live every day, still studying IT. There just might be a little bit of a web dev video popping up tonight, and that should be fine. And I cannot wait to transition. I already have that video in mind. I have a lot of videos like pre-planned already. They're just not filmed. And y'all, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be super, super dope. And I'm just so happy that I'm like finally, running into people, because for a while, I don't know if like YouTube forgot like my algorithm, but when it came to these live streams, man, it was like I couldn't get nobody up in here. Having like 9, 10 people, like that's pretty good. That's pretty good, especially for the channel that I do have or the amount that I do have, especially too when the content is really like, yes, at the end of the day, it is me learning something. It's me learning IT support. So a lot of y'all are going to be here just because of the IT aspect of things. But also, too, a lot of y'all are here for me as well. Like what I'm going to say, how I learn it, what I'm doing. So it makes it 10 times like greater when when there's people who actually like stay to really just see either me study or to study along with me or to feel inspired. Like I think that's just super cool. Legitimately, especially just being such a small content creator. Like y'all really take time out of your day, man, to tune in. That's amazing. Like thank y'all so much. Legitimately. So these memory chips can only be installed on a motherboard. Okay, yeah, we kind of already got that. And then the DDR5. So let me see. So hold on real quick. I want to look at the broader aspect of things. So it says the bus clock speed. Did they even talk about? Oh yeah. So the bus bruh. I need to talk a little bit slower here. The bus, I don't even know how that is a tongue twister for me, but it is. The bus clock speed is for the DDR3 was 400 megahertz, up to 1,060. I mean 600. I mean without no 1,066 megahertz. Damn, I can't spell. While this one, the DDR4, not the one on the screen, but the one that I'm reading, 800 to 1600. Oh, I probably miswrote that because how does that say 1,066? But this one, oh, never mind, that's more. So 1600 megahertz, and the range can be the capacity of 4 to 128 gigabytes, while the other one was 1 to 24. Damn. Yeah, the DDR4 was definitely better than that DDR3. But now let's look at this DDR5. They probably let your ass go up to like, let me guess. If this is 128 gigabytes, it's probably 224. I believe it's the next one. Let's see. I could be tripping. Oh, 512. Oh my goodness. I underestimated. I didn't think it could get that high. Do I have? Oh wait, actually I wouldn't know. My RAM probably is trash, low key. Cause I remember like having to pick my specs when I was getting this laptop. And I was like, we ain't going past a certain price now. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't remember how much it was, but I do remember when I tried to pick a lot more, that price zoomed. It went to like 1,005. I was like, never mind, drop down. Let me rethink about what I need. And I honestly didn't need much because the only reason why I really wanted a lot of like storage was because of my coding. I don't really play games on this laptop, but even so, this laptop is still pretty good for coding and making projects. But since I'm done with damn, since I'm done with coding, at least there's not much I'm gonna have to do like on my laptop. This is also known as an SD-RAM. Okay, so we could do the same thing. Instead of taking a note of it though, just put the SD-RAM. Released on the 14th of 2020. Oh, so this is the newest. I mean, sorry, that wasn't the point. The point I wanted to say was, what year was this one released? So, never mind. It's saying this is when it was released. My fault. I misread it. It says it was released in 2020 as a successor to DDR4. I thought it was saying the DDR4 was released in 2020. It's what's up. 5 years ago. About to go on to 6. Well, not really. You gotta hit July. So DDR5 introduced a new feature called DFE, Decision Feedback Equalization, which allows the speed of I/O. Oh, that's what I/O means. What the hell? Someone definitely wrote this in the comments the other day, and I was like, what do they mean by I/O? So the speed of input and output to be scaled, increasing memory bandwidth and improving general performance. I need to have like a glossary. I'm sorry, I just need a glossary. Every time I see something, I need to flip to that bit because like, come on now. Or a dictionary. Does a glossary also have that? I wonder if a glossary would be having like definitions and up and I think they do, right? Most of the time. But a glossary I think is more or less directed to what keywords are gonna pop up. A dictionary, of course, just has everything. Do people really be buying dictionaries? At this point, I want to buy one. No, but they be adding new words like, I mean, not often, but I think they be adding like slangs in there, like slang words. If not, then never mind. But to me, it's like, why am I gonna buy a book that I'm probably gonna have to buy every damn year? Because there's gonna be a new word in here. So we got decision, feedback, equalization. Y'all, I seen that they pushed back GTA 6. And it's like, I could still request days off, but who the hell wants to play GTA 6 in November? Like, come on. I don't even really remember what the release date was, but I was hoping that it would have released like for the summer. Cause so it's hot outside, like, I don't know, it just feels better. But in November next year, like that is crazy. I'm super pissed. But I guess it's alright. At the end of the day, the game didn't really come out, so it's like I can't really be too upset. I didn't really even know what day it was. I was just hoping it was the summer. But I guess I'm gonna have to, still request those days off. I just want to request enough to play the story mode, y'all. I ain't no online player. Just needs to be the story mode, and then I'm low-key set. Real quick, let me jump back to this screen. Intermission. I still need a hotkey. And this is just because I kind of wanted to, let me go to my studio mode. I kind of wanted to fix this screen up. Because we're nearing the end of this for today. So I kind of want to make sure this is good because I'm not going to have enough time to do it tomorrow. Like, that's how busy I am, by the way. is crazy as hell. Okay, yeah, good. Y'all don't see what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do day 11 because we're probably gonna hop back in. And then I kind of wanted to do something where the goal is also there. So we're gonna have day 11 there. And then we want to add text that says what the goal is, which is to learn IT fundamentals so far. I'm so upset with y'all. I really wanted to get, let me do goal, and used to say IT, or learning IT fundamentals. Okay, we got that. I don't know why the hell this is red. Can I switch the color? You know, whatever. I guess it could stay red. But, what was I about to say? Nope, I lost it. I lost it, y'all. Sincerely apologize. So we're gonna put the goal up here. Perfection. All right, now we could jump back to the live stream. The live screen. Here we go. Just because I wanted to look a little bit better, even though I should have done that from the beginning. But that's all right. So we got the DDR RAM. What did I end up writing up to? We got increasing. Oh, we didn't finish. I thought I finished it. Memory bandwidth. And improving general performance. There we go. Improving general performance. Oh, I really love YouTube. Like, making content, especially when it comes like to the YouTube videos, like the live stream has like its own love for me, which is of course, having community or just being able to talk about what's on your mind, and then having people just kind of sit there, either agree, disagree, we could just have a conversation, or I could just be sitting here yapping, and that's just all it is, right? I get to get whatever I think about and just say it out loud, of course, which I think is super cool. But then also too, like I feel like with YouTube videos, it's like you could tell a story. I mean, the same way with the live streams, because every day it's like I'm improving. Every day there's something new to kind of try to achieve. But with the YouTube videos, it really tells a story of like what's going on, what's happening. And I think, before I used to let my content be a little bit more raw, where it was kind of like, hold on, what the hell? I'm gonna like die. But I used to let the content be a little bit more raw, where it is, you said, what are my pronouns? She and her. She and her. But, damn, what was I getting at? Oh, yeah, the content used to be, just more like whatever I wanted to film, I would upload it. And maybe that is why people like liked it, because it probably just felt like you were with another person just doing whatever. But I started to try and make the content a little bit more, intriguing to the eye, a little bit more of a story, trying to keep people captivated from the beginning to end. And the views definitely aren't viewing like they used to back in the day. But I feel like it could be because of the fact that um I feel like it could be because of the fact that it's not as like raw as it was before. People probably are like, oh, this is like super edited, like let me stop. Which I really don't mind at the end of the day. Like I feel like I used to prefer unedited content and just kind of just talking. But what I learned is that even though those videos would get the most views, it wouldn't get the most positive feedback. Hey, what is up? I never know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna just say Taj. What is up? But then what was I about to say? Damn, my memory be trash. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause, like, you never really get the most like positive feedback, even when the videos have more views. Like views isn't just where it's like, oh, this is positive. This video has 600 to 1,000 views. It's like no, like even for the video that blew up on my channel for about 7,000 views, though the rest of those analytics aren't good compared to my videos that have 200 and something views. And the fact that I could pull 200 and something views no matter what I upload is pretty cool. But and especially for my subscriber count, like that is about 10 to 15% of my subscriber count. Like that's pretty dope. But when it comes to those videos that go crazy, those analytics aren't good. So it's like maybe the title could have been strong, but maybe they expected it to be executed differently. But then again, it's like it's strange. It's strange because it's like even when I record it the way in a raw aspect, it doesn't really keep people hooked. The problem is though, it's probably because my subscribers since they're so used to my live streams, they probably do like the aspect of me just kind of filming anything I'm going through without it being edited. So you guys probably would watch it, but then maybe when they showed it to newer people, they would swipe away because they wanted something edited. So it could only hit like 600 to 700 and then have bad feedback because people wanted to see edited content. So it's kind of difficult to know, but you kind of got to fall like right in the middle. So these memory chips can only be installed on. Oh wait, we already got that. I keep reading that. All right, perfect. So now we got all about. We know a lot of information about the RAM. We also learned about AMD and Intel. So now what I found out is that AMD just happens to be better. That's literally all I could see. If you're someone that uses Intel, stop. No, I'm just kidding. No, Intel is probably good. Of course, it probably has its own benefits, but I feel like based on my note taking here, or maybe that website could have been biased, AMD definitely had the win there. We already broke down motherboards and about the ATX and the micro ATX, and then that was pretty cool. We know about the cables. That was the other day though. And then we finally learned about RAM and the differences between DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5, which ultimately just results in the fact that DDR5 is better because, for one, it has a new integrated feature called the decision feedback equalization, which allows the speed of the input and output to be scaled rather than it being a specific speed. And then what was the last thing? It has an increasing memory bandwidth, or an increased memory bandwidth, whatever that word is. And wait, what the hell is that word? Because I definitely did not spell it right. Oh, it is increasing. Never mind. So increasing memory bandwidth and improving general performance, which is great. The clock speeds at 2,000 to 4,000 megahertz. That's not nowhere even close to the DDR4. I mean, well, technically, the DDR4 goes up to 1,600, but 2,000 to 4? Wow, then. Then 64 gigabytes to 512. Like, oh my goodness. That DDR5 is kind of goated. But my thing is, if you put 4 DDR5s, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. I looked at the wrong camera. I looked here, but then for some reason I looked up there thinking it was up there. But alright, man, it is 1:31. So we are nearing an end. I'm sorry if you just ended up getting here. And if you did, you can definitely hit that subscribe button. I will be coming on live every single day either way. So we kind of do a little bit of like Q&As at the end. But if y'all don't really have any questions to ask, I can just yap it up like I've been doing. And then just, yap it up like I've been doing, and then just kind of end it from here. So definitely let me know if y'all have any questions. Could be anything, could be about IT, could be about web dev, could be about me as a person. Definitely go and ask away. Oh, I accidentally changed this. Oops. I didn't mean to change this, y'all. This is embarrassing. This is supposed to be saying study and talk. I don't understand why that changed, but whatever. Study and talk is what that's supposed to be. So yeah, if y'all have any questions, definitely go and ask away. And then also too, I wanted to say, I'm just gonna give my last little outro to me. I have been studying IT support for 11 days. We currently are learning about the IT fundamentals, getting a little bit more into the hardware, learning about the components, learning about, just everything that you honestly need to learn about when it comes to the hardware of a computer. At some point, we're going to break down a computer, literally buying an older type of, well, not older, but, cheaper computer, open it up, try to see if we can spot the RAM, the GPU, the CPU, see what it is, if I can understand it right. I think that'd be super cool. I'll definitely let y'all know in my Discord or on my Instagram, which my Instagram was on the screen. It was Marzy's Journey for a while. And then also too, my Discord is in the description, so y'all click that link. Y'all can join there, and I'll definitely be letting y'all know before, or even in my YouTube post. I'll also be posting it there when I am ready to build or break apart a computer and then probably put it back together, which I think would be super cool, man. So that's like, it's gonna go crazy. Eventually we gotta go for that CompTIA A+, right? There's so many goals and so many big things that I could do trying to learn IT support, and I can't wait to be taking y'all along the journey. But also bear with me because I only get about an hour every single day to study. So it's not like I'm sitting here after I get off live and I'm able to study like hours on hours. No, not even when it comes to my days off, because I'm very busy, as those are the only times I can really run errands, because I be working like 10-hour shifts every single day. So it's like 10 to 12 maybe, depending. So it's like it could be really difficult to kind of just be on it, you know what I'm saying? So as long as I get my hour to 45, maybe even 30 minutes a day, I feel all set. So hey, Definitely make sure y'all end up continuing tuning in, pop up every single day. And I'm kind of gonna change the schedule because since I keep waking up late and starting stream late, I'm thinking 12:30 to 1:30 is probably just the best time to be streaming. So that's gonna be it. So catch me tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. because I have never came on at 12 when I keep telling y'all I will. It keeps being 12:30, so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'll be catching you on the next one. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. Y'all are super goated. Thank y'all for everything. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for subbing, leaving a like. Y'all are amazing. I hate leaving y'all, but I gotta go. Deuces, gotta go to work. What's up, yo? What is up? What is up? Don't mind my jacket in the back. It looks more crazier than it is, but it's just a jacket and a hat. Literally, why does it look like dummy wild? Give me 1 second though. I need to hop in on here, get to see the chat. Perfection. Beamers. Make sure I end up leaving a like, by the way, if you are here. Just want to get the chat open on my phone, and then we can do all this. We are on day 12, and we need to be diving into. Let me go and see. Today, what did I put for my title? Because oh yeah, we're gonna be diving into the SSD cards, the GPUs, the PCs, SUs. I'm not sure if we're gonna get through it all today. It is 12:30, so let's go and just immediately hop into this. I believe I already posted everything on Discord and on my Instagram, so I think it's just time to just get started. The only thing that I need to do real quick is probably find the website that I wanted to use to break this down. I know I wanted to see the SSDs, and they gave me a website, but I don't know. I've been looking, and I'm like, the websites that they be giving me to try and study on are not that goated. Where is it at? I think it's right here. We got module 1. So we got storage types. They do have a hardware guide I could probably look at, or how to geek. Let me see if I click on both of these. I just want to see if I can find the website first, y'all. Give me 1 second. We got how to geek, and I don't really see anything in here, so I might have to go and search up exactly what I'm going to be looking for, which is perfectly fine. Let me try this one. Because specifically what I'm looking for are the SSDs, and I want to see the difference between, the storages, and I want to see the difference between an SSD, a hard drive, and something else. I forgot. There's like a third one. I don't know which one's better. I thought it was the SSD. It still could be, but I seen that there was a third one and it threw me off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. Alrighty. So let me go and jump from this screen over here, and we're gonna do the difference between, or maybe, yeah, I'll do SSDs, I think HDD, and then I think it was like NVMe, so, right? Something like that. Isn't that technically the same thing? Because I don't understand why it acted like it was supposed to open up somewhere else. Isn't that technically the same thing? Yeah, the HDD SS. Yeah, because isn't it an NVMe? But maybe it's a little bit different. Oh, it's a specific high-speed connection. Okay. Well, let's do uni host. Hopefully, that would be good. I'm not sure. I don't know which one would do the best at explaining the difference. I mean, maybe it's not a major difference. Maybe we don't need nothing too crazy. A hard drive is just more of a hard drive, and SD is just a SSD. And I'm just gonna just acts like I know what I'm talking about. So I'm assuming this is this the NVM? So that's probably why it's hard for me to point these out when I see it in a motherboard, because I've never really seen what a, oh no, this is a, oh yeah, no, it is an SSD, but it's the NVM version. I'm used to seeing the SSD look like this. So, okay, and it also says it on there, so I'm sure if I seen it in the motherboard, I should hopefully be able to point it out. But let's get into these differences, or get into why you would want to use different ones, because I always assumed, I mean, I've never heard of an SSD before. I've only ever heard of a hard drive, so I always assumed if you needed more storage, you're buying a hard drive. So this is honestly a shocker to me that there is anything else other than a hard drive, being honest. Coming from a place of, oh wait, hold on, because we got to fix this. And then sorry, there's just so much here that we gotta fix. Give me 1 second. It should be quick. I just don't want to show y'all this screen. Let me go back into the studio mode real quick, because I just want to switch that to say day 11, and then I need this to stop saying study and talk. I need to add like a text box, and I want it to say something else, and we're going to make it say like goal. Like I want it to be the goal learn components or something. I don't know. Learning components, so that I want when people click on here, they kind of know what my goal is. But for some reason, oh, what the hell? Damn, I wish it was a back button. I don't even know how that happened. Whatever. We're almost done. We're almost done. I just want to make sure when people click on here, they know what I'm doing. I don't want them to be left in the dark. Okay, there we go. It looks kind of corny, but whatever. Okay, we're back. Now let's get back into it. So we're trying to find these hard drives or these storages, see the difference between it. So let's go storage, HDD, what was that one? Oh yeah, SD. I mean, maybe I do remember an SD, because the only way I could kind of think of it is I feel like I remembered a 3DS having like an SD card, but if an SSD is not the same as an SD, then I'm just confused. But I feel like I've never thought, like, let me go buy an SSD for more storage. It was always a hard drive. But who knows? So a traditional spinning hard drive disks is an electromechanical data storage device that uses magnetic storage to store and retrieve digital information using one or more rigid, rapidly rotating disks coated with magnetic material. Do I really need to write that? Maybe there's certain things I could pick apart. Hard drive disks have been around for more than 50 years. Probably don't need to know that. Steadily increasing their storage capacity. I remember that. Decreasing their physical size. Right. HDDs rely on spinning disks or platters to read and write data. It is a mechanical hard drive disk, hence slower and cheaper than SSD. I think I'm gonna go with this one. This one was like a little bit more of like a background of an HDD. I don't think I need a background of this. I just needed something that kind of gave me what it does, but also what is its benefit a little bit, what is its downfall, and I guess the benefit is kind of that I'm pretty sure an SSD probably has more storage, but there are some that have good storage that this is also saying what it does, that it reads and writes data. But then lastly, it's saying that it's slower but cheaper. Slower but cheaper. So this is the cheaper option. That's probably why I've only known about hard drives. And I'm just kidding. I'm just in the cheap section. Wait, hold on. Is the sound on? Okay, I was gonna make sure the sound was on. I'm like, please tell me I'm not just yapping for nothing. I remember I did a whole live stream one time like that. But it wasn't live. It was a pre-recorded video, and there was no sound for a whole hour, and it was such a lit video. I was like, never again. Never again. That pissed me off to my core. So now we got mechanical, hard drive, disk. Alright, it's always hard disk, and I keep putting hard drive. But today, man, I ended up having a crazy dream. Crazy dream. I really don't understand my dreams like whatsoever. It is such like a strange. It's always like I'm with my group of friends from school, but then I'm always at the same time with people that I know now, and then it's like we kind of all merge together, but we're in school, and it's just like strange things just start happening. I mean, honestly, it probably would be a great TV show, but nah, like what is going on? So let me also, because I really want to make sure that I know what the name is, just in case if this would ever pop up on some easy beginner type of thing, or if someone would ever ask me, because I literally would be like, no, I don't know. I just want to write what the name is. Okay, perfect. Now we can move forward to the SSD, which stands for solid state drive, which it would have never known. So we got to go SSD. And then we're getting into the solid state drive. Perfection. Stop playing with them. And then we got to, let me see exactly what this is called. So, because it has no moving parts, I figured. Like pen drives, that's just going to throw me for a loop because I don't know what the hell a pen drive is. So, all I'm going to put is no moving parts. Hopefully we can get through this quickly. Some no moving parts, hence no wear and tear, which is why they perform way better. So no wear and tear, way better than traditional hard drives. Wow. Okay, so they're like, this is it. I wonder why NVM is better though. So I can't wait to get to that point. So no wear and tear, which is why it performs better. It performs way better too. They said way, like they ain't even playing. They had some happen back in the day where they were like, yes, this SSD was a lifesaver. So we got traditional hard drives, perfection, and then lastly, oh wait, there might be more, which have mechanical spinning parts inside and are mechanical in nature. What? Oh, which have moving and spinning parts inside and then mechanical in nature. I'm like, why did we say mechanical twice? That had me confused, man. Picture said you learning React. No, I am not. I do I really don't know when I plan on learning React. I feel like I really want to focus on IT support from now on. Like I'm about to get my certification, which I think is great. So that video should be coming out soon. Well, I posted the video of me like leading up to it, but then the video of me getting my certification should be probably the next video that comes out when cause I feel like I'm gonna get it really soon. And then from there I plan on doing like the last episode of getting my, I forgot what it is. Oh, I want to do my last episode of getting a client. And then I plan on just ending that, like, or pivoting the web dev series, because I don't want it to, like, sound like I'm ending it. But in a way, it kind of is. But I just feel like I'm moving on to, just something better. So, it has moving spinning parts inside, so I gotta write that. But I plan on just moving on to, web dev. And then probably if I ever decide to spin the block on web development, I might end up coming back, learning React, learning Tailwind. But I just feel like simply for what I do know, I think I could pretty much do everything that I would want to do. I know that learning React and learning Tailwind can make those things a little bit easier, but I feel like because I haven't learned it, to me, just obviously regular coding or vanilla coding feels so much easier to me. So, and then I just can't wait because I finally You can just move on in the story or in the story arc, you know. So, what is your current job? I work at a warehouse. It says while SSD are not cheap, they are 1.5 times more costlier than the HHD. I mean HDD. Okay, so they are SSD 1.5 times more costlier. But yeah, so I might eventually come back to it, but I just feel like for me, I feel like the web dev series has been going on for too long. And also too, I feel like it's just because I really want to learn something that I could potentially get like a 'cause I want to become a network engineer. Obviously, I got to start with computer fundamentals because I don't know anything about computers, but I really want to become a network engineer. I've always said that I wanted to do web dev as a side hustle and as like clientele work, which is going to be happening when I obviously release that video because I have the person I want to do in mind. And then, of course, word of mouth, and hopefully I can continue to do more people outside of YouTube because not everything, I post is on YouTube. So it's like, or not everything I do I post on YouTube. So it's like I can do that on the side exactly like I've been planning to. And in my head, it's like, if that's what I've been telling y'all that I plan on becoming, like doing it for a side hustle, it's like now that I'm almost there, like literally probably next week, it's kind of like, why am I gonna keep posting content on it if I already did what I said I was gonna do? Um, so I feel like pivoting, and then maybe when I come back to a freelance part of my thing, because I do plan on freelancing, like spinning the block on freelancing again, because I want to learn how to fix phones, learn how to fix laptops, and then maybe when I get to that point, I want to make a whole another chapter of me trying to do like another side hustle, and then I could probably show the web dev side hustle and stuff, and kind of reintroduce the web dev side of things again. But as of right now, man, this is the wave. This is a new protocol for accessing high speed storage media that brings many advantages compared to legacy protocols. This interface is designed to efficiently support the needs of enterprise and client systems utilizing PCI Express solid state drives. So NVMs really are only useful for those larger file transfers. You can see storage performance of those drives. Wow, that is wild then. So it's not even really NVM really does take speed to another level and makes and is miles ahead of SATA. Okay. HDDs are cheaper because I thought what they were trying to say is if it's like bigger files, but I guess you could just have it for no, like you could just have it. That's crazy. You can get more storage space. With hard drives though, are cheaper and you can get more storage space. SSDs, however, are faster, lighter, more durable, and use less energy. And your needs will dictate which storage drive will work best for you. Okay, so it could really vary. It could really vary then. So that's not bad. You just basically pick what you want to pick. I mean, obviously, I feel like a lot of people probably pick. Never mind because this looks like it goes inside of your laptop. But I was thinking like with hard drives, isn't that just like you could just plug it in? But I think I'm thinking of actually no, yeah, that's called a hard drive, right? Where you could plug it in, it has a certain amount of time. I mean a certain amount of gigabytes on it, you could store stuff on it. And then just but I forgot, I think it has a different name though, because I feel like with here no, maybe it's the same thing. I just don't understand why they're using this image. Maybe that's just for like laptop. No, because wouldn't the laptop plug it in? I'm not sure. I think I'm thinking of the same thing, but that just is a different type. Probably. So is a new protocol for this. I guess we're gonna leave that there. It says learning IT helps with doing freelance web dev too. For instance, you make a site for a client and with IT knowledge, you earn recurring revenue every month from your clients by offering hosting. Big facts. Big facts. But at least the difference though would probably be that if you're like a if you're like a freelance web dev, technically you could just specifically learn, well, not technically, I think just straight up, you could just specifically learn how to host a website. But yeah, I'm basically trying to learn like everything else. I'm legitimately trying to learn everything else. But no, yeah. I think it definitely can help. And I'm just so happy to be finally, starting this IT support because I feel like I seen like from a mile away that I was already nearing the end of my web dev journey because in my head it's like I feel like I was gonna keep it going, but then in my head it's just like what else can I bring to y'all if the whole time I'm just gonna be doing probably like freelance clients, whether it's paid or not, just to get experience. And then, like, I guess I could be documenting that. which I do plan on actually doing as well, but that those videos are going to be stored for later. But it's like, if I have, good success with clients. If I don't, then you'll probably only see like 3 clients. But either way, at least I did it. And now it just comes down to me having to learn how to talk to people and be able to get myself to make websites. But it's just kind of like, I don't know. To me, it's just like, I don't know what else to do. I guess I could just make crazy builds. But I felt like in the end, it was just a perfect time to pivot because I got to where I wanted to be. And so now when I do show y'all these things on like my Instagram of like making a website for a real client or doing these things on Discord, if I ever end up posting in there, we could talk about it, but it's just not going to be the front and center of what I'm doing. It's time to move forward. And I really feel like this is a good transition for one because it's still technology. And I think a lot of people who are in web dev, it's not that big of a difference to really be like, let me just, do this. But I love that it's still in technology. It's actually something that I'm really interested in and hope I could land like a good career out of. Praying for that because that's the whole goal. But if those things don't happen, then it doesn't happen. But no, yeah, and I think there's just so much that we could document in this journey alone. The only thing is that this journey is going to be dummy long, so it's like I would hope that it doesn't take that long because I know it's going to take a minute for me to land like I want to say a network engineering career. And then it's like, am I going to end this series on that? I feel like probably not. I think I would have to just post that on my Instagram. Or if it looks like everything looks like it's going up, then maybe I'll just keep the series on it for that time being. But we'll have to see. But I think the series is going to go on for a long time. I mean, we did about 200 and something days for web dev. That's like almost 7 months. So I'm putting in another, I'm already locked in that I'm about to put in another 7 months. Locked in. Hey, what is up, Ryan? What is up? You said, have you learned server side web dev or just client side? I believe I only learned about client side. I'm not sure if I got into the server side of things. Yeah, no. I believe it was just client side. It says NVMEs really are only useful for those large file transfers. So I guess we could say that. So I guess that's the point of what they're trying to say about these hard drives. It's like you don't need to get nothing huge or anything because, oh, I already wrote that. Because I guess they have their certain purposes. And I feel like I probably would just always stick to the hard drive, but the ones that you could like, is it a USB or a hard drive? I think it's a hard drive. You could just plug it in, you save stuff on there, take it out, all your stuff is saved on there. That's what the hell I would be doing. Alright, so now we finished this. I believe we need to get into... I'm not sure. I never take a picture. I never know. I'm gonna have to transfer this camera. Oops, I need hotkeys. But I never have my hotkeys set up. But I want to see. So we got GPU integrated graphics. And then the power supply and the wattage. I'm not too sure exactly GPU and integrated graphics. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for when I typed that into here. Like, what? Maybe it's just asking for like a... Oh, so integrated versus dedicated graphics cards. Okay, thank goodness that they did that. Intel has a website for it. Damn, I wish they would show like the views on websites, but then I guess that would make people not pick your website. But it's like, I don't know which one's the best one. I guess I'm going to have to look at it. This looks a little bit kind of all over the place. Let me try Intel. Give me 1 second, y'all. Integrated graphics cards, discrete. This looks like it gets straight to the point. What is the difference? So let's start here. We're going to jump right back. Let's jump right back. But what's up, Ryan? Says, if you ever get back into web dev, that's the logical next step. Learn server side. You can use JS on the server, so you no need to learn another language. Then next step from this is databases and SQL. No, yes, I remember back when I had a plan. Like, I used to have like a huge plan of going like full stack, and it's still something that I would love to do. I just think around this time, it's just not the time. Like, I feel like I need to learn something, of course. That could be like an actual career first, because like, yes, the job I have is a good career, but I feel like it grows really slowly and it takes years to even get to like a certain amount of pay that for me, I feel like that's just not for me. Like, I feel like, it's a good job. You could probably climb up if you want, but I'm just like, nah, like I need to go somewhere else. So I was trying to look into other things, and I think it's great that I was able to make web dev a side hustle. Hopefully, I can continue pushing that because if I can make just a couple extra bucks a month, I don't care about making it. It was never supposed to be like a job. I always wanted it to be something on the side where I can make a couple extra bucks. Don't care if it's fit. Like, you know how people be like, damn, I need $20 for DoorDash. Like, I mean, I need $20. Let me go and DoorDash some food real quick. It's like that's how I wanted web dev to be. So it's like, damn, I need, $50 or I need this, or obviously, charging that little will be crazy, but you get what I'm saying. Like the goal was never to be like, I need $1,000. It's just like, no, I just need something real quick. Let me go and do this. And then I can just get at that. Obviously, I wouldn't charge a website for 50. I mean, possibly for like the first two, depending on who they are. If they're family, I can give that little discount. But, and then especially for experience, I feel like doing it for family and doing it for that experience or for money is pretty good. But then eventually the goal would be to try to charge like 150 because I'm only gonna be making like static websites that just look good and still work. Like I hate like saying the term static because I feel like when you say static it comes off like no one can use the website. But it still would work, especially if you have like I forgot what it was called, a Calendarly. You could literally have it to where you click it, it pops up while your screen is still there. So it feels as though you made like the booking system, but you didn't, if that makes sense. But some people don't like that. But these people nowadays, they use anything to just book appointments. I'm like, I think they would be fine with what I make them. I think they would be fine. But no, yeah, so it's like I'm glad I got to be able to make that into like a little side hustle. So if I ever needed a couple of extra bucks, probably do one person a month and just be chilling. And then with network engineering, I can eventually get that into being a career. But then also too, my biggest thing, which is why I'm learning hardware right now, and I plan to like come back to it a bit later, is I really want to learn how to fix phones. I do screen repairs. I want to learn how to do I want to learn how to do screen repairs. I want to learn how to do what is it called? Like laptop repairs, anything repairs, or even like if someone's like, damn, I don't know how to add RAM into my computer, boom, I could be like, all right, I'll charge you this, and that, and I'll do it for you. One of those things. That's always what I've been thinking. I'm like, that would be a pretty good income source as well. Is like, I could be making websites over here, and then I could be fixing computers over here, and then I have my main job over here. I think that would be super dope. And I think, as humans, man, we should be looking into stuff that we could just turn into an income. You said it'd be more typically when I sell a site, it's 2 to 4K. Yeah, but it's probably because you know more about like you probably really know about making websites. Like I'm not explaining it. I forgot what it's called, but I only would do static websites, which is just like probably literally something like this. Like it's like there's really nothing going on except for yeah, if you click here, you're gonna jump to different pages. But it's really like I'm not explaining it because some people told me it's static. Because I told them I don't plan on getting into the deepness of the website. I don't plan on doing any of that. It's just straight up what you're gonna see on the screen. You could, of course, jump from like page to page, but it's not going to be nothing crazy. Like, I think the websites I'm going to sell, especially because there's not going to be a back end on it. Oh, yeah, that's the point. There won't be no back end. I wouldn't even feel comfortable selling someone a static front end website for 2,000 because I don't know too much about, like, I don't know everything of web dev. I just know enough of what I wanted to do. So for the sites that I would be doing, I think the appropriate cost would probably be 150 just because it's not going to be nothing near somebody who, if they know backend, could knock out. But the only thing that I've been thinking of is that I could possibly sit there and hire people who know backend, and then we could, or not hire because that would be crazy. But well, I mean, it could be like that. But I could work with people who know backend, and then I could end up we can end up doing a site while I do the front end, they take the back end, and then boom, we could do a site for like 1,000 and split 500, or depending on who found the client, they can get a little bit more. I was thinking of stuff like that, but because I would only be doing front end, if I did it by myself, there's no way someone's buying a website and I wouldn't even feel comfortable. I'd feel like I'm ripping them off for $1,000 to $2,000. That ain't even worth it. I definitely do like 150, maybe 200. But other than that, without having no back end and it just kind of being static, That's dead a ripoff. And I think I could make the website look super good, but a lot of people told me, without it having a back end, like that would be crazy to like. And I'm like, okay, so I guess I'll just go cheaper. But the plan though is never to like also. I don't plan on making websites for big companies. I've always planned on making websites for small entrepreneurs who probably can't even afford that, which sounds crazy, but I mean like, barbers who probably work in their own apartments or from their own houses, like they can't even get into a damn place, like just or someone who does lashes, someone who does nails. Like I've seen a lot of people that I've ran into where I'm like, damn, their websites look terrible, and obviously the website they're using has a good back end on it, but I feel like I can make their website look so much better, and as long as they use like Calendarly or something of the sorts, I think I could just do it way better, in my opinion, off of looking at the websites that they be having. And I'm like, of course these people aren't gonna be able to pay $1,000 to $2,000 because they're not no big company. They're like dead working for themselves, and a lot of them too are young, meaning they run through that money real quick because they have plans as vacations or they're living with their parents. They don't have no bills to pay. They just be chilling, doing something nothing. I'm like, okay, so they're definitely not gonna be able to afford no $1,000, especially if I'm not even giving them no $1,000 worth website. It would be crazy. So 154 static site is way underselling. That would be more like 500 to 1. Depending on the site, small businesses will make more revenue off your site than you sell it for them. But when I say small businesses, I'm not talking about like the store down the street. I'm dead talking about someone who's working for themselves, who probably, like, of course, when I try to demonstrate it to them, I'm gonna say you're gonna get more clients, but deep down, because they're such a small business, they probably won't get more clients because of my website because they legitimately work for themselves. They have to get their own clients themselves. So it's like that would of course be my pitch, but it's not gonna be real. Like people aren't about to sit there and really sign up because their website looks better. Like at the end of the day, they don't know anyone. So they still have to put in the work to like get people to book with them and do these clientele works. I'm gonna do these client works. I feel like the only reason why I wouldn't charge 500 is because I can't build them a booking system. Like I can't build them a booking. Where am I at? It's a successor. What the hell? What am I even rating? Graphics is a GPU that is a separate from the processor. Okay. But I can't build them a booking system from scratch. I think I would only charge $500 if I could do that. And because I can't do that, I'm definitely going towards 150 to possibly 200 depending. Especially because, at the end of the day, there's no way that someone who's just started as a barber is about to pay $1,000 or even 500 for a website. They're just not going to do it, especially if they could use a website that they're already using for free. So it's like you would really have to like do something crazy to make them want to do all that or to go with it, especially because like I said, they're younger. They're not thinking about let me build my brand or thinking about how can I get on this yacht to Hawaii. They're not going to care about none of that. Of course, it would have to be how I pitch it, but if I sat there and was like, it's 500, they're leaving me on red. Like, it just ain't gonna work. I think if it was like a small business, like maybe like a shop or like a restaurant, I think they would be a little bit more like smarter, or I don't want to say smarter, but they would be more about like their business. That if I did walk in for like a small, you know, shop, I feel like they would be like, oh yes, I will pay this because they're probably making that or making even more on the regular. But it's like when you're a barber and you're probably making they could make more than 500 a day depending on how hard they work, but I've seen some lazy barbers in my days. They probably just make enough. You're probably making 500 a day. And then it's kind of like you're just going right through it. So I doubt if I sat there and I was like, here's this website for 5. And then also too, if you're not even getting that much clients, then you're making way less than that. What, they're gonna have to save up, you know, for a week just to pay me for a website, or 2 weeks? They're not gonna do that. Trust me. That's why if I really was wanted to do it for money, it would be best for me to target people who, you know, I feel like target people who like would understand how powerful a website could be and then they would kind of just like be like, oh, okay, I got you. But the people I want to target, also too, I feel like the people I want to target is because I actually like know them, and I feel like it would be super beneficial. Like we could benefit each other, because then it's like, I already come here for this. Let me make you a website. You post me on your Instagram, post you here, do this, and then it kind of can be like a word of mouth. And since I personally know these people, I know damn well they ain't finna drop. They ain't finna drop that. Trust. It says, however, since a discrete graphics has its own memory source and power source, it provides higher performance. Sorry, I'm trying to get the difference here of this. So since a discrete graphics card, let's get into this, has its own memory. What time is it? It's 1:06. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was like, damn. Has its own memory source. I just want to get this part done because I really want to see what this PSUs? I don't even know. The power supplies, damn it. I think it's PSU, but I don't know why PCU be coming out. But I want to see what the power supply looks like. And then I kind of also want to see, like, I know they showed me what the SSD NVMe looks like, but I want to see it inside of a motherboard. Because I feel like I've never been able to point that out, ever. I've always pointed out everything else, and I have no idea what it looks like. Especially, too, because they be having sound cards or sound something. I have no clue. Those are probably the real components I don't know. But that's why I can't wait to finally buy like a desktop and really break it apart and like look at the graphics, look at this, and then put it back together. Oh my goodness. That's where the real learning is going to be, and I can't wait to do that because I will be doing it on live with y'all. I just hope I don't embarrass myself. I hope I do not embarrass myself. I mean, I probably am because it's going to be my first time doing it, but that's going to be crazy. So most commonly found in desktop PCs, laptops, and small form factor PCs can also contain discrete graphics cards. So discrete graphics cards are most commonly found in desktop PCs. So, okay, we got that. So most found in desktop PCs. And then laptops and small form factor PCs can also have a discrete graphics card. I was like, I hope I have one. Like, what the hell? I think I do. What if I didn't? No, I'm just kidding. I think I mean, I know I do, but that's wild then. So sometimes it doesn't come with one. Crazy. All right, so discrete graphics, integrated graphics. Okay, so that's the difference there. Honestly, integrated graphics, the GPU is built into the processor. This one means the GPU is separate from the processor. Oh, never mind. I think I know what it's saying. Oh, I think mine's actually is built with the processor. I believe so. I'm not sure. We gotta figure it out, man. I wouldn't know. So now that we're done here, now we got to get into the power supply, which is, let me just go and look this up because I want to find the wattage here. Of course, as y'all can see, I have a whole little course thing that me and ChatGPT came up with. It says PSU wattage indicates the maximum power. No, what the hell? It doesn't explain this button? How'd that happen? Wait a second. I could just do, stop. I want to see. What the hell? Okay, fine. Oh, now it won't pop up. That's corn. Oh, explain. Wait. Whatever, man. I guess it does it word by word. We could take notes from there, but I don't know. I don't want to trust it just in case. What if they played me? So what do 80 plus bronze, silver, gold, and titanium signify? Is that what the hell we're getting into? It says 80 plus efficiency rating shows how much power is lost as heat during conversion. PSU efficiency ratings. Is that what that's called? Wattage and efficiency rating. They're really stuck on the efficiency rating part. I see. So maybe here or PSU. Is it PCU? Do people just say C? So take AC's power from the wall. They do this. The efficiency looks like this, which comes with what? What is WH? Nope. I was gonna guess, but that just ain't it. That ain't it. Alright, so biggest thing we could do when we don't know what something is, we search it up. What does it WH mean? That is, oh, kilowatts? What? Ain't no way that's kilowatts. Why? Why is that what kilowatts looks like? Oh, right here. Okay, I'm like, where's the K? Oh, the K's right here. Wait, what the hell? I didn't even see the K. Okay, that was strange. Whatever. So I guess we're gonna look at the PCU's efficiencies ratings explained. I honestly thought platinum would have meant the best, and it's crazy how the higher you go, I mean, the lower you go, it actually gets higher in kilowatts and the price goes up. So who knows? Let's just take some notes about this power supply here. So let's go PSU efficiencies rating. Efficiencies rating. Oh my gosh, y'all, I cannot wait because that, like, I'm literally gonna, I literally believe, well, I have to film. So hopefully I could get my certification tomorrow, the JavaScript certification. And then I have to film it. And then hopefully I could have it edited by tomorrow, man. Hey, what is up, SB? But hopefully I could have it edited by tomorrow. But I'm literally going to have my certification, y'all. And it's been so long. I'm so happy to finally make that episode because, man, we did it. The only thing that's kind of annoying is that they're doing an updated version now. So, and it's not done yet. So technically I finished like the older version, I guess, or the recent older version. But either way, or I'm gonna be finishing that. Either way, it's super cool, man. And I'm just so ecstatic to be doing something that I told y'all that I was gonna do. And hopefully, tomorrow, if I can edit the video, I pray I could. Hopefully I could get that video out when cause I really think I'm gonna get that certification tomorrow. When I put in a couple more hours, I have to do a couple projects. I'm gonna be showing y'all that. It's gonna be super cool. We're finally gonna get that web dev certification or that JavaScript certification, and then boom, we make that last video of, well, someone actually commented for me to make a video about how I, learn and what courses I've done. So a part of me thinks I want to do the video about JavaScript, me getting my certification. Hopefully I get it tomorrow and I could record it and do everything. But then two, I want to make a video about what they asked for, like what my studying plan was, how I studied for it, how I got the knowledge. I also feel like I'm just not as credible because I didn't learn everything about web dev. I just learned enough to make what I wanted to do. So it's like I'm just like, I don't know if I should even make the video because I don't know everything and I didn't even get into React or Tailwind. I didn't get into backend. Well, backend is different. I guess I could just call it front end. But no, yeah, stuff like that. So it's tough. It's tough, but I'm just like, it's gonna be super cool to finally get that video out. Then I'm gonna do how I studied. And then I'm just gonna end the series with me getting my first paying client, which is gonna be so cool, man. And then finally from there, we could pivot completely to this content, which I'm even more afraid because I'm kind of like, how am I gonna make this into content? I mean, I know I've done it before, but how am I gonna make this into content? Do I plan on being motivational? Do I plan on getting deep about what I've learned? I really don't know. I'm trying to think of things. Oh, y'all know what's even more crazier too is I think the biggest thing we could do as humans is really learn a lot of things that can possibly turn into a side hustle. Now, your goal should do it because you love it, right? You do it because you really want to do it. You do it because you want to benefit other people, right? Money should never be the first reason why you do anything. But I feel like it's so cool when you work towards things that could be side hustles, even though it might not be. But when you work towards those things, so it's like if an opportunity popped up, you have yourself so ready for it to be like, let me take that. Because for instance, with YouTube, that's something that could potentially become something, right? It could be a side hustle or it could be a full-time income depending on your views and whatever the hell is happening. And I've been working on YouTube for like dummy long. So to me, I would consider that a possible side hustle. It's not complete, but it could happen one day. And then another thing is recording. You could film people. You never know if someone's like, I need a cameraman to do this, do that, do this, or just to film anything. Maybe someone's like, I just need someone to film me on my wedding day. I'll pay you, blah, blah, blah. I just don't want to pay somebody, And then you could kind of do that because you kind of knew how to film because you did it for your YouTube content. I'm not saying that I'm the best filmer, but the point is that that's something that I've been working on with my content is to really get good with my filming. So it's kind of like that could be something else. You could work on that. There's even different things like editing, right? Some people could be like, I need this video edited, or can someone edit this, yada yada. I'll pay this price. And that's something that I'm also working on with my own videos too, which is of editing. I don't think I'm the best editor, but the point is to build those skills because it can eventually become something huge. Same thing with like teaching, when as I'm learning all of this, I wouldn't teach web dev because I didn't learn everything, so it wouldn't feel like I'm doing it for the right reason. But if I continue to learn, IT support and I get really deep into it and then I get super far into it, you can make these into courses and actually make these courses like teach like someone can actually get value from it and will actually learn. Cuz something that I really don't like that I'm doing right now is I'm kind of like self-teaching myself. So, you said why don't you install an ad blocker? I mean, I feel like I don't really care for them to pop up. I mean, if it bothers y'all, my fault, but for me, I don't really mind it. What was I just about to get into? But damn, what the hell was I just talking about? No, no, no. Oh yeah, so I forgot, but I'm just gonna jump back to what I was saying. So I was saying that you can make like courses and courses that actually give value to people, and then that can become an income. Cause that was what I was about to say. Cause for me right now having to learn like IT support or even the fundamentals of IT, and I'm kind of like trying to guide myself because there's not really like a course out there, or there probably is a course, but it's just so expensive. Like Google IT support, $50 a month, and I doubt I would finish it in a month. So then you got to think about how much that really would be if it took me 3 months or if it took me 4 months. It's like, oof, like I wouldn't want all that. 3 months, 150, 4 months, 200, like nah, that ain't gonna happen. I think I did the math right. So, oh damn, my phone kind of died. I don't even know how. Oh, my PS5 is off. Damn, I forgot my PS5 was charging it. I done turned it off. So which changes depending. But yeah, so you can make courses, which could be used. You could also be like a little side hustle as well, fixing phones, doing this. Like that's why I always think, as humans, man, we just need to learn all these skills, regardless if your goal is to make it a side hustle or not. Because my goal was never to make anything into a side hustle. Well, except for web dev, and then possibly fixing phones and stuff. But I was realizing like all the skills that I'm low key learning by accident, like filming, editing, knowing when music should play, learning about sound effects. Don't think I'm the best at it, but the goal is like you're learning as you do. And it's crazy because I'm like, damn, if I had confidence in my work though, I feel like there could have been many times where I could have applied to things and been an editor or been like a filmer. But I'm just like, I know there's a lot more to filming than just holding like your phone up. But that's the goal, man, just to continue learning, keep growing, and at some point with this knowledge that I have now, who knows if in the future if I buy like a really good camera and then I start using that camera to film, and then boom, I get an opportunity to film for somebody else or film somebody's like I said, like wedding. You can literally film anything. People need filmers or photographers too. Photographers would be good, and with the thumbnails that you take, obviously I don't have a good camera for like thumbnails, so I just kind of use my phone and do whatever. And I try to think of better thumbnails, but also being a thumbnail maker too. That's something else people be looking at. Oh, you said did I use Linux? My bad. For some reason I didn't see your message. Um no, I don't. I believe I don't. I'm not even sure, honestly. If you're talking about like for IT support, I would say no because I haven't really. I'm on day 12 and I only get like an hour a day to study, so really what I'm learning is just straight up what I'm learning. I'm trying to get the fundamentals down first because I really don't know anything about computers. Um, I think even right now, if you were to ask me, well, I know that a GPU, I finally learned a GPU was a graphics card like on day three, but I would have never in a million years before day three been able to tell you the difference between a graphics card and a CPU. Wouldn't have been able to do it. So my goal is to kind of try and get at least the fundamentals down. So when I do go for the network, CompTIA A plus, which of course I'm gonna need to really, study specifically for the CompTIA A plus, and not just be like going around the place. But as of right now, I want to make sure that when the CompTIA A plus does pop up, I do know a lot of the basics, or I know what they would be teaching me about. Because if I just jump straight to CompTIA A plus teaching, CompTIA A plus teaching expects you to know about the basics of a computer. And since I feel like I don't, then that's where I'm kind of at right now. But I don't know how much of this is like the basics. Like, what is the basics of a computer? I have no idea. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of jumping around the place because I really kind of don't know where to start, where to begin. And that's why I can't wait because for me, I really want to make a course on this, even if it never becomes a career, but even, at the end of the day, it's becoming knowledge that I'm gonna have. I really would love to make a course on this so that other people would not have to go through what I'm going through right now. And then I probably would charge it, but I feel like I would make it cheap. I like $50 a month is crazy. I'm thinking like 20. Like make it a Netflix subscription. Actually, I think Netflix even got more expensive at that point. Netflix be going crazy. Oh, I forgot y'all are not on this camera. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I've been documenting this entire journey so far for learning IT support for 12 days. But if y'all know anything about me or haven't heard already, I've been documenting my web dev journey for about 7 months and I documented the entire thing. So this isn't just going to be something where oh, I'm just going to pop up for 20 days and then quit or 30 days and then quit. No, this is going to be something that I plan on sticking to for a good like 9 months, maybe even a year. But filming wise, I'm not sure how long I'm going to film it for. I'm thinking another 7 months. And then depending on where I'm at from there, I might pivot for the content, but not in the, like, it will stay in the background. Or it would just 100% be like it's just gonna stay that way until I become a network engineer. We're gonna have to see in the moment. But this is definitely gonna be super cool, and I really do plan on documenting the entire journey, the entire process. But don't be surprised, if you see web dev content, because I'm still trying to close out that series on my YouTube video content. But eventually, we're about to, I believe, like next week, I have a feeling that next week we're gonna drop 3 videos on web dev, and then boom, we're gonna be able to pivot to IT support content. So if you really want, IT support content and also, of course, watching me be on live every single day at 12 p.m. or 12:30 p.m. EST, definitely hit that subscribe button. You will not be disappointed. There will be plenty of content for you to watch or for you to see. And you'll be starting with me technically, even though it's day 12. Y'all aren't too far from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like where I started. So definitely be super lit if you stayed with me from now all the way to like day 100 or 7 months or whatever. Like, wow. And then y'all are going to legitimately see my growth as we keep this pushing. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you hit that like button and you hit that subscribe button, man. I'm really going to stay consistent. That's the biggest thing too for me. It's like, yeah, I have goals when it comes to IT support, YouTube, stuff like that. But my biggest goal in life is to always do number one, to always do what I say I'm gonna do. So I'm really trying to preach that, especially for this channel. If you say you're gonna do something, get up, study every day, go do it, right? But then also too, I want to be able to, I feel like stay disciplined. That's like one of my biggest things is like, there's things outside of this sometimes where I would want to do something and I just can't stay as disciplined on it. So I feel like when you build up your discipline, especially through things like this, for one, trying to post every day on YouTube or go live every day on YouTube, that is discipline in itself. But then also, two, to study every day for IT support, that is also discipline in itself. And I'm realizing you build discipline in one area of your life, it's really easy to carry it over to other areas of your life. And you start kind of learning secrets or tips for yourself on how to stay disciplined, how to stay focused, how to, learn efficiently, things like that. And that's really the goal for this channel, is to hopefully inspire people to, stay disciplined or motivate people to do what they have to do, man. Because if I can get up every day and study for about an hour or 30 minutes, you could do it too, man. I do not care if you have 20 minutes out of your day of free time. Use that time to study. It can build up to learning a bunch, because the biggest thing in life to also know is that, yes, there may be some people who are just naturally smarter, right? They might be smarter. It's like they can kind of just get it like that. But the person who is smarter and let's say they study once a week because they feel like they're so smart, like so much more smarter. If you study every day for about 30 minutes to an hour compared to that person, you eventually are going to like zoom by them, because it's kind of like you're just feeding yourself more knowledge anyway, and you're eventually going to, the consistency is just going to continue to push you up there. Because if that person's learning once a week for an hour or 3 hours, they're probably just learning half of what you got through the week or for the week. Did I say that right? Y'all get what I'm saying. The way it's coming out is just it's not working. But make sure I'm hitting that sub button. That's all I was trying to get at. We got the efficiency level. I'm not too positive. I mean, should we write this? Can I copy this? Is this an image? Damn. I was hoping that it was an image so I didn't have to write all of this. Just because I don't really know exactly everything that's popping. Oh, damn, this is all about the PSU. They ain't playing these power supplies, bruh. What? I'm gonna take a note on this and I guess kind of write down these kilowatts, but the only thing that's I feel like throwing me off, but maybe it's because I didn't really read what I was writing. No, yeah, because it's not talking about it. It's not talking about what I thought it would have said, because I kind of would want an explanation of this. Does this mean it's more powerful? It's just kind of talking about 80% efficiency. It could deliver 80, while 20 is lost as heat. The efficiency range of 80 to 96%. I probably have to do a little bit more of a deep dive on that one. Because for me, it's kind of like, oh wait, so when you do go up to platinum, it is higher. But that was this, titanium. I don't even see titanium on here. They only have bronze, silver, typical low PCU. Like that's all they got. They don't even care. All right, let's go and just take some of these down real quick. I just want to make sure we're getting this down pat. But no, yeah, man. Hey, what is up? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I think it's Bakri 99. I'm not sure. I could have pronounced that totally incorrectly. But what is up, my guy? But no, yeah. And I just hope that, the more topics that we run into on this channel, hopefully can continue to inspire people to, get up and actually, do some things, man. Do some things. Because eventually, it doesn't have to just be tech. It can eventually turn into boxing. What if I wanted to get into boxing? Or I want to get into working out? Or I want to get into, just different things like that? I would document it. As of right now, it's simply been tech. But I plan to document everything that I end up getting into just so, if you ever needed someone to do it side by side with, boom, I'm gonna be right here. And especially too when I document like me ever doing like boxing or doing something and I really want to get into it, I feel like I would still live stream. I think I would live stream a lot of it. And then, same thing, it would also be content or like recorded content as well. Like this channel, I know it feels like super small now, but the thoughts that I have for this channel, like it's gonna be huge. There's gonna be so many different things that we're gonna be getting into that I will be legitimately documenting from day one. Like I hate those videos, and I'm not saying those videos are bad, but those videos where it's like I spent 90 days or I spent 100 days using this or doing this, and here's like the outcome. And I get it gets a lot of views because a lot of people, they do really want to see you be up, right? They don't really care about the whole journey sometimes, or they do, but they only care about it after they found out that you did it. And in those videos they just kind of explain how they did it. My goal is to just show you straight up. Like if someone were to be like, let's say I'm a network engineer in the future, if someone were to be like, yo, where did you start? I would legitimately send them to my YouTube channel. I'd be like, this is where I started day one right here. It was legit my day one. This is really what I'm doing on my day 12. I'm not doing anything outside of this except for what I'm doing on the screen for day 12. So it's like, I would legitimately show it to them. And I think that would just be super cool. And they're probably going to be hearing this back and be like, damn, can she stop talking about it? Like, damn, girl. But I think that's actually pretty cool too, that even now me talking about it and the fact that in the future people might come back to these, that's insane. That's insane. So then I'm not really sure why we are being shown a price here, but I guess 80 plus silver. 80 plus silver PCU. I'm surprised the price drops the higher it goes. I really thought it would have been more expensive, honestly. So maybe I could be wrong here. I'm not sure. So where am I at? I'm doing silver, and then I just kind of wanted to get the kilowatts real quick. just so I can kind of break it down on what this is trying to tell me somewhere else. What time is it? Damn, it's 1:30. It's about that time. I guess I'll just leave this open. Probably do this off camera because tomorrow is my day off, so I could probably just write the rest. I'm only on these two here. I'm only on gold and what the hell? I'm only on gold and okay, please stop. And platinum. But let me go and jump and transition this camera right quick. I need to get my hotkey so y'all don't gotta see that ever again. But I'm gonna put my pencil to the side. Kind of want to help you all. There we go. Does that look better? Kind of looks a little bit too high, but you know what? Why does this keep changing? This is just so strange to me. It's supposed to say study and talk, but then every time I change that, the other one changes too. That doesn't make sense. Study and talk, damn it. There we go. Bruh, I was like, oh, my lamp's all up in the grill. Like, what the hell? Give me a second. That was crazy. That was wild. But y'all, we're nearing the end of this. If y'all have any questions, anything that I could answer, I like to do like a little Q&A at the end. But if y'all don't have nothing to really ask, then that's okay. I could just yap it up. But if you just ended up joining here, make sure you end up hitting that sub button. I go live every single day, 12:30 p.m. EST. Well, actually, tomorrow is my day off, so I might go live at a different time, and that sucks because I just kept telling y'all that. But tomorrow is my day off, so I'm probably gonna go live actually a little bit later, maybe 4, if that makes sense. Because some of y'all might be at church, so I gotta do 4. I gotta do 4 p.m. We'll see. Y'all see when I go live. But on my days that I don't work, it's always 12:30 p.m. EST. Said, are you posting in LinkedIn? I'm not, which I need to. I did make a LinkedIn, but I don't want people to know what my LinkedIn is, so I do gotta make sure that I start posting there. But I did currently stop. I shouldn't have though. So what material are you using for the study? The only thing I'm using for the study of IT and components is I'm just honestly looking up. I kind of made like my own what is it called? My own like modules, and me and ChatGPT did it together. Right now we're focusing on hardware, but I don't have like a specific course to follow. Like this is just stuff that I've just been using. I've literally been looking it up on websites and picking any website and just learning from it. So for instance, something I really wanted to learn about was the efficiency rating for the PSU. Who knows if I need to learn it or not because I don't have a damn like tutorial. I don't have no course. I'm kind of just trying to come up with things on as I move, but I really wanted to learn about that, so I just ended up searching it up, picked whatever website had it, and then studying it. So, I guess what I could say is that I just made a little like roadmap or course with ChatGPT, and who knows how that would go? Because sometimes ChatGPT they don't be knowing nothing. So I could be learning the basics or not, and that's crazy. You said only theory or practical knowledge. I'm not too sure what you mean by that answer. Because at first I thought you were probably going to say, like, only. I thought it was going to say only practical knowledge, or, like, are you eventually going to get to, like, the physical part of things? But I'm not sure what you mean by only theory or practical knowledge. I do plan on. I will say this if it answers your question, which I probably won't, because I don't really understand the theory part. But I do plan on looking for different types of documentation, trying to take hella notes, and then eventually I plan on getting hands-on, trying to see if I could pinpoint certain components, certain things like that, just so I could get to that point of knowing about computers in a deeper level. And I guess my first goal would be after all that, my first goal would be trying to completely study for the CompTIA A+, and then pass that certification, because that is one of the basic certifications that people in IT end up getting. So I'm not sure if that helped or not. But that's what I should be getting into. That is what I should be getting into. So it's gonna be super lit, man. It's gonna be super damn lit. I cannot wait. But I'm gonna go and head out, y'all. I love talking to y'all. Y'all are super dope, unless there's another question that pops through as I say this. But make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button or hit that like button if you haven't. It still pushes this video out, which I'll be very thankful for. I'm exhausted if y'all can't tell. I don't know why the hell I'm hella tired for some reason. Probably need to get some vitamin D. Hey, what is up, Mobile? What is up? What is up? If you're new here, man, hit that sub button because I'm about to dip. Hit that sub button. Join me tomorrow at probably around 4 p.m. EST. Or, yeah, I'd probably say 4 p.m. EST, maybe something around that time. Hopefully it's that time, y'all, because I do want to come on a little bit later to try and hit everybody who will be free on Sundays. So I think that'll be pretty lit. I do got to go to work today, so that's why I got to sign out. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. And thank y'all for joining me on this journey. Thank y'all so much, like truly from the bottom of my heart, for even tuning into these live streams. Like, man, like we had a little bit of like a dry spout when it came to these live streams, but I think YouTube finally learned who to recommend my audience to. And I'm just happy to even be having like 10 to 13 people chilling on my live stream, bro. That's amazing. And hopefully we can continue to grow from here. But if not, I'm still super thankful for y'all. Like, I think there was a good 12, 13, like 10 people, right? That were just like chilling here for dummy long. So I'm so thankful for that. If y'all have any tips on how and what I should learn for computer fundamentals, if y'all think I already know enough fundamentals to kind of transition to CompTIA A plus work, let me know. Or if y'all think there's a certain route I should go, y'all could write that in the comments below. Because I am about to sign off, so don't write it in the chat. You can write it in the comments below. Either text me on Instagram or Discord, and y'all could do it like that just to let me know the route y'all think I should be going. But if y'all just tuned in and just hopped in right now, hit that sub button. I'll be catching y'all tomorrow on day 13. I will be going live every single day learning these IT fundamentals and hopefully planning on becoming a network engineer. This is day 12, signing off. Love y'all so much. Deuces. I wish I could have stayed longer. I'm sorry. I couldn't. I wish I could have stayed longer, man, but we gotta go. Love y'all. What is up, y'all? This is Marzi. How are y'all doing? I'm going to switch this to day 13. My bad for starting late today. I did say I was probably going to do more or less around 4, but then things ended up coming up. We did a couple of family things today, so I thought maybe it's okay, right? We have an excuse to be coming on at a later time. So right now, oh damn, me wearing red is not good for this study and talk. Oh wow, it's over here. This study and talk thing right here. It is not good whatsoever. Real quick, let me go and open up the chat. At the end of the day, man, the goal is to always hop on and try to get some studying in, and I'm so happy that we're gonna be able to do it today. And I'm low-key debating because it is more or less like a day off, a little bit of a weekday of doing maybe playing that like computer game, because at least for one it's like a video game, but it also teaches very well instead of trying to like learn something. But then also too that I'm thinking about is maybe I could do a couple of minutes of studying this particular topic and then maybe just like kind of yapping. Who knows? I guess we're gonna just see how this ends up going. Let me get my TV right. Bammers. Okay, yes, but today we ended up spending a lot of time with some family. We ended up eating with a certain family member, and then we moved on to another family member's house. So now I'm finally home. I might have been wearing the same outfit for another live stream, but that was because that outfit was just like for home. But now we took the outfit outside. Okay, so y'all know what we're doing. So let's finally go and immediately jump into what we will be studying for today. I don't really have a specific website for this one. I might have to go with what AI ended up getting. So let's go and jump to the screen right here, right to the live screen, and pretty much we're getting into the PSU, which is the power supplies wattage, and exactly what it is. I don't really have, like I said, any websites here that can kind of explain it. I mean, granted, this does say kind of like the definition for the PC components, but other than that, I feel like this says it very well. And let me know, by the way, if you actually know, what that answer is. And then that probably means y'all could tell me whether or not AI got that correct, which I feel like they did, because AI normally, like, when they get things wrong, it's like different things that they get wrong, not necessarily that. Let me delete this real quick because I don't understand what this is doing here. We're going to delete that, and then we're going to have to add. Sorry, my bad. I know y'all can see literally everything that I'm doing right now, but at least y'all get a little bit of the behind the scenes. I want to add this text source. I'm going to do a new text source, and then we're just going to call this goal and studying fundamentals, something like that. Maybe that could be good. And then just kind of shrink that. Sorry, I keep having to do this every live stream because for some reason it just will not stay. So there we go. So now y'all can see what the goal is for today. I don't suspect a lot of people are going to hop on today because it is strange timing. I don't normally hop on at this time, but let's just get into it. Who really cares about that? So we already got into the PSUs, which is the power supplies. I don't know if it's PSU or PCU, but either way, it is the power supplies efficiency rating. We got a lot into that, but I feel like I'm still a little bit lost when it comes to what that necessarily means. So we're just gonna flip the page, and eventually maybe we can dive back into a couple of those things. But I really want to focus on the PSU's wattage, the power supply's wattage. Like, what does that necessarily mean? And what if I get a power supply that has a very low wattage? Does that just mean like I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no clue. Does this affect like games running? Does this affect the computer staying on long enough? Is this like the battery life? So let's go and figure it out. So we're kind of reading the first thing on what it is, and this is a AI overview. So let me know if this is correct or not. If you know enough about IT, maybe y'all can definitely come and help me there. So let's go maximum. And also too, my fault is normally, on my days off, I kind of like to hop on around like 5 or 6ish. And I probably should have said that yesterday, because since y'all are so used to 12 p.m., I feel like that's why a lot of y'all be coming at that time. Mainly it's always like a good 5 people immediately. Right now it's not really hitting those numbers, and that's probably because, y'all probably expected it to be at a different time, and that is completely my fault. Another thing too is that they ended up opening like this new shop near me, and I guess they're offering, free drinks or whatever, and that ended up really clogging like the road for a while. So then that was even crazier. Today was just pretty much very hectic, but hey, I got in a good meal. I ate some pasta, and then I ended up eating some nachos, and then got to spend some time with family. So I thought that was pretty dope. Now, real quick, what is the title of this? Okay, I just want to see because unless maybe I should probably switch that title. But we'll see. So to determine the wattage you need, so this is important as well. Calculate your system's power draw, then choose the PSU with a higher wattage, at least 1.4 to 1.5 the calculated value to account for spikes in future upgrades. You can check a PSU's current wattage on its label or use an online calculators for a specific build. Okay. So that's actually pretty strange. So you're telling me I could possibly have a PSU that doesn't really have enough wattages for what I would need, pretty much. But they're probably talking about, or they're assuming that this is like a computer that you just bought that is like newish. Who knows? Maybe I'm tripping. Real quick, I'm gonna jump back to this camera here, just because I want to go and see a few things. We're gonna go back. Just want to go and edit a title real quick. Let me see. What did I have before? I think it was like this. So maybe if I did this, copied. Give me 1 second. 1 second. This should be rather quick. Okay, I love how it's not. Love how it's not rather quick. No, yeah, but it should. Give me 1 more second. Bam, and then now we're back on. Hey, what is up, everybody? How are y'all doing? My bad, I'm about to switch screens right now. Give me a second. Jump forward. Bammers. Here is where everything... Oh, wait, sorry. I kind of want to open this up real quick so I can see how that's running. But alright. We got to determine the wattage you need. There is a calculation that needs to occur here. So we got calculate your system's draw or your power draw. So that's important. Calculate systems power draw. By the way, how has y'all Sundays been so far? I think I already talked about how mine's been. Yeah, I was just talking about everything I did today. Been pretty good, but let me know how y'all Sundays have been. If you want to type that in the chat, that'd be super dope. I'm assuming most of you probably have today off of work or today off of school. So definitely let me know. But I think we're all kind of like around the same age. I kind of wonder what is everybody low-key doing? Like, are we in school? And as in like college, or are we at work? Are we studying for something greater? I actually just learned about this place today as well, where I could kind of see if they have certain certifications and they also get paid for when you go there. Get it in like a year or less, and boom, you could be working like making big bucks doing crazy stuff. Of course, you got to start from somewhere, but then you rise up in that company, man. I'm like, I wouldn't mind getting into for the time being, like getting into electricity. I think that would be dope. But of course, that ain't it. That ain't it for right now, but we gotta end up rising up and getting into that at some point, man. I just can't wait to like see the changes and really just grow in life. That's like my biggest thing and my biggest motivator is always remember that you're doing these things because you want to grow in life, you want to do better, you have goals, and it's just that'll be amazing. So saying you could check a PSU's current wattage on its label, so that's good. But that's why, I really just hope this channel can encourage people to pretty much, do the same, man. Just wake up every day, try and become and be better every day. Learn something, always continue learning. Learning is really key if you want to honestly make it in this life. If you don't have skills that people can pay you for, then it's like, what are you doing, man? And a lot of people just sit back and wait until their 30s to figure it out. And it's okay if you do that, because there's still time to figure it out. But imagine if you had it all figured out in your 20s, how freeing you could feel in your 30s. But also having kids can really be like, and I don't want to say your downfall, because I think kids are a beautiful thing to have. I'm not saying it's your downfall, but when you do have kids, and let's say you're not financially prepared for it, it hits you hard, and it's kind of hard to get out of that rut, especially the more kids that you have. So that's why you always got to be just super damn prepared when it comes to, trying to, like, doing certain things like that, man. It's tough. So here it says how to determine the right one. You would calculate your needs, which you already got to. add a safety margin. It's crucial to add a buffer for safety and upgrade. So yeah, we already basically pretty much wrote that all down. Now I feel like the thing is, I pretty much know how to pick the right one for me. But what if I did a power supply that was like way over my wattage that was needed? Is it just like I'm spending unnecessary money? Like what would happen? So we're gonna enter the CPU information, which I don't even know, but whatever, we'll just figure it out. Mine's is AMD. I don't know which other thing, so I'm gonna just go with the 4. We're just gonna guess. I have a Ryzen 9. Where's my Ryzen 9? I'm assuming, oh, there's multiple Ryzen 9s. They didn't tell me which one. I think it might be this one. Who cares? We're guessing at this point. So we got the manufacturer. We got NVIDIA is Model 1. And then we got GeForce. I can see this right here, but I just don't know. Mine says RTX Studio. I don't see Studio. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? We don't really. This doesn't matter. Let's go 1. I don't even have a fan. Actually, then let's just do that. ATX. Let's do ATX. Calculate. And let's just see what pops up. I did random stuff, but you know, we want to see. So they're telling me that this is probably the wave. This is what I need to look into. The only thing, oh, and it's 80 plus, and it's also, I think that is titanium, okay. But are they all titanium? Like, do you want to make sure everything you get is titanium? Oh no, this one's platinum. So what is the difference here? Is it higher or lower? I mean, it has more wattages, so you can compare. It says you can compare all. I don't know. I still kind of don't understand it in a way. I mean, I get it, like, in the math aspect of things, but I'm wondering if I were to get one that was, like, over, you know, it has too much wattages, could that break my computer, or would that be better? So, like, what if I bought the most watts PSU would, like, I don't know what would happen. I don't even know how to ask that question. Says your devices will only draw the power they require, so no damage will occur. Also, it's probably like you're just wasting money then. But it says, in fact, having a powerful PSU is often beneficial as it can increase efficiency when running at a lower load and provides a buffer for future upgrades or overclocking. So it's kind of like there's not really a danger for it, but it's kind of like maybe you're sitting there spending more money than you actually have to, in a way. So it's kind of like, But if you guys are new here, man, make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button. So we ended up getting a lot of the PSU or the power supply information here, which I think was actually super goated. I think that was very much helpful. And honestly, we could probably move on from this part of things. Let me go and jump this camera back over here, because I believe the last thing we really need to get into for this week, because I had a whole week module today, by the way. That's if y'all are wondering, like, where did I get all this information? I tried to make it, like, week by week of what needs to be studied. And I honestly think... Where's that game? Where's that? Okay, right here. So I already did basically everything from the power supply to the motherboard layout. Next, yes, and that was week 1. So that actually makes sense that I pretty much got through that. Well, I think it was week 1. I'm not sure. Learning every computer part. And then 2, for module 2, we wanted to get into the specs and the performance. So maybe I don't need to learn too much about wattage today anyway. I could probably save that for a little bit later. But I think today, because today's supposed to be more of a chill day anyway, you know, we pretty much ended on that. And so what I could do is that there is this PC game that I got. And this PC game is actually very helpful when it comes to learning about computers. I know some people, they might disagree, but I think it's pretty much helpful when it comes to learning about computers. So let's go and open this game up pretty much. And we're just gonna go and see if it opened. What the hell? Because what I'm thinking is that we can at least get this. Oh, I need to open Epic, but for some reason. Sorry, by the way, if I don't have like it doesn't have a background for some reason. I don't know why that happened. I think it might have been like an update. So for some reason, I can't get this damn game open. Epic is supposed to be open. That's why. Where's Epic? Did I even download? Oh, it's right here. My fault. No, please. Oh my goodness, it has to update. Let me just update that real quick. Hopefully my PC doesn't have to turn off. But for the time being, then I guess we'll just kind of shift back to this camera until then. But then it ends up opening, and then I'd be screwed because I need to like break the game. I mean, leave the game to then get into it. But with this game, though, it should have pretty much helped with a lot of the parts. So let me go and see now. I think it should be open. There we go. It's a pretty good game for learning about computers, and it really just breaks down everything. So I kind of really want to open this. I'm probably going to play just for a little bit. I want to be able to see if I could point out different things that these computers have and stuff like that. And I think that would be just super damn dope. Also today too, I was going to do a Bible study online. I'm still kind of debating on it, whether I should do it or not. But I'm not too sure what I'm going to be doing. We're just going to keep this pushing, at least get day 13 out of the way in a way. So now this game should be on, and I kind of want to do a new game because I broke it. We don't gotta talk about it, but when I was playing this demo for a second, I low-key broke it. If y'all are new here, though, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. This isn't always about playing this game. I only want to do it for today just because it's Sunday, and I'm relaxing, so it's normally about, like, actual studying. I feel like with this game, though, it is definitely helpful when it comes to learning about PCs and what PC parts look like, and of course you could do it with actual, you know, like watching YouTube videos, but we're just gonna end up getting into a little bit of this today. So we already kind of played this previously if y'all were here, but probably not. And we're gonna try to actually follow like the rules before I broke the whole laptop apart and then I screwed myself. So like you literally, this is just so cool. Cause it's like you take these screws off, you pull it off from the side, and you can kind of pinpoint what everything is and where everything is. So what I kind of already know based on looking at computers is that down there is where the power supply is. And then these are the PCI covers. Like this game has actually told me a lot about what this stuff looks like. So it seems like we're going to be removing 2 of them and not all of them. But here's where the power supply is all the way down here. I'm assuming this is the CPU, but it's being guarded by like this fan type of thing. We have the RAM right here, kind of right under it. And then last but not least, I can't really see anything else. I feel like there's probably more. Maybe the SD card, but that might be like in the back or something. Or the SSD, sorry. Yeah, because this is a little bit different. So then all we got to do is go and install this GPU, and then that's kind of where we're at and so what the GPU looks like. So it's a pretty good game for teaching you about computers and doing stuff like that. So then all we got to do is put the PC lock back on. Screw this, screw that. And then you're kind of pretty much set. And then I guess there's some wiring that comes here. So this is a graphics card connector point. You're going to grab it. And then you're going to, well, I swear I grabbed it, but I don't know. Oh, you're going to grab it and then you're going to plug it down there, which I'm assuming is mainly behind the scenes. It looks like it's going through the bottom, low-key. Yeah, it is what it's doing. So it's also trying to teach you about how the power connectors go on. I'm not sure how realistic that is, though, with the power selectors. But I think this is super, super dope, man. And because it's just very helpful for showing you what everything really looks like. You exit and you move on. This is still a demo. I might buy the full game if I feel like it's really helpful. But if it's not, then it's like, alright. So now we got to turn on the PC, click P. Now, bam. So I guess that was our own PC there. I guess that was our own PC. We can go and open this up. But yeah, I just want to give myself a little bit of a break today from studying. We practically finished, you know, the beginning part, which is just fine. So they want me to do this one, which is just like doing a red case, which should, I guess, be simple. It says click left, go to this PC. So I know last time I screwed this up because I wanted to break apart the PC and I couldn't figure out how to put it back together. So let's try and actually do what they want me to do. We kind of know what every part finally looks like, which I think is super easy now. Very ecstatic about that. Where would I want to plug this in? Do I want to plug it in up there or back here? Probably keep everything back here. That's probably where everything's going to be anyway. So this is kind of I could put it right next to it. Wow. That's actually super cool. Damn. Okay, so now what? Now the cables are in. We hit that power on button or something. It's saying it's not plugged in. Oh, we have one more. Go right there. Okie doke. So now what? Now we hit that power button. We hop on this monitor, and then we gotta clear these viruses. Obviously, this is a little bit like, this is a little bit janky, especially when they make us go through the BIOS as well. I'm not sure exactly what the BIOS looks like. But man, this is just actually fun, man. Let's clean these files up. 428 files, time elapsed. I cannot wait though, because I've been playing 2K, like, all up for like fun on the weekends, man, and it's just super cool. I love playing 2K. Alright, so this is complete. Let's go and ship this away. Last time I screwed myself. I guess we could break apart another laptop for fun. Not that one. So now we can come back here and then just collect the payment and everything's fine. And then here is the water cooler. Oh wait, oops, put that back. And I guess we're doing something with the water cooling. So I think this is actually going to be lit. I can't wait to do this one. If we could do this correctly. Because I don't know, something always be happening. So you want me to remove this part, which is the part blocking it. So this is probably like a, it's not, I forgot what it's called, but it's, I guess technically the same thing. So they want me to remove this GPU, and I guess we're replacing the GPU maybe? Oh wait, no, I don't think we're replacing it. We just want to get rid of the thing. But we do got to remove this GPU by unscrewing these things over here. Bam, able to pop it out. Now, let's go and install this water-cooled GPU. Oh wait, there's more to review, to remove. Oh no, this was this one where I couldn't figure it out. I still can't figure it out. I don't understand. They're not telling me anything. Let me see, because they make it seem like we can click something like over here. Yeah, no. This is like the one that keeps bothering me. I don't understand. I'm gonna have to look this up. Apparently there's missing parts. You have to boot it on. This is the cool stream. There's still a couple more things to remove here. Which, I don't know what that would be. Let me see. Maybe we gotta get something on this side. Nope, this is literally what happened the last time. Could it be like the SD? Yeah, nope. What about this? Remove the radiator. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? Actually, no, I think I already tried going through the back. But what I'm thinking is you can't remove the radiator because it has a wire connected. Meaning you have to do something to where that wire here could be disconnected, but it wants to act like you can't disconnect it. I'm not sure. Hey, what is up, DHS? I am not sure. So they said the zoom, rotate, move. What I'm probably gonna do is just get a random laptop and just break it completely open. PC can boot the OS. Is that something that they want me to try? Try to turn this on or something? I like how that's the only thing that works though. Low key. Could it be these wires? Yeah, no. Maybe they want me to click on a specific screw. Yeah, no. Because I'm assuming it's kind of maybe like, maybe I can't get in there is what they want to play around with. And to get in there, you need to unscrew some more. I'm not sure, man. I hate this damn game. It's like, it'd be fun, but then it's like, so what am I supposed to do? Just unscrew this top? I'm gonna try one more time. Yeah, no, this is just delusion. There's just no way. Then my GPU needs water cooling. I can't even install anything. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to figure this one out. And I don't know what the hell is happening here. Oh. Oh my goodness. So I should have known. So water cooling is something you do outside. Okay, whatever. We figured it out. We're putting the GPU over here. And then I guess we're going to do water cooling because it has water on it. Oh my goodness, what the hell? I've never seen a GPU look like this. So now we're going to remove the old thermal, which is what this looks like. I wonder how realistic this is compared to like really doing this to a real computer. Add new thermal. patches. Oh, ours is red. Why is mine doing like the Dougie, bro? All right, perfect. We got new thermal paste. Next, we need to remove to replace the thermal paste. Thermal paste is an important part of PC building as it increases the efficiency of heat transfer between the CPU and its sink. So this is obviously something that's real that I need to take note of. This is a little bit like all over the place, but my notebook, but hey, listen, it's all good. Let's take a note of this. And we got to hit them with the thermal paste, which is an important part. We got to get that. Important part of PC building. I cannot wait to end up buying a PC and just breaking it all apart. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. We actually do a bunch of learning, but today I really, as of Sunday, I wanted it to be more of a chill day, so we're just going to play a game that is kind of about PC building anyway. So it could hopefully help me with a bit of learning, like how I'm taking a realistic note right now of this damn thing. I wonder if I can get a video out today, because today there needs to be a video. I don't know. So transfer between CPU and its heat sink, which helps it prevent from overheating. So prevents overheating, which is pretty dope. We're going to leave that there. Let's jump forward. So we're going to need this. We're going to have to remove this little circle. Is it always a circle? I wonder. Probably not. Probably really less. So now we gotta apply this thermal paste. Oh wait, did I mess that up? So hold left click to paste it. Oh, okay. I guess we keep going. Wait, how much thermal paste do I put? They're trying to make me exit now. Assuming that much. Then you want to add this back on top. Oh shoot, this is gonna be a lot of screws. Yeah, I was gonna say I saw it from a mile away. Let's screw all this in. Perfection, perfection, perfection. Flip it over. Kind of pick this up, throw it away. And I guess we're putting that back into the computer. Oops, I picked it up. Alright, perfect. Damn, this game is low-key cool as hell. Low-key. Do people really be playing this game? So now we're going to install that wiring again to the power supply, which we got done. So select piping. And whoa, we need to create a single loop to allow the water to flow around and cool all the water-cooled components. So let's start here. What the heck? Oh, I would never be able to do this, bruh. I'm gonna be like, what do you want me to do? And then having to go diagonal is crazy work. I mean, maybe I could understand that. And then now we low-key gotta go and install. Let's just go with this yellow fleck. Wow. That is insane. It says PC can boot up. So now what? How do we boot this damn PC? Oh, I think we gotta install the case. So the water cooling part is done. Now we gotta come back and where is everything? We need to install the PC parts, which should be the side panel, I believe. Right? Or did we never put the GPU back in? No, I think we did. And then I think we need to plug in these wires. How do I boot this computer? Am I tripping? Oh, now they're letting me remove everything again. I hate when they do this. I don't know. Let me see this wire. Oh, yeah, no. No. Damn. I don't know. What do we have? I have to check. Hi, Marty. Hey, what is up, Lotta? It says it's not too difficult. The manual world help in that case. No facts. It must be like the PC cover thing. Am I skipping that? No, because the GPU's in there. Everything looks fine. Oh, the PC lock. Almost forgot about that. So now maybe we can end up installing. There's something to remove, it looks like. PC can boot up. Am I forgetting something? Let me see. What about this PC cover now? Yeah, nah. It's not the PC cover. It definitely is not this. I don't think they'll let me install it, to be honest. Yeah, it's definitely not that. That has to be it. Oh, remove components. So I must have just put something on for no reason. Wait, what the hell? What popped up? You know, I don't know. There's something going on here. I don't know how to boot this PC. Oh, maybe I click power. Oh no, because these wires need to be plugged in, but they won't let me plug them in. And it's funny too, because it's talking about it not being plugged in. It's like, yeah, no crap. Now how, like, help? Help me plug this in, bruh. What the hell? Why can't I click on these wires? Oh, I gotta click cable. Are you kidding me? That was something else. I mean, I guess it's fun when you finally start to learn it a little bit of what you gotta do. I might buy this game. I'm not even kidding. So now let's boot up the PC. There we go. This is dope as hell. And I can select a wallpaper for them. First of all, why the hell do they have Illuminati on here? I don't like all that. We ain't playing. Alright, let's do that. And let's add a program. I don't know. I just want to add something. Insert the USB drive into the PC. That is so cool. Okay, so that's done. The PC booted up. Now, place a delivery. Let's go and leave. I'm sorry, this game is low-key lit as hell. I might have to go and buy this. Oops. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to bring this? Oh, over here. Alright, bring that there. I think that's where it's supposed to go, right? Collect my money. There we go. Now this one is an overlock. So let's try and fix this. So we need to just plug these in. I'm just going to throw them into these cables very quick. I kind of have to remember everything low key. Let's grab this, plug that in the back. Now, overlock, boot, where's the power button? Oh, wait, no, I don't think you need to click that. Oh, I guess you do. P, so I gotta click P and then hit the F2, I think is what they said. Hold F2 or delete. Alright, there we go. We're actually in. That is wild in. So now what? This is where the PC's thing is. Okay, so let's go here. It must be allowing it. So increase this to 44 and then increase this to 35. Settings, left or right. Wait. Oh, never mind. Oh, they want me to apply and restart. And then hopefully this works. We can get this computer off and running. And then boom. So welcome to the Octap. I'm not sure how realistic the Octap is, but the good thing about this though is that I could see megahertz here. I could see the overclock. I think I could see the speed somewhere. It might have been outside of everything. This is the power draw and it's watts. So it's kind of like the stuff that I was just learning, but it's showing it in like a different type of way. So I personally would just need to connect the dots eventually, which I think I could definitely get there. And I can't wait, man, because after this, like I plan on doing maybe tomorrow, like doing like a little quiz, because it is Monday. You know, Mondays are normally, you know, you're right off of a day off. It feels good. It's time to get it done. So now we'll finish this. Let's go pick this up and bring it and sell it. Let's sell it. There we go. Perfect. Open up. Collect my money. Perfection. Next, I guess this is just going to be customizing it, which is a little bit different. Like I said, I don't even know if this is something that, like, is realistic. Probably not. Let's do the RAM. They want me to select all. And they wanted it to be a single color, so click on the left. We're doing the rainbow. And then we're going to do the walk. First of all, if anyone ever came up to me and was like, I'm going to charge you for doing this. I mean, granted, I probably would do it because it's simple. But, like, that would be crazy. But that's why people got to, like, really get themselves to be knowledgeable in things. Because you have no idea what people would charge because people are so damn lazy to do it. And then it's, oops, can I put that back? People are so damn lazy to do it. But not only are they, like, lazy. Damn, I broke my damn computer. I can't even, I was gonna say. But not only are people lazy to do things, it's like, if you drop that price and you make that price, like, really, like, reasonable or even smaller, bruh, you legitimately would, like, be set, be perfectly fine. People aren't even gonna think twice. So they want their case to be read. How do I go and do it? Before it was bringing me to it. I don't know where it's at. So they want their case to be read. I guess I gotta find it. I don't know where the hell it is at. It might have like a sticker next to it. Bruh, where the hell is this computer? I don't know. And that was good. I want to do this one. Hey, what the hell? Why can't I do it? PC stats. Is that it? Is that all I could do basically? And now I'm done. It's required level 1. I don't know how the hell I was doing this previously. How the hell? I thought there was computers lying around. I guess not. I must have completed them all. Oh. Wait, really? Can I just do what the hell I'm doing? So I did that. Now what? Apply. I gave the name. Is there anything else I could do? Like, what's going on? Oh no, I freaking lost the computer. I mean, for some reason I can't get my computer. Because I know we were in accepted. Completed. We weren't accepted. And for some reason I can't accept this no more. What a me, hell? How do I start doing this one? I really wanted to. Alright, fine, whatever. We'll do different ones. Oh, I think that's all we could do. After that, I believe we're done. Paint this case. Is it like talking about my case? Because this is the only one that we got. Maybe it's talking about this? Yeah, no, I doubt it. I legitimately doubt it. But I guess because I can't figure out what case they want me to do. Let me see. Let me try one more time, see if I can find something. If I can't find it, then we're done. Yeah, no. Perfect. What I'm thinking is break it apart. Oh, wait. I can just pick this up. Oh, no, you can't. I'm thinking break it apart so we can see what everything looks like and then exit this damn game. See if I could point out what everything is so far, which I think I 100% could. This is the GPU, as in the graphics card. This is the air cooler, and behind the air cooler is the CPU. This is where the RAM goes, and then I'm not sure where the SSD is at all, actually. I don't know if it's like in the motherboard. I know the power supply is here, but where is the SSD? Is it back there? I'm not sure, but the biggest thing is what we're going to do is remove everything apart like we did last time, because I kind of just want to see if I can kind of pinpoint, you know, what everything is. I believe we gotta remove this, and then we could take this out. Well, we gotta take the wires out first, and then boom, remove that. And then from here is their power supply. Don't see it, so we gotta get this wire, try to take that out. I meant not power supply, I meant to say something else, SSD. Unless maybe things, not everything needs an SSD, because in my head it's like, where the hell is the storage going? I mean, well, the RAM would probably be exactly where the storage is going. But you can untake these out, take that out. We gotta clean this CPU. And we can see that it's an Intel Core i7. Wow, it's beautiful. And we can open the CPU and then take that motherfucker. We're gonna take it out, and then we're going to unplug this wire, take that out. And I don't know, I still can't see it, y'all, where the SSD is, unless it's behind this, or maybe the only storage that we do have is, maybe the only storage that we do have is the freaking RAM, which I guess is fine, but having one RAM is crazy. It's crazy work having one RAM, unless it's in here. We'll have to see. I think it might be in here. I think it might be in here. No, that's a dust filter. Oh, right here. Damn it. It was all the way in the back. Okay, so it is an SSD. But they only have one SSD. That's crazy work. Unless that's a case part. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can install this back together, which I doubt because I'm trash. So here's the removed components. Oh, I guess I would have to figure it out myself. Could we upgrade it? They don't have crazy motherboards. Oh, that would have been dope. I guess they only got one motherboard, which we would have to do this one, which is the exact same one, which isn't too difficult. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. We normally don't play video games, though, so if you're going to subscribe for it being this particular game, then never mind. But if you really want to see someone who's going to really grind hard and try to learn whatever she needs to learn, then this is definitely the place to be. But pretty much, actually, I'm going to go to the main menu real quick. and kind of just get out of here because we have been going crazy. How long have we been on live for? We've been on live for about 42 minutes. I feel like I got a good amount of knowledge from earlier today because we were just studying a little bit more about the PCU. And then also too, we got a lot of bit into like I want to say a bunch of other things as well. So hey, pretty much we're done with that game. I do kind of want to see where I plan on going with the studying, but if y'all have any questions, y'all can definitely go and ask away. But I am currently somebody who is trying to become a network engineer, right? I really want to become a network engineer, and I really feel like that I could 100% get there, and I'm going to be documenting the entire journey. If you are new to this journey, I've already been documenting, I want to say, my web dev journey for about 7 months, and normally it was like every single day, and then it kind of slowly went down, but more than likely it's every day pretty much that I will be hopping on documenting this. And last time was 7 months, and I plan on doing 7 or more months with this network engineering, and practically with anything I end up putting my mind through or two and kind of trying to pursue. I feel like this is going to be, the wave. So definitely make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button. Y'all end up tuning in. Y'all sit here and y'all rock with me. I don't know if the camera is a little bit off. It might be more or less fine now, maybe, so that's pretty good. But yeah, so we've been grinding. We're on day 13. We plan on getting to hundreds and hundreds of these days, maybe 100, maybe even 200. And I've had proof in the pudding that I've done this before. So just make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button. I know this today wasn't really like as hype as my normal streams were. Kind of was a bit drained today. And also too, this isn't the normal time that I do go live. So I feel like a lot of y'all are probably really like were expecting me to be doing what I normally do, but and also probably expected me a little bit earlier. But that's all right, man. I had to just wanted to like not break the streak. I didn't really expect today to do that well anyway. But just make sure y'all ended up hitting that like button. Y'all share this with your peoples. And I'm glad to be, just chilling with y'all, to be yapping with y'all. I'm probably going to keep this on just for a little bit though, because I do want to see what my next steps are going to be. And it's going to have to be the specs performance of a computer. So I want to learn how to interpret PC specifications fast, and I guess I'm gonna see if I can try and find like a website right now, because the goal is to ultimately try to learn as much as I could learn, but also everything that I need to learn to hopefully become an IT professional. An IT like network engineer, of course, is what I would want to do and pursue first, but that would ultimately be the goal. So right now I'm just trying to find just a couple of like websites that can kind of teach me about computer specs, so I could be pretty much set for oh my goodness, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, set for tomorrow, because tomorrow I plan on getting back on what my true studying looks like. And I can't really find like a good website. I feel like, if y'all know any good websites, definitely let me know. I want to find more of like a modernized website for 2025, because some of the websites I keep running into are really old, and they have different wattages, different gigabytes, different this, different that. So it's like, I gotta make sure I find the right ones that are a bit more up to date, because I want to learn pretty fast about these specs. So it says, how fast is your computer? Simple tips for accurate speed. Make the right choice. Exploit PC specifications. Laptop specs explained. I might have to just go one by one, to be honest. I feel like trying to do it all together might be where the issue lies. We're trying to find like a good damn website. Let me see if I can ask even ChatGPT. They might even be able to help me. Well, actually, they did give a pretty good website, but this is specifically about RAM. Look up any part specs. Explain Tom's hardware. So let's try Tom's hardware. We can do CPU. Does the CPU have specs? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, the CPU cores, threads, gigahertz. I forgot. So we got to look into the gigahertz. I mean the CPUs. Nope, that's not gonna work. Yeah, the biggest thing I'm thinking of right now is probably trying to do it one by one, like how I had to previously do it. And it's really tough when you're trying to like learn something, but there isn't really a course for it, and you kind of just have to look it up, do your own thing, try to find it. So it definitely is tough. CPU specs include the number of cores and threads and handles, so they definitely got into that, but I need like a website. I mean, the AI part doesn't look too hard, saying what is cores, the number of independent processing units on a single chip, which isn't, I feel like is pretty much the definition of, I'm sure of. Same thing with what it does and the examples. And so maybe this might be the website. Also, too, you have a website here called Specs Explains the CPU, which is better, gigahertz or number of cores. I believe I already heard that its number of cores is better. Um, I'm very positive about that. And then this it says course threads, clock speed, and cache size. So that might be pretty good for trying to, of course, get the clock speed in that size as well. So we're just gonna set some things up, and I think I pretty much know what I'm going to end up doing. So I guess I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna sign off. Sorry that today wasn't as interesting, wasn't as lit, but hopefully I have a good YouTube video coming out tonight. I just gotta go and film it. Love y'all. Catch y'all in the next one. Deuces. What is up, y'all? What is up? We are on day 14, and now we still are going to be sticking to, I want to say, hardware, but we are going to actually probably change this mini goal because instead of it being learning about hardware, I feel like we kind of know about that. It's still going to be hardware, but we're going to get into the specs of things. So I want to learn a lot about, wattage. I want to learn about cores. I want to learn about, a bunch of those different things just so that I could kind of understand. Let me go see real quick too, because I think I copied it down because I want to make sure that oh damn, you know what? I probably left it all the way back up here. Let me grab my other phone too real quick. Hopefully it isn't dying. It isn't, just in case if we get a couple of chats today. But yeah, so normally on my days off, I like to stream from literally any time of the day. But when it comes to, I will say Tuesday through Saturday, it will always be 12 p.m. EST. So sorry about that, that when it comes to my days off, it's a little bit at a different time, so y'all probably don't really know when to show up. But yeah, that's pretty much how we do it here. So, real quick, I still want to see if I could find these modules as of right now, because I do have a little bit of what I want to be learning. I think it's like way up here though. I gotta like take a screenshot of this or something, so I don't gotta continue to scroll up here. At some point, it might end up deleting, but I believe we're getting into the specs of, we're module 2 now, and we're going to be getting into CPU specs, as that is cores, threads, gigahertz, cache. Then we're going to be getting into RAM, with the capacity being the gigabytes, megahertz being the speed, which I didn't even know. I thought megahertz, I don't know, I guess we'll look into that. Channels as single versus dual, and then we got to get into storage, read/write speed, SATA versus NVM, which we kind of already got into earlier. SATA versus NVM. Oh wait, no. But yeah, because oh wait, never mind, because I think that's SATA SSD versus NVM SSD, which isn't something that we've done. We got GPU, we got to see the VRAM, the clock speed, the CUDA cores, then the power supply, wattage, and amperage connectors. So hopefully, we could find a pretty good website that could explain some of these things. So we're going to start first with the CPU specs. And I'm going to jump shipped with the screen right now so y'all can see everything. We got to switch this to be day 14 as well. We got to jump to the screen, and as y'all can see, we have this right here talking about the CPU specs, and then kind of getting into it with the cores, then the threads, and then the gigahertz clock speed and the cache. Now, the hardest part about this is just, I couldn't really find a website that I feel like would have explained it well. So I hope y'all don't get too upset for me taking notes from this, from Google's AI overview. I think hopefully that they've done a pretty good job pointing this out. And so if you are somebody who actually knows the answer or maybe a better website, you could definitely recommend it to me, and I will go searching for it to go find it. But right now, this is what we're going to get into. So I'm going to write down CPU specs. Am I bad for not doing a Bible study on this Sunday? Because I've done 2 Bible studies on Sundays, and then I stopped these last 2 Sundays. And it's not that I'm not doing like a Bible study like at home and stuff. Well, I didn't do a Bible study at home, but I did like a then I realized that I'm gonna have to keep moving this lighting. But I didn't do a Bible study at home, but I did do like a Bible like a home church type of thing. But I didn't want to, do a Bible study on top of me doing a studying for IT support. So I'm gonna probably have to figure out where I'm gonna do that. What I'm probably thinking is I could probably go live on YouTube Shorts and then do a Bible study on my YouTube Shorts could probably be the best thing to do. But who knows? So we got CPU specs include the number of cores, processing units, threads, tasks. So we got to write all that down. So includes the number of cores of processing units. Ooh, oh, God bless me. I wonder if it's true that when you sneeze, does your heart actually stop for like a second? It's crazy. That's always been something that I was told when I was younger that that's true, or I guess that's like a fact. But then I'm like, I never really looked into it, so I wonder how truthful that is. And you know what's strange? Like I was watching a video the other day where people would talk about how eating food that they've noticed around the age like 27 to almost 29, or they didn't say food, but they said that like they felt like their age started to catch up to them. And I really believe, like with everything going on with people, whether it's like And I'm not saying for everybody. I think some people, of course, there's just some complications, but I think a lot of things come down to like the food that you eat. You know what I'm saying? And then even the products that you use. And I know it would be kind of crazy to be like, okay, so let me cut out this product, let me stop eating this, let me do this. Like, because maybe, you're putting in, you're like ideologizing like your health, basically, trying to always focus on your health more than anything. But I feel like there's still, that doesn't just mean that eat everything that you know is gonna just hurt you in the end. Like, because that in itself could be an addiction. Like, if you can't, if your doctor's telling you to stop drinking soda because soda's like messing with your heart, man, like you gotta stop drinking soda. You can't sit there and be like, well, God gave us all of this to eat and drink. I will be fine. I'm like, well, the doctor's legitimately telling you you're not gonna be fine drinking this soda. Like, God did give us all this stuff. But, we are, as America, we end up putting in a lot of extra things like salt, sugar. Like, you're doing too much, you know what I'm saying? And so we have to really like cut back on our own on these foods. And I've been noticing a lot of people who are closer to their 30s who always say the same thing, like they could feel their age or they could feel their body. And I'm like, man, it's literally coming down to the food that you're eating. Especially too, like some people would probably say, oh, but back then, my older, grandparents or whatever, they used to eat bad from, 0 to 64. They never changed their diet and they're still fine. And it's like, well, for one, they're not fine. They actually have a lot of health issues. But then two, it's like you don't really know if back then those McDonald's fries didn't have as much salt as they have now. So it's like you really gotta pay attention to those things because they be changing stuff like that. And that's why people get all types of messed up because they're not focused. You gotta make sure that we eat healthy, but that's something that I gotta make sure I do too. But I'm 22 years old, but in my head, it's like I really want to start early with a healthier diet. Because if you end up starting too late and then you end up getting something like wrong with you or whatever the hell, it's like, like I want to be able to start. I at least by 25 want to have a like clean diet. The only problem is though, is I'm a bad eater. And so when it comes to like eating food, I don't eat tons of it. So I kind of like, as you can see, like my wrist, like I'm tiny. Like I probably weigh, I want to say like 127. Like I've always been around that area, like 122 to 130. But I never really hit 130. But it's just like I could move up or down, but I would never go down 122 or I would never go higher than 130. And I kind of just chill there. And if I'm really like not eating or trying to eat healthy, I guess, and like I'm just eating in like sections, like it's not like full 3 meals a day healthy wise. I always end up losing weight and just dropping really down to like 122. And I'm like, yeah, no. So for me, I have to learn some healthy foods that I could enjoy and actually still gain weight. Because some people say, like, oh, well, you could eat like walnuts or I forgot what peanut it is. It could just be peanuts. Peanuts is good, but the other peanuts that they be talking about, like, I just don't like the way it tastes to me. And at least if I'm eat healthy, like, I want to eat something that I feel like tastes good. I be seeing people who be eating healthy and they actually like what the hell they eat. Like, I don't like seafood. So a lot of healthy people, they try to eat fish. I'm like, I can't eat fish. Like, y'all don't. It's unfair to me. It is unfair to me. But I could definitely cut out soda. And I remember I've cut out soda before for like 4 months. And then I let myself get a tiny sip. And now I've been addicted ever since. But I try to really cut down on soda, trying to drink at least once a day. But I'm trying to cut it out completely because like I feel like you could legitimately feel the effects of drinking soda. Whether it's like your stomach starts feeling funny. I don't know, man. Gotta sit here and get on a better diet. And then also too, man, I was looking at like the foods that pregnant women, I don't know why I stumbled across this article, but it was like the foods that pregnant women can and can't eat because it could do things to like the baby and stuff like that. I was like, damn, I've never seen a pregnant person in my life, like in person, who actually tried to eat like a healthier diet for the baby. So I'm like, maybe that could be the cause to like a lot of things going wrong pregnancy wise because people just aren't, they're not eating correctly. And I'm not saying that's everything that happens, but food really can mess people up and they don't know that. So now we're getting into the cores right now, by the way. Just have to, I know y'all can see the screen, but I don't know, food could be messing people up. So that's why we gotta make sure that we eventually like start eating well. It says what it is, the number of independent processing units on a single CPU chip. And like I said, I believe with the cores, it comes down to, literally, what am I trying to say? I think it's more cores that you have than gigahertz or something like that. I'm not sure, then the number of gigahertz is better. So it says the number of independent processing units. Oh wait, what the hell am I writing? I don't even know. I'm writing something strange. But no, yeah, man, food could really screw us up. And then, like I said, even with products, like there's stuff that they put in our products that can literally like eventually give you cancer, could do this, could do that. And it's obviously you're not gonna be thinking like if you got cancer like long in the future, you're not gonna think you got cancer from your products. But it's possible that it could have been from a product that you were using and that your body just wasn't able to handle compared to other people's. Like other people's bodies, they are more fragile to certain things. And I'm not saying like completely try to avoid these things because of course you can kind of build like an immune to it, not cancer, but you know what I'm saying, like you don't want to like completely get rid of it and then you start using it and you're like, damn, no, I'm feeling crazy right now. But it's like food really is important and it really can dictate like what happens to our children when we eat while we're pregnant. It could dictate what happens with us as we get older. But man, it's tough. It's tough to eat healthy. I 100% agree. But I've always learned like people always see like if you do something and you show yourself doing it, people can always feel encouraged and it could even help other people, get healthier or to pursue something that they've always wanted to pursue. But like I said, my biggest thing is I really struggle with weight gain. That I feel like if I switch to healthy food, like I'm definitely dropping below 120. Definitely dropping below 120. I think I only stay the same weight because I do eat like junk food or like food that has a lot of fat in it. But I don't eat a lot of food. I just eat food that has a lot of fat. But it's just hard to eat. I don't know how to explain it to people. It's tough. Like unless you're a skinny person and you actually have like a bad appetite, I feel like nobody will understand that unless you're in that position. Because there's some people who yes went from skinny to being big, but that doesn't mean like you probably didn't have a bad appetite. You probably just now learned like, oh, I should eat these foods and that's how I'm gonna get fat. It's like for me, my appetite is bad. Like especially too if I continue to eat the same type of food, like I literally can start gagging at like the same food that I just found delicious 2 weeks ago and then never eat it again. There's been too many times where I could do that. Whereas like I've been eating something so consistently and I get sick. He said hertz is the speed in which the CPU runs. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Thank you for that because probably wouldn't have understood that at all. I mean, well, it does say gigahertz clock speed, so I feel like I probably would have got to that point. But let's see. Also, too, I want to see a little bit of things as well when it comes to. I'm doing the multi-threaded applications. I also want to see when it comes to, am I right about having more cores rather than having more gigahertz? And then what are threads, right? I never really heard of a thread. And then how could I look at a computer and know which is the better computer? Is it the higher the cores, less gigabytes, or could it be higher cores, more gigahertz? It's a gigabytes. More cores, more gigahertz is the best one. It's going to be more expensive. I kind of want to be able to see how can I read these specs to being able to know that this is good for a computer, or this is what I would want to buy for a computer. It says video editing or 3D rendering. Then I need more cores. No, I'm just kidding. So we got an example here. I'm not sure if I should write it down. Actually, I guess I will because examples are pretty much easier to do. So we got a quad core CPU. A quad core CPU has 4 processing units. And it says while a hexa-core CPU has 6. Oh, I didn't know. Hexa-core CPU has 6. So that's pretty good to know. Now we can finally move on to the threads here. So we got what it is, and it's a set of instructions for a process that a CPU can execute. Oh, okay, I had no idea. Actually, I had no idea what a thread was at all. So glad to be able to take this note here and get a little bit into these threads. I cannot wait, man. Like the more I'm learning about the hardware of these computers and really kind of trying to understand like the specs and understand everything, I truly feel like it makes me want to like dead buy a computer and break it apart. I'm gonna go look it up on eBay probably after this to see like maybe the cheapest computer I could get that's still kind of like modern So the GPUs and the RAM looks very similar to like what I'm gonna be working with. Even if the computer is broken, right? As long as it has all its pieces, and I could get that for like 120, and the computer's like dead broken, like won't work. I don't care. The goal is to just break it apart and put stuff together. And I just can't wait to do that on live, man. Obviously, I'm not going to be teaching anyone how to do it because I don't know how to do it my damn self. But at some point, I could eventually teach people. And I think that would be pretty lit. You said also for me, it really helped to learn from videos instead of text. I don't know, it might just be me, but it really boosted my knowledge. No, yeah, because I was going to say, I've learned with people. It's really different for a bunch of people. For me, I can't learn off of a video at all. I don't know what it is, but it's been like that since school. I've always hated when they put a video on. I'm like, no, like I need a textbook. Like I don't know what it is. But videos are it's so hard for me to like focus, and then it's hard for me to because sometimes I'm thinking they're saying like nonsense, so then I can't tell whether it's something I need to know rather than something I don't need to know. And they be going all over the place. Like I'm like I need something that's like direct, and I feel like either a textbook or obviously looking it up on a website for me I think is the best to learn. I cannot watch a video. Maybe if I'm watching a video though and they're like breaking apart a PC and then putting it back together, like that's probably when I would need a video so I could follow along. But I can't learn nothing from a video, man. It's tough. It is tough for me. And then also too, like with even going live as well, even if you show like a little bit of a YouTube video, and it's so weird because it could be under fair use, but then it's like they'll literally take down your whole entire live stream for nothing. I'm like, I only showed 3 seconds of this YouTube video, but that's not the only reason why I wouldn't do a video. It's just tough. So how's it going so far? I think it's been going very well so far. We finally got through module 1, which is like this little course thing that I created. Well, me and ChatGPT created. So I got a lot into like understanding what a lot of hardware looks like and where it gets placed on the motherboard, which I like never knew before at all, and then kind of what the hardware does as well, which is very helpful. But right now I'm just coming down to trying to learn the specs of the computer so I can kind of see like, okay, if I'm buying a CPU, which is the better CPU, and which one could actually, it's not the best CPU, but it could still work for me, or the GPU or whatever. Same thing with the RAM. Do I need how many gigabytes do I need? Same thing with the power supply too. If I were to ever build a computer, of course, but if I'm not building the computer, then this type of stuff wouldn't matter. But I have a feeling one of these days I would love to build my own computer. But you gotta learn about the wattage and like I guess if you overbuy wattage, I guess it's not like a bad thing to do, but in my head it's like, wouldn't it just technically be like a waste of money? I'm not saying you need to get the exact wattage because no, that would be wrong because eventually your computer is gonna need to update and is gonna need more wattages. But I think it's like, what was it? I think it's like 1.5 times they said more just in case for updates and stuff like that. But I was thinking like, what if I bought hella wattages? Or I love how I said hella wattages. What if I bought a power supply that has hella wattage on it? But then I'm like, would that just be a waste of money? Because in the sense of it's not going to use all of it until it needs to, but it probably never would if I went that high. So I'm like, you really got to figure out. Well, they normally said do like 1.5 times, I think. So you don't got to figure out nothing. But that was just my thought process when I seen that. I'm like, wouldn't I just want to get the best one? I guess not, because, it would just be a waste. Unless your computer eventually uses it, then I guess that's fine. But yeah, so I was just learning a couple of things like that. And I think I came a pretty long way so far, at least when it comes to the hardware of things. But the goal is to try and learn, the basics and learn the fundamentals, just because I don't know too much about a computer. And I also don't know what's going to really pop up for the CompTIA A+, because I do plan on eventually studying for that at some point. But, with the CompTIA A+, they kind of assume that you know the fundamentals. So I'm like, I'm going to have to obviously do this part on my own and then eventually try to study for the CompTIA A+. And hopefully I studied enough of the fundamentals to where I could take that damn test. Or not take the test, but study for it. So it's not like they're teaching me twice because I'm like, what the hell? What are they talking about? And then I got to go look it up and then jump back. Like, it would be crazy. So hopefully I know enough. But I really don't know, like, I'm not being guided by a course or something. And that's why part of me kind of like thinks like, damn, I wish there was a course that could kind of guide you of what you need to learn without having to pay for it. Something like free code camp, but do it for IT. Because at least like I just need a structure. I just need a simple structure. Having to jump from like website to website and then kind of hope that they're giving me the knowledge that I need is quite difficult. So now we're getting into the gigahertz clock speed. So now this is the CPU can execute cycles measured in gigahertz. What was I just saying? I forgot what the hell I was getting at. Nope, yep, I forgot. That's crazy. But yeah, so I don't know. Learning all this stuff is gonna be super lit at some point. I cannot wait to finally use this and eventually just make my own damn PC or break apart a PC, show y'all me doing it on live. That would be crazy. Oh yeah, if there was like a guided course, I think that would be so much more easier. But that's why for me, like as I'm learning, I'm already kind of thinking of like when I get a little bit more knowledgeable in what I know here, I want to make my own courses so that people could kind of also have like more or less a guide. But depending on how much time it takes for me to make the course, especially because I'm working a regular job and stuff like that, I feel like I might charge it, but it would only be like it would have to be way less than what freaking I don't even know like Google IT support be doing because they're trying to do like $50 a month. I'm like, why can't you just let me buy this in total for $20? Like I know you make more money that way, but I don't know. Like they could be doing something crazy. So I feel like if I did the course, I would probably do like a $20 course, you buy it and then you have it forever. I know that obviously, like I said, they would make more money, but I'm not gonna sit here and just keep charging people until they learn something, until they pass this, do that. Like, nah. But granted, it is a certification that some people do look at and take seriously. So maybe they're like, yeah, we ain't playing. Like, we're gonna make sure we get our money's worth for this. But I don't know. So now we're getting into what is it or what it does. So a higher gigahertz means the CPU can complete more instructions per second. A 4.0 gigahertz processor can perform 4 billion cycles per second. Oh my goodness. That's wild then. So I wonder what is the average gigahertz for a CPU then? What is the average? And then each core, doesn't it come with a gigahertz or am I tripping? I could be wrong. 4 processing units. Yeah, I'm not positive. Not positive. That might have to be something I look into. A higher gigahertz means the CPU can complete more instructions. So this is pretty good to know. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I plan on coming on every single day to come and learn about IT support. So yeah, definitely hit that sub button, man. This is something I'm gonna be hella consistent on. I'm already on day 13 or 14, something like that. And it's been 14 days straight that I've been hopping on every single day to at least study for about 45 to an hour. Sometimes I did even more. So it's pretty lit here. I'll stay very consistent. I can't believe 14 days straight is crazy. But I do have a video coming out later today about something that I ended up achieving for web dev. So if you're someone who's here for web dev a little bit, because that series eventually is going to come to an end when I continue to, pursue IT support. But I have a good little video that's going to be dummy lit. It's going to be answering something that a lot of y'all have been asking about, and I think it's going to be super cool. It was supposed to come out yesterday, but like I said, I just been so like slacking when it comes to content or videos because I be dead living life. And I just be with family, like whether it's my family or my partner's family. And then I'm like, I can't let YouTube, I don't want to sit there and like be panicking like, oh, I need to get this YouTube video out. Especially when I'm not like that big of a YouTuber and people probably aren't going to even really watch it like that. Or y'all probably will, who knows. But it's like, I always got to remind myself that, it's okay to live life a little. But I've just always been someone who wants to work on everything. I want to get good at editing, get good at this, get good at that, get good at math, get good at reading. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, girl, you have to pick a spot. Like, pick somewhere to focus on. I'm always somebody who's like all over the place wanting to do everything at once. But that's why, with this YouTube channel, it's been a little bit more easier because it makes me focus really hard on one thing at the same time. Well, in a way, because yes, it helps me focus on IT support, but then it's also like I'm focusing on YouTube as well by itself. And then it's like, so at least I'm doing two things at the same time whenever I'm free that I could stay like consistent on. I just pray that, all of this could really motivate people to, do their own thing. Like, if I could get up every day and study, you get up every day and study as well. And just understand that at some point, like you never know the skills that I could be learning right now when it comes to editing my video. And even though it may not be working for my channel, you never know if by the time I'm like 40, I have all this editing knowledge and then boom, I just applied to something to like edit for them, not thinking I would get it. And then boom, I could end up just being an editor at like 40 years old, which would be wild then, but you know what I mean? Like you never know the skills that you learn when you're younger if they can ever transfer into something if they can ever transfer into something later on down the line. So here's cachet or catch. I think it's catch, but I always say cachet or cash. But I don't know why I say it like that. Maybe I'm tripping. But for some reason, I love saying it like that. There's another word too that I always mispronounce, but I don't care. Damn, I forgot what it is. I remember I texted it to my brother or said it to my brother one time, and it had him rolling. I was like, I don't care. I think it sounds better that way. But no, yeah, man, you never know the skills that you learn when you're younger if they can ever become something or even be translated into something else. That's my biggest thing, like for this channel and just in life, is to always learn something, always have skills somewhere. You just never know when you will be needed at all. Even like with having a little bit of knowledge of like JavaScript, you never know if randomly someone needs you to just code something, and that could be like your way in. It's crazy. Just gotta make sure that you're hella skillful, but then also to make sure the skills that you're working towards is also a hobby too, because you don't want to sit there and be trying to work towards something and you're specifically like, this needs to work, I want this to really work, and then it's like, eventually if it doesn't work, you're gonna fall off anyway, because in your head you always seen it as like an income source. For me, I love doing content, I love talking to people, chatting with people. I don't care how many views I get, I don't care how many people are chilling with me. Of course, like if y'all are in here, I care about y'all, but I'm saying in the sense of like, I don't really mind what I'm getting. I do it for fun. Obviously, I'm not getting paid for it, so what else am I doing it for? Some people who get paid for it, you can kind of tell when they're doing it for money. Like the other day, I was just watching this dude. I don't want to give too much away because his video did end up going viral, so I'm like, I don't want people to know I'm talking about him, but basically there was like this dude, and I ended up hopping into his live after he made this like certain video. And in the live stream, he was talking about, it's hard to force yourself to play a game that you don't want to play. And like, just for, well, he didn't say like just for the views or just for money, but you could kind of tell that's what he was getting at. Because he was like, it's hard to force yourself to do it. But then it's like, okay, so then why do you force yourself to do it? And like I said, in a way, that's kind of like selling your soul when you sit there and you do things to specifically, when you do things to specifically like get paid or for views. It's like, I don't know. That's crazy. You said, are you still learning to code? No, I'm not. Well, technically, like behind the scenes, I'm still learning to code. But on like content wise, not too much. I feel like my YouTube videos are still kind of around web dev. But at some point, I am going to plan on doing like a pivot to IT support and studying tech knowledge instead. But as of right now, a good couple of my videos are gonna still be a little bit centered around web dev because I got a couple of things that I've achieved that I want to release to y'all, and then I'm going to completely transfer and pivot and stuff like that. But in behind the scenes, I should still be learning how to code. I'm just not gonna do it on live stream or in any YouTube videos. After these last couple of videos come out, pretty much. But yeah, because I still have to learn like a lot. But the thing is, too, is that I really want to keep my focus on one thing at the same time. So I'll probably only really learn a little bit of coding when I'm freer. Because I do need to end up learning React and learning Tailwind and finally getting into those frameworks. But I don't even know if Tailwind is counted as a framework, but you know what I mean. Just learn some stuff that I got to get into, but I'm just not going to do it for content anymore because I really want to focus on this. And another thing too that I was looking into, because I was looking into like becoming an electrician, which I feel like I personally wouldn't mind doing that because I've always been someone who's so interested in like hands-on type of work. Like I want to do stuff that actually is gonna make shit like work or be fixed, yada yada, or installing stuff. So especially because with being an electrician, you could do it for your own crib. You know, my biggest thing is to try and like learn stuff myself to fix things. And okay, so we finished cash, whatever the hell you pronounce it. We finished that, so we finally got all these written down. But my goal is to always try to learn stuff pretty much where it could be beneficial in the future, whether it's as a income, hobby, or it could help myself, like learning how to fix your car. But I was looking at that, and it takes like about 20-ish years. I mean, 20-ish years is crazy. It takes about like 5 years to be able to pretty much like even learn um or to get your electrician license. Sorry, my bad. I'm like all over the place. But to even get your electrician license, it takes 5 years to even get there. And I'm like, damn, that's a long ass time to be sitting there trying to like study your A off to just become an electrician. I don't know, man, but in my head, I could kind of see myself doing it because I guess you can get in like an apprenticeship where they could pay you pretty decent, and then you kind of do that for 5 years or so, and then you get your license and stuff like that because you're getting the hours, and then you're also learning your class hours 2 days out the week and studying and stuff like that. So I'm like, I guess that wouldn't be too bad. I think I could definitely do that, but in my area, there's only one program around me that does that, so I would literally need to apply and then just kind of hope that I get picked. So that's something that I was also looking into. I'm like, maybe I could go for that at some point as well. And then I could document that too. Shoot, I'm an electrician. I mean, not my job, but I could document the learning process of that. So I'm like, hey, I might have to apply for it, put myself on that waiting list. I don't care when it happens because it's still a good paying job. Unless I landed a network engineering role, then that's going to be a little bit difficult. Because if I get into network engineering by the time they accept me, then it's kind of like I'm probably going to be getting paid like closer to $30 an hour or get paid $30 an hour. And then I'm probably going to have to jump shift backwards to getting paid less just to do the apprenticeship. I'm like, that'd be a little tough. But now we got to get into, I feel like we got a lot of the CPU specs. At least we got into like what it is, what it does, right? The only thing I'm confused about, or not confused, because it says what it is, this is small high-speed memory located directly on the CPU and it allows the CPU to retrieve data much faster. So in my head it's like, is it always, the higher numbers is the best? I'm assuming, right? That has to be the goal. The higher number is the best. Real quick, let me see RAM, because now we got to get into that and see what's better to do there. Drag this over, and I'll be showing you on my screen shortly. I want to find stuff about RAM real quick. But also still kind of look at the specs. So let's go jump back here. And this is the introduction to the CPU, the product line. As I said, where's the AMD? But I guess it's right there. But I don't know if that's, because my AMD says Ryzen. So this must be like an older website, because Ryzen's not in there at all. Here's the process specification. So it does get a little bit deeper into it here. I could have used this. Originally, CPUs were manufactured with a single core that did all the work. As computers became more advanced, it was found that a single core could no longer handle the workload. So it says CPU is becoming a bottleneck. The solution was add more cores. Okay, so each core is basically a whole new processor. So by adding a second core, the power of CPU essentially doubled. Yeah, so the more cores that you have seems to be the best thing that you could do. That was something I wanted to see. We got hyper-threading is how Intel increases multitasking efficiency, which I think we got that. Yeah, we wrote that down, so then that's good. I just wanted to make sure we got that. There's a turbo boost. It is available on many Intel CPUs. I'm wondering about the AMD. Probably not. Increases the CPU's frequency when additional processing power is needed. Okay, that's nice. Turbo core is AMD's version. Oh, okay, so overclocking the CPU according to the workload. While the end result is similar, there are a few significant Differences. I'm not sure if I really need to care about the turbo core or the turbo boost. Maybe if I am debating on which one to pick. L2 cache, a smart cache is essentially an L3. Wait, that's what we wrote down, right? It says L3 is often called the smart cache by Intel. Yeah, so this has multiple L1, L2. It says each level getting larger, but it's slightly slower than the last. Oh, okay, so it gets larger but slightly slower. So you might not want to go up. Maybe. There's the graphics core speed. Yeah, so we pretty much got all of that down pat. So I think we got everything we needed for the specs of the CPU. We kind of can look at a CPU maybe and really be able to pick that apart. I don't know what this website was, but I wanted to look at Part Picker just to see, because Part Picker is kind of like the best thing to do if you want to, you know, see what we are kind of learning at, especially when it comes to specs. So let's go and look up the CPU. This is a CPU cooler. I just need the CPU. I guess maybe we just look up the processing. What is it called? The CPU is called the. I always forget. I don't even know the processor. The processor. Let's see if that props up. Yeah, right here. Let me look at mine. Well, I don't know exactly what mine's is because there's a couple of them. Like I have a Ryzen 9, but I know that sometimes it could be like a Ryzen 9 and then have a different X3D. So then that could kind of throw you off. But let's see, how many cores does this have? Oh, this has 16 cores. The thread count is 32. Let me review a little bit of what the thread count was. It says it's like hyper-threading. It allows a single core to handle 2 threads at the same time, increasing efficiency. So a 6-core CPU with hyper-threading can process 12 threads concurrently. So mine's saying you could do 32. That's insane. It's a way to improve performance by allowing a core to work on more than one thing at once. Oh, okay, so then that's pretty dope. And then you got the performance core clock, which is 43 gigahertz. Performance core boost clock is 5.7 gigahertz. I'm not sure if these are high numbers. They probably are, especially, and if they're not, either way, this is the core per core count too, I believe. So I think it's like 4.3 gigahertz per each core. So it's kind of like, it's definitely a lot in the end, like in the grand scope of things. And then it also has a L2 and an L3. I thought they can only have one, so I guess that's something to think about. And then there was something else I wanted to look at. Oh, it doesn't include a CPU cooler. Oh, wait, never mind. I think this is because you're buying it like separately. So yeah, I think that's pretty dope. It comes box, packages. And then what is the price for this? Like if I ever wanted to legitimately buy this. Oh, damn. That's expensive as hell. That's probably why my computer was expensive, bro. Actually, I don't even remember what the price of this computer was. It was like 1,000 some. It was either 1,000 something or I got it just under 1,000. It had to have been 1,000 something. There's no way. This is like $700 if you get it at Best Buy, which is normally where I buy stuff. So never again. Well then even if you buy it here too, it's if you don't have Prime shipping, it's not free. So it's probably gonna be even more money. So I guess you might want to go here, but they probably have a thing. Maybe it's not as like, yeah, it looked like they scam. No, I'm just kidding. Now let me stop. But no, yeah, so that's pretty dope. I feel like I finally am able to kind of understand it a little bit. Now, when it's saying Zen 5, I'm assuming this is probably trying to be like, because it's a micro architecture. I'm assuming, I don't know, like Zen 3, Zen 4, Zen 5. Is that supposed to be like a different generation, basically? Like how you have like the PS4, PS5, PS6, or is that something completely different? The core family is the Granite Ridge. What are we talking about here? Maybe we don't need to know. And then I think we got into the socket types like the other day. Let me do a little bit of this review. I think we did. Maybe it was long ago. Where the hell are my sockets? I guess I never did. I definitely remember writing AMZ5 before, though. So maybe I'm tripping or I'm just not looking too well. My CPU socket type. AMZ5. I definitely wrote that down. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of ATX. Maybe I'm thinking of ATX and not AMZ. Because that seems to be a little bit different then. Alright, so maybe I gotta look at these socket types at some point. I don't know when. Or maybe I could probably look at it now because we are already with the CPU. I feel like I swore in everything I took a note of this, but I think it does make more sense to do it here anyway. But other than that, it's kind of like I could really legitimately read everything here now. Before, I would have looked at this and been like, what? Then the manufacturer is AMD, which we already got that. And I kind of want to look up socket types. And then like, I want to look up, not series, micro architecture. I think when it's Zen 5, I think it is what I believe it to be. So it says a socket AM5 is a zero insertion. I think my biggest thing is like do this. So we got AM4, AM3 or something. Or yeah, because I want to see, is there like an AM4, AM3, or am I tripping? AM5 supports the DDR5. What the hell? Now that made that even worse because I know I got notes for the DDR. But what the hell are we talking about? Yeah, I know I got notes for the DDR here, so that's good. At least I got into that. Also, maybe it's about what is like it's compatible with. Maybe that's the biggest thing. Oh yeah, maybe because it's I think you have to match it with the motherboard. That might be it. Because it looks like you need to match it with the motherboard. So the CPU socket type is AM5, so you might want to get a motherboard that can utilize a socket. But this is AM3 though, but unless the AM5 is similar. But maybe that matters depending on, what, like, why does this matter? Let me see. Why does this matter? Let me see. Maybe they can explain it. Because it provides access to the latest AMD CPU architectures and its new platform features enables higher performance through technologies like DDR5 RAM. This is crucial for gamers. So maybe it's not what I was saying. Because AM5 supports CPUs like thermal design. It's designed for the AMD's newest CPU architecture, such as the Ryzen 7000 series, which offer higher performance and efficiency. I mean, I get that it's higher. Maybe I don't need to really care about it. If I'm gonna buy a computer, just make sure it's AM5. Pretty much, or CPU. Alright, so we pretty much got into that. We can get out of the part pickers. I feel like I kind of understand that. We could X that out. And then let's get into a little bit of the RAM here. I guess I don't need to write down the socket types. That's probably a little bit inconvenient. So let's get a little bit down to the RAM here. And I don't know if I want to use this. We need to understand the capacity, the speed, and the channels. So it says capacity is the total number of memory, speed is how fast it operates, and the channel configuration affects performance by allowing it. Now, I do want to use the AI thing again. Yeah, maybe they know what they're talking about. Let's go again. Maybe I could be tripping, but if y'all don't agree, then let me know. So I guess we're gonna, actually it's already highlighted, so we just need to write that part down when it comes to the RAM and how fast things should be going. I wish I had a charger. So RAM is defined by its capacity, which is total gigabytes, which you already kind of figured. So let's go here like this. So capacity is the total amount of memory. Is that really what I put? Oh yeah, the gigabytes. Okay, I'm like, what the hell is capacity? See, this is what I'm talking about. It's like they have different words for certain things that I just kind of just know it as gigabytes. So when they say capacity, I'm like, what are we like? I just be hella lost. So I got the capacity is the total number or total amount of memory. So then that's pretty good. But yeah, I was really looking into that and it was like 5 years or so. And it's kind of, it's like anything that you have to learn, it just seems like it takes like years on years. But I honestly don't think I would mind like putting my time towards that. It's just like, damn, like I wish I started a little bit earlier. Like I wish I started at 18 or something so that 19, 20, 21, 22, I would have been 22 or 23 by the time I'm able to really do that and have that type of career. But hey, it's all good. If I start now, it's nothing wrong with starting now either. Like I'm 22. I don't know why I be acting like I'm still young. You know what I'm saying? Like I could still do it. And then even getting into that as well, it pays pretty good. So it's like for me, I might as well enroll into it. And just like learn and stuff like that. But I would hope that by the time they do allow me, I kind of already tried becoming a network engineer. I think that'll be dope. You said ice bucket challenge? Oh hell no. I could not do that. Actually, I think I could. I think I could do it. I think I can embrace the ice, but in the winter, well, it's not winter yet, but it's definitely cold. I would have to hit that in the summer. I would have to hit that in the summer, unless you're talking about the people's faces that you're probably seeing on the screen. Did they do it before? Imagine. I'm just playing. So allowing it to transfer data, you got to get that transfer data more or less, and then oh efficiently. So you got to go efficiently. Then it says dual channel uses two memories. Oh, they didn't even get into that, right? Yeah, no. Dual channel uses two memories um modules to double the transfer bandwidth, leading to higher performance and better responsiveness and smoother multitasking compared to single channel setups. Oh, okay. They took a long time to just say that. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, maybe I need to know it, but I'm probably gonna write this a little bit shorter. Write this a little bit shorter because I don't know what the hell that was. So we got dual channel uses two memory two our modules. So we could do that to perform or to double the data transfer. So that's probably what we could get into. But okay, keep this pushing. The data. I cannot wait to upload the video that I'm about to upload today. I still have to edit it though, and I still have to add music and stuff like that, but it should definitely come out later tonight at 8 p.m. And I think it's gonna be something that a lot of people have been waiting to happen. So I can't wait to finally reveal that to y'all and show y'all what ended up happening, which I think is gonna be super dope. And then we can close out, man. Coming more closer to the end of that whole entire series, man, and be able to completely transfer to web dev. I mean to IT support. I think that would just be so cool. I cannot wait. I just love the idea of content and just chilling and just doing stuff. I really hate that I gotta go back to work tomorrow. That's the one thing that I hate. I love being able to just be at home, prepare content. You know, this is just super fun to do for me. And then also to, like I said, just not care about anything. Like I feel so bad for the people who really allowed their life to be equated to their YouTube or just their views and stuff. I'm like, nah, man, this is just simply fun. And I've always, if you ever hear like a lot of big YouTubers, they always say too, it was so much better when they had like a smaller audience, because it's like you get to really, for one, you get to really interact with them, but then two, it's like you're not caring about how big it gets. I'm like, well, obviously, I haven't had my channel get that big to be able to say I agree, but I feel like I agree low key. I do. I think it's definitely so much better to have such a smaller audience and to just grow slowly too. That's what I always tell people. It's like, don't shoot for that viral video, because you know how many people went viral and then they lost it all? Never shoot for that viral video. Build slowly. So it says capacity, gigabytes. We could get a little bit into this as well. The total. Oh, we are in RAM. I was like, the only thing I know about gigabytes comes to RAM, and it's like, this is RAM. So we don't gotta talk about it. What it is. So it says the total amount of RAM available in your system is measured by the gigabytes, which we already know, so we can kind of skip that and go into what it affects. So, oh my gosh, guys, but a game that I've recently been playing that goes hard is the total amount of RAM available in your system. Oh wait, hold on. That goes hard and that I love playing all the time is literally LA Noire. LA Noire is always a game that I spin back on and I always end up playing. And it probably to other people it doesn't have that much like replay value. But I don't know, for me when it comes to like a story-driven game, if that game tells like a really good story, I could play that game over and over. Like GTA 5 story, I played over and over. LA Noire over and over. Detroit Become Human, over and over. I think I did Mafia like twice though. Mafia's a little bit more harder, I feel like for me. I can't really play that one that much. But I haven't played the new Mafia though, so no spoilers if you've played it. But no, so for me, man, those games. Wait, what the hell did I just write? Oh yeah, I'm like, well, I don't even know where I'm going. Actually, yeah, let's just stay here. I guess those would be the examples. But I'm just trying to write what's at the top of that. But no, yeah, for me, man, LA Noire is something else. Like I love that damn game. The story is amazing. I wish they could have finished it and or did something different. Like it doesn't have to be LA. You could do a different city. Do like I don't know, a random New York. New York, it would probably be fine. NYPD, I think is what it would be. I think that would be crazy if they did like another type version of LA Noir, but just a different character, different story. I think they could go crazy with that. But I'm not sure if there's that much of a fan base for it. And then it would have to come from Rockstar. So it's like Rockstar's already trying to do GTA 6 if that ever comes out. At this point, GTA 6 is taking so damn long with all these damn pushbacks. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I'll come on live almost every single day to be able to learn IT fundamentals and to eventually, the goal is to try and become a network engineer, but I have to start with the fundamentals because I don't know too much about IT, and I honestly just feel like this would be a super dope path to come down, and I think I'm doing pretty well so far. So definitely hit that subscribe button. I've done this before with web dev, so you could definitely trust me on coming, live every day and actually going to get to where I'm trying to tell y'all I'm gonna get to. Might not be as fast though, because with web dev, it took me about 7 months. So if y'all count that as fast or slow, depends on what y'all would think, but it took me about 7 months to really get to where I wanted to be. But if I definitely added like React into that and did all the extra stuff that I don't know, probably would have took a whole year, but documented about 7 months of that journey and still going a little bit over it too, just because I still post some videos on it. But eventually we're gonna completely transition to IT support. And we, as y'all can see, are on day 13 or day 14. I keep saying day 13. We're on day 14, and I'm definitely gonna continue to stay consistent with it. And we're gonna get to day 200s as well. I plan on trying to study this for about, another 7 months. I had to give myself a mini break between, web dev before jumping to this type of studying here. And I at least study about an hour a day. Sometimes on my days off, I like to study a bit more, but I'm not sure about today. I might not be able to do too much more. Maybe like an extra 30 minutes. Depending, I kind of want to finish everything that's in like module 2 low key and then kind of do a little quiz for my next live stream for tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST, so definitely make sure you tune in. But I plan on taking like a quiz to see if I'm actually learning, what I'm learning. So we're getting into the megahertz with the speed here. So what it is, the frequency, cannot say that word at all. The frequency at which the RAM operates measured in megahertz, and then we're doing what it affects, so how quickly the RAM can be accessed by the CPU. It says Brenda commented a dot. She commented a dot. But no, yeah, so definitely I'm gonna stay super consistent on this. I cannot wait to get to where I want to get to. I guess obviously I can't sit here and just start immediately learning, for the CompTIA A+. I can't start trying to study for that or immediately jump into networking, because if I don't know the basics of a computer, how the hell am I going to do all of that? So we're starting with the hardware. And then I also like learning about the hardware here, and it's so interesting to me since I really do plan on at some point, not charging people, but I feel like I would love to be able to break apart a computer, put the pieces in that they need. If someone needs me to add like RAM to their computer, probably do it for like a mini charge. And obviously it's not going to be something that you do constantly, because how many times is someone's computer going to need an upgrade or need to be fixed? But, I think you could definitely do this as like a little side income, depending, for a couple bucks. Be like, yo, I'll buy the RAM for you on what works for your PC. You pay me, obviously, for what I bought, and then also pay me to install it, which I think would be super sick to do. So I'm really interested in this part of it as well, because you never really know what type of skill you could end up learning that could be your profit one day, or you never know what type of skill you could end up learning that you just like doing. So for me, that's what I'm really into. So we're gonna have to do an example with the DDR5, I mean DDR4. And we're doing 2000 or 200. And we gotta hit them with the megahertz. Is faster than the DDR4. Oh, that's strange. So wait, so which way do you want to go up? Hold on. What are we talking about? Because this one is, oh, never mind. I see. I see. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought that was saying the DDR4, I mean the DDR3, and then they're saying it's faster than the DDR4, so that was throwing me off. But I guess technically, if the megahertz could get that high on a DDR3, then the DDR3 would be better in the end. But I don't think it could get that high for the DDR3. But yes, this makes sense. Oops, did I click something? Oh, I thought I clicked explain this. Low-key want to see how that works if I click that, but let me stop. So we got into the examples here. Lastly, now we're getting into the channels about single versus dual. I still kind of don't understand this. I think everything else was pretty much self-explanatory. I think with single versus dual, I don't know if are they talking about like when you have multiple monitors, or is this simply about RAM? Is this simply like RAM has actual channels? That's like the only thing that is a little bit confusing for me, but hey, we're gonna get into it. He says roadmap.sh website. Is that a good website to end up learning IT support? If so, I'll definitely look into it. Unless you're just saying I actually wouldn't be able to tell what else you're possibly saying if that's not a website. But I could definitely look into that if that's something that you're trying to put me on to. So it says what it is. We got dual versus single. Oh, so I guess it is a channel is legitimately like inside of the RAM, because it's saying it's the number of independent paths between the RAM and the CPU. Oh, okay, so it's not like single dual monitor. This is something completely different. Understood. That is great. Let's go number of independent data. And then paths between the RAM and the CPU. Perfection. You said try it. Okay, so it is a nice little website. So hold on real quick. Let me finish at least this right here, and then I'll look that up and see how it is. Maybe it could help me with this roadmap to what I'm trying to do. Hopefully that's what that is. I think that'll be super lit, because I honestly, the way that I'm kind of learning everything, I was starting it on Google IT support, but I thought you were able to do like the modules and just not really do the graded assignments. But no, they don't. They only let you do like module 1, and then after that, they don't let you go no more. So what I seen that the next one that they brought you into was hardware, and I guess they get you to learn how to practically just build a computer there. And then I think the next one is networking, and that's all for like the fundamentals of it. And then of course you got to do more of a deep dive if you want to pass the network plus, security plus, and stuff like that. But they give you pretty much like what you need to kind of start. So I'm like, that's dope. That would be dope. Oh my goodness, there's something in my eye, man. So we got path, and then it has a lower data transfer rate, so that's good. So, or not good, I guess. You might want to have a dual channel, because since it uses one memory module and has one path, it has a lower data transfer rate. So dual channel uses 2 or more. Wow, so you can get even more identical memory modules to create 2 data paths, doubling the theoretical memory bandwidth. So you might want to have like, well, I wonder how much more can you have, but I'm assuming the goal is to try and make sure you have a lot more. But of course that means it's going to be more expensive, so you might want to do it to what you plan on needing it for. That's why I guess specs is so important, because of course, you're going to want to buy all the stuff that's going to be super high in specs, but it's going to be expensive, so you might want to start slow, or probably, be like, I'm going to buy this first, wait until you can eventually get more money to buy the next thing, because it's expensive. I was just looking at the Ryzen CPU. It was like almost $800 or close to $700, depending on where you buy it from, and I'm like, that's insane. That is insane, but it's expensive as hell. And I always knew it too, because a lot of people would say, if you're buying a PC, especially a PC that's like built, like someone built it, you could like it's expensive. That's another thing too that I was thinking is like I could sit here and build PCs and then sell them to people. The only problem is that in the end, it's like I have to spend a good amount of money before someone probably would sit there and buy it from me. And you would have to make it like hella expensive. And I guess more people would probably prefer to buy it that way anyway, because they're like, at least I don't got to do the installations and do this and do that. But it's gonna be tough, especially if you're in an area where people probably don't really care for it. You have to go places where people are gonna want that damn PC, or really put yourself out there. Like, bro, I'm gonna sell this PC for about like 2,000 or something, and it could be hella like stat, or you could probably do some of the basics and probably put some stuff in there that's like really high performance, like maybe a lot more of RAM so that they can have more gigabytes in. Or, I guess maybe probably wait to see if people would buy it first and then build it. But then it's like, what if it just doesn't go to plan and then now someone's waiting on their PC that you never built? But that's pretty good too to do as an income, is like kind of know how to build strong PCs or basic PCs and kind of tell people like I can get you this PC in about a week. Pay me this, and then you just kind of use their money to buy all the pieces. And then obviously make sure you have leftover money to where you're also making an income from it as well. That is not straight up just going straight to the pieces that you have. But that's something that you could do too that I'm definitely like really want to look into. It says important note, to enable dual channel, you need to install RAM in pairs on the correct motherboard slots. Yes, I think I remember that. I think that's with RAM, I think it's 2 and 4 if you do 2 of them. And then I kind of forgot where the third one goes. I don't know if the third one goes in the first one, so it's 1, 2, 4, and then you do the third. But if it's one of them, you still put it in 2 by itself. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. I think it's how that goes. I could be completely wrong. So we got this down pat. Now that we finally looked into the RAM, we looked into the specs. I feel like RAM is kind of easier to read when it comes to the specs. At least for me, it feels a little bit more easier. CPU isn't that bad, but I think there's still some questions that I would have for it. But with RAM, you're probably just gonna want to buy a lot of gigabytes just in general, because you never know how much storage. It's just the storage, pretty much. And then it gets a little bit deeper than that, but let me go and see now. I'm gonna go search up what you were saying. You said roadmap. Wait, hold on real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna jump to this camera real quick because I do want to also look at something else as I search this up. Real quick, I wanna. Oh, you know what? This isn't a bad little spot. And then you can create your own roadmap. This isn't bad at all. Is it free or you gotta pay? Probably gotta pay at some point. But real quick too, I also want to make sure, what is my next thing that I'm getting into? Technically, we already kind of got into the RAM, but they want me to get into more of the storage types. So we're gonna also look that up. I'm not sure about how Google's AI mode is. I mean, I think it seems like they've honestly been getting straight to the point so far. So that's not too bad. But I do try to find like certain websites instead. But I mean, so far it's been doing pretty good. So now let me hop back to these roadmaps again. So my goal would be, do they have software engineer? I mean, not software engineer. Oh, they do have front end here. What the hell? How did I never know about this? And then this one's more skill based. Front end, back end. So I said create your own roadmap. That might have to be something I do because it's not here specifically. Let me just click a random one. If I look at front end, is it like a bunch of people created this, or oh wow, they go crazy with the roadmaps here. And then I'm just kind of assuming. Also, you can click on it and they even send you to certain courses. But I think I would have to make my own because I don't see. And making my own, I think, literally means I'm making my own. So then that wouldn't be good because I need help. I legitimately need help unless I could search it out. A lot of this too is also seems like it's for like coding. So I'm like, I'm not too sure. This is data structures and algorithms. This is actually seems pretty good though if I ever needed to like learn anything when it comes back to coding, but I don't think this has anything to do with IT support. Yeah, a lot of this just seems like to be like coding. Damn, that's pretty dope though. I wish they had roadmaps for IT, but nope. I don't see it. Actually, what if I looked up, it says if you don't mind, find what you want. There might be other roadmap websites, like maybe. Yeah, maybe because I don't really see what I'm looking for. Let me look up roadmap here. IT support roadmap. Maybe they have it somewhere else. Like you said. But that isn't bad though. Developer roadmap seems pretty cool, but it legitimately, I think it's mainly more towards coding. I wish I knew about that when I was doing coding. That was crazy. I wish I had that. Alright, let me see here. This is one of them too. They do have a pretty good. Actually, I don't even know what the hell that is. They're like, this is like kind of what I've made. I made my little own roadmap before, but let me see. Foundational. Yeah, this all of this is just really trying to tell me like different websites for IT support. They're just trying to tell me like what certifications I should get. And it's like, yes, I already know that, but I want like a deeper roadmap too. If like for instance, if I'm doing hardware, I want to have a hardware roadmap, but I want them to know that hardware isn't like my keen thing. I'm not too sure. I probably have to do a lot more searching like offline instead because I want to find something that's like really specific for what I'm looking for. But now that we did that, let's jump back into this. We've been live for about an hour. So now we're trying to find the difference between the NVE SSDs and then the SATA SSDs, which I think we also took a note for that recently as well. If we did, then we might not need to get into this. But I swear it's like I'm missing notes. It's like did I rip a page out? I did what the hell? AMD versus Nvidia before. But didn't I do NVMe versus SATA? I skipped the whole page. What the hell? How'd I do that? I forgot that I had a lot of stuff over here. Yeah, but this is the basics of the computer too. Who the hell is NVM? I definitely know for a fact. Oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, I did. I did like Oh, well, this is SSD and then NVMe, but I didn't do specifically SATA SSDs. Okay. So then I guess that's something we're getting into. Is we gotta find this difference, but I'm not sure if I want to use the AI overview. Obviously, they probably are gonna have it correct. Might have some things in there that I don't know, but I'd like to also do websites as well. This doesn't seem like a bad website. So this is SATA. Then you got the NVMs. I just need to see if they find the difference. NVM is a storage protocol designed with SSDs in mind with the elimination of intermediating SATAs. NVM allows SSDs. So I don't really see. Oh, right, maybe right here. NVM drives take on a number of new form factors. While this says the SATA-based SSDs. Something else. I don't know. They're trying to they're not really showing me a huge difference yet. Oh, I guess they have a video for it. I hate videos. Learning from videos is dummy hard for me. NVM SSDs. Maybe it's kind of within these paragraphs. I'd probably have to do like my own little research. Who knows? I think this might be fine. We've been using the AI overview this whole time, and I don't think they failed me. So who knows? I don't like using the AI overview because I feel like it's like I'm not doing the research myself. But a lot of these sites, sometimes they don't really get into like the point. This is like differences in a PC gaming. Like I care about it in general, not just the PC gaming part of things. So like I don't know. Oh, oops, I accidentally clicked dive deeper. I thought that was gonna look a little different. So NVMe SSDs are significantly faster than SATAs because they use this while SATAs are limited. See how that gets like straight to the point? I guess that's the point of the AI overview, but I don't know. Some of these, they don't be getting to the point. That's why I need me a little course. But I'm pretty sure I could probably find a pretty good roadmap. I just would have to look at other websites. But that was like, I wish I had that when I was getting into what is it called? I think web dev. Because they also have, I think they might have something on there too for React as well. I'm not sure yet, because I think it's right here. Let's see if they have one for React. Well, they do have it for like certain jobs here, which I think is just so cool, especially to, oh, they do have cybersecurity. This actually is going to be helpful because I do want to get into cybersecurity. And then they also have one for data analysis, and data analysis isn't bad either. But I feel like a lot of that stuff might, be easily like, I don't know. I think I would want to look into cybersecurity. And then do they have React? Because I always wanted to just get into that at some point. Oh yeah, they do right here. And they also have Linux. Linux isn't a bad thing for me to get into. I'm sure they got cloud. I don't know if Cloudflare is the same thing though as cloud in general. But yeah, so I guess they do have some good things in here because I really would love to get into cybersecurity. Like I need a cybersecurity roadmap. Oh, and they have fundamental IT skills in here. What the hell? Cloud skills knowledge. So that kind of jumps down. Programming skills. Wow. I didn't even know. And then they have networking knowledge here too. Maybe I just gotta click this. This is Cisco's Networking Academy Introduction to Cybersecurity. 8 in-demand IT skills boost your resume 2025. Top IT skills in demand. I don't know how the hell that's gonna teach me. But they do have a course, your personalized AI tutor. Oh, we have to sign up though. Does it sign up for everything? Oh no. Well, you could sign up for the introduction of cybersecurity. Then they have module 1, but of course, for me to do that, I would want to still learn a little bit more of IT. So I probably have to look into things like, but what is top IT skills? Like I don't care about that. That's just making me more sure about it. That's making me more sure about it. And then if I click computer hardware components, this is kind of where, oh, I'm stupid. I'm clicking this. I just need to go down. So this is what they're talking about. So computer hardware components, which is exactly where I'm at. Oh, so I did kind of find it. My bad, my guy. My bad, Bob. You're right. Then I don't know if this is like, because they make me have to sign up to do these, so I'll probably have to sign up another time. But they have videos, so computer components for dummies, and then they have what is computer hardware, which this doesn't look like a bad website at all. What is a motherboard? I mean, I feel like I think I did go on this website before. And I think I kind of already know this knowledge. So maybe I'm done with hardware. Maybe that's it. I'll have to do some of that stuff off screen or off camera. But anyway, let's get back over here. So we got the NVMe's SSDs are significantly faster. What am I writing? Oh yeah, NVM versus SATA. And let's just get into this little bit of a debate. I wonder if there's some people who like, even though technically NVM, like how it says NVM is significantly faster than SATA, I wonder if there's some people who just completely disagree with that, or is it just like factual? But I feel like even with anything, there's so many things in life that could be so factual. And it's like this person is the greatest of all time because they have all of this achievements. And then it's like, well, not really. Like people just debate on it either way. This person could be like, they're the best singer because they have, all these Grammys, all these awards. And then it's like, yeah, but those Grammys could be, just, what is it called? Not faked, but, it could be like, they just gave it to them because of whatever, because of who they were. Or it could have been rigged, right? People always got some that they have to say. I wonder when it comes to like PC parts, is there some people that are like, nah, SATA just is better. We mess with SATA. Or is it just something that's just known? I can't believe I'm actually this interested in tech though. Like if you asked me when I was younger, I knew that I did have like an interest, but I always used to look at that stuff and be like, yeah, but I just would never understand it? And then it's crazy that this is actually something now when I'm 22 that I'm really trying to like pursue and look into. And then actually enjoying too. Like it's not stressing me out. That was something about coding that I think used to kind of like make me upset, is that with coding, it just used to be very stressful. Because if you really think about it, coding is kind of like trying to debug your code and figure out what the hell is going on more than you actually coding. It's like it's like problem solving. Like you're always trying to figure out what happened, how to fix this, how to fix that. I'm like, nah, bro, like it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it at that time. So we gotta go with MDM drives having much higher sequential read slash write speeds. with some reaching over 7,000 MB per second, I believe is what that's supposed to say, compared to 550 MB per second maximum for the SATA 3. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, SATA is not it. SATA is just not it. You can't tell me otherwise. The numbers are numbering. Having much more higher. Yeah, those numbers are numbering. Read/write speeds. But yeah, thank God you showed me that little roadmap thing. You're right, my guy. I don't know if you're still here, but that was kind of very helpful. I did not think if I were to click into that, I would find it. Granted, it doesn't go into too much detail as I was hoping, but maybe I gotta just kind of move around the website. Maybe I'll find some things doing it like that. And then they also have React there, which at some point I want to learn and like use to what the hell? Look at the roadmap and then learn React. And then I forgot what else was there too that I was looking at too. And then also they even have like beginner certifications here. They have the websites for like Hackney. Like this is pretty good. I don't know who created this, but they're low key goated. I mean, I know granted they obviously didn't make all those websites, but to make a roadmap to where you could guide people, super goated. I'm gonna have to like make a whole video on that. What the hell? I actually loved it, even though I haven't used it yet. I know it's goated. I just know it. And I'm surprised that you recommended me that. And you know how long I've been like coding and trying to learn front end and learn, just a bunch of things. For you to finally tell me that when I'm not learning it, like how many people see me. I'm assuming that you probably obviously are new, so I'm not saying it like that. But I'm saying like there's people who've watched me for months learning web dev, and I've never got recommended that website. That's crazy. So we got this. It says, while NVMe offers a substantial speed boost for demanding tasks like gaming and video editing, the difference may not be noticeable for everyday use. Oh, okay, because I have the NVM, I think. Actually, I don't even know. I think I lied to y'all. What made me think that? I don't know. I just assumed. Maybe I don't have that. I could, but not too positive. Well, was NVM? No, actually, never mind. I was gonna make a comparison, but I do not think so. It could be good though. Who knows? SSDs offers, but you wouldn't notice. I don't really need to write that down. So, and then we kind of already got that comparison that it could go up way higher when it comes to the MB per second. Then the the performance differences, I guess you can kind of assume, yeah, the SATA would just be slower in sequential operations, while this one's much faster depending on what you're using it for. So speeds up to 5 to 6% higher. So efficient for general use, but it is lower cost. This is ideal for larger tasks, gaming, video editing, and large file transfer. So depending on what you're using it for, if you're just gonna use it to look stuff up and probably do like assignments and stuff like for school, maybe the SATA isn't that bad. But if you're really planning on editing, playing games, and doing stuff like that, you're gonna need the SSD. So I'm assuming I do have this one because I have a gaming computer. So I would assume that I have that because that'd be crazy if I didn't. So I guess that's kind of mainly the main difference. I said interface and bus. So the SSDs use an older SATA interface, which I don't think I care. They use the much faster PCI peripheral component interface, which allows for more bandwidth and direct communication with the CPU. Oh, okay. I guess maybe that is a little bit important. That is a little bit of a difference there. So we're gonna use SATA SSDs use the older SATA interface. Okay, so SATA SSDs use older SATA. I wonder, do they still make them with SATA SSDs? Probably if it's like a basic computer, like maybe if you just get like a regular like Dell computer. But if you're getting a gaming computer, I'm assuming, I would hope that it comes with an NVM, because that would be insane. So you got an older SATA interface while NVMe uses the PCI, which is peripheral component, which I've been waiting. Oh, PCIe. I've been waiting to understand what that is. Like, what is the PCI broken down into? And that's great that they finally told me it's the peripheral component. It took days to learn this. So interconnect, I wonder what I gotta do today. I think I might have to end up doing a little bit of laundry, maybe a bit of grocery shopping, but nothing too crazy. So we go interface, which allows for more bandwidth and direct communication with the CPU. So it allows for more bandwidth and direct communication with CPU. So direct communication with the CPU. Perfection. It says drivers. SATA uses drivers designed for hard disk drives, while NVM uses drivers specifically designed for flash memory, making it more efficient for modern SSDs. Okay. So that's good to know. Real quick, I want to make this be... I want on my notebook for me to kind of understand a little bit. So we're going to do interface here, because I should have done that here. Oh wait, what the hell am I doing? And then I'm going to have to write drivers here. Just trying to make this a little bit more understandable from future Marzi, because future Marzi is going to be lost as hell if she ever looks back into these notes. I cannot wait to give myself a little quiz tomorrow, because I've been learning a lot. And the quiz is going to put me to the test to see if I'm actually like learning rather than me just taking down notes. I got to make sure that I'm actually taking in some information, and a quiz is honestly the best way to do that for yourself. Which is crazy, because I remember back when I was doing web dev, a lot of people were telling me not to quiz myself. They were like, oh, don't quiz yourself, just do it. I'm like, what? I'm like, quizzing yourself is this is something we do in school, my guy. Like, if it's used in school, that means it's very much, can be very helpful when it comes to teaching yourself. Obviously, some people do have a fear when it does come to test taking, and because of that anxiety, it could make them fail. But what we need to understand too is like, if a school is doing it, it makes sense for you to do it as well, because that means it's really going to test where you're at. Especially too, testing where you're at is one of the best things that you could do. It's like literally take a test, even if you know nothing about it. It doesn't need to be a paid test, obviously. It could just be a regular test online. See what you get right, see what you get wrong. Because then it could show you from the beginning of your journey, when you first started, you weren't able to do this, that, this, that. Then by the time you take a test later, it shows you that you've learned stuff, and then it still shows you where you could learn more. So I'm like, I don't know why people are so like not fond of testing yourself. I think that's the best thing you could do. But that's why for, like I said, my web dev journey, I let too many people tell me what to do when it came to learning, rather than learning for myself, that I think I made it very much more like harder for myself by trying to listen to everyone. And that's why, now, but it's obviously it's a learning experience. So now I know. It's like, don't let too many people, of course, if someone gives you something that makes sense for you, then add it into your learning process. But don't let too many people add their input, because in the end, you learn a little bit differently than other people, or compared to other people. It will always be a little bit different, because some people just learn differently. That's why I love self-teaching yourself, because you get to move at your own pace, and you get to honestly pick like what works for you, and you can just move slow, move fast on certain things, because you know exactly what you're understanding and what you're not. Sometimes if you're in a class, sometimes the class isn't understanding something but you do, and then you can't move forward. Like, that's how I used to feel in my algebra class, or not algebra, I think it was calculus class. They were really teaching us calculus, and I'm like understanding things. Well, in my pre-calculus class, and they were teaching us like pre-calculus, and I was really understanding things, but a lot of the class was all like kind of behind. So it would be annoying having to like keep doing stuff that I already knew. And I'm like, ugh. And then vice versa, there's been times where the class was moving forward, and then I was the one person who wasn't understanding something. So it's like, damn, the class keeps moving forward, I need them to slow down. And I would always be nervous to be like, what? Like, what are you talking about? So sometimes you just gotta, learning things yourself could just be so much better before really taking a course. So at least you could be kind of steps ahead of other people and give yourself some more time. But I think the hardest thing is like working a full-time job trying to study is one of the hardest things you could do. And I think is sometimes why I back out, well, not back out of things, but there's certain, like, I could probably go to college and get a degree, or I could go for an apprenticeship. But I'd be like afraid to really like do stuff like that and learn stuff because it's like I kind of made my position like at a certain job and I've kind of rose up a little bit. So it's like, well, not rose up, but you get raises every year. So then it's like in my head, I'm like, it makes it scary to want to like try something different, even though in the long run it's going to get paid more. But you just get nervous, you don't know if you should take that risk. And that's the one thing that kind of sucks when you like I wish I could have studied a lot of these things first before starting to work because I'm too afraid to take risks. It's like I have to really think like is this gonna and then taking risk isn't too good right now because I have an apartment that I gotta make sure I could afford, got a car I gotta make sure I could afford. So if I took a risk and everything failed, I'm screwing myself and I have nobody to fall back on either. That's the biggest thing. Like if you have someone to fall back on, like then you could do you at the end of the day. Like take your risk, do whatever. But for me, like it's a risk. I have nobody to fall back on. I would have to I do everything on my own. Like it would be too crazy. Choose SATA if you need a more budget friendly option and you're only going to be using it for general computing, web browsing, or word processing, and your motherboard doesn't have an M2 slot for an NVM drive. Choose NVM if you want the fastest possible performance for gaming, video editing, 3D rendering. Yes, 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 I need it all. Ensure your motherboard is compatible with the MC2 or PCIe slot before purchasing. That's pretty dope. Yes, I definitely have the NVM. And I think my laptop actually said that somewhere too. I forgot where I saw it, but no, yes. So how long have we been streaming for? About I was gonna say a minute. About an hour and 30 minutes, so that's pretty cool. I just want to see the next thing I need to get into. I'm kind of like running through this module 2, and I think module 2 is supposed to be like a week. So the fact that I'm running through this is kind of crazy. But I think it's because I kind of learned a little bit of these things just slowly previously a week ago, so it's kind of a little bit easier. Oh, I'm finally gonna be getting into like the wattage, the amperage, and connectors for the power supply at some point. But then module 3 is the scary part. Module 3 is supposed to be like the building and compatibility. So that might be where I will really be in like PC part picker and then probably just watching people build computers from like on YouTube videos, but I don't think I'll be able to show y'all that, but just to kind of see what they're talking about. And then not lastly, they get me into module 4, which should be probably next week or the week after, my bad, for troubleshooting and maintenance. And then they have a little bit of hands-on simulators, which is like the game that I have, so we kind of don't need to do that. They have a virtual hardware lab. Actually, I kind of want to look at that right now. A virtual hardware lab? Oh, never mind, I guess the page is gone. The page is gone, I lied. But they do have lastly like data storage and backup, which I guess gets into the file system, the RAID storage, the external drives. So that's probably gonna be the last thing we do for hardware, and then from there we can move forward. But we're still in the beginning. We're not too deep, or as deep as I would want to go. That is crazy work. Pause 10,000 times. I'm not even the type of person to even be like that, but I'm not gonna lie. What I was saying wasn't right. Also, they even have like troubleshooting tools too. Sorry, because I kind of want to look into this. Because this is specifically for cybersecurity though, but they have certain things where it tells you like the certifications you should get, and I'm pretty sure it probably like helps you kind of study for it. So they have like the official CompTIA A+, a CompTIA A+ course video on it. But then they also have things here for troubleshooting tools, which I had no idea about. So you have Radius, Kerberos, I don't know if I pronounced that right, ODAP. So they have pretty cool things, network protocols, network technologies, functions, IP terminology, the basics of computer networking here, articles, videos. So this might be really good for me to kind of get like trying to poke around for what I need to learn for like IT support. You got Windows, Linux, Mac, and stuff like that for the operating systems. Kind of poke around it and then kind of get into like see the networking knowledge that you're gonna need to even get here. Just kind of like I'll probably stay here and up and then eventually dive into the security skills and knowledge, which it really depends on where I want to go, man. But there's a lot of stuff to learn when it comes to security in that path. But I'm willing to learn it. I really am. But I think I need to start with, all this stuff kind of up here and, get a little bit more deeper for the networking engineer type of aspect or aspect of things. Unless this is kind of all you need to know for the networking knowledge a little, which I doubt. I feel like you might need to know a little bit more. And then kind of just, do all that, get into the network engineering. Because that's the thing, too. Like, people don't understand. Maybe people do, actually. What am I talking about? But that cybersecurity does have a lot of a form of networking. So I'm like, if I get into a networking engineering role and then I try to transfer to the security team, the cybersecurity team there, specifically where I want to work, they have a cybersecurity team. I might be really considered just based off of the knowledge I already have for networking and the not even just the knowledge, but the worker experience of it. And then I can get into that security team, man. And I think I really could. Like, based on where I specifically want to work, I think I could really go down this route. It just comes down to having to learn all of this. Like, that's gonna be hell. That is gonna be hell, but hey, I'll be taking y'all along that whole journey. But first, let's just focus on my first goal, which is to learn these damn fundamentals of IT. Because nah, we can't shoot that high yet. Can't shoot that high, but I do really want to do that, and I think I could do it. I really think I could. I just want to find something that's good for right now, or before I could really get into that career. Like, I don't care if I have to go electrical or networking engineering, something that's good for like a good career right now. I really don't mind where I work, but I prefer something different. Prefer something different. So now we got into the SATA and VM. Let me go jump back here. What am I looking for? Oh, now we got to get into the GPU, VRAM, clock speed, and CUDA cores, I guess is how you pronounce that. And then lastly, the power supply. So I might save this. I might save this for tomorrow, or I might do this all off camera. Because I did want to end the stream when I finish this whole concept, but I feel like I might do this off camera. The GPU, VRAM, the clock speed, the CUDA cores, and then get into the power supply, wattage, amperage, and connectors, and probably do that off there. So by the time we come back, we could hop back with a quiz or a little assessment for tomorrow, and then get a little bit more deeper when it comes to the building and the compatibility with the assembled parts. So I think that is going to be really good. We're making a lot of progress, y'all. Making legitimately a lot of progress for learning everything that we are learning right now. I think that is super dope. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And like, it's so crazy to even be, getting this far as well. Like, I don't know, man. I had no idea that I would really be learning like as much as what I'm learning like right now. And I just can't wait to continue pushing forward, y'all. This is crazy. We're on day 14. We got to get into day 15 tomorrow. Probably learn a little bit more today because it's my day off. I didn't want to stay on way longer, but I'm sorry, cannot do that. I got a video that I got to edit. I got to get a couple clips from something else too. So it's gonna be a lot in this video that I want to use. But when this video comes out at 8, hopefully y'all enjoy it because it should be ready by 8. Hopefully, I don't know what we got to do today. I haven't ate today, and I'm praying that I could just find some time to edit that video, get it done, get it pushed out for y'all because y'all are gonna enjoy it. Y'all are gonna love it. I already got the voiceover, my script in. I don't know if is everything glitching right now? Is everything glitching? I think my internet might be weak right now, y'all. My bad. Let me see what it sounds like. Oh, you hear my voice, but for some reason the screen is glitching. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Well, it's all good. We're going to be signing off anyway. So I wanted to say that if y'all are here, make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button because I will be documenting my entire journey of learning IT support. And the goal is to try and wait until I hopefully get into networking engineer position or even just a little bit of a position in IT because I think that might be my place of just where I want to go in my route and eventually try to get into cybersecurity if that were to ever be the goal. And, I just really want to focus on these topics and pivot a lot of my content towards this because this is like a dream of mine to get into. So make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I'm sorry for it kind of glitching right now. My voice, I know I think it sounds clear, not too positive, but the camera is glitching, so hey. But yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. Hope y'all ended up enjoying this live stream. For the few people that popped in, that chilled with me, I will be coming on tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST or 12:30 p.m. I mean, 12:30 EST. Wait, what the hell? Why am I saying that weird? 12:30 p.m. EST. I should be coming on tomorrow, so make sure you end up tuning in. Catch y'all in the next one. Deuces. What is up? What is up? This is Marzi. Let me open up chat on my phone real quick. We are on day 123, y'all, and we took like, hold on, like, cause I have something to discuss before we hop into this studying. I'm a little bit tired, so I kind of do want this to be a little bit more chill. Not that I'm not going to study, I just don't want to study like as hard. Like I'm tired, brother. I'm tired. Like I did a 12 because I didn't expect to do a 12 yesterday. So I did a 12 and I already felt like I was just exhausted. I didn't have enough sleep, but we had to knock that out. And so that felt great, but I don't know. There's things like I got forced in for Thanksgiving at work, y'all. That really upsets me. But that wasn't what I wanted to talk about though. Obviously there was more. What is a Paris? She said new beanie on stream. I think I've shown this beanie before. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. I'm not sure. But y'all, so I ended up posting this video. And it was about me finishing my barbershop website. I had no idea. He said, how many beanies do I have? I think I bought 7 of these, and then sometimes I just probably have like 5 more like that are different. But damn, my lighting is like kind of trash right now. Should I do it like this? I don't know. So I'll probably say like 15 in total, but specifically of this type, if it can bright up, I don't know if you can see what it says. It's one of the God Got Me beanies. I think I got like specifically 7 of those, and then just more after that, maybe 7, 8 more. But no, yeah. So I posted this video. It was the web dev video. I finished my barbershop website. I didn't think it was gonna get good views. You said I have none for this winter. Oh damn, bro, you gotta get them. I gotta get a jacket. I have no jacket. Like I have to wear my varsity jackets, but obviously those aren't warm. But I posted this video about finishing this website. I did not think that my subscriber count, because the video was at 600 views and it's still rising. I was like, damn, for one, I didn't think that video was gonna do good because I've been trying to document that barbershop series in like 3 more videos after, and it would only get like 200 or 100 views. I was like, I guess people don't care about this. I posted, I finished that barbershop series. It went from like, I want to say 150. I woke up to 600 views, and then I woke up to like up here it says 1735. I now have to edit it, and now I believe my sub count is at 17. Like, I'm gonna have to do like 1760. I think I'm at 1752 or something like that. 1752 or 1755. I don't know. I'll just do 52 because I don't want to go too high. But I was like, what the hell just happened? It says send you one. I mean, I probably could low key. I probably could low key, but I would have to buy it from somewhere. Like, I don't know. But I was planning on making a bunch of these beanies on my merch, but the problem is like the beanie on the merch site looks very huge. So I don't want to like tell people to buy it. It is open there. So but it's like I just don't know if it's I don't know how it fits yet. I would have to see. Cuz if I could do that, then I probably would just get that beanie or something and then probably send it over. But I just got to make sure that that beanie's okay. But no, yeah, so my subscriber count jumped. And then now it's kind of putting me in a place where, because in my head, I was like, whatever, like I'm naturally averaging 200 views. I'm like, at that point, it doesn't really matter what I post, right? I've been saying that I wanted to switch my content to IT support content. And then now I'm kind of sitting here like, damn, should I like, I want to do a mix of both now, but in a different way to where it's like maybe on Fridays, I could post like a web dev video where I'm like, either reviewing a website or I created a website and I'm going through the website. And it's like, I don't know if maybe people would care for that video. Maybe people just cared about the build up of the barbershop website and then it finally being done. Or was it just the fact that I finished something? So could I just keep popping out every Friday with a new finished website? And would that be intriguing? Because I'm like, damn, like, I don't know if I'm ready now to full blown pivot to IT support content. That's what I wanted to do. But it was only because I'm like, I'm averaging 200 views. It's not like it's going to do anything. But then, boom, I got 600 views, and it's probably going to get to 1,000 views by like tomorrow, or maybe 800 views or something. I don't know. That shit jumped. It's my number one performing video out of 10 right now. So it's kind of like, I don't want to screw myself. It's like I got momentum. I got about like almost 20 subscribers just off of this video. For me to next week switch it all to IT support, I'm like, I don't know, man. You said project videos go viral. No, yeah, I know. And I didn't even like think it was going to because I made 3 videos about this and no one cared. Then boom, I finished it. So I'm just like, maybe every Friday I could show it, or maybe I could try to find topics in IT support that can kind of hit the same, where it's like, you know, doing basic damn, what the hell is it called? Help desk tasks, where I can kind of probably do like a lab or a home lab or whatever, and I'm just solving basic tasks on camera, probably talking about how I would solve it. But since I'm like so beginner, I probably am gonna mess up a lot, and that's probably what's gonna make it a little bit intriguing. Um, and then eventually, obviously, when I buy a computer, you know how many videos you can make off of that. Like buy a desktop, open it up, you can make so much things off of that. So I'm like, maybe I could bank on those type of videos to do well instead of trying to keep web dev like on the side a little. But I don't know. I don't think it would be bad to post web dev every Friday, but I feel like it's like not letting go of a chapter. Like I really wanted this channel to be about chapters. Like this chapter I'm writing a book. This chapter I'm boxing. This chapter I'm doing networking, right? This chapter I'm freelancing. So I feel like for me, if I try to keep web dev there, then it kind of disappoints the chapter because then it never really closed while IT support is opening. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess I have to debate on it, man. Guess I got to debate on it. But let me go and finally get this thing open. I kind of want today to be a little bit more of a chill day. So I might do a lot more. Well, actually, what am I talking about? I was going to say I might do a lot more talking, but when have I stopped talking? Like, when has that been a thing? But I don't know. I'm like so iffy now. Like, and I told myself not to get like that too because when I seen the views like at 150, I was like, this video could possibly take off a little bit. I told myself not to feel like that if the video performed well, and then it's performing more like more well than I thought it would have, to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I should let it go. Like, I feel like I might be dumb to let it go. So I already did the post process, so let me go look up the boot order for BIOS, which I don't know, surprisingly. The boot order. I mean, that should hopefully be quick. It says how to change the boot order. Wait, but this is all talking about how to change the boot order. I think they want me to learn what is the boot order. I'm confused. It says, why change the boot order? You need to change boot order for various reasons, such as this. Is that maybe what they want me to look into? How to change boot order. Bitch, can I speak? Well, let me go back real quick. Access the BIOS. Find the boot order menu, change the, oh, so they are talking about the changes of the boot order. So I guess it's probably good for me to read these websites. I just hate how much ads, these websites keep popping up. It makes me not want to read it. Oh, I have an ASOS. This is a good website. I know y'all can't see the websites. I'm just trying to find the right one, but these ads are pissing me off. I need an ad blocker. Yeah, I think I might have to read what AI is saying again. Because I don't know, maybe I could do this website. Let me jump and show y'all the website, because now we're kind of here. Which screen is it? I don't know. I want to see how this live screen looks real quick. Let me know how this live screen looks. Let me know. It's going to probably jump a little bit late. So notice how people are hooked on Pewds and Asmon Gold's videos for hours. It's their perspective and personalities you keep talking to. No, yeah, that's why, my goal is, I do really want people to like me for my personality, which is why part of me is, maybe I shouldn't chase those project videos, because, that video was a bunch of storytelling as well. So it's people probably could have subscribed because they still liked my personality. But I feel like that's more one of those videos where you could potentially hit that subscribe button because of the fact that, you wanted to see a finished website. Which is why part of me is maybe I shouldn't have a lot of achievement videos anyway. I could probably do an achievement video maybe once a week. That's what I used to do with my barbershop websites. When it would perform well, I used to do at least one achievement video a week. So I'm kind of okay, yeah, no, I can't do it with these ads. I'm starting to freak out. Oh, shoot, I lost my website. But, can I get to my bookmark and my history? No, they won't let me look up what I looked up. Okay, right here. But no, yeah, so I guess I'll just read what they have here for the AI overview, because it says, how long have you been learning web dev? I've been learning web dev for about, I want to say 7 months. I feel like now I finally got to a space where, not that you ever finish learning web dev, you're always going to learn in the end. But I feel like I finally got to a space where I don't need to study no more. I can kind of just code, and then maybe I'll learn through my coding mistakes. So I would say 7 months, but I haven't really got too deep to web dev. I feel like things that could make my coding experience a little bit more easier is if I ended up learning React, and obviously if I ended up learning Tailwind. So a lot of my designs that you ever see for my websites, I feel like the reason why I normally quickly end my projects super fast is because I have to code every single line of everything that I want to do. So I got to get into using Tailwind, using React, but outside of that, it took me 7 months, and it only took me 7 months because I used to have only an hour a day. Well, I still have an hour a day because I'd be working a lot, but I only have an hour a day to pretty much study. So if I was 7 months deep and I had more time in my day, I think I definitely would have learned everything. He said, wow, yeah, I know, man. And I documented the whole entire journey on this YouTube channel. That's another thing too with a lot of the content that I do have. It kind of is evergreen content in a way, because there's some people who might want to look back at that journey and see exactly how I got here. And so definitely, you could definitely go look back, watch a bunch of those videos. I literally documented almost every day. And we got up to, I think, like 200 live streams. But starting at like day 120, so like 120 to 200, so that's about 60 live streams, I believe. Wait, no, 80 live streams, I believe, straight of like web dev content, and then my videos, my main content videos, with the rest of it. So yeah, it's crazy. But that's why, like I said, I'm stuck like in a hard place. Stuck in a hard place. But that's why, oh yeah, that's what me and you were talking about, Harish. Because it's basically like, I don't want people to come only because, of the fact that I finished things, like that I just achieved things. I would love if people came because of my personality. So that's why part of me is like, what if I do only make a couple of videos a month that represent me achieving something? Like, whether that's me still integrating websites, or whether that's me, pursuing or pivoting completely to IT support and then making IT support content that's achieving, and probably just doing it like once, a week. The only problem is though is that with web dev, I feel like I found the key. Like, it's like with web dev, they really like to see finished projects. With IT support, obviously I haven't tried it yet. So a part of me is kind of like, I don't want to fully transition to IT support content and then be like, let me buy a laptop and see if people will watch. You know what I mean? Because then what if people don't watch? And then like I kind of banked on that being my 600 viewed video and it wasn't. So I'm kind of going through it, and I'm trying to see, like a couple people's opinions. I'm gonna probably sit on it, pray on it, because I do have a video after this that was gonna be, revealed. Not the video that might come out today, but it should be the one that comes out after the next one that comes out, where I was going to discuss completely pivoting. So now I'm like, what are the odds this happened right before? Because now I'm screwed. He said, I'm currently learning as well. Your videos are pushing me. Good to know I'm not alone. Hey, that's what's up, man. That is what's up. That's really my goal, is to really try to just study along people. Like, it doesn't even matter what we're studying for. We could be studying for something completely different. I really just want to push people to, just study and understand that you could do whatever you put your mind to. Don't let no one tell you no. Don't let no one tell you twice. Of course, if you have things in life that got to get done, like that's like another one of my things that I want to motivate people with, is that some people say they can't learn because they work too much. They can't learn because they have too much responsibility. And I'm someone where I normally naturally work 12 to 10 hours a day. And not only that, I also work like crazy shifts. So I feel like my body constantly is like in a battle, because even though it's like, yes, it's 8 hours, I mean, it's only 10, 12 hours. Some people are like, that's not that deep. It's not like I'm working 7 to 5. You know what I mean? Like, it's a completely different shift. So I'm coming out in the middle of the night, going to sleep, and I still try to find a way to study. I want people to know that even if you're someone who is super busy, I hope that I can inspire you to still know that you could study on your own time, that you could find ways, to implement it into your own schedule. Um, and then even especially if you're not busy, like, hey, get up. You're not busy, get up, grab a pen, pencil, or whatever you like to use, Notion, any type of oh wait, I think Notion's for planning. But any type of website, hey, I think that'll be super dope. I can't wait to buy my own journal. I cannot wait to buy my own journal, because I'm gonna make a IT support journal and I'm gonna use it on live, and then probably buy like my mug and then probably put it right here. You know how dope that is? He said, damn, how can you study whilst talking? You know what's crazy? I didn't know I could do this until I started this. I was like, and I legitimately believed that I wasn't learning anything. I was like, am I like not learning at all? And then every time I take a quiz, no matter what, it's like I remember, just out of nowhere, I remember what I studied. I'm like, damn, how did I do that? It's strange. So to access BIOS, restart your computer, repeatedly press the specific key that appears on the startup screen. Common keys are delete, F1 depending on your computer's manufacturer. Yeah, I don't think I really care about this. I think I know how to access BIOS. Well, for me, I think it might be F1 or F2, but either way, I know how to access BIOS. But I mean, if you want to start with step one, no, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna put step one access BIOS. Like I don't need to write all that. But no, yeah, I don't know how I do it. But that's why for me, it's like I feel like my content is like, yes, study with me, but it can kind of come off like a podcast or like getting to know me. Cause I legitimately will sit here and talk to y'all about anything. I'll legitimately talk to you about anything while studying and then still being able to take a quiz right after and then ace it. I'm like, there's no way. But maybe what I'm probably thinking though is that as of right now, I'm still kind of learning, the basics of computing. Oh wait, maybe I should scroll the screen up a little bit, my bad. I'm still kind of learning like the basics of computing. So I'm thinking maybe, wait, what the hell am I doing? Change the, oh, right, I'm right here. Okay, I was like, yo. So I'm thinking maybe that's why it's a little bit more easier for me to talk while studying. So maybe if I were to ever, start trying to study for the CompTIA A plus certification, I might have to shut up. I might have to have 20 minutes of deep focus and shut up. This is really skillful, actually. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if I'm studying for the CompTIA A plus and then I'm talking the whole way through and I pass my quiz, at that point it has to be skillful. I feel like some of this, the reason why I'm able to talk easily is because I could kind of pinpoint what's like quiz worthy and then what I'm just kind of learning that's just for me. Like, I feel like right now, learning the boot order and kind of learning all this, if they were to even ask me a question, it probably would just be something like, what is the boot order for wanting to, I don't know, restart your computer? I don't know, something random. And then I just would have to know what the boot order is. And right now, specifically what I'm writing is not that. So I think sometimes, like, I just kind of know when to focus and when not to. Because, yes, this stuff matters, but at the end of the day, I can just come back to my notes. I don't think it would be anything that is going to pop up on, a quiz. And if it was, oops. Because, hey, but I think I would know everything that just popped up because all they told me was how to access BIOS and then how to find the boot order, which I guess but like I said, I think this would be a little bit more easier if I could open up my own boot. I mean, my own boot. If I could open up my own BIOS or UFI or whatever and then kind of see it, but I guess it's just saying navigate to boot, boot order, or boot sequence. But it would be nice if I could see it, and then it may be on the main screen or sub menu for the advanced menus. Did I write that? No, I didn't. I moved too quick. But it's whatever. But that's kind of like one of those questions where you could simply just look that up. So sometimes that's just how I feel. Damn, I wish I had like some soda, man. I gotta stop drinking soda. It's not good for me. Not only is it not good for your teeth, it's not good for your heart. It's not good for just anything. I really gotta stop drinking soda. But I'm so stressed. I really don't know what to do with my content no more. Like that video, it did so well. It did so well, and I don't know what to do. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to probably discuss it with people and, like I said, pray on it, see what happens. But I was legitimately gonna have that video that was gonna pivot completely by maybe Friday. Wait, what's today? Oh, what the hell is today? Today Wednesday? Because I don't know, man. This week has been going by slow. No, because I have Mondays off. So Tuesday. Oh, is it Thursday already? Damn. It might be Thursday. The week is going by quick. But I don't know. It's hard for me to count my days. When you work a little bit into the nights, your days simply go by. You said, do you have apprenticeships where you're at? Can't you try doing one of them? I don't think so. I was looking it up for IT actually, and I think I don't know because I was looking up apprenticeships for like a lot of jobs, so I don't remember if it was for IT or not. I don't think it was. Yeah, no. So I would say no. Cause I was looking up apprenticeships for like electricians. I don't know. I just wanted to see like if that was something I was interested in, so I was just searching it up. But no, yeah, I don't think they have apprenticeships at all, and I don't think I would be down to do it because the problem is with my current like life is I know I'm young, I'm 22, I probably don't look like it, but even so, a lot of 22-year-olds they're not really having to rely on themselves a lot, and I'm somebody who I really do have to rely on me. Like I have this apartment I gotta pay for. I live by myself with my I live by myself with my partner. And then we have the car that we gotta pay for. We got just hella bills, of course. You already know. What daily life is looking like. Then you got to do groceries. You got to buy essentials. You got to pay for laundry, and so forth and so forth. And when you realize that everything has a cost, right? I used to live with my grandparents. At one point, I would have never knew. I would have never knew. Like even the soap, and it's like you kind of know these things, but you don't care until you buy it yourself. Like even the soap in my dispenser, it wasn't like I magically thought it would be there, but paying for the dispenser and then having to pay for the soap, and then when it runs out, I never noticed the dispenser run out until I lived on my own. I was like, yeah, maybe we could wait out on buying that soap. No, I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, when you have to pay for everything on your own, I know apprenticeships they pay you, but a lot of the time they don't pay you like good money. Sometimes they try to pay you like 15 an hour, or they might give you like 20 or something, and I can't take that type of pay cut. It's not like I'm getting paid a lot or anything, but specifically at this job, it like for one, it pays good hourly, but then two, it gives constant overtime. So the problem is like leaving something for something else that's probably going to be straight 8 hours and then completely less pay. And I got bills. It's just not, it wouldn't be good for me. That's why a lot of what I'm trying to do is kind of difficult from my perspective. Because I just don't want to leave my main job until I hit a networking job. And, that's difficult because networking roles, they want you to have experience. So I'm kind of like stuck there too between like should I take that risk or should I just, try to work whenever they do cut overtime, try to work two jobs, but doing 16 hours is tough. So I'm like maybe try to find a part-time help desk position and then see if I could apply to like a small company to hopefully they could hire me in networking, stay there for however long, and then try to eventually get into a big company that I already plan on getting into as an internal transfer. So then I'm like, maybe I could do that, but the whole route is so risky because they want you to have years of experience that I'm not willing to do because my pay is better here. Or not even the pay. I feel like it's like the stability. Like even if they try to be like, yo, I'm gonna pay you 35 an hour, I'm probably gonna still sit there and like I would take it. I might sit there and try to balance two jobs. But it wouldn't be enough for me to leave my current job because my current job is so stable, like it has union in it. So it's kind of like I don't want to leave something that could be so easily fireable until it's a networking role because then from there, y'all fire me from this networking role, boom, I'm on to the next networking role, onto the next networking role. Like that's different. So I need to try and get my foot in there, but it's hard. It is hard. But I am I do want to do home labs though, and I do plan on buying desktops and opening them up. The only thing is of course all of it comes with a cost. So it's like I gotta see whenever, because for this Christmas, I really do want to get a better camera because when I do plan on doing those type of live streams, I can't use this camera. This camera is not it. And then this is my phone camera, but that be glitching. So I need to try and figure out, exactly what I want to put my money towards. But I'm thinking getting a new camera and then probably buying like a very cheap desktop and then opening it up for y'all and doing a bunch of content on that. But I don't know when that's gonna happen because I've been learning about so much hardware. It's not even funny. It's to the point where I need a computer. I need to open it up. I need to see what the hell we're talking about. So next thing that I need to learn, what time is it? Oh, it's about to hit 1. Damn, I learned slow as hell. We gotta go to compatibility. Wait, hold on. What's going on? Compatibility, and then we gotta do RAM regeneration. My notes are so backwards. It's not even funny. I mean, what the hell? Damn, they don't teach nothing. This is what I'm talking about though. Like, I can't wait to be learning all of this because a lot of this note taking too, I plan on making my own course way down the line, of course, because I don't know too much. Oh, you know what? They're talking about cars. But I was gonna say they have like barely any websites. that kind of teach these things. Well, this one's kind of better. Find compatible RAM and motherboard compatibility. Is that what we're talking about? Compatible RAM, like with the motherboard, or are we talking about to our desktop? But it's just hard to find. You guys gotta be kidding me. But it's hard to find like a really good website that teaches these things, man. Like, what is all this? Well, no, RAM is not always compatible. Each RAM has physical electrical differences that, but they're not teaching me, like, they're just telling me, yeah, there's a difference, and then they're moving on. That's what I'm talking about. I gotta make my own course. Like, whenever I learn a good amount, the fact that I keep having to use the AI overview because people are just not making exact websites for this, or something that I could do, because I do know, oh wait, maybe this is a good website. Damn, but why is all the fucking content to the right? Can I close this out? Like, my video is over it. This is the RAM clock speed, motherboard, and RAM compatibility. Let me see what that says. Building from scratch are easy, blah, blah, blah. The crucial scanner is downloadable. So they just gave me a scanner. They're not even trying to tell me anything. They're like, just scan this. I mean, maybe the scanner is how you do it. What RAM speed do I need? I guess that website isn't bad, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I could make a better website. I was wondering if I made a website actually just like this, and this is the title, like compatibility, RAM regeneration. Does that mean that I could get paid for it? Because I feel like I wouldn't mind like searching for content from different websites and then kind of just like making the website. Obviously, citing the sources if I'm going word by word. Hey, listen, we know like our teachers in school, they taught us about plagiarism, okay? We don't plagiarize. We change up the words a little bit to make it fit our own. That's what we do. And with ChatGPT, that makes it even easier, but I actually could not understand. Like, there used to be a lot of kids in my class that couldn't do that. And I was like, damn, I actually felt really bad. And, like, I know sometimes I could struggle a little bit with changing up the sentence. But I feel like maybe I learned really quickly at a young age because I used to cheat a lot on my test or whatever. So, or not my test, but on my assignments. So I always had to plagiarize a lot, and no teacher ever caught me. Unless they probably just didn't care. But I was really good. Like, I just knew how to make something just work. Like, I probably could get a higher score than the person who actually wrote it because I just knew how to make it go. But it wasn't like I was smart either. Cause I damn sure wasn't. I wasn't dumb though. I feel like I was very middle. Like, I never was the student that got praised for good work. Well, actually, I got praised one time. I love that teacher. She was so good. She was so good to me. I never got praised before. Those teachers, I think they all hated me. But that one teacher, oh my gosh, she was so nice. That made my day. I'll never forget that teacher. I'll never forget her name. I'm sure plenty of other students wouldn't forget her name, but like, she like was just super encouraging that day. I was like, damn, she got me. I could have cried over it. Like, that's how great she was. But everybody else, never got encouraged, but I was never like, I never had the worst grade in the class. And then I kind of could have fallen on both spectrums where it's like, I probably was like 3 grades away from having the worst grade, but then I've also could have been like, I want to say like 5 grades away from having the best grade. So like, it really depended on the topic. On the topic and if I really paid attention. Okay, let's keep this going. So we're talking about the speed. It says you can find compatibility information by looking up your motherboard's see, this is how, like, how is ChatGPT hitting every point other websites weren't? This is just, it's making me even more upset at this point because ChatGPT, the AI overview should not be allowed to do this. I don't want to have to use this. I want to study. I want to read. They're pissing me off. And I know they're getting it from other websites too. Like, they have it right here. But the fact that those websites don't pop up is probably because they have terrible titles. Maybe it was the way I looked it up. But I think it has terrible titles because they're too busy trying to hit the audience of people who actually, you know what? This is exactly what it is. They're too busy trying to hit the audience of people who are actually like looking actively for the motherboard instead of trying to teach. So that's why in my head I'm like, hey, I'm wondering if like how does it work with pay if you did it like that? But I think the problem is though is that you would have to host your own website. So it's kind of like I'm putting money into it, hoping I get money in return, and that might not be the case. Because how many people are actually trying to study IT support? Raise your hand. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I know there's a lot of people who are actively trying to study, but not a lot of people who see my content though. But then I think that would be pretty dope actually. Ooh, y'all, I'm actually thinking for real. Hold on. Cause I'm thinking I could probably every Friday. Huh, hold on. Cause now it kind of can integrate my web dev ideas, but with my IT ideas, where on every Friday I could show a website. And it's just gonna be a basic website, like nothing crazy, like something legitimately like RAM regeneration, whatever. Let's go. Okay, RAM requirements. It's gonna be a basic website that looks just like this. Nothing like too crazy like this though. I don't care about this. You're not about to buy RAM on my website. But, how much do you need for RAM? And then just kind of write this stuff out. Probably drop a YouTube video, might not. Because I don't think I could use anyone's content. So probably not. And just do stuff like this. And then make that on Fridays. I think people would actually like that as content. Okay, sorry. Had to bring that up. I think I just found a way to implement my web dev with IT without it making it look like it's web dev. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. I've never been more genius. And there's probably even better like ideas out there that I could probably ask ChatGPT or other people, and they might sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, you could do this too." And I'm like, "Oh, I think I found the key. I think I found the key." So we gotta keep going. So using a system scanner. Oh, okay. So the system scanner is serious. That they're playing around. So the system scanner. How much does it cost? Or manufacturer's compatibility tool. I don't remember what my laptop is called, so I think it's Asus ROG G14 Zephyrus. I always say it the wrong way. Oh, guys, sorry, I was kind of glitching. But the other day, or yesterday, I disappointed myself. I really, like, learned how to fill up, like, air in a tire. And I was trying my hardest to do it. And for some reason, I could not get it done. And I think it was because, like, it was nighttime, so I think I was getting a little bit afraid of waking people up that I just didn't let it sit for however long it should have. Because I feel like I finally started pumping in enough air into the tire. But then I just got super scared. I was like, yeah, I don't want to wake people up. I don't want to, blah, blah, blah. And so I stopped. But like, it really disappointed me to the point where I literally could have been like so sad. I'm like, I gotta stop. I'm like, at the end of the day, like we fail in different areas. And then that's just how you learn. But I was really sad. Like, I know it has nothing to do with tech. But it's something I was hoping that I could have got done. Regeneration is not a standard term related to RAM. It likely refers to upgrading or replacing RAM to improve performance, which is done by ensuring new RAM is physically and electrically compatible. Oh, did I accidentally look up compatibility? Oh, I did. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Compatibility is a part of it. Woo! So step one, identify your current system's model. I feel like I don't really like the way I have my I don't know, like my setup. I've been trying to play around with it the last couple of days and it's been irking me, but hopefully I can find something. So identify your current system's specifications. Okay. Okie doke. And then identify, bro, I think I legitimately just like actually came up with the best idea I've ever thought of. I'm sorry. It's one of the best. So like help me. This is amazing. So you gotta go system specifications. Perfection. And then find your motherboard's model. You can find the model number printed directly on the motherboard by using CPU Z or Speccy. or by checking the computer's purchase specifications. See, you know what's crazy? I actually think I just learned how I do it. So because I feel like this is a little bit more important, I decided to read it out loud, and I continue to reread it because I'm probably going to read it again as I'm writing it out. And I'm realizing I only do that for things that I feel like are it seems important to understand, and I think that gets me to understand it. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, and you want to see someone who is documenting their journey and who is planning on trying to become something bigger in this IT space or just anything in life, right? Definitely come and hit that subscribe button and tune into these live streams, man. And these live streams, the goal is to hopefully inspire you to just study for whatever you want to study for. And, just stuff like that. So hopefully you end up staying tuned. Let's keep this going. So we got to do number printed directly. Number printed directly. Because this is like one of my screens. And I feel like sometimes it just doesn't look right. This is my other live screen. So let's collab and do a project together. What type of project? The problem is that I'm just too busy. I could probably do it like this. Does this look better, y'all? Does this screen look better? The problem is that I'm too busy. Like if I wasn't so busy, I feel like I would have loved to. But I really don't have enough time in my day. Like I naturally work 12-hour shifts, like 12 to 10-hour shifts. And then by the time I am up, I only am free from like 12 to 1, and then I got to start getting ready for work again. So it's kind of like, and then from 12 to 1, I'm live streaming. So if I were to try to even use that time remotely for a project, for one, I can't live stream, but then two, I wouldn't be able to study for IT support. So I'm a little bit too busy. That's why I do a lot of things by myself. I would love to collab with people though. I would love for it, but I feel like I feel like my YouTube channel probably has to just grow a little bit or something where I don't need to be working as much, but nah, I'm too busy, man. I would love to though. So CPU Z or Spency. Perfect. Oh, Specky. I said Spency. Oh, you know what? And I'm stupid too because I said Spexy or something. But obviously it's Specky because I'm sure it's talking about specs. Or by checking the computer's purchase specifications or manufacturer website. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's probably gonna be easy to kind of find the compatibility with your motherboard. Hopefully. And then purchase the specifications. So purchase. I'm so happy to, of course, just have this YouTube channel to be able to do, this type of content. I think it's just super dope. It's super amazing. I love being able to just kind of record whatever I like to record, and even just editing videos or storytelling. I'm just so happy to have a space where I get to get that out and people actually enjoy the content. Even if nobody was watching, I would still do it. I remember back, like, I deleted those videos now because they were like vlogish and I didn't really like it, but I used to have vlog videos or motivational videos that would only get, I want to say 30 views, bro. 30 views. And then I'm like, I used to just post constantly during that. It was so dope. And then, the views just decided to skyrocket randomly. And I was just like, oh, this is great. He said, hi, I hope you are doing very good. May God bless you. I'm 19 and I'm confused. I'm confused. I want to like. I don't know. Please give me some wisdom that you have. All right. You said I'm confused. You want to like. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about IT support, if you're talking about web dev, or if you're talking about like you want to like the content. So I'm a little bit confused there on what specifically is being asked. But anyway, what was I saying again? I think I was saying something like, oh yeah, so I remember doing it for like 30 views, 40 views, and then now the videos kind of hit 200 views like eventually, or hit like 150, and I'm like, past me would have never thought that would have happened. Like, I know it's like so tiny probably to some of you guys because you probably watch like hella watched people, but for me, man, like, oh my goodness, like I've never been more happier. I'm like, this is amazing. This is super dope. So thank y'all for tuning in. Hope you end up joining this journey, man. He said, I want to like get rich. I'm interested in CEH and content creation. I don't know what CEH is, but yeah, content creation. I'm not gonna hold you. I feel like it could get you there, but content creation is very difficult. And what a lot of people don't understand is how content actually pays you. So to get paid really good, it's really hard because, for instance, with content, if you're only talking about AdSense, right? There's other ways to get paid, like donations or live stream donations, YouTube video donations, or it could be like merch. If you have merchandise, you could sell it. And I'm even gonna give you all a little bit of tea about that. Oh, that's ethical hacking. Oh, I think you could definitely do it. It says, hey Marzi, I really like to keep contact. Hey, what's up, man? If you have Discord or if you have Instagram, you could definitely hit me up there if you want to chat. But what was I saying? Okay, so with content creation, it's a little bit weirder because, for instance, what you need to go by is a lot of people like to go by their CPM. CPM, don't focus on CPM because CPM is before the money gets sent to you. And obviously that's not something that you could change. Your focus should probably be on your RPM because that's the money that's coming to you. So some people might have $6 RPM and then you might be wondering, well, what is RPM? That is how much you're getting paid per 1,000 view. So if you wanted to, let's say you're getting paid $6 and let's say in the month you only get, let's say you get 1,000 views every day. So you get about 30,000 views for the month off of YouTube videos. You're probably gonna get paid from that. That'll be 6, 12, 18. You would probably only get paid $180 for that. And maybe less because you might not have a $6 RPM, or maybe more because some people probably watched through most of your ads on your YouTube video. But that's only gonna raise the RPM for the YouTube video, not like all around. So then that would only be about 180 or maybe 200, maybe less. So if you really wanted to make it on YouTube or have full-time income, I want to say getting 100,000 views is $1,000. Something around that line, right? For the month. And that doesn't mean you need to get like 100K viewed video, just 100,000 views in general, which is very difficult. And that's not including YouTube Shorts. But then if you sit there and then you get 1,000,000 views, that might be about, that could be about 5,000, maybe a little bit less. But as you can see where I'm going, especially being a small YouTuber, that's not likely until like way later. So only relying on like, you said 2K bucks is a lot. No, yeah, 2K bucks is a lot. But the thing is that you're not gonna hit that unless you hit probably 200,000 views for the month. You know what I'm saying? And that's not easy to hit. Like, it's not easy to hit 200,000 views. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. So I feel like if you're going to try to rely strictly on content creation and like AdSense, you're probably not going to make that type of money until years down the line. Like, until you really grind out your channel, or if you just found like a really good video. But if you are someone who thinks you could hit 200,000 views in a month, then by all means, shoot for it. But I'm telling you, it's not that easy. Like, I think monthly off of my YouTube content, I probably hit 15,000 views in total. So, like, I wouldn't even make $100. So it's like, and you can't pull, like, if you're making less than $100, you can't pull that type of money out. So, I don't know. Well, you said 2K bucks. I don't know if you meant to say $200 or if you meant to say actually 2,000. But if we're talking about, like, actual $2,000, that's 200,000 views. You said true, that's not easy, it takes time. Like learning skills, adapting, learning new things, and then applying those things, correct? No, yes, 100%. 100%. But it's just difficult. Because, like, I used to think it was, like, easy, which is why I'm trying to, like, instill that it's not that easy. But then also, too, though, a lot of where people's income comes from is having, like, affiliates. But I heard that that's kind of hard to, like, maintain. And then also, too, some people are just really good with selling their merch because it's not, with merch, it's not like it needs to just come from YouTube. You could sell merch like outside of YouTube or whatever. and just kind of try to pursue it that way. But that's why with content creation, like I think it's something that should be pursued, just not full time ever, because it is just so like wishy washy. And I've seen people hit 200,000 views, so get 2K, dollars for the month, and then by next month only get $50. So it's like YouTube is so up and down. Relying on it as like a career, unless you can average 100,000 views or more per video that you're uploading, I don't think it's worth being like, let me cut my job. And then YouTube Shorts is also very similar. If you could get about 1 million views per YouTube Short, I want to say per million view on YouTube Short is probably $1,000 or maybe something around that. So like YouTube Shorts is probably the best way to go, but it's so hard to kind of even get to that amount too. Like I know it's somebody who's getting like almost 100 million views, and he's able to wait. I think I might be doing the math wrong for what I'm saying, but he gets 100 million views, and he gets about $10,000 a month off of always getting 100 million views on YouTube Shorts. So I'd probably say YouTube Shorts. I think I might be wrong with my math. Actually, maybe 1 million views is $100. I think I meant to say. My fault. 1 million views is 100. You said someone said, why am I ignoring their content? But it's weird because I don't see it. For some reason, I don't see it on my comments, but I see it on my TV screen. Hold on, let me read it real quick. I have chat open on the TV screen as well. By the way, if you're new here, hit that sub button. We are still learning about IT support, taking notes as I'm yapping. Hold on, give me 1 second, because I'm trying to write this down. Okay, let me see. Because for some reason, your comments are only popping up on the screen, not in the comment section. So give me 1 second. I don't know why that's happening. Bruh, can I highlight this? What the fuck? Alright, let me highlight here. Damn, that was pissing me off. Alright, let me see. You said, how are you able to talk and write at the same time? Oh yeah, I don't know how I'm doing that. I honestly don't. I'm super goated at it. I've been doing it for a while. How I'm able to just talk and write. And then what's crazy too is like I'm able to understand it as well. But I think the best way for me to explain it is I think not everything is something that I need to know now. So if it's something that's important, I do kind of slow down and focus. But there's some things that I am writing that's kind of like future me might need to know, not me right now. So that's how I'm able to keep writing. My Discord link, I don't think I put it in the description. I feel like you might have to click on like a different live stream and see if maybe it's in there, because I have it in the description somewhere. I just don't really have time to kind of throw it in now, or probably just wait until maybe a couple more minutes, because I'm almost done on live anyway, because my time's about to wrap up. So you could wait a couple more minutes and I'll throw it in there, or throw it in the comment section if I could. I don't think I can. I feel like the creativity is being sapped, taken from people because of short form content. The cycle of literally doom scrolling every single day destroys the urge to create. Sorry, bad English. No, I 100% agree with you. But the only thing that sucks is like I feel that way. But the problem is like if you try like not to use it, it's like some people are gonna be more ahead. Like it's the same thing with AI. Like I don't like AI. I don't like the fact that AI is coming in and it's probably gonna take up a lot of content or a lot of jobs. But if you just don't like it and then you sit there and don't want to learn anything about it or try to use it or whatever, like you're gonna get left behind at the end because it's just what people gravitate to. So I feel like I still do shorts content, but I don't do it the way I see other people doing it. But I see why other people go so hard because if you watch a lot of those content creators, a lot of them are also hitting 100 million views on their shorts. Hold on, I'm actually gonna switch over. I'm gonna keep this website open for later because I do have to hop off stream in a few because I gotta get ready for work. But I was gonna say, like, if you did, like, that's why a lot of people are doing the shorts, because if you focus, a lot of them are getting 100 million views on those shorts, meaning they're pulling in about $5,000 to $10,000 a month just off of posting about 5 YouTube shorts a day. And so it's like, I see why people are doing it, because it's so quick to get the content out. It's very easy. And then, like, you're also getting paid pretty damn good doing that. But like I said, with YouTube Shorts, it's like, yes, it's kind of more easier to go viral, but to maintain it it's difficult. Like even for me, I think I only have one YouTube short that hit like 10K views. So I'm like, even though it's like so supposed to be easy, I'm like, damn, it's kind of difficult, but you can get paid good in either route. It just depends on what you really focus on. But it just takes a lot to build on. So I feel like your best bet is probably to focus on trying to become an ethical hacker. And whatever roadmap that takes. I'm not sure, like, I don't know if that has to do with cybersecurity. I think it does. But just go down whatever roadmap that is, because that might be your actual like stable path. I believe if that is what I'm thinking it is, I believe you still have to go down the, like, you don't have to, but it's probably best for you to go down the IT route and then, eventually transfer over to cybersecurity. And I think your best bet is to look for a job. Sorry, Jesus. To look for a job that has like a IT team but also has a security team. If that's what that is, I'm not too positive. Um but I think that might have to be the way for the ethical hacker way, and that might be your more or less like guaranteed-ish path. And the only reason why I'm saying like ish is because you never really know what could happen or how long it might take someone to get there. Or if you could get a job inside of a certain company that has a cyber team, if the boss likes you, right? There's just so many things that can go down where it wouldn't really matter if you just had the knowledge. So I would probably say though to go down that path. Someone said, I don't know why your comments aren't appearing in my chat, my guy. It's like throwing me off because I feel like I'm missing your comments and I literally see everybody else's comments but yours. I don't know why. What is up, Color? How are you doing? So I gotta like read the screen. Let me put this a little bigger for when you do message, because I don't know what the hell's happened. I can't read your comments. So what's the situation of the IT job market in the USA? Honestly, the situation for the IT job market is really that they're just targeting, because like I got nervous for it for a second, but I realized what they're doing is they're just getting rid of a lot of software engineers. I don't know if it could be because, maybe they want more money, or if it could be because eventually they're going to integrate ATI with, AI with coding, or if they're going to integrate with, you know, like, like they're doing things where I just know a lot of software engineering roles decided to change a little bit, and they started firing people, and then they also started firing people in manager roles. So I feel like a lot of it was a bunch of budget cuts. I think too many people are looking too deep into the situation without looking at stats, thinking that like, oh, there's no job for IT professionals. It's like that isn't what happened at all. And I don't think that's what you said, but I'm just saying because I've seen people, talking about it on like TikTok or whatever. I'm like, damn, people really just see one statistic and then they run with it. I'm like, bruh, that's just never what happened. That just isn't what happened. Like, straight up, they just were firing people. I feel like it was for budget cuts. They probably were going to integrate AI, and it was probably a bunch of people who stopped caring to learn and got comfortable. You know how many people get into those jobs and get super comfortable, like, oh, I don't got to do this, I don't got to do that. You just got to continue learning, and you will never get left behind. So I feel like the IT job market isn't bad at all. Also, too, a lot of Americans are very picky. They're very picky about wanting a certain amount of pay. Like even I could tell I'm a little bit picky about how I want things to go. But they're very picky. Like they want to work at specific jobs that pay good money, or they want this, they want that, and then they literally can get offered an IT role. And because it's paying them $15 an hour, they won't take it. But they don't understand how that role, if they do it for a certain amount of time, can get them such like a bigger role. And I'm like, y'all are tripping. Like there's just I feel like it really comes down to the person. I don't think it's the job market. I don't think it's the government. I don't think it's the world. I think it comes down to the person not taking what they can take. And it's like and then using that to expand yourself. But I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I haven't tried applying. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it really is hard. But I really don't think so. I think people just don't want to. Like I even seen a lot of people who comment and they'll be like, am I able to skip help desk? No. Like you just can't. Like you need experience. Like why are we keep trying to jump over and then when you hear that, then people don't want to pursue it. And it's like, no, like that's not how like you can't just get things easy. You gotta put in the work and people don't want to hear that. Says Anyways, I'll be coming to USA. Maybe it can seem corny, but since I was a kid, I was a fan of the love of the USA culture. Hey, that's what's up, man. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be super dope. I wonder how that feels to come from like outside of the country into our country. Cause I personally am petrified to leave my country. I don't know what it is. Like I was gonna go to like I always had dreams of like either going to, France or going to China or going to, you know, I don't even know, like just different countries. And I'm so afraid because I'm just like, what if I do something that another country doesn't like and I get arrested? And then now I'm dead. I'm just there. Like they got me locked up. Or like, I don't know. I be thinking like stuff like that where I'm like, how do I just like stay in line? Like you basically have to research a lot of what it is that could really get you in trouble. But I'd be petrified. But that could just be me. I'm such a scary person. You said, hi, I'm a student from India and I'm looking forward to connections and build a network. Is there any way I can contact probably LinkedIn? I don't really use LinkedIn because I don't really like people knowing my real name, so I don't give it to people like online. But you could contact me either through my Instagram or through Discord, and then maybe depending on what you are gonna like say or what you were trying to like what you're looking for exactly, then I could probably show you my LinkedIn and we could probably get into that discussion. But I think that'll be pretty dope. You say true, gotta put in the work. No, yeah, facts, man. And it's like I think a lot of people around me too. Like I remember listening to this dude. He was like, and I love this dude. He's like one of my best friends, but he was talking about how he wanted to get into quantum physics. I'm like, you could do it. When do you start? Like when do you start for school? And he's like, oh, I don't really think I'm gonna go the school route. I was like, we gotta drop this dream then because at this point it's like, and then on top of that, the school route is 8 years, and I'm like, it's what makes you think you're gonna land a job in quantum physics with no schooling? And this is still something he actively thinks to this day. If he does it, by all means, I will forever like. I'm like, listen, bro, I'm sorry, I got it wrong, but it's like there's just people in life who don't want to put in the work and then cry about it. I'm like, come on. Like, we gotta start from somewhere, and we just gotta put in that work, man. He said, I always felt super, super happy when I was a little kid to see American culture, that classy vibes. Whoa. No, yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I look at us and I'm like, damn, we suck. Our culture is trash. No, but I don't know. I mean, hey, that's gonna be super dope. Let me know how it goes or whenever you plan on coming down. What state do you specifically think you're going to? Or is it just like you just know you're going to the USA? But no, yeah, I love content creation and I love being able to build a community here. Even though it's gonna take forever, I think something I always tell people is never shoot for a viral video and never shoot for money because in the end, it's just gonna drive you crazy. I think you should always shoot to build an audience that likes you for you because for the person who goes viral and makes all that money for the year and probably won't do it again for next year because going viral is difficult and to maintain. While if you built your audience over the years with an S of loyal people who care about following your journey, even though you're not a big content creator, that would be more substantial and more worth building type of like income and community based way. Like way better than any type of virality. You know how many people go viral in a year and then disappear in the next like couple months into the new year? Like, and the internet is so strange that I'm one of those people where, like, for instance, like how you have Dashy games. I love that it's not like he needs to go and collab. Like, I know he does collab sometimes with people, but he doesn't need to always go where other people are at. Or he doesn't need to be with a bunch of other people. He could just be in his room or in his house. I don't know if he has like a full production or like editing and stuff like that, but he just makes those games, probably has to pay someone to edit it, and like that's the way he lives his life. Like Markiplier, same thing where it's like they make content for their fan base. They're not sitting there having to hop on, stream over here or have to go all the way over here. I feel like that's probably the best way. Build your own audience who like you for you, and then in the future, boom, like boom, boom, boom. When that audience continues to grow and they continue to like you for you, that's where it stays substantial. And then you're actually doing things that you love to do. You're not forcing it. You're not doing it for money. You're doing it because you love it. I think that's amazing. Says, how did you go live yesterday? You didn't see me. I don't know what's happening. Like a lot of people keep telling me that they have the post notifications on and it's not popping up for people, or like they seen it but it wasn't showing it. I don't know why my YouTube channel keeps doing that. But what I will say is I do go live every single day at 12:30 p.m. EST to 1:30 p.m. EST. So if it's not popping up, you could probably just I wouldn't say make your own alarm because that's crazy, but just if it's 12:30 p.m. EST, you can definitely tune in. Even if you're watching after the stream, you can even let me know in the comments like here after the stream, and like you could even watch it after and probably message me anywhere or like in the comment section. I always respond. I think that'll be pretty nice because I still like, it's still dope if y'all watch after as well, like if you couldn't make it. You said Florida. Hey, Florida's gonna be a good little spot. I want to move to Florida. I really, really do. But I don't know, man. Those hurricanes, I'm scared. Like I could go for vacation, but moving, I don't know. Like, but the hurricanes, they're not that bad. I'm just from like a place where we don't get hit at all with anything. Like the worst we've ever had was like one tornado, and that was 10 years ago. Like, or not even, like 15 years ago. So for me, yeah, like 15 years ago. Sorry, I'm like, damn, am I lying? So for me, we don't have bad weather over here. So I'm like, I like it here just because of that. But I don't know, the cost of living here isn't good either. I don't know. I'm surprised. I don't know why the hell like rent or just houses here are so expensive and they look ugly. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? But right, y'all, I gotta hop off though. I gotta get ready for work. I love y'all. You all have been amazing. Y'all are super goated. Make sure you tune in tomorrow if you are new here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you are new here so we can continue to have these chats. We can continue to study together. We can continue to talk about life. Like, I love the fact that, I mean, all of you guys practically were doing it, but me and Zenas, we've been talking for a while. I believe is how you pronounce your name, Zenesis. Like, I love the fact that me and you got into that topic because that's like something I love to talk about. I love talking about real life. I love talking about studying. I love talking about YouTube algorithms and money and like how to get paid by business wise. I just love these concepts. And I feel like not a lot of people, obviously, I'm not you guys because everyone in the comment section has been doing it, but I wish I had friends like y'all in real life where we could like dead talk about this topic for hours on hours on hours. I don't know. Last question before I go because I don't want to skip this guy. Says, what is your strategy to overcome this? How you look getting a job as fresher at IT when AI is just boom, all the entry level jobs can be done by AI. I feel like in the end, I don't think AI is doing as well as people think. So maybe that could just be like how I feel. Also too, I think there will always be a place for a human. You just have to know how to work with AI. I don't think it's like no human can get in. And if you let that fear stop you, then you're gonna be behind. That fear should never be what stops you because, for one, I don't think, like I said, I don't think AI is where people think it is. I think it's getting there. I think it's 100% gonna happen. But there's still plenty of positions for people to join. I don't think AI is gonna touch networking. I don't think AI is gonna touch cyber. And if it does, it's only gonna touch it in areas where, like you said, is kind of like entry level decisions that need to be made. But when it comes down to, networking, or when it comes down to, uh, what is it called? When it comes down to cybersecurity, you can't trust AI with that stuff. Like, that stuff matters. That stuff, people's lives are depending on it, whether with cybersecurity, it's like people can be losing money. Like, they're not about to sit there and let AI sit there for like 30 hours to figure that out, So it's kind of like, for me, I don't really see it as no human can get in. I think it just kind of changes the way you do get in. And it's not something that's happening right now. There's many job applications around me for help desk positions that I know I could get into. AI has not took that yet. And then from there, I know I could rise into a networking position. Like, regardless, I think I'm at a good point in my path where I could kind of do it before AI gets involved anyway. And then when it does get involved, I'm already there, so I'm just going to be able to use it to kind of help me. I don't think people should be afraid of it. Just learn how to work with it. If you don't learn how to work with it, expect that you're going to lose your job. I think that's just the best way to say it, like to be blunt and straightforward. But also too, AI isn't where they're making it seem. They want people to be scared. They want people to do exactly what people are doing, which is be fearful, which is to quit, which is to not try. I think that's the propaganda. They just want people to be down bad, and people are falling for it. As soon as they hear AI, they're getting scared. Don't let it affect you. IT support is still 100% active. I think the closer, like, there's so many things that are more closely to being actually replaced with AI than IT. And then especially like IT infrastructure, like if you're someone who's hands-on hardware, tell me how AI could take that over. You're the one dealing with the hardware. Like AI isn't physical unless they make a robot. But even then, I'll be like 60. So it's like I don't care when that happens. Like I'm gonna be chilling. And then especially too, like what we gotta get is that AI in a way is still technical. It's still technology. So AI is going to need someone as in like an AI technician, or like obviously that's not the name for it, but they're going to still need someone to deal with these AI or deal with these robots, right? When the robot breaks, is another robot going to fix it? No, it's going to be a human. It's going to be maintenance. So it's kind of like, come on. Like a human fits in somewhere. We can't close our mind like that. Don't let this world try to get you, bro. He said, have a wonderful day and extremely. Zenesis, you're crazy, brother. You're crazy. You said you hit the sub button. Hey, that's what's up, man. Thank you so much, Zenesis, for that sub button. Would be amazing to meet in real life and talk about these topics. No, 100%. I think that would be super dope, bro. That would be super dope. He said, but job openings for networking and cyber is way less as compared to development or AI. Depending on where you're going, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a hint. I mean, not a hint, but like a little bit of a way to get into these roles. The reason why it seems like there's not that many openings is because businesses are hiring internally. That's number one. They like to hire internally. Number two is a lot of businesses just don't put out applications, but if you contact them, you never know if there's a role for you that could be there, especially if you contact them for like internship roles, right? Or like just anything where you can kind of get in and get some knowledge, they might end up hiring you, but you need to contact them. Some businesses don't do that. Number like well, I'm gonna go back and spin the block back on number one. Number one is simply the fact that if you get hired internally, especially at such a bigger business, like let me say a government job or like a university, right? Or actually, you could even do like the hospital or do something, right? They end up offering more jobs to people for networking, and if they have a cyber team and cybersecurity, to the people in the building before it ever goes out. And then guess what? If it's a tech job, the people in the building that they are going to be hiring are going to be the help desk people, or going to be tier one, tier two, tier three. So that's why it feels like there's no roles, because it's not making it to the outside, because too many people on the inside. That's why I keep telling people, if you want to get into a business or get into a certain job, I don't care where you need to start. If you start as the janitor and they get to know you as the janitor who knows cybersecurity, you can internally apply and get in there. And they're probably going to even let you know, like, yo, there's going to be an internal position. We saw you shadowing cybersecurity. Go apply for it. We'll see we'll see. Internal transfers, especially too, internal transfers counts as networking. People keep avoiding this. Like, networking is huge. People are like, oh, you need to be a Nepo baby to get in. No, you don't. Get in a different role. Talk to the IT team. Talk to the cybersecurity team. Make those connections. And then boom, apply for that application. They can still say no. It's not a 100% guarantee, but you get more applications that way, at least inside of your building, rather than trying to look for outside of the building. And then you also got to move. Moving is another thing too. Like, if you see that there's a better role or better roles in a different area, moving could even be a little bit better too. So I don't know. I feel like I disagree. I think there's a lot of job openings. I think people don't know how to get them. And that's why I keep telling people, get in internally, transfer. Or not transfer, but apply for it internally. That's going to be way more easier than waiting for an external application. Or, like I said, do the groundwork yourself and contact that company, whether it's for an internship, whether it's for shadowing, whether it's for money, right? You're actually asking for a job. Even contracted roles will be fine. getting in that way, but people don't want to do it. People like I don't know what they're expecting, but it's like you got to start somewhere. He said I think AI will have a hard time replacing hackers. 100%. I don't think AI is definitely like I don't think AI is even touching cyber, and if they do, I'm thinking like maybe SOC analysis, like the big like entry level cyber. But even then, so what? You think nobody can join at all to even get to the next step? I mean, not use that in a sense, but get to the next step. It's like that's not possible. Says how much a hacker can earn in USA. Any idea? By the way, what should I call you, Miss Wisdom Giver? I mean, I don't know, cause like I could. Hey, I don't like to say that I'm 100% right, but I'm very passionate when it comes to the concept of AI coming into jobs, cause people use that as a fear mongering thing, and it's not as realistic as people are seeing it to be. So I don't know. But they said, how much can a hacker earn? I'm not sure. I think you got. I know that hackers can earn a lot because I actually planned on transitioning into cybersecurity when I got into networking. So it really depends. But I do got to get off though. I stayed on an extra 15 minutes because I love this topic. I love the AI topic. I don't want people to be afraid. AI, like it's huge. It's gonna be something. They're the people who don't plan to learn or who don't plan to get better or don't plan to use AI in a way to help them. Yes, you will get left behind. That is a fact. Or not left behind, but you're not going to be able to land those roles. That is a fact. But if you sit there and continuously learn, if you sit there and see where you could fit in, if you sit there and see how to get in internal transfers, you will literally, and then making connections too within those internal transfers, you would be fine. You would be fine. All right, I'll be catching you on the next one though. My bad. I've been yapping. What is up? What is up, y'all? My bad for the screen looking like this. This is simply because I don't know what the hell is going on with my other camera. For some reason, every time I come here on live, it just looks crazy. I just simply don't know. I'm probably gonna have to change up this camera now, because since I'm gonna probably be using this one until I figure it out. Until I figure out what's going on with that other camera, I can't really do nothing about it, because every time I go on that camera, it glitches. So it's making me consider that it could possibly be because it's on my phone. Maybe I just have a lot of storage, so it's glitching every time I'm on it. Or it could be because when I go live, I do run, damn, I can't figure out which side is which, damn. When I go live, I do run multiple streams of not multiple streams, but I use, a different website to stream as well. Hey, what is up? What is up? What is up? I gotta go and open chat on this phone. I see you pop up on the screen. You say I'm your biggest fan. Hey, that's what's up. I hope so. I really hope so. No, I'm just playing. That's good. Oh, I didn't even notice y'all were texting up in here for a minute. It says, yo, Marzi, my favorite YouTuber. I'm currently sick and have a cold. Oh, damn, bro. That's terrible. I hate being sick, and it's that time too. I don't know why the camera lighting is just so off, but so far we got to deal with this. Since you're one of us now, a JS developer. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you so much. So you're so dang proud of my Marzi. I mean, what the hell? Sorry, that came out weird. You're proud of me, and always love the streams. Keep it up. Hey, thank you so much, man. And what's up, ZM? How are you, my guy? But yeah, so I gotta use this screen because my other phone is acting up, which is super corny. I hate that. But I'm just gonna have to figure out what the hell is going on there. But today, we currently, hold on, let me switch to a different account here. Oh, wait, actually, no, not this one. One second. I can't believe that we ended up getting to the subscribers that we got to. I think we're at 127 now. That is insane. Since I'm just wondering where y'all are from. I am from the USA. Not sure about Ryan. I have no clue. Ryan might be from the USA. Okay, he is. Yeah, I was gonna say. Had a feeling. Oh, I forgot. I gotta switch to my live screen. But here's my live screen. Give me 1 second, because we're on day 16. Gotta make sure that's edited. And then we're still studying the fundamentals. I do have to find some way to fit a mini goal on here. But we have to finish a little bit of what we were getting into for the GPU, which I believe we finished doing a lot of stuff when it came to the VRAM. Yeah, when it came to the VRAM, so now we're going with the clock speed, but I didn't know that there was 2 different clock speeds. So there's a GPU memory clock speed, and then there is a GPU core clock speed. You say you're from Algeria. Nice to meet y'all. Hey, nice to meet you too, my guy. Nice to meet you too. That's crazy, Algeria. Insane. I love it when there's people from all over the world here. That is super dope. So now I'm doing GPU memory clock speed, and I guess we're also doing the clock speed versus the core clock speed, which I don't know exactly what to be looking for at all. So this is going to be hopefully a perfect website that explains that. And yeah, let's try to get into it. So damn, I could literally make this website if I wanted to. That's crazy to know that I could do this. And it's because it's very simple. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I could probably just make websites like this that teach people things, and it's nothing too crazy. And I don't know how it works when you make websites if you get paid for people visiting your site, but that's not bad. That literally isn't bad. So speaking about computers, I got a new PC and I spent over $1,300 because my old PC is 10 years old and I got rid of it. And I got a Ryzen 9. Oh yeah, that is good. I mean, a Ryzen 7. Yeah, that's good, bro. That is good. I think the 7 is I don't think do they have a Ryzen 8? I don't think so. If they do, then I'm tripping. So if you have heard your friend bragging about the clock speed of their new graphics card right before you sit for a gaming duel, today is the day you'll know the real meaning. Yeah, trust me, none of my friends ever talked about this. Ever. So GPU core clock versus the memory clock. So the GPU core clock speed is the thinking speed of the graphics card, while the memory clock speed is how fast a card can access its memory or the integrated video RAM. Memory as in RAM? I mean, as in... Yeah, so is this RAM and this is VRAM? So is it coming from both of them? Or is it just memory separately? I don't know. But let's go write that down first because this seems very important. So the GPU clock speed. Yo, so I was just looking into different things. because I want to make sure that, with networking engineering, not that I would say won't work, because no matter what, it honestly should work. I just think I'm more or less thinking in the sense of, what if they want me to work help desk and then do, well, I don't know if help desk is tier one, but let's just say they want me to do tier one, then they want me to do tier two, tier three, and kind of just climb up the ranks before getting into like a networking engineer role. I was thinking, for me, I don't really want to climb up the ranks like that. Like, I just kind of want to full blown study everything that I need to study. And then, of course, I would have to get a help desk like position. Like, I don't mind that and getting experience, because for one, I want the experience, but I just can't see myself grinding in a career for like 4 years before trying to become a network engineer. All right, I'll see you later, Ryan. You said that you have an i5. I think that's the Intel, right? I think I heard Intel is pretty good though. Yeah, they have a Ryzen 9, but that's what I was wondering, because I'm like, I've never seen a Ryzen 8, because mine's is a Ryzen 9. So I gotta go to coding. All right, see you later, man. But yeah, so I was looking at different things, like, or I was trying to find something just in case if they wanted me to really rise up the career and work like 4 to 5 years in the IT support space before becoming a network engineer. And it's like, I just feel like I don't have time for that. I wish the card processes the graphic data. Hold on, let me write that. Uh, but yeah, so I'm like, I don't really want to climb up. I kind of want to just do the help desk position, get the experience that I need, and then study all the stuff I need to study. And hopefully, when I interview for the position, or if hopefully they'll bring me in for an interview, because they might be like, she didn't climb up, I'm not even gonna bring her in. But let's say that they do, let's say like I've communicated with people, hopefully I could kind of talk my way into that position by the fact that I have projects that I've probably done on the outside, or just in real life. I could talk about probably doing routers or just doing anything that has to deal with network. And so for me, it's like, if by 2027, like the beginning of 2027 or the middle or whatever, if I could land a network engineering role, I think that would be pretty sick. But sometimes, if the core clock speed is high, I think GPU is expected to think faster. But sometimes, that can probably not be the way, and they might want you to just climb up, especially if you're in a certain industry. They might be like, oh no, like you work good here, try to climb up here, instead of, jumping straight here, and they can kind of play you like that. So for me, I've been really trying to look into like just different paths just in case, and something that I came across was becoming an electrician. Which, granted, an electrician, you do need to have, I think, depending on your state. I might have to look at other states, but depending on your states, you have to spend a certain amount of years or a certain amount of hours having work experience, and then you need to have school experience, so you could get your licensure to basically work as an electrical engineer. So I'm thinking like, oh, that seems pretty. I mean, an electrical engineer. Sorry, I meant as an electrician, because an electrical engineer I think is something completely different. Or actually, no, it might be that. But as an electrician, hey, what is up, SB? So I'm just like, if they try to force me to like spend 5 years in IT support before going to network engineer, I'm like, I might as well spend that 5 years as like joining an apprenticeship program, which there is one around my area, and it like, I think they pay from, some of them pay differently, but I think the one down here I do have to call because I want to make sure if I were to ever enroll next year. But I believe it's like $20 an hour, and it could go to $30 an hour. Um, but I know that there's raises every year, and that it's a little bit harder because it's unionized. So it's a little bit harder to get fired, or you probably really can't get fired unless you're just straight up sucking. So it's like, I was thinking, man, that might be the wave, because it's a pretty stable job. It pays good, and then in the end, it pays good during the apprenticeship. But then when you end up getting your licensure, you could hop out and immediately jump to like a 30 to 35, maybe I'll say like $30 to $40 an hour job as a journeyman. And then, eventually when you become a master, you could really get paid big bucks, or even work as like a freelance electrician, just kind of trying to have your own clients and stuff like that. But the only thing that, like I said, intrigued me is that you can join an apprenticeship getting paid while learning, and still get paid pretty good to what other jobs pay. And in the end, you get paid more, because by the time you're done, you're done. So for me, it's just been like a super strong debate. Cause I'm like, it wouldn't be bad to have that under my belt, but then it's kind of like, if I landed a network engineering role, then should I go for it? I feel like probably not, because I think network engineering, for one, pays more in the end, and two, it has such a, like a higher ceiling depending on which way you go, that in my head it's like, if I get the job, maybe I shouldn't pursue it. But if I'm like seeing that it's like struggles there, then maybe I should do an electrician, so it's kind of like stable from the jump. But we'll have to see. I'm open to anything. So it says, if you're currently playing a very demanding game with high graphics, the core clock speed would decide how fast those textures are rendered. So let me see real quick. I gotta open this up. So you said, are you pivoting to being an electrician? No, not yet. If it were to ever happen, it would be like so down the line. It's just something that I've been looking into. But I mean, that would be crazy if like after the network engineering, then I started a whole new series for electrician. That would be insane. But no, I would have to, obviously, I feel like for me, I would have to see, because if I landed a networking role, then there's no point to do it. But if I can't land the networking role, then it's probably like, might as well do it for the time being and just try to get that licensure, bro. I think that would be dope. But who knows? So the memory clock speed will ensure that these quick renders are displayed on a screen without lags or hiccups. So I gotta write that down. So will ensure that these quick... Damn, I'm so upset because I had such a beautiful camera angle, and I hate the fact that it glitches so hard now. I wonder if it was glitching the whole time and I never knew. I probably never knew, and it was just glitching until I just seen it, because no one really called it out. I think I just looked at my screen and I was like, oh damn. I'm like, it looks like it's glitching, but no one's saying nothing. But maybe it's because my words don't glitch. It's like the video is glitching, so I have to really look into why that's happening. But we got hiccups there. And then, real quick. So, but no, yeah, so seeing that program, I thought it was like pretty dope, especially to just kind of have like more or less a backup plan just in case if really all else fails. Because, like, I love my current job, but I really want to transition out of it. So in my head, it's like, if it's not in network engineering, then it needs to be an electrician. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to find something that's really stable that I can get the hell out when it's time. The core clock speed will determine how fast the processes are, whereas the memory does this. So that's pretty good. So at least they're giving us here kind of like a difference between the two, but kind of what it is as well. So I'm still assuming you would want to have more cores for your GPU rather than, unless a GPU only has one core, because it's saying the core clock speed. But I know the CPU, you want to make sure you have more cores, so let's see if that's possible with the GPU to have more cores, or do you just want your core to be strong? That's crazy. Cause I just seen the other day somebody spent $10,000 on a pre-built PC. I'm like, damn, that is just insane. $10,000 on a pre-built PC. Shoot, I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, I need to spend $3,000 for like this gaming PC where I can game, edit videos, do this, and that, film on it, go live. But then I'm like, if I create that $30,000 gaming PC and like I really want to play like strong leveled games on there, so it's gonna have hella gigabytes, probably gonna need hella a lot of the graphics card is gonna be displayed, gonna be used because I want my graphics to be on a 10. I'm like, oh, maybe $3,000, but nope. I seen someone buy a $10,000 desktop. I was like, damn, maybe I'm shooting too damn low. I am shooting way too damn low. But I don't really play games like that, so for me, it's kind of like, if I buy a gaming PC, it better be because I'm gonna be on that game. Like, I'm gonna be gaming like a motherfucker. Like, as of right now, this laptop, it does the work. It does the work. So what is GPU clock speed? So the concept of GPU clock speed is tricky to understand. I agree, because I'm kind of lost, especially when there are a core clock and a memory clock. So let's break this down. The clock speed is often represented in gigahertz or megahertz. Oh, that's what MH means, with gigahertz being the bigger metric. Okay, so clock speed. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is just in general. So this is the clock speed, not just core clock speed. I think it's the clock speed. So we gotta make sure we write that down. The clock speed. So yeah, because my biggest thing is just to always try and be prepared. Just for anything, like if anything were to happen, I need to have different routes just ready. But also too, I think the coolest thing is to always make sure that you have a lot of things under your belt. Because something I was thinking about too is like the fact that I could make websites, I'm forgetting that there's people who understand the importance of having a website for their business or for their entrepreneurship, and they're gonna sit there and probably pay, 500 to thousands of dollars just to make sure their website looks good. And then I'm forgetting that I legitimately know how to make a website. So I'm like, I wouldn't have to come out of pocket for that. And that's always been my biggest thing in life, is to just learn stuff to where you don't have to come out of pocket for it because you know how to do it. Like, I would even love to learn HVAC stuff simply just for when I get a house. It's like I could pretty much learn how to do home repairs or how to install things and stuff like that. Same thing with the electrical thing. That's why part of me is thinking like maybe I should just do it anyway. Because whenever I have my house and I need something to be done with like the light switch or anything, of course, with just electricity, if I need anything to be done, boom, you could do it yourself and just not have to spend as much money. So I feel like for me, my goal really is to just learn as much as I could to where I could just do it myself and not have to spend that much. And then, the more you do it, the quicker it goes by. Let us take an actual GPU, say the NVIDIA GeForce RTX. I wonder if that's the one I got. Because, yeah, mine says right here GeForce. Oh, yeah, mine says NVIDIA GeForce RTX Studio, though. So I guess this is the one I got. Or the AMD Radeon RX 6800. These GPUs have clock speeds set at 1.44 gigahertz and 1.81 gigahertz, respectively. Wait, why did it say that? Who wrote this damn website? And reading this, you would have decided that the AMD would be the one to prioritize while buying, but there's more to this discussion than just numbers. Honestly speaking, the RTX 3080 might just be a better bet. Oh, confused? Well, read on further and let's see. Okay, yeah, because I honestly thought it wouldn't be. I thought this number is important. Wow, that's crazy. So maybe I should take that as like an example real quick here, because sometimes I need an example. Marcy cannot think in the future sometimes. Sometimes it's just not possible. I'm stupid. All right, let's go with the example. Oh shoot, I forgot to put that I was live on my Discord. I always do it, and there's just times where I just forget, man. I just be forgetting. I can't believe I finally got my certification, y'all. That was crazy. Finally getting my JavaScript certification. And then, like, everyone has been waiting on it. Y'all have no idea. There would be some people hopping in, just kind of asking here and there, like, oh, did you get your certification? And I know most of them were probably asking from, like, a legit, like, standpoint. Like, oh, did you get it? Like, they're just wondering. Because, shoot, I did document from, like, day 130 of me trying to get this certification to day 200. So I'm like, yeah, they definitely probably were expecting, me to have my certification. So I'm like, yeah, super dope. So I'm like, damn, I can't tell if these people really want me to have it or if they're trying to be like maybe they think I gave up, so they're trying to be funny. I'm like, I hope they're not trying to be funny or anything, because I'm not, it's never like that. It says GPUs have clock speeds at 1.44 to 1.81 respectively. What was I writing? Oh yeah. Okay, so this one. But yeah, so I was like, damn, I hope that they're not trying to say this just trying to be funny, because it seems like I'm never gonna get it. But man, I started grinding it out on one day, and like I didn't notice because I've been doing the JavaScript thing and like making side projects for a while, that ended up skipping all the projects and I saved it for last, right? But what I didn't know was that like since I was getting so much information from learning these things, I had no idea that I pretty much was going to just get it, like be able to do those projects so easily, because, the first project, it was really just the basics, right? And then the next couple of projects were kind of the basics. I think the only thing that was very, so hard, y'all, was the last project for that JavaScript certification. I was dying. I was like, yo, there's just no way. But then eventually I figured it out. And then I ended up getting that done. So I was super happy about that one. And then, yeah, I ended up getting that JavaScript certification. And, obviously the certification doesn't really mean much. But, there's some people who don't know that. So, like, if you're building a website for someone and you're able to put certified web developer, some people might be like, hey, that sounds good. So let me check out with this person, compared to someone who doesn't have that. but for it to actually be industry recognized, it's not common. So getting like that type of certification probably wouldn't ever be, that deep. But let me see real quick because I need to write this down. So it would never be that deep, but I think it's good, especially when you put your mind towards something and then you complete what you said you were going to complete. You stood on your word, and I think that's just super cool. And the biggest thing that you could do for yourself is to really just do that. And then yeah, I finally got it. Very ecstatic, and I just didn't think I was going to get it as fast as I did. Well, I mean, it did take a long time, so it wasn't that fast, but probably spent well over 300 hours trying to get that damn certification, bro. And then that last project had me screaming for like legitimately, it was like 5 hours, man. Insane. So some would say, let me write this down, the AMD is better, but actually the RTX 3080 might be better. And then we got to keep reading and continue to see what else we would get here. So we're going into the memory clock speed now. So it's saying I discussed the clock speed of a GPU, but now it's time to explore further and see what individual terms mean. You know what I just forgot? I wanted to take a mini assignment, but I guess I'll probably take it after. So I discussed the clock speed of a GPU, but now it is time to explore further and see what individual terms mean, also for specific cards. Then this is going to get deep. So first of all, there is a memory clock which refers to the speed which the graphics card accesses the VRAM. The speed is usually specified in gigabytes per second. Okay. Or gigabytes per second. Okay, I was like, what's GBps? So its accesses are usually specified with gigabytes per second. Well, first of all, they said the clock speed. Oh, because now they're calling this the memory clock. So they should have just called it the core clock speed, because that threw me off. So let me start here. I'm going to go with the memory clock is in gigabytes per second. And then I'm going to write it out because future Marzi might be a bit confused, which is okay. Per second. And then also too, I just realized I normally put it on my Discord as well. I mean, on my Instagram as well. Just want to make sure this is out there. I'm so mad too because I told myself, because I woke up a little bit earlier today, and I legitimately told myself to edit this video so I could have this video come out later tonight. And I don't know what happened with my memory, but I completely forgot that I was trying to edit a damn video, and that threw me off. So I guess that video is going to have to come out tomorrow if I could get it done, if I could get it edited, hopefully. So the memory clock speed is important as it works with the VRAM. It means the speed at which the GPU picks up textures and details from the... Oh, okay, so we can write this down. This seems very important. So, important and works with the VRAM. Works with the VRAM. Hey, that's what's up. And then what the heck is going on? This is my path. Okay, so yeah, so my path to like becoming a network engineer. Hey, what is up, Cooper? What is up? But yeah, so the path of like trying to become a network engineer, it really is a trip, because it really depends on like what your study plan looks like. I feel like a lot more people probably go to like more of a structured, school. And I wouldn't mind doing that, but I do work a lot. And not only do I work a lot, it's also like, I don't even know, even working in general, to then go to school and then probably like go every day. Like it would be different if maybe it was more targeted, but to go to a school and it's like you have to go to like an actual college where you got to sit here and take other classes, it's tough. Like I definitely would have preferred like a network engineering trade school, but I doubt that's a thing. If it is a thing, someone put me on, because maybe I might want to do that. No, I'm just kidding, because the only reason why I was looking into the electrician stuff was because it's an apprenticeship program. So at least I would be getting paid for learning and stuff like that. But if they didn't have it like that for networking engineer, I probably still wouldn't go, because I mean, unless the classes are like twice out of the week, maybe I could do it. But if it's like every single day, That ain't happening. I have too many bills that need to be paid. I cannot sit here and just chill. I gotta sit here and grind. But I'm just so happy with, like, the way I see things, and just how excited I am to try and make all these things into like something huger, bigger. And, just finally being able to tackle this path of network engineering, because I always wanted to do it. I want to say I wanted to do it like a year ago. But, well, I was looking into IT support a year ago. So I guess maybe if I did start, I probably would have went the wrong way first. So, I guess I'm happy I did start at the time that I started, because I probably would have, yeah, definitely took the wrong path at first. At first. And then eventually I think I would have started going down the right path. But, so that's why I guess sometimes, when you learn things or when you're stumbling across things, it's best when you do stumble across it at the right time. So that path of becoming a network engineer, man, I really believe is gonna happen. I think the only thing, like I said, that could kind of stop me would legitimately be if, like I said, they want me to kind of climb up the ranks before trying to become a network engineer. And that's gonna be tough for me. But like I said, we got that little backup plan. I would literally try to join that apprenticeship program. F that. Legitimately. Because I would rather get paid while trying to learn something that's gonna pay me good in the long run, and then I can continue studying on the side, networking engineering, and try to come up with more projects that I could do to try and stand out and try to get that position. So this right now is showing me the memory clock speed, and this is the core clock. What the hell is the shader clock? Alright, well, they're not teaching us that right now, so maybe it's not something that needs to be understood. But this is at 924 megahertz, and this is 700 megahertz. Now what? Oh, this is my NVIDIA GTX 480. I don't know if I have a 480 though, unless that's the number for all of that. But who knows? Just keep hustling and surely connect the dots. No, yes, definitely, man. Definitely. Because I'm like, in my head, it's like I'm working towards too much to not figure anything out. Like, something is going to be figured out. I have the drive, I'm driven, I'm goal orientated, and I have the discipline for it. I'm like, there's just no way I won't find something that works. It's just no. So while gaming, a high memory clock speed would mean that the textures load faster and there's minimal lag. So I like to have some of these examples here because these examples really help me kind of understand what is being targeted. And, glory to God, I'm a gamer. Because have you ever tried to learn something you're just not, like, interested in? There's some people who are probably trying to just learn IT support, but they don't play games, so they're like, I don't understand. I'm like, thank God I'm a gamer, and so I can actually understand this, because sometimes, I don't know, if they try to use an example that I don't get, I literally would be so lost. I would literally be so lost. But if y'all are new here, man, make sure you're gonna hitting that subscribe button. I come on live every single day to try and become a network engineer. We are on day 16, meaning we are basically, I think that's 2 weeks and like 2 days straight of streaming and trying to study this. But also too, if y'all ever previously checked my channel or would check my channel, I've done this before with web dev, and I actually done it for super long. I think I started coming on live, well, I was posting every day of web dev from day 0 all the way up until like day 100 and maybe like 20, I would say. And then when I started to come on live from them all the way up until day 200. So I'm telling y'all, like, this is legitimately the place to be, because I will document the entire journey, and I'm so close to closing out as well on my web dev journey, because I do have like a good video coming out that's supposed to be coming out tomorrow, and then I'm gonna have another video, then I'm gonna end it on my last video, which is going to be having my first paying client. And then once I end it there, we're going to pivot all my content to be about IT support and hopefully, climbing up the ranks to eventually become a network engineer, which I think is going to be just a super cool thing to document. And I'm so driven and disciplined to document it. This is just definitely the place to be, man. Hey, what is up, Joby? What is up? How are you doing? So the GPUs I touched upon, RTX 3080 and RX 6800. The memory clock speeds are 19 gigabytes per second and 16 gigabytes per second, respectively. Therefore, for high-resolution games and VR, NVIDIA is better. What are we talking about? 19 gigabytes per second. Where the hell do you see that? Or did they do some math or something? 19 gigabytes per second. Are they talking about up there? Or maybe they're just trying to tell me. I don't know. I don't see no damn memory clock speeds. Maybe they did math because this is the clock speed. Maybe if you translate that to gigabytes per second, that's what you would get. I'm saying it's 19 gigabytes per second, while the RX would be 16 gigabytes per second, meaning the NVIDIA would be better in this sense. Okay, so I guess I'll write that part down as an example, just so that I can kind of understand a little bit, but I'm kind of lost where they're getting the gigabytes per second, but I'm assuming it must be some math that they just did from the megahertz to the gigabytes, but no, yeah, so pretty much I've documented, like, I just can't wait to continue to document this because I just know I'm really the type to just stay super disciplined and just keep it pushing, do this for about the next 7 months or maybe even full year. I'm kind of starting earlier than I thought I would have. I'm starting in November. I honestly thought I would have started in January or February. So I'm super like happy to just be moving at this speed and to finally be closing out that web dev era, man. That web dev era, man. We finally got to the point that I've been waiting to get to. Of course, there was probably like one or two things I really wanted to do, which was I wanted to learn React and then I wanted to learn Tailwind. Just because, for me doing clientele work, it probably would be a little bit easier for me to, of course, like, it probably would be easier for me to, of course, just grind and kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It just makes it easier to do CSS, easier to do JavaScript. So for me, I'm like, damn, I wish I got down that path, but my days were just so damn busy and I didn't have time for it. And I just feel like this year, like I'm done playing. I want to figure out what my career path would be. So for me, it's like I need this to be either network engineering and or an electrician. I would not care. One or the other, I think would be super goated. And I just feel like this year, or not this year, but 2026 to 2027, I want to figure out what I'm doing in my life. Like I want to figure out what my genuine career is going to be. And I gotta grind. I gotta grind. And then, like I said, with web dev, it's just crazy because it connects. Because, if I were to ever try to fix or build computers, right, do like a custom PC build, I would probably have to make myself my own website so I could advertise myself and look a little bit professional. It says, what is a core clock speed in GPU? But, try to make myself look professional. But now I know how to make a website. So instead of spending $500 to $1,000 on a website, I can straight up do it for free and only have to pay the hosting fee. I'm sure that the concept of a memory clock is clear by now. Let us now shift focus to the concept of the core clock and the associated speeds. Wait, we never even got to the core clock? Oh, this is just talking about the GPU clock speed, and this is the memory. Okay, I'm like, I thought we were talking about the core clock. That confused the fuck out of me. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't like cussing, but I think that deserved a cuss, because what the hell was that? So I'm sure that the concept of a memory clock is clear by now. Let us now shift focus to the concept of the core clock speed. Simply put, the core clock speed of the GPU is the speed with which the card's main processor operates. Alright, let's write down this simply put. Even though they're kind of telling us, the same... they're kind of telling us, like, the same thing. But, listen. Maybe having it written in different ways, future Marzi could never be confused. And that's just the goal. To never confuse future Marzi, because future Marzi has to look back at this. But no, yeah, man. Oh, and also too, I'm realizing is I gotta make sure I upgrade this because my subscriber count is kind of a little bit higher than that. So real quick, I want to put that to my goal. It's probably gonna be 1,730, and I think we're at 1,700 and like I'm gonna do 25. I don't know exactly what we're at. Probably dropped anyway, or probably will drop, but we'll see. Oh, they played me. Sorry, I just wanted to fix that real quick just to make sure the goal is up. So simply put, the core clock speed of a GPU is the speed of which the GPU, gotta make sure I'm writing this down, of the GPU of which the speed, oh, what the hell? Oh, I think it's with which. Never mind, I completely missed the speed, but it's okay, whatever, we could just add that in. But main processor. operates. So the main processor operates. I'm assuming, are you talking about the GPU? Like we gotta be specific here. And then if it isn't the GPU, then say in parentheses, I mean I said GPU, the CPU. If it isn't the CPU, then say in parentheses that it's not the CPU. Gotta help me a little bit, just a tiny bit. The card's main processor operate. Oh wait, I think I did write it. The core clock speed of the GPU is this. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm forgetting. So is the speed. And then we got that. Let's continue to keep pushing on. Why is that picture so damn like not clear at all? I can't believe they even put this in this website. This must be like a basic website. I mean, not like that. That came off rude. I mean, honestly, they're getting to the point though. Like, it's not a bad website. I'm just saying, I feel like I could do this. Alright, let's keep going. So the core clock speed the core clock handles all the complex calculations associated with rendering, shaders, and game physics. So now, oh wait, I actually probably should have made a note that we are kind of in a different topic here, because the other one is the memory. So let me kind of write this here, that this is the core clock speed. And then, like I said, I'm assuming I don't know, because I know the CPU has cores, and you want to have the most cores. If I'm wrong about that, oops. Hey, what is up? What is up, Harish? I believe is how you pronounce that. I'm not sure. Harish. I think I'm getting that. I'm not sure. Could be off. But I want to make sure that that's cool. So now we can do the core clock. Handles all the complex calculations. So all the complex calculations associated with rendering. Okie doke, with rendering, shaders, and game physics. So perfection. We got that down pat. You said I pronounced it 100% correct. Oh, okay, so Harris? Well, you did Harris. But I was saying Harris because of that H, but Harris, okay. We got that. So we'll say, therefore, if you want to play higher resolution games, a GPU with a higher core clock speed can better process the textures. Yeah, I kind of figured that. So a GPU with a higher core. I know I kind of don't need to write this all down, but with a higher core. But it's something I'm actually like interested in, especially because I do plan on building a gaming PC one of these damn days. So a higher core clock speed, and this is be some good information to know, so that textures. Actually, let me write that the correct way because that's going to confuse me. So can better process the textures. So that's good. But yeah, balancing life, studying, and streaming is honestly like one of the toughest things. And then honestly, just content creation as well, like making YouTube videos, is a really tough thing to do. But I just find it super fun to do. Like, I just love it. I don't know what it is. I mean, I think that's honestly the best thing that you could do. You said with an H. I find it the same, whatever people say, the first time you pronounced it correct. Oh, okay. Oh, so Harish. Okay, so that's it. I think that's how I pronounced it the first time. I don't know. Now I feel like I'm fumbling. Oh wait, no, I think I said Harish. No, I think I said Harish. I don't know anymore. Now I done forgot, bro. Now I done forgot. So if we visit the earlier GPUs discussed, RTX 3080 and RX 6800, the latter boasts a better base and boosted clock speeds. Huh. Okay, so it says with more VRAM or clock speed memory clock to be exact, RX 6800 seems like a better bet for handling larger workloads. Okay, so now they're helping me a little bit more here. But trying to balance like all of it, like with content creation and having to make sure your videos are well edited, like you're switching the angles, like you're adding in overlays and certain clips, and then on top of that, trying to come on every single day for an hour to one study, but then also to document it on live and be streaming every day for about an hour as well. Then going to work for almost a 10 to 8 hour shift, really depending on what the day looks. I'm a 10 to 12 hour shift depending on what the day looks like. It's crazy. It is crazy, in all honesty. And it's a busy schedule, but all I always tell myself And it's not even like it's something I don't want to do. All of it is something I really want to do. I want to go to work. I want to be able to make money. I want to be able to pay my bills. I want to be able to save. I want to be able to study, do all of this, stream, handle YouTube. I don't really do things that I don't want to do. But man, it's like, it really is a lot. But that's why for me, I always think, you're grinding in so many different areas. Something is going to something is going to take off. Something will happen. There's just no way when you're putting in this much work that you're gonna sit there and still, not do well or not find like a good career. Even though I'm in a good career, I just would prefer to be somewhere else. But it's a good career. So now here we go with how it works together. Let me go read the chat. It says, do you have work today? Yes, I have work. I work every day except for Sunday, Monday, I believe. Sunday, Monday. So I work every single day and I have to go in a little bit later. You said, what's my morning routine when I wake up? So as soon as I wake up, I immediately would probably, I would say I immediately would just get up, probably do whatever, honestly. I don't eat breakfast. That's the problem. So like I just get up and kind of do my thing, like just get ready for work or whatever. Like previously, I don't put on like my work outfit yet. And it's not even like we have an outfit, but I don't put on my work outfit. I just end up getting dressed and do whatever I gotta do. And then I probably just wind down, maybe listen to some music and just try to relax before coming on stream. So I'll say I wake up like 30 minutes before I stream and or an hour before I stream, and I'll just try to chill, relax, do whatever I can to just kind of be prepared or get ready, right? Then I hop on stream, and as soon as I'm done being off stream, I'll probably take a shower, get dressed in my real work clothes, and then I will sit there and go get food because I always got to make sure we have something to eat, either whether or not I'm preparing food or I'm picking up food from down the street. I get food, I come back, and then I immediately go to work. So that's pretty much what my routine really looks like. So you wake up late, got it. Um I used to wake up around 11 to 12. I changed it 6 to 7 days a few days ago. Suddenly I've had more time. Well, the problem is that I work like I don't want to say I work overnights cuz I don't have like a night shift, but when I do overtime, I get out early in the morning. So I'd probably say I probably get out around 3 to 4 a.m. So to me, waking up at 11 or 12 isn't late to me at all. That's just perfect timing. So to me, that's my early because I get out around like 4-ish, 5 in the morning. And then pretty much I just go to sleep and then would wake up for 11 or 12. Or I'd probably say like 3. I'll say 1 or 3. So then yeah, from there, not 4 or 5. I'm thinking of like my other schedule, my bad. I'll get out at 1 or 3, but sometimes I'll fall asleep at 4 or 5. So it really depends. And then I'll wake up at 11, but it's because, you know, I technically work into the night. So it's tough. So for me it's like waking up early cuz my partner, they sleep all the way up until it's time, like maybe like legitimately an hour before work. That's late. That is late as hell. For me, I'm up early in my eyes. But it's tough. It is tough. So there are 3 crucial GPU elements to consider while purchasing one: core clock, memory clock, and VRAM, which I already kind of understand this, but I guess we're going to see how they all connect together, which is something I meant to do with everything else. I got to take a note of that somewhere. Let me do it up here. Let me do like remember to see connections, because I really need to see if they're I mean, not if, but the connections between everything. Like, I want to see how the GPU interacts with the CPU and vice versa, if that's even what happens, right? So I want to make sure that I get that down pat as well. I can't believe I'm learning so much about hardware though. But it could be because I'm actually like genuinely interested into it. When you show somebody who isn't interested into this stuff, they probably would have a hard time to understand a lot of these things. But I don't know, unless maybe I'm really just learning. I mean, also, too, I could just be learning beginner stuff. I'm probably not even in the deep stuff at all, which technically is exactly where I'm supposed to be. I'm trying to learn IT fundamentals. So, technically, I'm supposed to be learning this basic kind of thing, but I'm just shocked because just 2 weeks ago, I had no idea about any of this. And it's just so strange because, like, I'll be talking to people about it or, like, my partner about it, and I'm just sitting there like using literally the vocabulary of what people who like build computers, I feel like would talk, or like IT support specialists would say stuff, at least when it comes to the hardware of a computer. And I'm like, damn, like I really be remembering stuff. Obviously, there's some stuff that I be fumbling on, like I'm not the best. But for someone who just learned this 2 weeks ago, it's kind of crazy. I honestly think I could put a PC, like a whole PC together if I wanted to. I think the only thing I really would have to focus on would be the wiring. Because I looked up the wiring and I have notes on the wiring. I just still feel like I need to see someone do it on a video first. Then after kind of like doing it over and over, I honestly would be set. But that's why I'm trying to like take as much notes as I can. So then by the time I actually buy like a good $120 PC, kind of old, nothing too crazy, I'm not going to be dealing with like newer GPUs, but maybe hopefully it could be like a modern GPU. But I could bust it open, see what it looks like, pause, crazy work, just crazy work that I just said that. But I could, open up the case, see what all the components look like, take them out, put them in, and I think the more I do that, I'll probably learn even more, from doing that rather than taking these notes. But man, like, cause I've been thinking about that. I'm like selling pre-built PCs, or not pre-built but custom built. Cause I feel like for me, if I'm building people PCs, like I'm making sure you pay me before I even buy those parts, my guy. Like I need your money so that I could go buy these damn parts and then I could hopefully make a good profit. But I don't know where I personally live at. I don't think many people like would purchase it from other people. I would have to go somewhere that's a little bit more like more customers. I would love to move to Florida. Legitimately would love to move to Florida. So we got the processed graphical card or graphical data. So we got that. So that's how it really all connects. And that's wild then. Says, it said you work a lot, understand, says you can continue studying. I'll chat when the stream's about to end. Alright. It says, hi, please don't delete the videos, Marzi. I need them to understand the path and process. Wait, which videos? I don't think I deleted videos. Have I? If a video went down, I hope it didn't get copyrighted. I don't think I deleted any videos, but I don't plan to delete any videos though. That's not gonna happen. I plan to keep everything up. It says as 3 GPU elements are involved, one outpacing the other. By the way, if you're new here, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be documenting every single day of me trying to learn IT support and hopefully become a network engineer, and definitely will stay very much disciplined and consistent. Been doing this for 16 days straight. So if the GPU frequency or the core clock speed is way faster than the memory clock, wait, do I need to take a note of this? And the GPU doesn't have enough RAM, do I need to take a damn note of this? There might be visual lags during gaming and video editing. Actually, I guess you do. To be precise, low memory clock speed for gaming can lead to visible frame drops. Also, if the VRAM is high, but the clock speeds, core and memory are low, the resources used for video edit. Oh, they're basically showing me how they go together and why you probably would want to get them all at a good speed. Because even though the VRAM can be high, my 3D modeling and video editing can be underutilized because my core and memory are low. So you gotta make sure everything kind of matches. So these are standard concerns. The best way to consider GPU memory overlog benefits is to get the same at par with the core clock speeds. As far as the choice between more VRAM or higher clock speed is concerned, it depends on your priorities, something I shall discuss in the next section. I mean, like I said, I guess I do kind of need to know this because if I plan on making PCs for people, some people don't know what they want, so they might just tell me what they want to use it for, and then I have to kind of sit there and do like kind of the math of it because they're not going to just want the expensive thing all the time. Because in my head, I'm just like, I'd rather just buy the best GPU. But I'm forgetting that if I plan on making PCs for people, they might want to go a cheaper route, so I need to use, my knowledge of GPUs to be like, this one's good for what you want. You know what I mean? So I guess taking a note of this would matter. I just don't know if it's something I would need to take a note of now. Maybe. I don't know. Because in my head, like I said, if I'm building my own PC, I'm just buying the best GPU. Or just a GPU that just has the highest and everything. I don't care. I do not care. But like I said, I'm probably not going to need no damn PC for a while. So, or build my own desktop for a while. Especially because all them parts is expensive as hell, and I don't want to buy them like separately either. Because when you buy it separately and then things start getting like upgraded, then I'm gonna be pissed because I'm gonna be like, oh yes, I have the best, CPU. But then boom, a new CPU is out. It's the Ryzen 10. I'm like, what the hell? I'll be livid. I'll be like, nah, I want to have the best of the best, and then from there upgrade it every time a new one comes out. That would be crazy. But obviously you don't really need it that much because unless you're doing some crazy stuff on your desktop. But I don't know. I just want it like that. I want my desktop to just never have an issue, never buffer, never lag. Which this gaming PC does pretty good, but sometimes it could lag. But I think I've noticed it only lag when I'm like streaming and then trying to do something, or if I have like two streaming things on, but it's never even a crazy lag. It's like a very basic lag or like a basic stutter. But it's never crazy. But I feel like if I wasn't streaming and I just straight up like gamed or did like one or the other, I don't think there would ever be an issue. I truly believe everything would be fine. Sometimes I do notice that when I like click to a different tab and then come back to my tab, sometimes I could notice that it will be stuck on like that screen and it will kind of buffer, but then it would just fix right up in like 2 seconds. But it's not like it moves slow, but it just kind of buffered a little. But normally when I would see that, that would be when I was streaming. So I'm like, maybe it's just too much power going into that. Exactly where would that be coming from? I'm assuming that's the GPU, or it could be the GPU. I think I don't know if it could be the CPU. I think it would have to be the GPU. Who knows? Who knows what can make that happen? I think it's the GPU because they're literally telling me about buffering and lagging and yada yada. So I think the GPU would be the issue. And I do have a good GPU, so I don't even know. Maybe. Oh wait, no, because the Ryzen 9 is my CPU. Wait, what the hell? Now I'm lost again. I don't know what the hell my GPU is. No, I think I have the NVIDIA GeForce RTX, so it's decent. It's decent. Probably one of the best. Could be up there. Says no need, these aren't necessary, not a bit. Well, the only reason why I'm taking notes of it is because I just feel like I'm probably going to, if I'm building people PCs, I need to remember, kind of like what. Wait, did I already write this? If the VRAM is high but the clock speed, oh yeah, kind of remember like if people want a certain thing, what if I'm trying to go like cheaper for the GPU but I'm not noticing that the core and the memory are too low for what they want. I feel like I kind of would need to like know, because then I'm just gonna probably sit here and buy a GPU with a high VRAM, but then my core memory are gonna be low, and I wouldn't know that could cause like it could be underutilized, and then it's kind of like, damn, I screwed somebody. Even though they paid me, I don't want to be evil. I want to give them what their money's worth. So, and then also too, this could just be very helpful if I ever look at the GPU, and then maybe I don't want to get the most expensive. Maybe that motherfucker's like $3,000. I'm like, damn, never mind. That'd be crazy if there's a GPU for 3,000. I'm sorry. There's no way. You'll never find me buying a GPU for 3K. Then just fast forward a year. Fast forward a year, I'm like, yeah, guys, this is the best GPU on the market. The thing is, though, is when you get your YouTube channel to be like a tech channel, though, and when sponsors reach out to you, sometimes they be giving you stuff like that for free, and just for you to do like a little promo. That would be crazy if that were to happen here. My channel's almost monetized, like fully. I have like the fan membership monetized, but the AdSense, I'm legitimately right there. And it's just gonna be, well, for one, I don't have like that much views to ever get paid even anything. I probably wouldn't even be able to take money out. That's how much, like, I probably would only have like $5 for the month. But if I were to ever have like a little viral YouTube video, I would get all of that paid to me. But then also too, like I said, if I were to ever get sponsors, which I believe, well, honestly, I feel like when it comes to sponsors, you need to have a lot of subs because they want to make sure, or a lot of views because they want to make sure it's going pushed out to somebody. But that would be crazy if they sent me like a whole GPU to like kind of, bam, like those tech channels that be doing those reviews, they're not paying for that. So they might be paying for some of them. Or another thing that they could be doing is that I think at Best Buy, you're able to do this thing where you can pretty much, what is it called? You're able to do this thing where you could like, what is it called, bro? Like have it for the day, like rent it basically. I forgot what the damn term is called though, but you could like rent it for the day. It might be rent. And then you could probably do like a little review on it, even though you're not going to really use it. That's probably what some YouTubers be doing for real. But I just realized it's 1:27. I didn't notice time was flying, and I still haven't even finished. Oh wait, I'm actually right at the end. Maybe let me bust this out. Let me bust this out. I probably don't need to write this. The best way forward is to consider GPU memory overload benefits to get the same at par with the core clock speed. As far as the choice between more VRAM or higher clock speed is concerned, it depends on your priorities. So they said the best. So the best way forward. So the best way is get a GPU memory. I mean, not get, but you know what I mean. Memory overclock benefits. Let me just write this all out before, we gotta get to it. We gotta get to it. Damn it, I'm pissed because I meant to do an assignment and I wanted to do it after, but I was yapping. Time low-key flew. But it's whatever. I'm gonna have to do a quiz anyway because I want to make sure. But I think I would have to do it tomorrow. We'll have to see. Thank God I was taking notes though. Even though I was yapping, I don't know how the hell I could yap and then take notes and still understand what the hell's going on. That has to be a skill. That has to be a skill. Sometimes I do have to stop when I'm talking, and sometimes you can see me like I have to really think. I have to like really think, but I only have to think when it comes to me trying to think of what's next to say. But when it's coming to me studying this, I don't know how the hell I'm understanding any of this as I'm talking. Now, if I ever ran into a point where I'm like, damn, my talking is stopping me from understanding, I might have to be quiet for a little bit. Be like, you know what, y'all? I gotta focus for 20 minutes. Give me a second. That would be crazy. So which clock should you consider buying while buying a GPU? If you were a gamer, getting on this with a high core clock speed, overclockable memory clock with a sufficient VRAM is best for gameplay. Before making that purchase, ask yourself, blah, blah, blah. Professionals who are into 3D modeling and blah, blah, blah. Get the VRAM loaded graphics card. You should definitely know. Okay, so they gave me one for the gamers and one for professional. Which do I fall in? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I do like the concept of editing. So that's the problem. So, like, why is editing and gaming on two different spectrums here? Sucks. Because I like to edit and I like to game. You know what I'm saying? So that's tough. But these are probably the last few notes I would take, but that's it. We can do that. We can do that later. And then boom, we get to take a little bit of a quiz later. Or tomorrow. I should have done the assignment. Oh shoot, wrong camera. Sorry, I'm so used to that. I'm so used to that camera. Actually, what I could do, let me go to the new intermission and let me just add my video capture there. Because I like this intermission way better. Hold on, let me put this. Where the hell did it go? Oh yeah, there we go. I like this intermission way better, but I just don't like this camera. I do not like this camera. Real quick, let me go and throw this here. We gotta pass this. Oh, I have to actually switch this mini goal as well. And then I gotta switch this one to 16, even though we're kind of signing this off. But bammers, and we gotta study and talk. Wait, where the hell? Where the hell's my subscription goal? Oh, I was clicking the wrong webcam, that's why. Alright, there we go. Perfection. Let me go read the chat real quick. It says, unable to attend streams as my uni just started, but watching the updates. Hey, that's what's up, man. We'll get back to coding again very soon. Streams show the real journey than other motivators. No, yeah, man. That's why I really try to keep my streams coming. Because I really think my streams could be very helpful and very encouraging to people. And I think it could, like, really inspire people on a different level compared to, like you said, like, the motivators, the people that just, like, talk. I show y'all what the hell I'm trying to do. So hopefully, but I'm not trying to come at them though. They often do pretty good as well. And probably keeping it behind the scenes and not studying on camera, they might get a little bit like further. Says, come back. You said study. I was studying. What the heck? I was studying. Says, coming to your stream never disappoints, lol. Clocks are a part of my syllabus, but my teacher just reads the text and doesn't care to explain the real life uses. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's tough. Like, especially when you have a bad teacher and I don't know, because that's something too that I was looking into, because I know this might be like kind of separate, but I was looking into like the electrician trade school. And basically at the electrician trade school, I heard that a lot of people say that sometimes they have people who they're working under who don't really care to teach them. And it's like, I don't understand why teachers don't understand like how important they are. Like, you gotta teach them how to do this in like actual workplaces, because if they don't know it, I don't know. And I feel like they low-key just be trying to set people up. But that's why, you gotta, I guess you gotta figure it out on your own, man. Like, most of the time when it comes to colleges and trade schools, most of that studying or that learning has to come from, like, you teaching yourself as well, then. So I think you can't see the new chats. Oh, I can see them. It says study. I was studying the whole time. I think the problem is that maybe I just be yapping so much that it doesn't seem like I'm like writing on my paper. But I'm always writing on my paper. Like, when you see me highlight something, I'm always writing on my paper. The only time I'm not writing on the paper is if my hands are like, you could visibly see like my hands not on down here or something, or it's on the camera. But I'm always writing on the paper even if I'm yapping. So I literally wrote all those notes that were on the screen. So that technically was me studying. I just know how to study and yap. That was the point. I don't know. So it says, what's the difference between a CS degree and an IT degree? I believe with CS allows for, well, what I heard is that if you want to be like more of a software engineer and stuff like that, I heard that a CS degree is more better for that. But I heard that when it comes to like an IT degree, that's it. It kind of is more about IT, right? And I think that can kind of be maybe a little bit more obvious because it's an IT degree. But with a CS degree, I heard also too that you could use that to branch out into different directions. So you could use it for software engineering. It's probably more probable that way, but you can also use it for web dev. You could use it for IT support. You could use it for anything that can kind of come with the, I guess, technicality of a computer. But with IT, it's just more focused on IT. And I feel like for me, since I'm not the type to really want to pursue web dev as a full career, and I'm not the type to want to do software engineering or anything other than like cybersecurity or IT, I'm considering getting an IT degree. And then whenever I transition to cyber, if I ever did, right, I just don't want to move too soon. But if I were to ever transition into cyber, then I would rather just get a cybersecurity degree, because with cybersecurity and IT, I just feel like it's more pointed towards the, oh, that's another thing I'm realizing. Chat is not popping up on screen. There we go. But that's pointing more towards, the specific career path that you want to go down. I like to go more towards like the specifics. But it's still pretty good to get a CS degree. Says, hey Marzi, it's been a while. What has changed so far? What happened to web dev? But with web dev, we are kind of nearing the end of web dev. We kind of been, kind of just been grinding, and I feel like I got to the point where I wanted to get to. Of course, there's still more to learn, but I feel like from there, I am just ready to pivot, and I'm happy to finally pivot into IT support and pivot into trying to become a network engineer. And I always wanted this channel to ultimately be, about things that I could become, or just about skills that I could learn. And I feel like just being able to document anything that I'm learning or any skills that I'm getting into, I truly believe, that this is what this channel was meant to be from the beginning. Even if it's like me writing a book, I want to document it. If it's me boxing, I want to document it. Or if I'm in tech, I want to document it. So I'm trying to make sure that this channel doesn't automatically stay stuck on a topic, but it's more focused on my journey and what I decide to learn. So web dev, there's a couple more videos left that I got to post about web dev, but then after that, I'm going to try to pivot a lot of my content to be more towards IT support. I just really hope I don't like forget a good video that I can make. And then, because if once I'm doing IT support videos, I don't want to go back to web dev. But I do plan on some point later down the line, like based on chapters for this channel, to kind of spin the block on web dev, because I do want to learn React and Tailwind. But as of right now, I want my main focus to be IT support. It says CS equals theory, IT equals practical. Both are more focused on each. IT equals working with apps, CS and being creative and build solutions like something new. Yeah, that's definitely probably a way better explanation than I could give. It says, I don't think that AI can disrupt cybersecurity field. It is safe even for the freshers, I guess. No, yeah, I don't think AI, damn, my camera done lit up. I don't think AI either could mess with cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a bit more intense. Maybe it could kind of mess with cybersecurity in the sense of like beginner things, but I even still wouldn't say that either. But they're probably gonna try to find something to where cyber could end up entering. Who knows? I have no idea. But I mean, cyber AI can enter, but I doubt that AI could could touch cybersecurity. That's why I really wanted to get into that route. But cybersecurity is a little bit more tougher, and if I see myself having a hard time getting into network engineering, I'm gonna figure cyber is gonna be difficult. But I just know that I'm such a disciplined person that I would just keep trying to learn it anyway and keep trying anyway. I'm not the type of person to give up unless I feel like I finished, or unless I feel like, I already had a goal. I wanted web dev to be like a side hustle, and I feel like I'm already there. Pretty much. It's just not going to be. So now it's time to pivot that content. So if you're new here, hit that sub button. So I don't think that. Oh, yeah, I read that. Its content is more specific in that sense. Thank you for the insights. But yeah, y'all, I will be catching y'all in the next one. I'll be catching that thing. Wait, oh my goodness, bro, I cannot speak. It's like I'm speaking too fast than I'm thinking. But tomorrow is gonna be day 16. I'll be catching y'all at 12:30 p.m. EST. So make sure y'all end up tuning in so that we can end up getting into that. Hopefully, I'm gonna have a quiz for tomorrow. So I guess I could keep passing the quiz up here for my small term goal. So that's gonna be super cool. So can we take the risk to automate cybersecurity? Hell no. We better not. If they did, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. But that's why the only thing I could consider is like if they wanted to add AI, I'm assuming they probably would do it for like SOC analysis, like the beginners in cybersecurity. Because I think like with SOC analysis, all they really do is kind of, and I don't want to say all they really do because it sounds like I'm demeaning them, but it's like they just have to see or figure out whether something's a scam or not, or like whether, and then if it's really deep and they can't fix it, they're sending it to tier 2 or tier 3. And then it's like, and or they could solve like minor issues. So I'm like, maybe they could kind of like put it somewhat in there in a way, but I don't see it being completely automated. To where like the higher ups, like if you're like really good in cyber and you're up there, there's no way that they can put that into AI. You said it's already being automated on Adobe sites. It's auto detects fake profile photos, fake names, very powerful. That's what I was saying, but that stuff is more towards SOC analysis. Like those are like the beginner careers. But it could never get deeper than that because no way AI the people are gonna trust AI with that. That's like trusting AI to be your doctor. Like you just can't do that. At some point it could get there, but that definitely isn't gonna happen in our time of being alive. Like so there's still going to be cybersecurity rules, especially way more across the line compared to anything tech. And compared to anything, because they're even trying to add AI or like robots into like warehouses now. So it's like AI is coming, bro. AI is coming. Or like I guess robots are coming, but I don't think it's gonna be as like it's gonna be big at some point, but it's not gonna be as big yet. And then also too, I just don't see it getting to that point. Like overtaking cyber, that ain't happening. Not yet. Not yet. You said maybe in the 22nd century. But oh yeah, y'all. I am gonna be signing off. My bad. I love these topics. It keeps me yapping. I gotta go though. I gotta go get some food. I gotta get dressed. But I'll be catching you on the next one. Deuces. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. And thank you for tuning in for this stream. Deuces. What is up? What is up, y'all? We are on day 17. Let me go and fix this. I gotta really fix this whole entire intermission screen because it says I'm gonna have to start using this one because I can't figure out what happened with my other camera and all that glitching. That kind of throws everything off here. But yes, I'm gonna have to. Damn, I hate trying to fix my hat looking at this camera because everything's backwards and it throws me off. Everything is backwards and it literally throws me off. Where's my other phone? Oh, I was gonna say, my other phone is how I look at chat, so I need to make sure I have these things open. Damn it, my other phone's dead. Of course I don't charge my phone. So I guess I'm gonna have to look at chat through the screen or something. Hopefully I can see it. Because before I used to pop up on the side of my screen. Ever since I did something, can never see chat. I don't know what happened. Or actually, I forgot. I could probably use this phone. I normally use my other phone, but I forgot I could use this phone now. Smart. So it's just in case for doing chat. What is up, Ryan? What is up? So real quick, I want to do a little bit of like an IT fundamental quiz. I don't see myself like being able to pass it yet because I honestly don't know if I even know enough to pass a IT fundamental. Like I probably need to learn more of the fundamentals. And then the problem is that I'm so deep inside of like software or looking at software. I'm kind of like, damn, I might not be able, I probably don't know enough. But let me go and see. They have a couple CompTIA. Obviously, I don't really care to take the CompTIA fundamental, but I want to see if I could probably find like a little quiz just to see if I know something. There's a couple things I'm kind of confused, like, but I'm probably not gonna show y'all the quiz because I'm not gonna lie. For one, I'm a little bit embarrassed. And who shows each other quizzes, right? But let's say I failed. Like, come on now, I can't show you the quiz, but I'll tell you if I passed, and I'll show you after. But nah. You said, where am I from? I'm from the USA, and also as I take this quiz, I'm going to be answering some of the Q&A questions. I gotta take a picture. No one really. I don't think anyone asked me anything on YouTube. There was people who asked me on Instagram, and then there was some people who asked me through Discord in like little sections. So I guess that's probably where I'm gonna have to go, but that's gonna probably make me have to get off of chat. But give me a second. There was somebody on Discord. I'm not gonna obviously say names because they messaged me, or there was a couple people on Discord, but they messaged me privately. So this person says, "What is my motto?" Now I kind of forgot like what a motto is. I think that's something that you like. What is something that you live by? And you know, some people be like, "Oh, you only live once." I think my motto would probably be just. I honestly don't know. I feel like I'd probably say like try to get 1% better every single day if that's like a motto. But if it's like a motto as in yeah something that you live by, I think that could be my motto. And then this person, same person, says, "Am I in a relationship?" Actually, let me read this first question for my quiz so y'all know I'm taking the quiz. I'm like low key forgetting I'm taking a damn quiz. Damn, there's 56 questions. What the hell? You said my GitHub. I don't really share my GitHub because I have to make a new one because I think I put my full name by accident. And I don't really like putting my full name on stuff. So I might have to make a new one so I could send it to y'all. So it says, which of the following extensions identifies a video file? I'm not too sure. I know it's not IMG because that's an image. I'm assuming it's MP4. Oh, they won't even let you select the question. So what type of fucking quiz is this? I can either reveal the solution or click the next question. Okay, well then, I got it right though. I guess that's cool. I got it right. It was D. Oh, so at least I get to see if I'm doing it correctly like right after. Which of the following file formats contains other files within them? Let me see. It says PNG. I feel like it's sometimes for photos. ISO, MP3. I mean, if MP4 is a video file, maybe MP3 might have multiple files. I don't know what the other one is. I mean, could PNG? Like the other one is ISO, then it's FLAC, DMG. I'm sorry that y'all got to see this terrible face as I take this quiz, but no, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I do know I got one correct. I'm very positive it has to be the MP3. Hold on, because I gotta open chat on this phone. Actually, no, this phone's probably gonna die. I need to let it charge a little bit. I can't see chat right now. I'm going to do MP3, and then I guess I'm just gonna guess. I don't know what DMG is. I don't know what TIFF is. ISO. FLAC. I'm going C and D. Oh, damn, I was wrong. It's not even MP3 at all. So it would be DMG and ISO. I wouldn't even have known. I kind of guessed it was ISO, but DMG I was not getting that one. Next question. Which of the following is performed during Wi-Fi setup on a mobile device? Wi-Fi setup on a mobile device. Configuring Bluetooth pairing settings. Performed during Wi-Fi setup. It has to be the first one. Configuring SSID settings. If it's that, wow. Screen lock settings, it can't be that. Email settings, maybe? Could it be? I think I'm gonna have to go with the SSID. It just sounds professional. Alright, let me see. Reveal. Perfection. Okay, I got that right, but I got that like last minute. Definitely had no clue. It says, which of the following is a reason that a user may upgrade a video card driver? A video card driver. Wait, I thought they said you can't upgrade a video card driver. This is so confusing, but okay. Oh, I think I'm thinking of the VRAM. So to decrease the screen resolution, to access monitor standby mode, to use additional features, to adjust brightness and contrast. I honestly, if I'm thinking of the VRAM, and obviously this must be something completely different, I'm probably gonna get this one wrong. But that's not bad. The thing is though, is what I should actually do, I'm just realizing the ones that I'm getting wrong are the ones I have to guess on. I should probably take a note of them. Let me write them over here though, just so that I can look into it. Because I need to know these fundamentals before trying to go to the CompTIA A+ studying. So I got the first one right. Question 2 is where I think I did wrong. Actually, let me just put question 2. I'll come back to this. I gotta do question 2. Question 4. Oh no, I'll do question 3 and then question 4. Because even though I got it right for question 3, I guessed. And that's not good. Hey, you told me to answer. You know what's crazy though? I was gonna say additional features, but it also says select 2. So I'm kind of thinking to decrease screen resolution, I feel like would be insane if people want to upgrade the video card. To access monitor to fix an error message. I wouldn't say to adjust the brightness and contrast. It would have to be to fix an error message. It would have to be. So I'm assuming it's to fix an error message and then to use additional features. I'm gonna have to see if I got that one right. But yeah, some of these topics. Oh wait, this is question 4. So what the hell? Which question am I talking about? I don't know. Alright, so let me see. Okay, so it says it is C and D. It's to fix an error message and to use additional features. Great. So there's not even. Oh, I guess technically there's 56 questions, but through this one page, I'm considering I probably need some more studying. And a lot of it is just me guessing and kind of trying to think like, could this be it? When trying to activate the operating system, a user receives a notice that the software is not genuine. Which of the following security threats has occurred? And then I'm also realizing IT fundamental questions seems like they're asking me about like the actual work of an IT support. I was just legitimately just learning about IT. So maybe there's like, I still have to go down that route, like to understand the job of like what an IT help desk person is actually doing before I could say I know the fundamentals of IT. So when trying to activate the operating system, a user receives a notice that the software is not genuine. So this could either be social engineering, phishing, virus attack, license theft. I would hope it's not social engineering. It could be a virus attack, but it could also be, I forgot what the term phishing means, but I remember hearing about those. License theft. I honestly can't tell you which one this is. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna get this one wrong. I'm saying B or C even though they're not even giving me an option. I don't know what the hell a license theft is. Let me see. Or social engineering. Is that just talking? What the fuck are we talking about? At least you could download this exam. Let me see. Oh, you gotta pay. I lied. Alright, so this the answer was D, so it's a license theft. What the hell is a license theft? Perfect. I just gotta look into this stuff. At least I kind of know now what the fundamentals actually look like, because that's why I kept saying, I'm like, I feel like I'm studying things that I probably don't need to study for the fundamentals. Oh, this one. Oh wait, never mind. Damn, I thought they asked me an easy question. A user wants to purchase a CAD application that requires 8 gigabytes of RAM. Which of the following operating systems or system types is required? 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit. A purchase of CAD application that requires 8 gigabytes of RAM to operate which of the following operating system types is required? I'm assuming that would be, I think I'm going with D. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because it's the highest. Other than that, I don't know anything. Which is why, let me see if I'm right. Oh shoot, it actually is D. What the hell? But my thing is, what I'm wondering, I just picked D just to be funny, but I actually got it. But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's like, how am I actually getting these answers? I still have to write them down because there's just no way. Because if I'm on a quiz, it's obviously not gonna be like that. Obviously, I wouldn't take the IT fundamentals quiz, but I mean, shoot, maybe I got to at this point. What the hell? Oh, and it's also telling me what the topic is. Oh, this is software. So that's my problem. I'm so slow. Because I think I've only gotten into hardware so far, and I'm still not even done with hardware. So I'm just taking a bunch of software. Wait, hold on. Give me the hardware spot. The hell? Oh, but they don't even let you go that far. So you have to unlock all the features. So I'm wondering. I'm like, bro, I know none of this. It makes sense. I never started learning software. Nice. Yes, that makes complete sense. I was actually kind of feeling some type of way at first. I was like, damn. And now they won't even let me continue the quiz. It's probably because I failed. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't even say whether you got it right or wrong. They don't even let you pick the answer. I'm about to do IT fundamentals. Maybe not practice test. Let me do like hardware quiz or like hardware test because I only got into hardware. This is unfair. I was wondering why the hell I was dying. Oh, perfect. How is this hardware? Oh, I got it right though. It was a weird question, y'all. It's a weird question. I didn't even want to read it. I was that afraid, but I got it right. Hey, what is up, some? What is up? And by the way, if y'all want, especially with this being... Actually, no, I'm going to do the Q&A a little bit later. Because I do want to get some studying in. So let me just continue pushing this. But I'm trying to make today a bit more of a chill day. Yesterday, I was studying like crazy. And sometimes I just need some days where I can relax. Says the operating system usually comes preloaded on any computer. So this is just a bunch of true or false. No, I want a quiz, damn it. I want a quiz. The operating system usually comes preloaded on your screen. The operating system. Okay, I was like, yes. Okay, I had to think. Oh, and they also give you a little bit of an explanation, but a true or false is crazy. Without the OS, a computer is useless. What in the hell is the OS? Oh, the operating system. Hold on. They gave me a little definition of what that is. Are typically pre-installed in computers when they're purchased. This means that when you buy a computer, it's already had an operating system installed and ready to use. Therefore, the statement, the operating system, okay, so this comes true. Is without the operating system, is it useless? I honestly don't know, and I would assume that it's not. I would assume that it is useless, but I've clicked true twice, so it's making me want to click false. Okay, I should have went with my gut. I should have known it was true, but like, why would they put 3 trues back to back? You know what I mean? I was like, maybe it was a trick question. I should have known. It is at the bottom of the wait, what? It is at the bottom of the Windows desktop screen. What the fuck are they saying to me? Oh, the taskbar. Okay, that was crazy. Check the company who developed Macintosh. I think that was the first question they asked me, which is strange. I'm assuming Macintosh is Apple. Okay. The most server runs Linux operating. What's the other one? Windows? Damn it, it was true. I was confused. Is Linux? Oh, I should have known. They confused me. The following on Macintosh operating system except for which one? A panther, a lion, a tiger, a cat. First of all, they do panther, lion, and tiger. Or if they did any of those two and then threw a cat in there. Okay, I was gonna say, it better not be a cat. That would be crazy. Got that. The need to change the OS on a regular basis. Why do we keep talking about operating systems? What quiz is this? I just said hardware. The need to change the OS on a regular basis places requirements on its design. Okay, I got that right. Everything is practically true, y'all. What the hell? Actually, I haven't had one false answer. x86 processors are called 32. There's just no, so they're just all true. I don't even want to read the questions no more. Which one is false? The following are Windows OS versions except for which one? I didn't know. System 32. Why would I know that? It was the longest running Microsoft operating system. I don't know, I wasn't here. I started learning. Probably when, oh, damn it. It was Windows XP. Windows 8 is considered by many as what Windows Vista should you have. This has to be false. So just all true, bro. It's an upgraded version of Windows XP. The upgraded version? Yeah, I don't know. Now they're just taking me down this line of like Windows. Said I'm into hardware. Who told you I want to talk about operating systems? I can't find the right quiz for me. This is why I go through ChatGPT sometimes. But ChatGPT, I feel like they probably make the questions a little bit easier. So I didn't want to go through ChatGPT, but these questions, they do not apply to what I've been studying. Oops. But at least that shows me a different part that I need to get into. I need to get into the damn software. Because I think after the hardware, I was going to get into networking, but no. No. I need to get into software. That's clearly what is being revealed to me. Clothing designed to be worn by computers. What the fuck are we talking about? Any part of the computer that's a physical structure. No. It has to be this one. Okay, next question. Which of the following types of computer hardware? Select all the... Oh, yes, I know this one. Processor, RAM, keyboard, hard drive, not Windows or Firefox. Woof, that felt great. What is the main circuit board called? Oh my goodness. The main circuit board is called the motherboard. Which feature is being clicked? Oh, that's a touchpad. See, there we go. Look at me go. Stop playing with me. I knew something. RAM is like a computer's what, while the hard drive is the computer's what? Why would I say it like that? I don't even know. I'm saying, I think, oh, I don't know. Oh no, RAM is a short-term memory, hard drive is a long-term memory. Got it. What is an Ethernet port used for? Something for the Wi-Fi. Where it at? Connecting this to the internet. Perfect. What is Wi-Fi? See, now I'm running through this. A wireless network. Stop playing with me. I knew something, brother. These are web browsers. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually knew that one. I just moved too fast. I got happy. Graphical user interface. You cannot get a computer virus if you install antivirus software. False. Fitness trackers and smartwatches are examples of wearables. Which operating system is most typically found on PC computers? I apparently it's Linux. I thought it was Windows. Is it Windows? Okay, I did do Windows. Woof. I was like, I feel like I remember that it's Windows. What is the main function of a computer case? To end it. It's going to contain the main components. Newer monitors usually have LCD or LED displays, also known as blink displays. What? Newer monitors usually have LCD or LED displays, also known as control button, cathode ray tube, CTR, video card. What the hell? I don't know. Flat panel. I wouldn't have got that. Each computer is different, so the buttons, ports, and sockets will vary from computer to computer. True. What is the purpose of a scanner? I don't know. I only have a scanner. So to copy physical images and documents, to control it has to be copy. Okay, got it. What is the function of a CPU? To send information, to control the computer's connection, to carry out commands. Got it. If your computer is sluggish when you have several programs open, this could be a sign of doesn't have enough RAM. What is another name for the USB adapter? I think it's the dongle. I think I heard that before. AC adapters are interchangeable. In other words, they could be paired with different laptop brands. What? AC adapters. I don't even know what that is. I just said false and I got it. What is an app? A touchscreen, a keyboard, a type of software that allows you to perform specific tasks. That sounds like such a weird way to say that. What is the function of a surge protector? Honestly, there's only one thing that said it protects, so I just picked it. When something is in the cloud, this means it is stored on the internet or remotely. If you spill liquid on your keyboard, hold that bit upside down. Turn the keyboard upside down. Ergonomic keyboards and chairs are designed to, what? I don't know. Be less comfortable in order to increase productivity. If that was true, I understand. No, I'm just kidding. Vibrate can be vibrating. Be more comfortable in order to avoid either cheaply. Okay, comfortable. I got a 92. I got two wrong, and I don't want to count the first one. I was moving fast. It asked me about Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and I accidentally said that they were browser instead of OS system. So I'm not counting that. We got a 24 out of 25. I just moved too quickly. There was only one I didn't understand. So this was perfect for me. So I guess I am learning the right spot. I'm just not learning exactly the hard, like, computer fundamentals yet, I guess. And I gotta make sure that I'm focused on, what is it called? I gotta at some point take a leap to go to learning about software. So I don't know when the hell that's gonna happen. That's gonna suck. So it has to be this one. Damn, you can't. And it's like all the quizzes that they be having, it's like they don't want my ass to answer it. Like, damn. Whatever. I'm probably gonna have to go to ChatGPT for that. But I passed the quiz. That was happy. I mean, that was great. That took a damn, like, minute. Finally, we can end up getting into this now. Someone said, you study GPU while also you make GPU. I'm confused by the question. Do I make GPU? No, I don't know. I'm kind of confused there. There was only a couple things I needed left about the GPU for the clock speed, I believe. And then I need to get a little bit more into the CUDA cores. I don't know what that is. That's just what it's called. So, oh yeah, so I wanted to write this because I feel like this is a perfect explanation. If I'm trying to build somebody a computer in the future, and I'm talking to a gamer, then this is going to teach me what type of GPU I should be looking for, what type of clock speed, if I'm focused on the VRAM. But if I'm talking to a professional who just wants to get their work done, I can also give a little bit of tips and tricks on getting to that. So now that I'm finally doing this, now let me go and answer these Q&As because I'm really good at I'm really good at multitasking as I'm taking notes and answering questions. So definitely going to hop into this. That quiz, the quizzes felt like a breeze. That was quite easy. I just realized that the other one I was taking was about software. So at least I know I'm still doing the right thing with my hardware. But I really want to find like a hardware quiz. Like I want to see, do I know enough of hardware to be able to transition to like CompTIA A+. You know what I mean? Not transition, like not as in past the CompTIA A+. I just mean as in to study for the CompTIA A+. Because I don't know how much of what you need to really learn to study for those things. So it's like I'm trying to get enough fundamentals to where I could finally go and study for that CompTIA. Because they expect you, when you are learning CompTIA, and there's also even courses around here, like around where I live, they expect you to already have the fundamentals down. So my biggest thing is like, I don't want to go if I decided to do the classes or if I decided to just self-teach myself like I've always been doing. I want to make sure that I'm not like bamboozled. Like I'm like, oh shoot, I don't know anything that they're talking about, So I got to make sure I know the basics. But also too, what I could do is probably I was going to say, because I could look at a CompTIA A+ like quiz and see what they expect me to know. But then that's also going to mix in CompTIA A+ studying. So then that's going to be like, that's going to confuse me. So I want to get this part right here so I know what type of PCs these people are going to need, whether they're professionals or not. You said send a quiz link. I'll try it too. I literally just X'd it out. Damn. But I don't think I could send the link through YouTube, like YouTube comments. I would have to send the link probably through, I'm not sure. If you have me on Instagram or if you have me on Discord, I would have to send you the link through there. It was a very basic quiz, the first one I took. Then there was another one I was trying to do that was more around software, so I just left that quiz because I'm like, obviously, I don't know anything in here because I haven't learned software. And then I think what was the other one? I forgot what the other one was. I don't remember. We went through like 3 quizzes because I kept trying to find one that worked for me. Cause I'm like, all of these are expecting me to know something more. So then I finally found like a basic. I think it was just a computer's basics quiz, but it was mainly about hardware. So I was like, hey, that's what I'm getting into. So let me take this quiz. But I gotta find a better one though. I need to find a better one specifically about, or like I wouldn't mind if I found like an IT fundamental one, but I just want to see in the IT fundamentals one, is there any, what is it called? Is there any like hardware questions in there? Because that's really the main spot that I deep dove into. I dove into hardware. So I'm like, I'm gonna need to see what the hardware questions look like just to make sure, do I know enough hardware, or exactly where do I pivot my hardware studying? I mean, I think I'm doing a good job so far. A part of me kind of feels like maybe I'm diving a little bit too deep into the hardware, but what I'm also learning too is I need to pay attention a lot to the specs and like the math kind of it, because I'm learning that some of the questions are about certain things, like, oh, if you need this much gigabytes, what should your GPU look like? And then I'm like, oof, like I wouldn't know, but I would probably obviously get a GPU that's higher than that. But then all three or four of the questions are higher than that. So I'm like, oof, I probably have to actually look that up. Or not look it up, but work on that. So we finally just got that written down. So we're good here. I don't think I need to do the questions. I mean, the questions here. So a good memory clock depends on your budget and preferences. However, anything between 12 to 19 gigabytes. So good memory clock. Actually, I like that. So a good memory clock. Let me read the chat real quick, my bad. So no issue. I thought you were going to do and not done yet. I'll join a quiz with you. Oh, I already did the quiz. So it's a good memory clock. If you could find me a quiz though, definitely you could drop it down in like well, not here, but you probably would have to drop it. I don't think you could do it in the YouTube comment. So you probably have to hit me up on Instagram and or Discord, or you might be able to do it in the YouTube comment. I'm not sure. And then I could definitely hit you back there, and then I could take like a nice little quiz if you find a good one. At least that probably matches with what I'm learning, because I don't know how to find a good one. Good memory clock, anything between 12 gigabytes, per second, and 19 gigabytes per second. Got that down pat, works well. What is a core clock for a GPU? What is a good core clock? Okay, so this is good. High-end GPU would be anywhere from 1 point, so a good core clock. Because that was actually something that I realized that the website does not answer. Like, what is actually the numbers that I'm looking for, damn it? So, at least they answered it here, so that's funny. Because at first I was like, I'm not going to really care about what's in here, but nope. Those are some good questions. Is memory clock and core clock better for gaming? Both are important. Does increasing the memory clock increase the FPS? Yes. What's the FPS? Oh, frames per second. Ooh, so I definitely got to write that down, because I know. Oh, wait, no, I think I already took a note of that. I'm not sure. So memory clock affects the frame per second. So the frames. Okay, if I put FPS, I'm going to be like, what in the hell are we talking about? So let me take a note of that. Perfection. Now from here, I forgot where the hell we were going to. Oh, the CUDA cores. I don't know why I call it that. I could come here and open up. For some reason, I have random stuff like just here. I'm going to open this up, go this way, and then probably close that. And then we could look up CUDA cores. So let me do GPU CUDA cores. Hold on, give me 1 second. GPU CUDA cores. Perfection. He said, I deleted Instagram because I had 12 hours screen time on it and someone asked me to delete it. Oh, damn. In 24 hours. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. I don't even really use Instagram. I only use it just to post, like, if I'm live, and then because I also plan to post like some of my websites on there when I make some more websites, or probably try to just use it as like a freelance website. Maybe it could be like all around, like I could do PC shit. I can also make websites, try to just offer myself out like that. So I've always been trying to just build that. But then I kind of stopped posting. And then I also made the account private because I didn't want too many people like from my actual life to see it, because then it points too much to this channel. And I'm like, I don't really want no one to see what the hell my channel looks like. People are weird like that. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for the CUDA cores, free tools and training. Actually, no, that's not going to help. What CUDA cores and how do they work? Or what is CUDA cores? Perfect. And then we're also going to keep, hold on, GPU CUDA cores. We're also going to keep the AI portion open just in case if we miss something. So here we go. CUDA core is this. And we got to make sure we get that down pat. That down pat. Since I didn't know, I was shocked too. It's crazy, man. You have 12 hours of screen time. I honestly don't know, because I literally only go on just to post like my my YouTube stuff. So in all honesty, mine's is probably like a good 6 minutes. I can go check my screen time. Let me see, because I don't really be on Instagram. I actually hate social media. The only I know my YouTube screen time is gonna be crazy. 'Cause I'm legitimately on YouTube every day. But specifically, Instagram. Let me see. Sorry, I just want to join this. I just want to join this topic. Let me see. Damn, can I see for daily? Yeah, it's about more or less like 10 minutes, I'll say. Well, it's at like 15. So I'll say like 15, but it was kind of like varying throughout the day, so it did like a average. So it's like 15 minutes. So I guess it must take me that damn long to. Oh, and then also too, I'm forgetting because I was just in there and I was messaging some people who messaged me about. There's some people on there who message me about web dev sometimes. So I'd be forgetting that I respond to people like that. I'd be responding to people. I always message people back on my Instagram because most of them come from my YouTube channel. So I'm like, okay, let me message back. There was one time I left somebody on red, and it's like they didn't like come at me, but they pointed out that I left them on red, and I was like, oh damn, I guess they don't really watch my streams because I accidentally opened it on my stream, and then I was like, oh my bad if you're in the chat. I guess they weren't, and they felt some type of way. That was so funny. So I can finally get to some of these Q&A questions. Another question someone asked is if I was wait, where the hell did my questionnaire go? That's if I was in a relationship. Yes, I am. Then I think the third question was if I'm a boy or a girl. And I'm like, I don't really mind answering that question. Sometimes I feel like people are definitely trying to be funny because I feel like if you look at my actual face, like you could tell that I'm a girl. But maybe sometimes it could be due to like the way that I dress, that maybe it could legit confuse people. But I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you could definitely tell but depending on like the camera angle, like if you came from like a YouTube video, okay, maybe. But that those questions be so funny to me. But I would say I'm a girl. It says how many times you see the failure. I'm not necessarily sure how they meant that question. I'm assuming maybe how many times did they feel like I'm not sure what they mean by that. Like how many times did I think I was gonna fail? I'm not sure. I'm not too positive about that question, but if you're talking about how many times have I felt like I was gonna fail or just something like that, I feel like maybe I think I made a whole series on that for a while when I was feeling like crap, but then eventually I started feeling a lot better. So probably like maybe truly as hard as it was at that time, I would say once. But were definitely times where it would pop up in my head like, oh, I might fail and this feels crappy. But I'm always such a positive person. You can probably tell with the way that I like talk and the way that, when it comes to my YouTube videos, I've always been a positive person. So even if I start feeling nervous or feeling like, wow, everything's going to feel like a failure, I always see the good in it. So, and then I always see how things could connect. And since I'm just so open to grind and work on anything, like too many people are afraid to pivot. And I've never been afraid to pivot because you never know. And it's not even like pivoting to me in my head it's kind of like just enforcing different areas of your life to have multiple skills. But there's going to be some people who focus a little bit too much on web dev. And I'm not going to say like focusing too much is bad, but you could build in different areas, right? And let's say web dev doesn't work. Now you kind of screwed yourself for like for 5 years, just overly focusing on one topic. And that's why I always think like you need to be a jack of all trades. Like I think you should of course, start with one topic and focus very hard on one topic. But when you get to a good point with that one topic, to the point where it's like you're not really learning anymore, it's kind of like you're just building and maybe learning through that way, then you could kind of transition or pivot into something different. So just in case if that doesn't work, you have something else. And just in case if that something else don't work, you got something else. And that's why where I think a lot of people are gonna kind of stunt themselves. And I think that's what a lot of people naturally do. And then that's why you see so many older people who are kind of low key depressed or angry with their life because they chose to stick to one thing or they just chose to never learn anything. And then they're pissed where their life is. And especially when they see someone who's optimistic. And it's like, you just gotta work on different things. Like focus on one thing, but then add in a bunch of different stuff later. That's why you'll see total counts like this. Okay, perfect, because I needed an example here. So that's good. So an example, it says you'll see total count. Like, give me a second. 21, because I gotta get to the next questions. CUDA cores. I think the next question is also on my Discord, so message me privately. So let me get to that. It says CUDA is the software side. Oh, okay. I was wondering what the hell CUDA was. So CUDA is the software side of the story. It lets apps and frameworks and massively parallel work. Oh, okay. So that's good. I mean, well, technically, well, it's inside of the NVIDIA GPU that does the grunt work. Is it only inside of the NVIDIA GPU? Damn, this is crazy about the stuff that goes inside of the GPU, bro. That's probably why GPUs could be expensive if you get like a really expensive one. That is crazy work. It says, where are you getting these questions from? These questions came from my Discord. People messaged me privately on Discord to ask these questions, and some people messaged me privately on Instagram as well. So if y'all want to ask some questions now too, y'all can ask these questions now as well. Yes, I got about 20 minutes left. Today I want it to be more of a chill day though. So hopefully, I don't learn too heavy here or I have to really, focus on that. I mean, CUDA cores is probably something that's deeply gonna have to be focused on. Oh, it has 32 threads that execute the same instruction on different datas. A model NVIDIA calls SIMT. I don't know. This is how GPUs chew through thousands of operations at once. Oh yeah, this is the multitask. Every time I see threads, I immediately think multitasker. Each SM has schedules that keep many warps in flight to hide memory latency and keep those cores busy. By the way, if you guys are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be studying IT support every single day. So far, we're on day 17, so it's been 17 days straight. If y'all have any questions, y'all can drop them down below. I'm also answering some questions that I've got from Discord and I got from Instagram, so definitely get into that and make sure you end up hitting that sub button, man, because I've documented this journey before. For my web dev journey, we got to like day 200 and something, so we're starting over or pivoting into IT support, and I plan on doing this for months on months on months, so definitely stick around so y'all could be here from the beginning. Okay, hit that sub button. Now we gotta I wish I woke up a little bit earlier today, y'all. I had a YouTube video I had to edit. I'm probably gonna have to get it out tomorrow. What was my next question? Hey, thank you so much, Piku. Thank you so much, my guy. Harish, I thought you already subbed. I thought you already subbed. So we got another question. It says, how did you even get into, so this is specifically about coding. Someone said, how did I get into coding in the first place? Well, when I first, and I'm probably going to do like a side-by-side with IT as well. When I first got into coding, I'm not going to lie, it did come down to the fact that I was in fear of like my job. Which granted, I mean, who knows, the job feels stable again, but anything could really happen. But at the time, my job felt really unstable, so I really wanted to look for something that I could have learned in a slow period of time. I mean, a short period of time, and then hopefully make some good money. And coding was something that popped up, which if y'all know anything about that, that is not true at all. When it comes to coding, it's going to take months on months. It's going to take a lot of work to, honestly stand out. Can't have no basic projects. It's going to have to be really deep projects. So it's pretty crazy, with coding. Like coding, I really got into it for the wrong reason at first. But then as I finally, continue to go through coding, by the way, I'm still taking notes. Because I think I saw you said finish the article, 15 minutes left. I'm taking notes, my guy. I know how to multitask. But now I kind of forgot what I was saying. Damn. Oh yeah, so when it came to coding, I did start with the wrong reasons, but then the more that I kept pushing through it and I kept going, and then I started to see the realistic side of coding and how it's not like that simple to just get a job like this. You really need to put in the work and have a good portfolio, have a good resume. That, the way that these YouTubers made it seem like it was easy, they were capping and straight BS, straight baloney. So I pretty much, like, coding isn't bad. I'm not saying you can't get a job off of coding. I'm just saying don't expect it to be like a 1, 2, 3. Because a lot of these YouTube channels definitely made it seem like it was a 1, 2, 3. So eventually I changed my thoughts and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do coding as a hobby. And then coding became super fun. And then when I started realizing you can kind of do it as a side hustle, then that became another one of my things, was like, okay, let's try to make this into a side hustle. Let's build some of these websites and try to, make my my website look good, make myself my own website, yada yada. I thought it would have been sick. And then also too, there's a good amount of people in my family or friends that want to start entrepreneurship. So I'm like, perfect. I can just offer my services, try to see if they could push me out to other people who want to make webs. I mean, who want to have a business. So then I started to see it like that, and I also, told people on YouTube I was gonna stay consistent. And when you say your word, like you got to keep your word, and that was my biggest thing. It's like keep your word when you tell people what's gonna happen. So I kept my word, and that was pretty much what I ended up doing. And I pursued what is it called? I pursued coding or web dev. But then after a while, I felt like I realized coding was just very stressful. So saying we have a mental picture. CUDA core, an individual worker. Okay, here's a good example of this. Perfection. Damn, I should have wrote that at the top. Whatever, I'll just drop down here. But then I started learning that with coding really is a lot of like a mental game. And I learned that a lot of it is really debugging your code. So for me, it felt really stressful, especially if you're doing things that kind of like challenge you. Like you don't want to do nothing easy, right? You want to make sure, because like the easy stuff, of course, I was gliding through it, making little mini games. But when I wanted to do something that, and then obviously websites too. Websites were 100% easy. Sometimes there's stuff you got to debug, but it always felt fun to me to see like the visual side of things. But when it came to deep stuff, like if you're trying to really build something with like JavaScript logic, that never came easy to me. That was always difficult, even if I knew JavaScript. So I was like, I can never see this being a career or being like a full time, side hustle. I could probably do it once or twice in a month, and then that's it. So then from there, that had me thinking about different career paths, just in case, well, not even just, I was already looking for a career path, but I learned a long time ago, probably in like month 3 or month 2, that web dev wasn't going to be it. So then that's when I started to pursue IT support, because I feel like with IT support, it's a little bit more stable depending on where you work and the specific spot that I want to work and I know I could get into, just because I'm already gonna, like, I have so many ways that I'm just gonna get in there, and it's gonna be coming from like the inside. So I'm gonna be an internal application, and you know how internal applications, they normally go straight to the desk of like the manager. So I already have like a whole plan on how I'm getting inside of this position. So it's kind of like gonna happen. I just need to have the knowledge and then be patient, because a part of me really wants to like have it happen by the end of the year. But I'm like, it just might not be as realistic as I would hope, unless like I really busted my like ass, like trying to do everything that I need to do. It might be sometime next year. I mean, sometime 2027. Sometimes 2028. It could be around that time. I'm hoping at the end of 2026, but hey, who knows, right? But I'm gonna have to put in that grind, put in that work, and just really try to learn everything, pass all the certifications, and make as much projects, real projects as well. Not even just like, I don't care if I gotta buy a router. I'm buying a router, and I'll sit there and I'll make sure I really do it. Because some people, they buy like the fake things. No, I'm gonna need the real ones, just so it can come off like I actually did something. But then that's how I got into IT support, and also too, it's also kind of fun. And then I want to build PCs. Forgot about that. Building PCs is cool. So not CPU cores. Okay, that's good. Because I was going to say, I was a little confused because I know CPU has a core. So GPU has other cores. So a CUDA core is a simpler arithmetic lane optimized for throughput, not a big latency tunnel like a CPU core. GPU scale by having lots of these small lanes working together. CUDA's programming guide explains this through orientated design. Um, Maybe this could be helpful. I know I took a definition of the CPU core, but I don't think I wrote it like that. And I also like having like the differences on the page. So CUDA cores is not, because you know how easily mistaken you could be for comparing a CUDA core to a CPU core, is not a CPU core. So I'm gonna have to take that down pat and then kind of put, I already wrote the definition. As an individual workers does arithmetic line. Oh, they actually made that definition strange as hell. Is it over here? CUDA core is one of my math units that uses grunts. Yeah, no, they didn't explain it like this. Somewhat they did, but they said it in a weird way that I know I wouldn't understand. So we're just gonna have to write it like this: CUDA core, and then go down that sentence. What was the next question? Says, let me see, because some of these are about coding, which I don't mind, but I kind of want to see if there's anything else. There's some people who have life questions. Something was like, what keeps you motivated when you feel like giving up? I'm sure y'all already know this answer. I feel like I answer it this way all the time. But for one, I like to stick to my word. If I say that I'm going to do something, I feel like I have to do it. And for two, I do have a strong like work ethic. And in my head, if I can see something being, a career or being something that I just want to learn or do, and if there's an opportunity to inspire anybody, I feel like I've always been disciplined and consistent enough to to do that. No matter what I'm going through, like even if I'm having a bad day, I'm getting up and I'm studying. Like I don't care. And then last but not least, I feel like documenting the journey. It really makes me feel like, I hate when I have to tell you guys like, oh, I can't come on live right now because I have to do this or blah blah blah. And it's like it sucks. So when it comes to being on live, it feel like it drives me to come on live and show y'all my progress and do, exactly what I told you guys. Because not only am I trying to uphold something I told myself, I'm also trying to uphold something I told you. So it makes me feel like I have to like really grind and do what I say. So it's not really coming down to motivation, but it's not like I don't want to do what I'm doing either. I don't want to say it like that. But I feel like I don't really feel motivated. I just kind of do it because it's not an option. It's just something that is a part of my routine it's not optional. I can't sit here and say you're not doing it unless I'm not home. That's just kind of what I tell myself. It's like you got to get up, go do it. Otherwise, you're either going to backtrack or like in your knowledge, you're not going to learn nothing new and or you're just not standing on your word. So different from specialized. Also, they even have different cores inside of the GPU. This is so confusing. So the GPU also has something called the tensor cores, which I'm going to do a definition for. And then they're going to have the RT cores. This is insane. What in the hell? So this is a matrix. Let me see the next question. So do you ever feel behind compared to people your age? That's a good question. Because this was actually something I was just like going through the other day. Is I feel like I kind of do. But it's only a little bit. Because around this time, or maybe whenever people graduate, I think people like when I enrolled in college, this would have been my last year, I believe. Yeah, this would have been my last year in college. So sometimes I think like, damn, there's people that I know who went to college and who are probably, going to graduate and then get themselves, a nice good job. So sometimes it makes me feel like I'm behind. And then also too, something that I do tell myself is there are a lot of people who get a degree, but they don't really use it for their job. Or even so, they're just going to be going to a job that probably literally pays what I'm getting paid, and I don't even have a degree for my job. So sometimes I'm just like, I gotta stop seeing it like that because I really don't know for one, I don't know what it's gonna look like. And two, if I'm at peace where I'm at, why do I care what the next person is making? Like, this is something I gotta tell myself on a daily basis. But it's like, or not daily basis, but whenever I'm feeling some type of way. But it's like, I'm already at peace where I'm at and I'm at peace where I'm going. So why am I gonna let where someone else is going dictate my feelings when I don't even care to go there? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care to get a degree. But why is it like I'm sitting here trying to compare to them? But something too that I've learned, like my biggest comparison issue is always with people who I'm probably going to just jump over because we got about 5 minutes left. I might as well answer these last couple questions. So do more CUDA cares. We can come back to this website. Let me go bookmark it. Bookmarked it. That's done. Exit these out. Oh, I almost exit out everything. That would have probably shut off my whole screen. Let's come back to this intermission screen. Let me answer these last couple questions before I go. But my main, biggest comparison issue is that for some reason, I have this, strange comparison thing with people who have support and then with me, right? Because something too that I've noticed is like the people that are going through college that I be like sometimes I'm like, damn, like they're so lucky. They have that support. They have that family support, whether that's the family allowing them not to work and stay home and fully study, or they have the support of somebody paying their tuition, right? And or if they are working part-time, they have that support of being able to just spend that money on them. It's not really going towards a bill. And sometimes I tend to see myself compared to those people when in my like I have to just understand that for one, we're not all in a race. But if we were in a race, I'm comparing to somebody who had a head start. Like they're like probably 24 yards down the way and we're in a race and it's like I'm back here and then I'm sitting here like damn, I could never reach that person. It's like yeah, because they had the head start, they had a good foundation, they had the support to be pushed all the way over there, you know? While with me, I had to grind for everything that I had. Like with my dad, because my mom was never really in my life since I was 12, and my dad passed away when I was 17. And I know some people are like, oh, you know, you're grown at 17 or 18, whatever. But at that time, I was the baby, so I got really babied. So even though I was 17, I felt way younger. I felt like I was like 15, 14. Like I was like, damn, this is tough. You know, life is and then especially too, even if you think about it, that's such around like a crucial time where you need that support to be like, where should I go? What should I do with my life? And he passed away, so I'm too busy worrying about, worrying about his death rather than being able to focus what I want my life to look like. So, especially too, just as I got older, I had to obviously take on responsibilities myself. I don't see anybody my age right now that I was friends with who has their own apartment. Literally nobody. I can like look if I wanted to look through my Instagram, look through Snapchat, none of them have an apartment. And it's not like I'm trying to like brag about it, but that's my point. They all have that support, but they don't need to do that. I needed to make sure I had an apartment because I don't have that type of support. I need to make sure that I could do my own thing, pay my bills, pay my car, do this, do that. I got to go to work every day, and sometimes I can compare that and be like, I see people like sometimes it upsets me because I see people who have that opportunity and they waste it. It's like, bro, you were so lucky you don't have to pay a bill. You get to stay home, go to school for something or self teach yourself, go to a trade school, go to college, like prepare yourself. You have all the opportunity and what you're going to wait until you don't have that opportunity no more. And it's like, it's sad. It's sad. But that's normally where my comparison goes. And I always got to tell myself, like, you're not in that race. Like, it's not a race, number one. But if there is a race, you're not even a part of that race because you're racing like you're back here. Like you ain't with them. But like that's something that gets me. It says, what does success look like personally for me? Ooh, I love that question. Oh my goodness, I love that question. So success personally for me, I would say I've always been someone where I just wanted to have a career, like a stable career. Cause I technically have a career job. Like if you ask people, people would be like, "Oh shoot, you work there?" Like, cause they be thinking like that's like a good career. Cause normally people with no degrees, they kind of just go there. So that's why I went. Cause I'm like, I don't know what else to do with my life, so I just went. But so it's not a bad job, but it's not necessarily like the career I want. So I guess I would say if I have a career that I would want or like feel a little bit passionate about like IT. I would love to have a career in IT. And then if I have a permanent home. And what I mean by that is because when I was younger, we used to hop from like house to house because we were when I was younger, like we had everything we wanted, but it was like when it came to just having like a spot, like a stayed spot, we always just moved apartment, apartment, apartment. So that kind of put me in a spot where I'm like, I want to stay in one spot forever. I don't care if it's a house, I don't care if it's an apartment. I just want to stay somewhere. I don't like the concept of just always picking up, moving, new environment, blah blah blah. So that's probably I think that's probably two of what is it called? I think that's probably two things that I feel like I would find successful. I would have to be having a good career or a permanent type stable career, and then just having a stable permanent place to stay. You said, will AI replace humans? Probably. AI is trying. It's trying, but honestly, the my biggest thing when it comes with AI is the reason why when we watch YouTube shorts and it can kind of skip over our eye and we could be like, oh my gosh, that was AI, is because it's 30 seconds. Guarantee you, if you make an AI video with a human and you make that last for 30 minutes straight, everyone can pinpoint that as AI, except for the few people, because I don't know, there's some people that just be tripping, but everybody could point out 30 minutes in that is AI. So what I think we need to see is that AI isn't that deep. I think they're trying to scare us to think it's deeper than we think, but it's not even there yet. You put 30-minute video, you're gonna point it out. Everybody will. Everybody will. So I don't think it's gonna replace humans soon, but eventually, like if you like, especially when it comes to content creation, there's some people who use AI now. I was just watching this dude. I had to stop watching him because he literally uses AI and it looks like him, but you could tell with the way that his words come out and the way his hands move. He keeps doing like, I'm like, brother, ain't no, how many times are you gonna keep doing this? Like at that point, you just have to know it's AI. But so I stopped watching people like that. But at some point, it's gonna get like that. At some point, AI, some people are gonna just tune into AI. They're not gonna care. It's gonna be crazy. Um, says, have you ever doubted yourself about your career path? Ooh, that's a good one. I definitely have. But I think that's just normal. It's natural. I've always doubted if I'm making the right decision, especially because, like I said a little bit earlier, since my dad passed away at such a crucial time, I feel like I needed that moment to like learn decision making. And I feel like when he passed, like I wasn't really he wasn't able to really teach me about making right decisions or good decisions. That I think from there, I've always questioned my decisions. And I've always seen people make a decision that was very poor for their life. So I'm like, if I make a decision, I want to know it's the right one. And since that's just not realistic, I question it legitimately all the time. All the time. I'm like, bro, is this the right thing? And then I need to like have some support or like encouragement from other people to make me feel like I'm doing something, cuz something I always have to remind myself is at the end of the day, I'm doing all right now. I'm doing good. And sometimes when it's hard for me to say that I'm doing good. So I'm just like, yeah, but it's not enough because it's just not where I would want to be. But what I got to remind myself is that I'm 22. I've had this apartment since I was 19. I've been working every day since I was 19. And like of course I've called out here and there, but you get what I'm saying. I've been working every day, been paying my bills on time since I was 19. I've been saving, I've been, studying, right? Trying to study for different things. I've been driving because I listen, some 22-year-olds, they don't even have their license or they're not even driving. And so it's like I've been doing all that and I have to always remind myself that you're okay. Like you were doing good, you were doing fine. Um I don't remember how I got here. Oh yeah. So then since I sometimes I don't feel like that or I don't feel like I'm enough when I'm doing fine, I'm just like I immediately get that doubt. And I'm like, nah, this might not be it. This might not be it, but who knows? Says, what do you think about an unemployed person? What would you say to an unemployed person? I think I would need a little bit more information. If it's like an unemployed person, but they're taking the opportunity to still learn responsibilities and to study for something, I feel like I would applaud you. Like that's just as good as someone who is having to grind, right? Because in the end, at least because sometimes, like for instance, I know some people who are unemployed who just sit at home playing games. I personally wouldn't say nice things to you because I'm like, you need to make sure that you get up, you are responsible. You're to like, if your mom is doing the dishes, like go over there and take over the dishes, like learn some responsibility, take the trash out, clean your room, clean the living room, do stuff like that, especially if you're gonna stay home. But, and then like I said, go to school for something. And then if you don't want to go to school, then go work. Like I wouldn't understand why you would be unemployed unless you aren't planning to study. Um, that's my only thing. It's like if you're unemployed, make sure you're studying for something and make sure you have responsibilities. I think that would be the only thing. But I know a lot of people who are unemployed who do nothing, nothing with their life. I'm like, as long as you're studying for me, I think you're chilling. And you're building responsibilities. I think you're chilling. You said it says wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's my unemployment. I mean, but you're studying though. I'm assuming if you're here, I'm assuming that you're studying and that you're trying to take action in your life. I like that. I think that's just as good as someone who grinds every day. So it's like just make sure you're trying to also add on to that responsibility and learning, and I wouldn't say nothing too crazy to that. I just want to do one more question. It's 1:35. I do have to go. Let me see, because there was one more question. One of them was about YouTube. Damn, where's it at? One of them was about YouTube, and I was actually really happy about that because I love talking about content creation. Oh, I think it was right here. It was a would you rather question. A would you rather question. It was a would you rather have 1,000 loyal fans or have 100K random subscribers? And in all honesty, I feel like because of understanding the game of YouTube, like if you asked me this years ago, I probably would have been like 100K. Like I want 100K, shoot, I can get that plaque, blah blah blah. But then what I started realizing the more I went down this path is that it's so much better to have people who are loyal to watching your content and building a community. That's why I've always said with YouTube, start with building a small community. Stop shooting for a viral video. You don't need virality. You need to build a small community and just keep building from there. I think live streams are the best way to get subscribers. So maybe live streaming, you don't have to do it every day like me. I'd be ODing it, but you could live stream maybe a couple times a week, try to gain some subscribers there. Because the best thing you could have for your channel is having subscribers who can talk to you, like with live streaming, and how you could respond. Like you can have a good fan. Well, I don't like saying fan because I'm not like famous, but also like a good supporter to creator like connection. And I think that leads to those people watching your videos, right? Of course, because they're feeling like you're interacting with them. It leads to them watching your videos and it leads to a higher watch time, which then pushes your videos out to more people who could do that and come join your live and do the same thing. And it just makes it really like so much more connected. And I love it because I feel like I love that I get to point out everybody's comments. Like you be seeing people who have hundreds of people in their live streams, and it's just comment, comment, comment. I'm like, nah. Like I love the fact that I could literally respond to each one of you personally every time you comment in this chat. So with YouTube, I 100% prefer a way smaller audience. But there's some people who are too busy thinking about income. So they're like, oh, I want 100K subs because then out of that 100K, maybe I can get 30K views. And then from that 30K views per video, boom, I'm making 3K a month. I'm like, for me, I just love the concept of, for one, being able to inspire people. I mean, obviously, if the video blew up, it could inspire more people, but I just prefer that slow build. So I'm gonna end up ending this here. I had some more questions, so I'll probably save it for my next live stream. Hopefully, I don't re-answer the same ones because some of them they're just chilling in here. But if you guys still have some more questions, you can either ask me on Discord or Instagram if you want to be a part of, I guess, tomorrow's. I don't know how the hell I got all these questions, but that was goaded. They all sent it to me privately though. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so if you're still here and you're new here, hit that subscribe button. I come on every single day to learn IT support with the goal of becoming a network engineer or possibly an IT infrastructure. I wouldn't mind that. Or even a system admin. Wouldn't mind that. As long as I can get my foot kind of through the door to IT at this specific stable plot spot that I want to be at, hey, that's gonna be the wave. So definitely make sure y'all end up tuning in tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. EST. 12:30 p.m. EST is definitely gonna be the time. I think I came on a little bit late today, but 12:30 p.m. EST. So make sure you tune in. It'll be day 18, day 17. I'm signing out. Hope y'all love this one. Hope y'all hit that sub button and are gonna be joining this journey. Deuces. What is up? What is up, y'all? So we're going to be taking this little quiz. Hopefully we could pass it. If you're here, make sure you end up hitting that like button. Ends up pushing it out in the algorithm. So we're going to change this mini goal real quick, because I want my mini goal to be about passing the quiz. And I'm also wondering too, like, it would be super cool if I can find like certain assignments. But of course, that would have to be, I have to do a lot of digging. So we're going to try to find a couple of like deeper hardware quizzes, because normally I would only do like basic ones. But I feel like, we've been studying hardware for a minute. I should know a good amount of things, whether that comes down to the specs or if that just comes down to a bunch of other things. I gotta make sure that the camera is moving smoothly, because before it wasn't. And it makes me like not want to use this camera. Yeah, so it looks like it's running smoothly, because the other day, I don't know what the hell was going on. Things were not moving smoothly. I don't know where my remote went, because I need to turn this damn TV on. I actually have no clue. Oh, it's right there. Oops. Damn, thank God there was nothing in there. That would have been crazy. I gotta end up going to work today as well, so that's gonna be a bit crappy. But we gotta prepare for this quiz, man. We've been studying for dumb long, and I honestly think I am well prepared. There's just no way that I'm not ready to end up taking, this quiz. I cannot wait to do it. And hopefully I pass. Just want to get my TV right, and then once my TV's right, we could jump over and start taking this quiz. I'm probably not going to show it on camera unless like I find like a... Oh, sorry. I want to turn my TV on real quick. There we go. Alrighty. Now let's go and see real quick. I might keep the camera angle like this, or I might jump it over. We'll end up seeing as we move. So I'm gonna read some of these questions out. This first is gonna be for module 1, and then I think eventually, it also mixes, it's gonna mix module 1, so what I learned like 2 weeks ago, to what I learned also now. So let me get this like out of the camera. I think I did, I'm not sure. Alright, let's go. So we got number 1 being, hopefully this is gonna be easy. What's the main difference between an ATX and a micro ATX motherboard? I'm assuming the micro is just more smaller. If that's not the case, then yikes. Since ATX is larger and offers more expansion options, that's probably what I think. ATX only works with Intel CPUs. They're both ATX, so that just wouldn't make sense. Micro ATX supports, I think they're talking about the other one. Okay, never mind. Micro ATX supports RAM, and then micro ATX has more PCI slots. Obviously, I think that has to be B. I think B has to be the answer for that one. That is larger. This is the CPU socket. The CPU socket determines what? Damn, it's so funny. I was trying to do more research on the CPU socket, but I think I could get this answer. I'm gonna make sure though. I will allow myself to use my notes. I will, but I don't think I need it. The CPU socket determines what? The size of the power supply, which CPU brands and models are compatible. Might be that one. It says the speed of the CPU and how many RAM slots you could use. And that one might be B, but I'm questioning it a little bit, which is why I kind of want to look at what I've written in my notes. I don't think I have anything like exactly to that. The CPU socket, because I literally told myself to take notes on the socket part of things, but I don't think it gets the speed, because I thought the clock speed, or the gigahertz, is what does the speed of the, no, because they're talking about the speed of the GPU. I don't think the CPU sockets do that with the GPU. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. That's okay. If we have to guess on one of them, that's not bad. It says, which of these RAM types are the newest? Sorry, I don't know why my words are coming out weird. It says the DDR3, DDR4, DDR5. That one was simple. It's the DDR5. It's a trick question. But it said, what's one key difference between the DDR4 and DDR5? It says DDR5 uses less power and has higher bandwidth. Can't tell you if that's true. DDR5 only works with AMD CPUs. That might be it. DDR4 is only used in laptops, and DDR4 has higher latency. I do have a whole section in my notes about the DDR3, DDR4, DDR5. The only thing is that none of those were clicking, so I don't think those were any of the differences that I've written. It says double rate 5. It says DDR4 has higher latency. Okay, so it can't be that one. DDR5 uses less power and higher bandwidth. I don't know if it's a less power. I do agree with the higher bandwidth. Does it have a less power though? It's more efficient at 1.1 volts compared to DDR's 4 1.2. Okay, so maybe it is that one then. But it's only by a little bit, so I guess we're going with A. Then number 5 is which storage type has the fastest data transfer speeds? I think would be the NVMe SSD, right? I think would be the MS. You said in the comments, you said, are you or have I learned only through Free Code Camp or anywhere else? I would say most of my learning was from Free Code Camp when it came to web dev. If we're talking about web development, yes, most of it was from Free Code Camp. The Odin project was very helpful, and then obviously building projects on your own. Normally from Free Code Camp, what I would do is I would let them teach me how to build a project, and then I'll try to rebuild it on my own. If you're talking about coding. So it says, what's the main function of the GPU? It's the graphic card. I mean, the graphics, the graphics card. Or the graphics, whatever the hell it's called. Oh, I hurt the hell out of myself. So it doesn't, well, it says handle system memory. I don't think so. Process and render graphics images. I think. Controls hard drive speeds, no. Power the CPU, no. I think it's B, because I know it, well, the only reason why I'm jumping to B is because it says graphics and images, like rendering it. But I don't know if it handles the system memory. I don't think so. I think it's just the graphics. If a CPU has integrated graphics, what does that mean? Oh, I don't know. Wait, actually, I think I took notes on that too. Please tell me I did. Integrated graphics. I'm assuming, though, that would just mean you don't need a GPU or for a basic layout. It uses more power. I think that might be that answer, but as integrated graphics. Is a GPU built into the processor? Okay. So processors with integrated graphics are most commonly found in smaller form factor systems such as laptops and Intel NVs. So that means it but it doesn't say it doesn't need a GPU. But I think that's basically what it's getting at. It says it uses more power, it doesn't need a GPU. I'm assuming, because it's already integrated, it's in there. I think it kind of says it for itself. It says what helps you keep pushing? Honestly, I think the biggest thing that helps me keep pushing is that I live stream it. I feel like I owe something to like people when I say that I'm gonna hop on live stream and that I'm gonna study or I'm gonna, do what I'm gonna do. Like, when I feel like the biggest thing we could do as humans is stick to our word. So for me, just me telling one other person like this is what I'm gonna do, it makes me just keep pushing because I just feel so wrong if I said that and I never did it. That's probably my biggest thing. My biggest motivation is letting someone know and wanting to stand on my word. So it says, what does 80 plus gold rating on on the power supply mean? Ooh, I took a note on that too, man. You know what's crazy? It's like most of this I feel like I don't really need to look at my notes. I'm just one of those people who are like a second guesser. So if I don't have my notes with me, I'm like, I feel like I could be getting this wrong and I don't want to. Honestly, I don't know where the hell I wrote it at though. I have a whole section for the power supply here. But I remember getting really deep into into the 80 plus gold thing, and I didn't understand it well. And I meant to like spin the block on it, but maybe I have more going forward. Oh, right here. I'm like, what the hell? Damn, what's so crazy? I literally stopped writing it. I guess I forgot to go back to the page. I literally stopped writing it when it came to me having to write what gold was. Wow. Okay, so I guess that's it. I guess I must have thought like it wasn't that deep. Or maybe I tried to save it for the day before and I forgot to finish. Because there's two things I have to finish then. That means I have to go back to that website because I really wouldn't know this answer. But it says, what does the gold rating on the power supply mean? It's gold colored. It's more efficient at converting AC to DC. It only supports high-end computers. I really don't know. I might have a little bit of notes. It says if a power supply has an 80% efficiency rating, which this does, it can deliver 80% of the power it takes from the outlet to your PC components, while the 20% is lost as heat. Power supplies is going to have to cost itself more and going to reflect with increased fan noise. When choosing a power supply, you should consider the efficiency of the units and the effects of the power consumption. So efficiency range is 80 to 96. Yeah, that doesn't help me. I don't think it only supports high-end PCs. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I don't have anything when it comes to like the gold rating, which this is going to be really good too because that means I could look into it. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to guess. This is limited to 500 watts. I don't think so. I mean, well, they only told me in kilowatts, so I'm not sure if in watts would it be. Would it be limited? Don't think it only supports high-end computer. I don't know. I can't even think. I'm just gonna have to guess. Let's whatever. We'll go with B. So now we're entering module 2, which is the specs, which we just ended up learning the other day. So let me see what this is. I'm gonna tell you what I end up getting on this quiz. Specs and performance. The term cores and threads in CPU refers to what? The number of graphics cards it can handle? No. The number of tasks it can handle simultaneously, I believe, is that one. The number of pins on the motherboard socket? The CPU's wattage. I think it's B, but I don't know. I've never heard of pins on the motherboard socket. Don't think it's that. Cores and threads? I think it has something to do with handling tasks. So a CPU running at 3.6 gigahertz means it can handle 3.6 tasks at once. It's overclocked by 3.6. Each core cycles 3.6 billion times per second. I didn't think they were going to ask me questions like that. Let me see. I remember saying something. I think I have an example. So 3.6 running at 3.6 gigahertz. Okay. Oh, here it is. Clock speed. A higher gigahertz means the CPU can complete more instructions per second. So that'll be 4.6 billion cycles per second. So, okay, so I had a feeling it was C. Just had to see. It's like when I second guess it, I don't know why. So now we're on number 11. Dual channel RAM means 2 GPUs working together, 2 RAM sticks working in sync for higher performance, 2 CPUs sharing one motherboard. I believe dual channel happens to do with RAM. So saying 2 RAM sticks working in sync for higher performance, I believe is what that is. That's the only time I've ever heard of dual channel was with RAM. NVMe drives are faster than SATA SSDs because they're powered by the GPU. They use slower NAND chips. They use magnetic storage. They connect directly to the CPU through PCI lanes. I believe it's A for that one. I could be 100% wrong, but listen, we learn when we get things wrong. What does VRAM stand for and what does it mean? Why do they keep asking me questions like that? I don't know what the hell VRAM stands for. Virtual RAM stores background apps. Video RAM stores variable RAM. Visual resource access memory. No, because I think RAM is random access memory. It can't be that one. I don't know. Maybe virtual? I've never. People always told me not to focus on that, and now look at me getting a question. Alright, so we got number 14. Higher clock speed usually means better multitasking performance, more power efficiency, faster processing speed. I would assume it's faster processing speed, but also more heat power use. Right? Higher clock speed for megahertz. Performance doesn't solely depend on the clock speed. Okay, maybe not. With fewer cores, might be slow. Oh yeah, I forgot because, okay. So more power efficiency, lower system stability. The frequency of which a CPU can exceed cycles. A higher gigahertz means the CPU can complete more instructions. So is it, or better, maybe it's better multitasking performance? Because what does it mean by instructions? Can perform a billion cycles. Performance doesn't solely. Because what's throwing me off is the word instructions there, because I don't know if it means by multitasking or faster process. I think threading is the multitasking, so this might be C. Now we're on the last question. It says, what should you check on what should you check on the power supply before connecting a GPU? What should you check on in the power supply before connecting the GPU? I'm assuming the connector type and wattage, the size of the case, the mother brand. Oh wait, hold on. The motherboard brand could be a good one too. What should you check on a power supply before connecting. But it says on the power supply, so that has to be A. And then lastly, it says bonus. Name 2 components that directly plug into the motherboard and explain how they communicate. The CPU and RAM communicate through the motherboard's memory channels. I'm not going to do the bonus. Not going to do the bonus. That's actually something I should look into, though, is how everything communicates. That was pretty good. Let me get a picture of that or something. Alright, Bammers. Let's see how we did on this quiz. Let's see. Hopefully I ended up passing. I think I might have 8. If it was a real like online quiz, I would have shown y'all, but because I'm doing it like through ChatGPT, I don't know. For some reason, every time I get into my ChatGPT, I don't like to like show people what my ChatGPT looks like. So I only got 1 wrong, and it was because I don't listen. Everyone always told me that the definitions of like VRAM or NVMe, that I don't really, or not the definitions, the real name for it. They're like, no one's gonna ask those basic questions, and they asked me that basic question. So I thought it was virtual RAM, but I guess it's video RAM. But other than that, we got everything right. So we got 14 out of 15, which is a 93. So that's pretty good. I honestly thought I wouldn't have done well. And I think I've honestly could have answered a lot of these without me looking at my notes, but I'm just such a big second guesser that I really wanted to like just get that right. Let me see if I can find maybe like another quiz. I mean, I think they did pretty good, right, for the quizzing. I think they got me pretty well. Let me read the other comment real quick. It says, "Are you into hardware or software too?" As of right now, I'm just more focused on, I want to say like just IT fundamentals. I don't know if eventually we get into software later. So it depends on whether that pops in during my studying or not. But the goal for me is to ultimately try and become a network engineer. But I want to learn the fundamentals first because I don't have any type of understanding of computers at all. So for me to even get a 93% on that quiz makes me super ecstatic because I was like, I don't know, I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. So that was fun. So now that we passed that quiz, what was the next thing I needed to get into studying so I could show you on my screen? I believe I took a picture of it on this phone, but I'm also looking at chat on here, so give me 1 second if y'all message. Because I want to make sure that I'm going to look at everything, because we're still at the specs. I believe I didn't finish. Oh yeah, because I said I was going to do it off camera, but then my day got busy. I went out to get more food and different stuff like that, and expect to leave. Went out to get food, spent more time with family, then I completely forgot. So I think we need to get into the GPU. Oh, that's why I don't know what the hell VRAM is. I didn't even end up taking that note yet. Because the last thing I took a note on was NVM versus SATA. That's so funny. The one question I get, I didn't even take a note on it yet. But hey, so now I don't even really want to count that. But it's okay. So we're going to go VRAM. I need to get into the clock speed of the GPU. I didn't even know the GPU had a clock speed. I thought that was only for the CPU. That was what I was looking at. So the fact that I was looking at that and still getting the right answer, maybe it's the same thing. That's probably why. So we gotta go look up this real quick, see if we can find something. Actually, is it already here? No, I think I have to look it up. Let me type it on here. So we got GPU. Oh, I guess I looked it up before. And we got to get into the clock speed. So now I'm going to jump the camera over. So now y'all can see the screen. And the only thing is, well, since we're going to move to this camera angle. Oh, damn, almost broke my damn lamp. So I don't know if I want to use the AI overview. I don't think they're bad at what they say in the AI overview. It could probably be even more helpful than a website. The only thing I'm thinking of is if I don't want to use that AI overview, I could just sit here and probably look at specifics. So real quick, I'm gonna leave this here. I don't know exactly what they want me to do when it comes down to the GPU VRAM. Maybe just look it up or something and see exactly what it is. So how much VRAM is enough? GPU cards. If I want to learn about this. So this is video random access memory. I can't believe this is for videos. I really thought it was like virtual. I don't know. I don't know why I would think it's virtual though. So what is VRAM and how much does your GPU need of it? This is in 2023. Maybe this is exactly what I need to look at. So video random access memory, more commonly known as VRAM or GPU memory, is one of the most important parts of the graphics card. However, it can be modified on its own. Whatever VRAM a graphics card has is how much your PC will have. That's why it's important to get a GPU with the right amount of memory, because otherwise you have to buy a whole new card if you need more. Okay. So this is probably a pretty good website, and I'll probably just merge it in with a little bit of what the AI overview had to say. Probably what we're gonna have to do. So video random access memory is more important. So the only thing I'm just gonna write down is probably this, especially because that was the one thing that got me messed up. I'm pissed. The one thing that got me messed up, I could have ate. So let's go VRAM and then video access memory. But yes, man, so yesterday was pretty good as well. I'm going back to work today, and today's also a holiday, and I'm so upset because I just realized that if I wanted to, I could have said no to the holiday and just took it off. But I said yes, and it's too late. He said, do you see the live chat? Yes, I do. I was just responding to the chat. I literally, oh, this is the same person. I just responded to you. Maybe you didn't hear my answer. I don't know. Let me know if you heard my answer or not, because I did respond to the chat. I said, let me see. I believe I said, you said, am I into hardware or software too? I said, as of right now, it depends on whether whether software ends up being something I need to learn to become I guess like a network engineer, because right now I'm trying to learn the fundamentals of IT. It's because I don't know too much about IT, so I can't just immediately jump into network. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, maybe you didn't hear me, but I can't immediately jump into networking. So I wanted to start by learning the basics of IT first, and then if software ends up popping in or something, then maybe I'll learn a little bit about software, but I'm not sure if we get into software as like an IT support, but maybe we do. Saying it can be modified on its own. Whatever VRAM a graphics card has is how much a PC will ever have. So it can't be modified on its own. So that's why you need to get the right GPU. So that's why it's important to get a GPU with the right amount of memory, because otherwise you have to buy a whole new card if you need more. Damn. That's crazy. So I gotta make sure I take a note of that just in case, because I thought it was saying that it could be modified, but no, it's saying it can't be. You said, so which programming language am I working on now? I'm not really working on a programming language anymore. Like the main one that I was focused on previously, it was JavaScript, and if I were to ever have to go back to like a coding language, I would probably still work on my skills with JavaScript, because I don't think I'm like the best, if you're talking about like coding language, right? I'm assuming. I don't think I'm not the best like JavaScript coder. I feel like I could probably do some basics when it comes to JavaScript. So I'd probably try to enhance that a little bit more. And then if I were to ever switch to something different, I would probably go to Python, I feel like. But as of right now, I would want to focus more on JavaScript, but I'm kind of like backing out a little, or not backing out, but just trying to pivot a little bit more from like coding or programming and just trying to go strictly to IT support, whether that's, just solving issues for people who need to like fix their computer, or whether that's actually going into the hardware and installing stuff for people for money, or even possibly like building PCs for people, and then you can probably make like an income just off of that as well. But my real goal is to hopefully try to become a network engineer, which is simply just, I think, it's like there's routers, it's a lot of wiring, it's a lot of, a lot of things have to be on the network. So it's like, it's a little bit important, or maybe a lot important. So yes, we can upgrade RAM, but not GPU. Yeah, I think it's talking about the VRAM. It's saying, I believe is that what it's saying, the GPU? Because I thought it was saying like you can't upgrade the VRAM, because it's saying whatever the VRAM graphics card has is how much your PC will ever have. So it's saying to make sure that when you get the GPU that it has the right amount of memory. Otherwise, you're gonna have to buy a whole new GPU because you can't upgrade the VRAM. I think is what that was trying to say, unless I'm tripping. So, and lastly, you said, yes, Python is a necessity these days. We need it in every field. No, exactly. Exactly. Because another thing too for me is like I would love to really pivot like to cybersecurity. But first, I want to start with network engineering because the specific job that I plan on working at has a cybersecurity team. So I know that with cybersecurity, you do need a bit of networking like known to you. So I'm like, if I could be a network engineer in this specific job or this specific area, for one, I'd probably be looked at a little more, a bit more compared to other people. But then also, if I, of course, learn everything I need to with cybersecurity, which would be a journey, but I can get in there and I think that'd be super dope. But for me, it's like it's either network engineering or cybersecurity, and then possibly I wouldn't mind like just getting into being like what is it called? Not electrical. I know this has nothing to do with tech at that. Well, technically it has something to do with tech because you're dealing with electricity, but with like certain equipment, certain technologies. But damn, I forgot what it was called. I don't remember. But being like an electrician. I was also thinking about that, but that takes time. So we got this written down. It says VRAM isn't necessarily something you should be worried about. By the way, make sure y'all end up hitting that subscribe button. I should be coming on every single day to learn about IT support with the goal to become a network engineer. And so far, I've been doing this for 15 days straight. Oh, shoot, I didn't upgrade this. My fault. But I've been doing this for 15 days straight. So make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. And I've also done this before with with web design or web development. And I pretty much got up to like a good like 230 something days. Like I stopped counting after a while, but it was definitely like 200 and something days where I documented the whole series. So make sure you end up hitting that sub button. So VRAM isn't necessarily something you should be worried about. Graphics cards are computers unto themselves and come with a specific amount of memory for usually good reasons. Here's everything you need to know about VRAM and how much is enough for a graphics card. So it's not necessarily something you should worry about is what it says. So that's something to take note of. So don't worry, mainly focus on your memory, I'm assuming is what it was saying, or the amount of memory. Okay, so we could write that. So focus on focus on your GPU's specific, I'm having a whole tongue twister over here, amount of memory. And then now it's gonna tell us a little bit about what we need to know about VRAM and how much is enough for the graphics card. I never heard of VRAM before. Maybe I have. It says VRAM is a subset which is usually described memory. Oh, never mind. Like DDR4 and DDR5. I didn't even know that was a V. Wait, is it saying this is a VRAM? Or is this just saying RAM? Oh, never mind. I thought it was calling that a VRAM. You said yes. Oh wait, you said video RAM. It is video memory. I subscribed. Didn't you receive a notification? No, for some reason it doesn't. I mean, if it popped up on the screen, then that's great. Sometimes I don't look at the screen, so I don't really see it. But when it comes to like YouTube, it doesn't really pop up as a notification. It's like you would have to just go look. But thank you so much, man, for hitting that subscribe button. Super dope. So VRAM is a subset of RAM. I think that was obvious. So these kinds of RAM are technically for all components in a computer, but they're really tailored to performance requirements, which wants data really quickly. Okay, so they're just getting into a bunch of different things. I need to specifically see VRAM. GPUs are not CPUs, however, and have vastly different requirements for memory. GPU needs lots of memory's bandwidth in order to access textures, the frame buffer, and other graphical info that's stored in the RAM and can tolerate relatively high latency, which is why VRAM is not only specially made to suit graphics processors, but also as close to the GPU as possible. So maybe I'll take this from here to here, because that felt like it was talking about VRAM. Because I'm trying to focus on like VRAM a little bit with also GPU being the problem, being the main center. I don't want to like take every note, I just need to find what's important. Which is a little bit, it's like kind of easy to find what's important sometimes. Like, I might have missed something up there because I was moving too fast. But I don't know. Back when I was in school, man, I would just be zooming through this. I'll find everything I need within these. I remember the other day someone commented in my chat and they were like, I forgot what they said, but they said something like it's difficult to kind of, I think, go through like a text because they like to put, I think this was like on day 2. Someone was saying something that they like to put a bunch of like unnecessary things on certain websites that you don't need. But I don't mind taking the time trying to like find it, you know? Especially because when I was younger, I mean, nowadays, if you're like Gen Z, it's so much more easier to just look it up like on ChatGPT or look at the AI overview or something and just let that do the research. But when I was younger, man, having to go find websites, cite them, doing all that BS, no one can tell you where it's at. You have to find it yourself. Find those answers, man. That was something else. That was something else. There was times where I couldn't even really find stuff. I was like, what the hell? Imagine now with AI overview, just being able to help you as a kid. Man, there's probably kids out here who aren't even like really learning anymore. It's trash. At some point, these people are gonna eventually be your doctors and they've done studied with AI the whole way through. It's crazy. Or cheated on their test. You know how many people try to like learn how to cheat on their tests nowadays? I'm like, you're my doctor and you cheated on your exam? Brother, no, you are not operating on me. So CPUs for the processing random tasks like opening a file, running a software. Yes, and then GPUs for graphics rendering. That's why people who do gaming go for higher GPUs. Yeah, I'm assuming because my laptop is a gaming laptop, so I'm assuming my GPU must be up there or something. But then again, it's a laptop. It's not really like a desktop, and I believe desktop probably would have way more. Where am I exactly at? Oh, you know what's so funny too? It says can't tolerate high latency. I love how all the questions that were on my last quiz, even though I got them right, glory to God, I don't know how I did that. I'm now like getting some of them right now where I'm like noticing, I'm like, this was a question that they asked me, and I just kind of guessed on it. Got it right. There was a couple of them that I guessed on, or maybe like two, but some of them kind of you can kind of tell like what the answer is a little bit because I don't know, ChatGPT they be doing their own thing. But I love quizzing myself because quizzing yourself, I feel like is just a really good way to see if you learned what you went to go learn for. Like I remember in the beginning of all this, I took a hardware quiz, or I think I took like an IT support quiz, I believe. And I think I got like a 70. And that's just probably because, with computers, as long as you know like the basics or something like that, you're pretty much gonna get an all right grade. But for me, I really didn't know anything, so I was like, damn, either they wrote these questions a little bit too easy, maybe I'm taking the wrong quiz, maybe it was an easy quiz, but that was like on an actual website. That wasn't from ChatGPT, and I was just surprised that I like got even that grade. But I just wanted to make sure that I could be a little bit stronger in my fundamentals because I know definitely when it comes to that CompTIA A plus, they already assume you know the fundamentals. So it's like you need to make sure that you are up to par because if you are not, you are going to screw yourself 100%. Imagine they put this ad in the corner and then it copyrighted my stream. That would piss me off because I'm like, I didn't even put that there. So search DX on the start button and go to display. You'll see something like NVIDIA or AMD. Oh, I think I was just looking at that the other day because I have the AMD Ryzen. I have the AMD Ryzen. So I think it's AMD Ryzen 9. I just don't know exactly what because I know 9 has like two different ones or they have different numbers or something. I forgot what the hell it was. Those numbers were and it threw me off because I seen it on I like to look at PC part picker specifically to see what certain things look like. I finally learned how to read the specs on like almost everything. So that was like super cool. Like to understand what the hell everything was for the first time. I was like, wow, I could actually buy my own computer and like know exactly what to look for. Shortly after, NVIDIA and AMD switched over to traditional DDR, which was made explicitly for the GPUs. And I don't really think I care about that. So figuring out the right VRAM is crucial when buying a graphics card since you're stuck with whatever your GPU has. Oh, that's actually probably a way easier way to explain it. Why didn't they just say it like that? I mean, I think I practically wrote it down like that though. So there are two kinds of VRAM. GDDR is the most common and mainstream solution, but I think that's what that was talking about. Well, we're getting there. For consumer-oriented options like gaming graphics, while the latest version of the GDDR is the GDDR6, which debuted in 2018, and there's a special version called R6X for the NVIDIA GPUs, which I have NVIDIA. There's also HBM, high bandwidth memory, which is more compact and higher performance solution that first debuted on AMD's 2015, but never really caught on gaming. So the only thing I care about here is the latest version is this one, and then there's a special version. That's really all I care about. I don't think we got into, or what we could also do is there's two main kinds. This is GDR is the most common, then there's HBM. Okay, sorry, there's a couple of things we gotta get into. So two main kinds. So for VRAM, two main kinds of VRAM, which would be the GDDR, so we could take both of these, and the HBM, I believe, unless they're trying to, yeah, I think in the HBM. So then now we need to say the latest version of the GDDR. Let me go read some chat. So you'll see something like NVIDIA. Oh, I already said that. And then you have a really good GPU. Then thank you, man. Thank you. I'm happy that I do. I had no idea. Thank you for letting me know. I had no idea. I just assumed when I seen that I had the AMD Ryzen 9, and then also when I seen the video on here, I was like, this has to be a pretty good like laptop. But I don't even use it for gaming though, and that's probably why for me I love this laptop so much, because I don't use it for gaming at all. I think I probably have like 1 or 2 games on here, maybe 3 actually. First of all, that's enough. 1 or 2 games on here, maybe 3. And then, hold on real quick, special version for the NVIDIA GPUs. Oh, I wonder if I have this one. Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but, what the hell was I getting at? Oh yeah, I don't really play games on here except for a couple of them, but it's nothing too crazy. It doesn't take too much of anything to really play them. But I mainly use it for like video editing. I remember I used to use it for like a lot of coding, because I didn't know if coding took up a lot of space or not. So I was like, I really need something that has like, that is super strong and that could take up all that space. And so I just decided to go with a gaming PC. And then this one was pretty cheap for a PC. Like, I'm surprised people don't like buy these PCs all the time. You said, what quiz are you studying for? I actually just took the quiz at the beginning of this stream, but I am currently trying to study for IT fundamentals first before I end up trying to study for the CompTIA A+. I just want to know a little bit more about, I want to learn a little bit more about the fundamentals of a computer just before I get into trying to learning, computer, what the hell? The CompTIA A+, because they expect you to kind of know the basics. But the quiz that I was specifically talking about, I had already took in the beginning of the stream, and I ended up getting, I think, a 96. It was 14 out of 15 I got correct, which technically I don't even like to count the one I got wrong, because I'm currently studying the one I got wrong, and I didn't realize I didn't study for it yet, so that ultimately screwed me. It says, which is more compact and higher performance solution that first debuted on AMD's, oh wait, no, I think that's fine. The latest version for the HBM is the HBM3 and is used on the NVIDIA's Hopper. So let me also get that too, just in case if I ever need to know this latest version. But yeah, the laptop that I got is super good. I just can't say whether or not if it's good for like gaming, how much games I can get on here. I don't really get games on this laptop. But if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey every single day. I will be documenting myself learning IT at 12:30 p.m. EST. So definitely stay tuned. Hit that sub button. Hit that like button too if you are here. It pushes the stream out to other people. So that'll be very helpful if y'all can do that as well. So this is one of the primary differences between RAM and VRAM outside of performance is upgradability. Yeah, you can upgrade the RAM. You can't upgrade the VRAM. I already kind of figured that. So the VRAM, however, is always solely on the graphics card. Okay, we can keep moving. How much VRAM do you need? I'm surprised. Like, I thought this was going to be over, like, rather quickly. But how much VRAM you need depends on a few key factors. So when buying a graphics card or device with one included, like a gaming laptop, hey, it's what I got. It's important to consider 3 things in particular. Oh, sorry, I thought that looked familiar. I don't know why. Yeah, because mine says RTX. Mine says RTX. Mine says NVIDIA GeForce RTX. So that did look familiar. But I don't know if that's the one I got, though. Maybe. Wait, what the hell am I looking for? Oh. Where you're going to be running on the graphics card today, what you're going to be running on it tomorrow, and how fast the graphics card is in general. If you have a large budget, you could just buy a top end one and skip this part, but obviously that's not an option that's open to all of us. Yeah, and probably too, you probably don't. I mean, actually, if it were me, I probably would try to go for the top end. I would. So what? These are the three things which you're going to be running on the graphics card today. I mean, I could honestly avoid all of this by just buying the most expensive one and just not, or not the most expensive, but the most top end one, to the point where I don't need to know any of this. But at the end of the day, if I ever want to be able to fix people's computers or laptops and or tell them what's going on, this is this type of stuff that I would need to know if I'm ever like, damn, maybe you need more VRAM, but because you can't get more VRAM, you have to actually buy a new graphics card. And then I could tell them that and then kind of point them to which graphics card they should buy if they're more curious to that. I think that'd be pretty dope. Legitimately. I love learning about tech. Or even so, just knowing it for myself at some point to ever remember and be like, oh yeah, I forgot, I just gotta buy a new GPU. I messed up. I should have got me a little top end GPU. But the GPUs though, I was looking at one that was like really good the other day. That was like about almost $700 just for the. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. I think I was looking at the CPU. Never mind. But the CPU though that I was looking at, I think it was the AMD Ryzen 9, the one that I have. That was just simply like almost $700, maybe even 800, depending on where you bought it. I was like, damn, they really be getting some money off of this. Crazy. If you can make your own type, wow, that'd be insane. I'll probably buy them and then sell them for higher, but no, no, that just won't be. That won't be it. It's like you're really ripping people off doing it like that. Says you probably have a beast PC and don't know yet. It says audio lag in the stream. It goes and comes. Oh, that's weird. Does it just like, does it like buffer, or is it like the words just aren't moving with my mouth or something? That's strange. I gotta end up fixing that. I feel like if that's happening, I think the problem is that sometimes I have it to where it records my streams, and I have to stop doing that because then it's just like putting too much on my computer at the same time. And then I also have like another streaming site that's up, so it could help me with like my camera over here. So what I'm probably going to do is gonna have to switch that up a little bit. So maybe a minor network issue. Oh, he said it's fixed now. Oh, okay, that's good. I don't know why that'd be happening. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to look a little bit more into that to see what's going on. But I feel like it's because I'd be having too much things like low-key running in the background. So when it comes to the graphics card, there are really only two workloads that would stress the VRAM. So gaming and creative applications. Of the two, gaming is the least intensive and the most graphically demanding games come with settings that allow you to adjust the VRAM usage. If you're experiencing very low frame rate and or lots of the stuttering, you might have run out of VRAM. Creative or professional applications, on the other hand, will often list a recommended amount of VRAM, and they also tend to require more than games, hence workstation cards with lots of VRAM. Okay. I know there was something important in there, but I'm trying to pinpoint exactly what do I want to do. So it comes with two workloads, gaming and creative applications. That's probably where we're going to start. Wow, I didn't know how important VRAM was. I mean, I guess I'm glad that I'm taking a lot of notes on it. Yeah, it probably is a network issue. I don't know what it is, but normally when I try to stream around this time, it's like I feel like my network is always like down a little. But who knows? Maybe it's because I have too much on my fucking connection. So we gotta go gaming and creative applications. Creative applications, perfection. But yeah, man, I cannot wait, bro. This is just super fun. Like every single day, I feel like I say that. But I'm like, I just cannot wait to be like where I want to be already. But I just gotta remember, man, just take it day by day and you're gonna get there. This is probably like one of the funnest things that I've ever studied on. And like it doesn't even feel like studying because I'm so damn interested in it. Because when it came to coding, coding was hell. And it wasn't like I didn't like coding, but if I knew that most of coding is like trying to debug your code, I would have been prepared. I would have been like, like I'm dying over here. I just always assumed that coders just kind of knew what they were doing, just going with the flow. But I'm like, no, like when you challenge yourself, man, and like try to code something you don't know how to code, it is like a constant battle. And I'm like, nah, like I just can't do coding. I can't be in that stress every day. I have to like do it here and there or something. The most graphically demanding games come with settings that allow you to adjust it. So some games, games allow VRAM adjustments. That's pretty dope. That could have been something I didn't really need to write, but I'm a gamer, so I wanted to know. If you're experiencing a very low frame rate and or lots of stuttering, you might have ran out of VRAM. So either low frame rates. I think that just means like, oh, I guess technically like stutterings. Stutterings. And then stutterings, you may have ran out. So you can run out of VRAM? Or is it like you just don't have enough for that game? This is you may have run out of VRAM. Because I'm running, so at that point, if I ran out of my VRAM, I can't restore that motherfucker. Like, I gotta get a new GPU. So creative and professional applications, on the other hand, will often list a recommended amount of VRAM. And they also tend to require more than games. Hence, workstation cards with lots of VRAM. Okay. So they just require more. That's pretty much what that is. It's important to consider three things. Oh, I already got that. So it's important to consider the future because newer games and applications will use more VRAM than older ones. Oh, that's smart. But since I don't ever really plan to play games on this computer, I guess I don't care. But when I do get my desktop, this is going to be stuff I'm going to need. You said I like studying streams where I chit-chat a bit and learn too. When I'm bored and not motivated enough to study, I just join a stream. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's pretty dope. Because I always, like, I love doing study streams, but I feel like they're probably, like, the hardest ones to really, like, get people to stay hooked on. But there's definitely people out there. It just really takes the stream just getting pushed to those people. So that's pretty dope, man. And thank you for joining this little journey. I really do come on every single day, and I plan to do it, just constantly. Of course, I'll let you guys know either on Instagram, Discord, or my YouTube post if I don't go live. So y'all will always know if I'm not going to go live. But so far, 15 days straight is crazy. 15 days straight is crazy. And like I said, I've done this before with web dev. And I used to go crazy on web dev. Went up to like, I think day 200. And then maybe a little bit of days after that. And then that's when I kind of slowed down the streams. But it was tough. It was tough. I was like, damn. But I think I started at like day 160 or actually no, I think I started at day 120 going live to day 200. I remember I was making YouTube videos every single day though, before live streams, because I never knew about like really going live like that. Or I knew about it, I just didn't think to do it. And then boom, things just took off. But thanks for tuning in, man. It says you might want to opt for a higher end graphics card with both VRAM and faster GPU, which tends to go hand in hand. Oh yeah, I think I figured that. Because VRAM on graphics card can't be upgraded, they're supposed to be paired. So basically just make sure you have a good GPU practically. And then I guess, yeah, I could just look at the gigabytes. Should also go up. I think I'm good there. You have to choose a good graphics card if you want the right amount of VRAM. Yep, kind of figured that. Okay, so I think we're done with VRAM. I mean, maybe this could have told me, like, what type of graphics card, but I think you can just kind of tell. Like, when you learn how to read specs, you kind of don't need, like, a pinpoint. You kind of just know at that point. So now what I'm going to do is go back and probably go look at what this says, just in case if the AI overview has something that I missed. Hey, what is up, Cooper? What is up? If I said that name correctly, I'm not sure. How are you, my guy? Says is dedicated memory on a graphics card that stores graphical data for rendering. Well, that actually seemed like a way better definition. What the hell I put? What was my definition? I think mine's... Oh, I don't think I put a definition. I think I just put, like, what it was called. Well, let me write this definition then. That was actually pretty good. Dedicated memory on a graphics card that stores graphical rendering. Yeah, that sounds beautiful. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to take y'all along this entire journey though, because like I said, one of these days I'm gonna buy a desktop. We're gonna open it, look at all the parts, put it back together. I think it's gonna be super cool. And then another one of these days too is like, hopefully, I'm not sure exactly when. I don't like putting a date on stuff just because you never really know when things are gonna happen. And especially thinking in the future. Like, I remember back when I was younger, I thought I was going to have a degree in computer science, and then I don't. So it's like, I don't like putting, like, big stuff like that on me. But one of these days, though, I do plan on getting some experience, maybe, like, 3 months worth of experience as help desk, so I can hopefully try and get into a network engineer role. It says, haha, nah, it sounded cool. More like my Australian cousin brother, though. Oh, wait, what? What happened before? What sounded cool? I'm lost. I am lost. Oh, pronouncing your name? Okay, okay. I think that's what you're talking about. So this primary function is to hold textures, shaders, and other access. Okay, yeah, so that seems pretty much like, well, actually they didn't really tell me this. They just kept saying that it was good for gaming, but I like how it's kind of telling me a little bit deeper, but which leads to smoother performance and higher image quality. And they did technically say that, but they talked about buffering more. The amount of VRAM depends on resolution play at the recommended. Oh, so VRAM is this. Damn, what the hell is wrong with that website? That website did not give me the tea. I didn't know VRAM had to do with your the shit. It's like being 4K. Wow. Like your resolution basically. Wow, or not even basically, just straight up your resolution. Why didn't they say that? Did they say that and I just wasn't paying attention? That's what I kept saying. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I don't know what VRAM is. No, it's the resolution. So access the high speed buffer. Now I'm starting to even get more of a deeper understanding of everything that was just said. VRAM prevents the system from having the slower system RAM, which helps avoid performance bottlenecks, stuttering and graphical glitches. More VRAM. Oh wait, so my VRAM is what makes those glitches happen in video games? Or am I tripping? It says, how deep are you into web dev? I'm not actually that deep. I've only did what I like really wanted to do, which was just be able to create basic static websites for smaller entrepreneurs. And so other than that, I didn't get any deeper. And I don't plan on getting any deeper until like way in the future. I'm kind of trying to like pivot my content a bit more into IT support. And then pretty much hopefully try to become a network engineer here. Obviously that's going to be like a long shot, but we're going to try to pursue it and we're going to stick to it, see if we can get there. And then hopefully, I don't know, some point down the line I could probably spin the block on web dev. But the main goal of this channel, and this was the goal from like the beginning, it was to always document something, whether I'm learning something very simple like drawing or boxing, something completely outside of tech, or it could be something that could be a skill like editing, YouTube, or documenting, right now IT support that could potentially become a career. The goal of this channel was to always just document that to hopefully give people the motivation to whatever they want to pursue. They can see that I've done it and I actually documented it every single day to show you how I got here. So it's like if I ever became a network engineer, I could point people to this series, and that was always my goal. And then even if like I become like, I don't know, I start drawing these crazy pictures and I really know how to draw or whatever the hell after, let's say that was a chapter on this channel, then it's like I could direct people boom to these lives. And that's just always been the goal, is to try and document my journeys and just show people that I could get there, because technically when I end up landing that first client, I could consider myself a freelance web dev. So then in my head it's like I documented that whole entire thing, I became what I told y'all I would become, and then boom, you know what I'm saying? Like that whole series is ended to me because I did everything I said I would. And I think that's pretty dope. And that's just the goal of moving forward. So minimum of 8 gigabytes is recommended, though 12 gigabytes for more future proofing. At least 12 gigabytes is recommended for this resolution. Wow, I had no idea. I mean, now I'm starting to understand this part a little bit more. VRAM is required. So you have to, oh wait, so VRAM goes by gigabytes, I'm assuming, is why he's saying it like that. Using graphic mods, demanding applications. So yeah, I would probably just try to get a GPU with a very high VRAM if I really want the best graphics. So you just got to get a good GPU, an expensive, probably real expensive GPU. But we finally finished this. There's no way there's any more about VRAM here. I can't believe VRAM is that deep. So now let's go with clock speed, because I think we've been looking at CPU's clock speed, but the goal is to look now at the GPU's clock speed. So we got, what is GPU's clock speed, GPU's memory. Oh, they have a memory clock speed and a core clock speed. I think the other thing they wanted me to look at was CUDA core. So maybe I'll do both of them. Maybe this might be the wave. I didn't even know there was a different clock speed. Well, this is specifically about the difference. Well, actually, that might be helpful. So perfect. We can get into these clock speeds. I'm gonna need to try. Let me see if I can save this website. Can I bookmark it? Yes, because I'm probably not gonna be able to do. Oh, ask an AI builder. What the hell? PC part picking simplified. Our AI analyzes over 1 million parts. That's actually pretty dope. And I'm clicking and it won't work. So they probably didn't fucking. They did not get that together. What the hell? All right. So let me see real quick. I kind of want to see this is good. GPU core clock versus memory clock. What is GPU clock speed? Memory clock speed. Ooh, what the hell? Oh, yes. I'm actually really happy that they're going to get into this because I've always seen this stuff and I didn't understand. I mean, I'm assuming obviously the more megahertz is probably doing better. I know that the more cores you have though is better than your gigahertz. But if you can get a lot of cores with high gigahertz, oh my goodness, you're goated. You're super goated. I think the one I have, I'm not sure. I believe it might have 16 cores making 32 threads or something like that. Or however that works. I forgot, honestly. Something like that. Says, hey, sounds cool. At least you are clear about your goal. Actually, that's dope. I'm currently doing web dev for passion. I mean, I love UI, UX, so why not start with web development? No, yes, and look at this too. Someone showed me this website. I'm about to put y'all on, unless y'all already know about this website, but someone showed me this website the other day. Now, I saved it on this cybersecurity roadmap, but look at all these roadmaps. Oh, wait, hold on. The website don't normally look like this. I don't know why the hell it look like this. Hold on, I'm about to look it up because I don't like the way this looks. What the hell? Did they update? Okay, here we go. Sorry. I like it better like this. But look at these like roadmaps that they've ended up creating. I had no idea. He said, new sub from India. Hey, what's up, man? Thank you so much. All the best, and I'll possibly connect with you on a daily basis and send you my work once I am done with the course. Hey, that's what's up, man. Definitely do that. Definitely do that. I think that's super dope. If y'all have stuff like that you want to send to me, it's pretty cool. But look at this damn website. If I knew about this, like this is more about being like a developer though. But if I knew about this back when I was learning web dev, y'all, I would have been super goated because they have a whole front end one and you can click it and it gives you a whole roadmap, right? Of just random things that they expect you to learn, right? So now let's say we start with internet. You click here. What the hell? They give you free resources, articles, videos to look at. I'm not sure how good it is because I haven't used it yet. These are like premium resources. Scrimba is really good. I just don't want to pay for it. But then this is like your personalized AI. I have no idea what the hell that means. I don't know if this is something the website created and they want you to pay for it here. But I'm like, yo, what? They have front end, back end, full stack, DevOps. The one that I've currently been looking at, I've been currently looking at the cybersecurity one because of course that's like low key one of the paths I want to go down. And then somewhat too with cybersecurity, you do kind of have to start with like IT fundamentals. So I'm like, perfect, I could start there. Then they have something here with computer science, which if I ever get my degree there, which I don't think I will, but if I ever decided to, I don't think I will though. I feel like I probably prefer to get it somewhere else. But then we got React, JavaScript. Like I'd probably still use this for JavaScript because JavaScript is annoying. It is annoying. I just can't believe it. I'm glad that y'all know about it though. This is super. Oh, they just added this? What the hell? Oh, and then they have Linux here, which I do need to get into Linux. I don't know if Cloudflare is similar to just cloud in general. But if it is, then Cloudflare might be the wave. I was like, what? But that's dumb. Y'all are dumb lucky for knowing about it, man. Because when I first started learning, this would have been the wave. But yeah, so as you can see with cybersecurity, if you guys are here for like IT and really care about IT fundamentals and stuff like that, as you can see, they have a whole section right here for IT fundamentals. But it doesn't really give too much good courses, I'm not going to lie. The courses are trash. But if you look here, you just kind of click into stuff here like component hardware components. They literally send you to a website like what is computer components. There's videos for the computer components. Then you got connection types with the Ethernet. Like I'm literally going to be using these at some point when I get more into this stuff. But right now I'm kind of stuck in like hardware. And then this is here too. They teach you about the NFC, like, man. And then they even have a CompTIA A+ thing, where they have like the official CompTIA A+ certification. Then they have a course here, video. And then, like I said, I don't know if I would need to pay for this, which I wouldn't mind if I did have to pay. It just depends on the price. And if it's good, it better teach me something. Security Plus. I'm like, yes, this is going to be so good for me. Legitimately. And then literally, I think all of this is straight up like kind of IT and up. But then when you get here to security skills and knowledge, then this is when you're kind of diving into cyber. And I'm like, damn, this is cloud skills, like, programming skills, Python, JavaScript, super dope. Y'all so lucky for knowing this. But if there's some people in here that didn't know about this website, this is the site. If you, at least if you want to be a developer, and even if you want to be, like I said, go into IT, click on the cybersecurity part and kind of follow that path at least before you get into cyber. If you don't care about cybersecurity, but it says you can create your own roadmap. I'm like, someone better create one for me. Stop playing. Stop playing. If y'all know what to do, definitely create one for me. I'll be goated. But yeah, so we're nearing the end of this stream. I hate jumping to this camera because for some reason when I get to this camera, it always glitches. Let's see if it does. Because before, I used to never do that. It used to be super, like, good. And then I don't know what the hell started happening. I don't know if it's my internet or something, but it started playing with me. Let me move this back a little bit. I don't know why the lighting's acting up. See, it's kind of glitching a little bit. I don't like that. It's annoying. This camera's supposed to be good. Oh wait, now it kind of looks good. Now it kind of looks better. It says, damn, you're passionate about this stuff. Gotta go anyway. Gotta get some sleep. Hey, that's what's up. I was gonna end the stream anyway, my dude. So I'll see you later. See you later. Definitely hop on tomorrow, though, at 12:30 p.m. EST, by the way. If y'all want to tune in tomorrow, I will be doing this every single day. So it's super goated, man. Super lit. And then, wait, no, actually, I was gonna have a video, but not today. I think the video I should be having should come out tomorrow. But hopefully by the next video that I end up uploading. See how it's glitching like that? I don't like that. I'm sorry. I don't know why it be glitching like that. Like, it looks alright. It says, so you're ending stream. Yes, I gotta go to work today. Let me see if I can jump to this camera. Oh, this is a little bit off. What the hell? Give me a second, because I don't know what the hell, like, this be doing. I don't even know how to click to my camera here. Oh, webcam. Let me try and, like, make this smaller. Like this. Maybe I'm gonna have to figure out. I need to fix that webcam. So, do you think you spent around 300 hours on that JS cert? 100%. Like, I probably spent even more. To be honest, I don't even like. I was doing that JS cert for a while. Oh, you see, day 148. I'm telling y'all. I remember this is here because of what the hell it looked like back in the day. That was where I ended up getting to day 100. Well, I got to like 200, but I remember I used to use this screen and then I stopped. I didn't really like the screen, but I guess we're gonna use it for now because I gotta fix. I don't know why that camera keeps like messing up. It says so many cameras. I only got two. I do want to get a third one though. But yeah, I don't know why that camera keeps glitching like that. But I definitely could have spent around 300 hours, man. That was tough. That certification was tough. I cannot wait to end up going for that CompTIA A+ though. But definitely make sure I end up hitting that sub button, hit that like button. Thank y'all so much for tuning in the stream. Y'all are really goated for that. I didn't expect to have this much people here. I do go live every single day at 12:30 p.m. EST. See you later, my guy. 12:30 p.m. EST. Always tune in. Make sure you check in with me. You don't have to come every single day, but hey, I will be here and I will be documenting this entire journey. It's gonna be super lit. We're gonna do some crazy things, and I can't wait to eventually turn this content into like YouTube video content because I'm still kind of trying to end my web dev series as like in YouTube video form. So I already got my certification. So we're nearing the end. All we need is I'm still debating on if I should finish the barbershop website because the last thing I really need to do is finish the contact form and finish the about me section. So I'm like, I could just finish that really quickly. So I'm thinking finishing that, and then I would need to get my first paying client, which I already have who I want to do in mind. And then boom, we can pivot that series and make some banger videos on IT support. You too, my guy. Have a wonderful day. Catch you on the next one. Love y'all. Y'all are super goated. If you just hopped in, hit that sub button. I'll be on tomorrow. And you're going to love this channel. Deuces. What is up? What is up, y'all? Ended up sleeping hella late. Hella late. I cannot believe this. Gotta change this. Wait, are we on day 19? Or am I tripping? Are we on day 17? I mean 18. No, I think we're on day 19. Oof. Oh my goodness. I ended up waking up hella late, so we gotta jump right into this because I still gotta go until my time of 1:30. But it's okay, because the fact that I'm showing up late and the fact that I still am gonna be here and I'm not gonna have as much time to study is still just as goated as if I came on time. So let's go and immediately jump here. Let me try and get this website open first. And what was I writing about? I know it was some. Oh, I don't think I saved the website, but I probably still have it in my history. But I believe I was writing the amperage of a power supply. So how do I get to? Where's my history? I never looked through my history, so I don't even know. Actually, where the hell would you find that? Oh, right here. I'm like, yo. With the GPU view. What the hell is it? Let me open this whole thing up. Power supply bit. Oh, I forgot. I think I might have been learning it through. I might have been learning it through AI. Okay, let me come back. Now let me show you all the screen. Bammers. What is up, Harish? What is up? What is up? How much did I write? I think this is where it came from. Damn, I should have had this already set up, but I woke up late. This is A's for power supply. Oh, that's why. I put power supply, basic teaching of amperage for the PC power supply. I don't know, they wrote something a little different than what I have here. Maybe it's similar. I think it's just similar. Did I do power equals? You know, I don't think I wrote down that formula. I'm gonna have to do that right now. Bammers, now we're studying. Now we got this. Hey, what is up, Aniket? How are you, my guy? It's been a minute. It's been a minute. How is school? If school is still going. Y'all probably got vacation right now, no? I don't know how college be. So you come with good news. I got that freelancing gig. Hey, that's what's up. That is super dope, man. Should be crazy proud of yourself. That's amazing. That is amazing. I'm so happy that you told me that. Because you definitely said this before. And I was like I thought about it. And then I was like, oh, I guess maybe because you never came back. So that's what's up, man. That is what's up. So now we got to make sure that we get this voltage. We're in down. So I'm right here. By the way, I'm taking notes and I'm yapping. It says, wow, what work are you doing? Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, I wonder if I think I forgot. I think I forgot what it is, because I don't think it was web dev, no. I believe it might have been, software engineering, or am I tripping? I don't know. Let me know, Aniket. I feel like I could be tripping. You said full stack website for a startup. Oh, okay, okay. That's super dope, man. I am so proud of you. I am super, super proud. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that sub button. I come on every single day to go and study at 12:30 p.m. all the way up until 1:30 p.m. We did wake up a little bit late today. Completely my fault. I'm actually going to explain exactly why this happened. Was because yesterday, well, was it yesterday? I don't know. My days are so mixed up because I work into the night. So I don't know what yesterday is anymore. But I believe it was yesterday. And I happened to go to sleep. I believe. No, I went to sleep at 5 in the morning. I don't know why that happened, but I went to sleep at 5 in the morning. But then I kept thinking for some reason that I was gonna miss my stream when I was trying to wake up and I didn't have my phone around me to get me up. And then there was just another thing that just kept me awake. So I ended up getting up, but then I got up 5 hours later. So now it was 10 p.m. and then I kind of was just awake until I streamed and stuff like that. But then that resulted in me waking up late today because I basically did a 10-hour shift. Well, I think that day I did a 11-hour shift. And then the next day I did a 10-hour shift. So by the time I eventually got home to sleep for today, I was exhausted. You know what I mean? Because I think I did the 11-hour shift before I did my 5-hour sleep. So it was 11-hour shift, 5-hour sleep, wake up, 10-hour shift. I was slumped. Like there was just nothing I could have done. I was exhausted. Which am I writing? Oh yeah, I'm in wattage. I'm like, what the hell? But I was exhausted. So I was like, yeah. And I slept like a mother effer. But I was like, you know what? I'm still gonna come on. Because I had that thought. I was like, should I just skip stream? It's not on the right time. I'm probably gonna be like 20 minutes later. And so I decided to still pop up, and I feel like that's a little bit more motivating for me, and it could be a little bit more inspiring for others. You know, to be like, even though you might not have your full hour, you might be like 45 minutes to 30. Still get up, keep pushing, even if you didn't really sleep well. You know what I mean? You said I'm full stack website for a startup. You're using React, Node, SQL. Hey, that's what's up, man. Yeah, 'cause I had no idea about React, SQL, Node. I wasn't even ready for no type of no types of that. So that's super dope, man. Says, wow, where did you get the gig? He said an old friend of mine recommended me, and boom, here I am. Hey, that's what's up, Aniket. Says, how many hours of sleep? How many hours of sleep did I have specifically today? The other day was 5 hours, but specifically today, I think it was 7. I think it was 7. But that was because I overslept. Because normally I try to get up at like 11:30, just so I could like have a little bit of breathing room, and or like. And today I even set my alarm to 12 because I was like, you know what, I am exhausted. Let me set it to 12, and I hit my alarm off, and it was one of those moments where I was like, all right, I'm gonna just close my eyes until 12:20. Open my eyes, and it was 12:40. I was like, damn. I was like, I knew I should have got up, but I believe I had 7 today, so I felt fine, but it was that 5 hour day yesterday that was like crazy. I'm still kind of feeling it. And then when you throw overtime on top of that, and my job isn't like no mental job, it's a physical job, it's hell. It is hell. So now we're going to write down what calculating the amperage for a PCU looks like. So that's super dope. PSU. Says I didn't eat anything since morning till 9 p.m. at night due to excitement and kept working. I always respected God and you are an inspiration to many. Hey, thank you so much, Aniket. And man, now you could be an inspiration to many because now you know how many people on this web dev journey be wanting to like at least like well, there's some people that really want to get into like big companies, but I've always told people to try and start small, like start wherever you could start. You know what I mean? So you can get that experience. But some people be like, they want to be somewhere else. But it's like, no, man, like you are literally the perfect example because you're going to be working for this company and then that experience can go and translate to another company, man, and you're going to get there. You know what I mean? You're going to get to where a lot of people who were watching me really wanted to go. I always told people I wanted it as a side hustle, but there was a lot of people there who really wanted it to be a career, man. So you could definitely be an inspiration to these people. Says you guys wake up from alarms. I always set like a 5 and still never wake up. No, for me, it depends on if like I swear I'm just the type of person where my mind just has to know. If that makes sense. Like if you don't tell me there's gonna be an alarm set, then it's like my body just won't wake up. I don't know what that is. But if I set the alarm, no matter where my phone is, I feel like it's like low key I'm expecting it or something in my sleep, that it makes it easier for me to wake up. And if I don't, man, it's just like it's hell. Because my partner, they always set alarms. I never hear not one of them. Today was the first time I finally set an alarm and I like heard it. And every time I set my own, I hear it. And I'm like, that's strange. And then even so too, like I always have to tell my partner. Because there's like two ways to wake me up. You can, because sometimes I'm like a heavy sleeper. So I'll be like, listen, you gotta tell me either that I have to stream, and it's like, I just get up. I don't know why. I just hear it and I'm like, oh. But if they tell me anything else, like, oh, get up, get up, like I'm not moving, like, and I don't hear it either. Because if I hear it, I would actually get up. So I'd be like, no, you have to say I'm streaming or you have to say I'm late for work. Like, even if I'm not late for work, say it. And I'll jump off this bed. It's hilarious. It says I'm currently waking up without an alarm when I sleep late. Only then I put an alarm. And yes, I sometimes even wake up before the alarm. No, yes. I have those moments too. But all week, that's why like 2 days ago pissed me off. Because I think I also woke up a little bit late yesterday. or it might have been the day before, I don't remember. But there was a day where I kept waking up at 11:30 like naturally. But then all of a sudden, I don't know what it was. I just woke up at 12. It was like 12:20. I was like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "So you're telling me I'm naturally waking up at 11:30 for one of these days to not do that?" And it's just crucial cuz I got to stream right before work. So I'm like, now I got to stream right now." You know what I mean? Like wake up, stream right now, and then have your like downtime, but you got to get ready for work. So it's not even downtime. But it's so funny though. Hopefully, I can come up with a better sleeping schedule because I can't believe I underslept. And then today, right now, like even with the way I'm feeling, it could granted be because I just got up, but I still feel like exhausted. What's today? Is my day off coming? Oof. Hey, listen, my day off is coming, so I'll take it for today. I'll take it for today. But that's the one thing that I feel like I really do like about my job is that it still gives overtime because you know how many jobs are about to stop giving overtime soon? All right, let me calculate the amperage. It says SB. It says Harish is living the dream. No facts. What's up, SB? How do you retain the information you've learned? Honestly, I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is when I write it in note, like when I read it out loud or in my head, is like one way for me to get it, and then two. Sorry, hold on. When I read it out loud is one way for me to get it. Two, when I write it, I feel like it makes me like re-hear it or like re-see it. And then three, I do quizzes to make sure that I'm understanding everything. Um, and I feel like maybe that is what could keep me understanding. Because there's even moments where I'm like, am I even retaining any of this? Because I keep talking and then like, yada yada. But then there's also things too where in my head, I write it down, but well, my day off tomorrow, not today. I gotta grind. But no, yeah. So there was a then what the hell was I just saying? What the hell was I just saying? You said, how do I retain the information? Oh, yeah, because there was like times where I would like speak to people, and then it's like I'm legitimately talking about what I've learned, and I'm like, how did I actually learn? Because I be yapping while writing. But there's also moments where like right now, when it comes to calculating the amperage, this isn't something I would necessarily need to know right now. Like I feel like, or not that I wouldn't need to know, but it's such an easy search. Like if I'm ever looking for amperage, it's just kind of like look up how to calculate amperage. It would be nice to kind of know it now as well, but I feel like this probably wouldn't be a question on a quiz. So even though I'm taking a note of it, there's also things that I know that I don't really need to know, if that makes sense. I just kind of know it or have it written because it's still important, but it might not pop up on like no type of quiz or no type of like who the hell is gonna ask me this and expect me to actually know unless like I'm trying to buy them or trying to buy a cheap power supply with amperage. You know what I mean? Unless their main question is, what power supply should I get? That's the only time I would need to be like, oh, okay, so we need to figure out the amperage and blah, blah, blah. So in my head, it's like, yeah, I could write it down now, but I might not need it until way later. So do you have offs on Saturday? Nope. I have to, like, at our job, anyone can have different days off. As of right now, though, I have Sunday, Monday off. That's currently my schedule. It's Sunday, Monday off. But people at my job, they just have different days off. Which I think they personally should just do. All of us having Saturday, Sunday off. But I feel like they probably feel like people won't show up throughout the week, and they don't trust it, so they try to put different days off, so kind of force people to show up. But yeah, I got Sunday, Monday off, and for a while, like for a while of my streaming, I don't know if y'all noticed. Well, some of y'all were here from web dev, some of y'all weren't. But from web dev, I remember I used to stream Monday, Tuesdays because that used to be my day off for 7 months. I just got to switch to I want to say Sundays like 2 months ago. Like it was hell. For 7 straight months of me doing like basically the web dev journey, I was working Monday. I had to work on Sunday, and Sunday at this job is like the worst thing you could do. And I couldn't change my schedule because with the way it works, it's like you kind of have to. With the way it works, it's like people who were there longer get the better choice. So it's like if I can't get the choice, I just got there kind of. I think I've been working at this job for almost 2 years. Well, I've been working at this job technically for 2 years, but it's been three. But they don't really count that first half. So it's been like 15 minutes and you get low time, get started. I've already been studying, y'all. Damn, you know what? You know what I learned? Actually, when it comes to this streaming thing, is I learned because you guys can't see me like writing notes, either it's on the screen or in my notebook, that it doesn't look like I'm studying. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is honestly buy another camera because I feel like that's why a lot of people when they click in and they hear me talking and they click off, I think it's because they think I'm not studying. But it's like I'm legitimately studying. I just don't I multitask. Like I'm writing notes like right now as we speak. Everything that I highlight on the screen is me writing notes. So I'm like, damn, I need to get another camera. You're not the first person, Annika. Everybody, if people be telling me to start taking notes or to start studying, I'm like, I'm studying. But yeah, so I have to definitely invest in a camera. And I do have one, but the camera quality is still a little bit like glitchy. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to set up the camera maybe like right on my hands. And then what I'm thinking is probably throwing a tiny image. I don't know. I have to think of how to set up the screen, but I want to put like it's gonna be a tinier image of me writing. So hopefully people can see that I'm studying. Hopefully, because I feel like that's probably why people are clicking off, and that's probably why my streams, um, well, they get pretty much like regular numbers, but it's like I'm like, no, yeah, I could tell because if I swipe into someone's stream that's supposed to be a study stream, and I feel like they're not studying in the first 3 seconds, I'm leaving, and then it's like, but I am, but you can't tell them because they don't care. So by 4 cams, we need all the angles, no facts. So you came ask about training yourself according to your goal, and ChatGPT will prepare you. No facts. Says people go off when you stop replying and study. It's the replies that make them hang on. No fact. Well, the thing is though, is I do be replying to people. I think it truly comes down to me. I think it comes down to them thinking I'm not studying. I think that's truly what it is. Because I always read my comment section. So if they wanted to comment, I could reply to them. But they don't stay or comment. And I feel like that's the problem because it's like I could see my number, it'll jump up to like 12, jump up to 8, and then it's quick when people leave, but it's because they think I'm not studying. And it makes sense because if I see, like I said, if I see someone sitting here like yapping, I'm gonna be like, oh, there's no way they're talking. Like y'all be getting tricked sometimes, and y'all be knowing. I say, Harish, you told me like 3 times before. I think in like 3 different streams that I need to study. Like you're like study. I'm like I'm studying. Sometimes y'all even get tricked because I'm so like yapping and it doesn't look like I'm doing anything. It's so funny though. I find it hilarious. I just need to make sure I set up this second camera just in case, just so people can see that I'm writing in this notebook. Ensuring stability. And then we kind of got that, and then estimating the need. So finally, now they're going to make this a little bit more easier. So for a typical PC, 300 watts, 500, power supply is often sufficient. However, a system with high graphics card, which would be mine, because I want one with a high graphics card, and a power supply in the 850 watts to 1,200 watts. Oh my goodness. Range or higher to ensure it can supply enough amperage for 12, plus, is it plus 12 voltage? Is that how you say that? Alright, so let me do a typical PC and then what the high-end graphics card is, and I think that could probably be my example. Because, of course, there's going to be times where I'm probably building PCs for, like, professionals who don't probably really need anything too crazy with their graphics card. So this is always stuff that I'd be thinking about. But like I said, I just feel like a lot of this probably wouldn't be a question. But I feel like always the main stuff, it always stands out to me. But I do need to try and take, like, a fundamentals quiz, specifically when it comes to hardware, because I haven't gotten to software yet. For some reason, ChatGPT is taking me down a whole loop with hardware. Hopefully, I can end up finishing. Well, I did start a little bit late today, and I think I only have like 40 minutes or 30-ish minutes compared to last time. But I believe I'm going to need to like study up. Wait, no, because I think they still got me doing hardware. It was weird. I don't know. I gotta see. Maybe you need to know all this stuff about hardware. Maybe you don't. But I do need to find like a quiz. Or maybe I could just ask ChatGPT for like a 20-question quiz that's similar to, an IT fundamental quiz. Like, do I know my fundamentals? Obviously not all of it because I don't know anything about software, but hey. Hey, what is up, some? What is up? If one is not studying, it says study with me works well in the title. If one is not studying alongside in a study stream, then that's no good, I believe. No facts. But sometimes it could be like a little bit of a motivator too. It could be a little bit of a motivator. Maybe they watch it and then get up. No, I'm just kidding. They watch it and then go. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be hopping on live every day, trying to become a network engineer, trying my hardest. Gonna do everything I need to do to learn. Oh, we finished the amperage. Then that was actually a full page of notes. And lastly, for the power supply, we need to, let me see, because I think I bookmarked it. I didn't. I know it was amperage, the basic teaching of amperage for a power supply. I think the last one was voltage. I think, right? Was it voltage? I don't know, I might have to go through my history. Let me see. Was it voltage? Actually, hold on. Because I don't know why I can never find, like, where, wait, no. Voltage. Please just tell me. Sorry, I don't like scrolling in my ChatGPT on camera. Basic teaching of amperage, understanding power supplies. I just never looked up what I was looking for. I can't find my Google search. Oh, connectors. Woof, I would have wasted so much time. Because at first I was going to just do voltage. I'm like, maybe that's it. But I think I'm going to connectors. I can't wait. I'm going to have to self-quiz myself today. I'm probably going to do it, like, obviously when I'm at work. Because that makes a little bit more sense. Actually, did I fix this? I never fix these. It's because I don't come on time. It's my fault. Alright, let's go. PC power supply connectors. Let's see if we can find a good website. Let's see. Well, are they called the cables? So the 24-pin, maybe we could use this website. Building a PC is mostly easy, and once you have all the components in hand, it's the fun part. This is the fun part? Oh, okay, because I was actually afraid of the connecting. I was afraid of the cables. So connecting all the cables from your power supply is an essential part of your building experience, but can sometimes be a bit overwhelming when it comes to plugs that look similar but are actually completely different. All connectors are keyed, so theoretically you cannot connect anything wrong. Woof! Oh wait, theoretically though, what are they talking about? So connect all cables from the power supply is an essential part of your building experience. I guess we know that. We don't need to write that. I think the only thing that kind of came off nice was this. Let me go and do PSU, power supply, connectors. Yeah, I was always wondering where the wires came from. I was like, do I just get the wires? But I'm assuming it probably comes with your power supply. Cause I thought maybe it came with the motherboard, but I'm like, no, because all of it connects to the power supply. I'm sure they don't want you touching that. So it's probably already plugged in. Alright, so let's go and do this. So today I continue to like look a lot more into what I wanted to do and like what I want to be. Because I would love to become, like I said, a network engineer. I feel like it's one of the most realistic, it's one of the most realistic routes, but also very passionate route that I want to go. And I feel like I could really do it. Like I said, my biggest thing is like the job itself, I think is going to be very well, right? Especially because because at first I was kind of nervous because I was like, seeing all those tech layoffs. But when you really pay attention, it was really just management and software engineering. And then like, I think it was something else. So it's like mainly the people who got laid off though were the software engineers. So it's like the coders. And I don't think it had anything to really do with like coding in itself or like AI replacing coding. I think it might have just been people who got comfortable, and or it could have been budget cuts and maybe they fired people who were a little bit older, right? Let go of the older people, like let them figure it out, right? Especially because the younger people, they're getting paid a little bit cheaper, so they don't gotta do too much. So let's look at it together so that we can see. Okay, oh, here's a connector. Wow, 24. So the 24-pin connector is the most important connector for the motherboard. It has a latch and to ensure that it's properly seated. Where? Oh, nice. Locks into place when fully inserted. We can start there and talk about this pin. But no, yes, I was looking and I don't think it was necessarily about AI like coming into the coding space. I think it simply was just people who didn't just didn't grow, or they probably just needed to do like a certain budget cut or whatever. But when I was looking into like maintaining networks and then even looking into like IT infrastructure, because that in particular is hands-on like hardware type of things. So it's like I dare a robot to start building my IT machine. Like I'll be like, what the hell? I'll be like, oh my gosh, you guys, we're done. You know what I mean? And then also too, system admin isn't a bad way to go, but it's kind of like it's similar, but it's kind of different because like obviously you're using you're networking, right? There's a little bit of a difference. Like you might want to still go for the same certifications, but I think when it comes to system admins, you're kind of more focused on the Linux or like Windows side of thing. Like you're kind of on the computer. I feel like I like networking because it's like we're focusing on the network and some of it could be, hands on, others are on the computer as well. So, and it kind of gets you to be able to like move around. I don't really want to sit as often. But then again, I wouldn't really care if I was sitting, especially when you come from like a physical job. Mm-mm. Like when your body is basically what pays you. I hate that. I cannot wait to transition to where it's like my mental is what pays me. Or a yes and no is what pays me. I think that'd be super dope. But like I said, my only thing is like how fast I want it because I don't understand why. But like in my heart of hearts, I'm like really like I hope I could land a networking role in 2027. And like I don't care if it's at a small firm. I don't care if it's an internship. I don't care if it's I don't know, volunteer work, shadowing, just anything to get my hands on something that is a network that I could put on my resume. Cause like I said, I just know exactly where I want to work. And where I want to work, I feel like is probably the easiest. It's just they're not gonna hire me unless I have experience. And that's where it's kind of like crappy. So that's why I'm gonna have to work for like either a contractor, like just anyone who would hire me under that name. And I think contracting is probably gonna be the best thing, but they really want you to like obviously kind of know more than they have to teach you. So make sure the latch is facing up. Yeah, because they basically want you to know more than they have to teach you. So it's like if I'm ever gonna take a contracting role, like I better be confident in my skill. I better be confident, especially too. Like there's certain places that be like 5 years of experience. Who knows if people are even applying to those with 5 years of experience? So I'm like, if I try to apply to certain positions that can give me like a networking role at least, I hit that and I do that for like 6 months to a year. Hopefully, I could end up transitioning or applying internally to that position, and I feel like it's a little bit more guaranteed doing it that way. But the hardest part is just gonna see if I could find any job that'll put my name title under networker or like to network technician or even networking engineer, junior networking engineer, right? Something like that I feel like would be helpful. But another way too is like I don't mind having to do IT infrastructure and having to do that at the specific job that I want to work at because once I'm in the actual IT team, then I'm kind of set and all I would really need to do is just I already have IT experience, you already see me there, and then I could probably, let people know that I've been looking more into networking, get my little recommendation and then try to apply. And I know that they open, networking positions or they open a lot of positions throughout the year. Like it could be 40 plus positions because so many people are moving and there's so many different teams to work with. So I'm surprised a lot of people don't think to go to this like particular place or go to these places. But I think the problem is that they do, but what they don't get is that they keep trying to apply externally because they don't want to do what the actual work is, right? But no, you gotta apply internally. Try to get in the job through a different position and then apply. I think that's the best way you kind of secure your chances because your internal supply apply is gonna do better. I think that was another thing too. There was like this girl who was doing coding, and I think she was like working at the front desk or something. I think she was like a front desk person, but she was really interested in coding and she was working for a tech company. So she would literally like talk to all the tech people and like learn what she needed to learn to the point where they would call her like the front desk I forgot what she was studying. I think web designer, like or the front desk software engineer, like she understood things. So then the manager literally told her like, "Yo, put in an application. Let's see like if we'll hire you." And she was like really grinding on her knowledge. So by the time she ended up applying, she got right in, and it was probably because more than likely, well, obviously her grind and like learning and wanting to learn, but also too, it's the fact that she was internal. They prefer anybody internal over somebody who comes off the street. And then, it's just, I feel like I just need to, I would have to study really hard if I want to stand out. Like, I would need to actually know everything rather than being like, yeah, I'm going to apply and hopefully they teach me. It's like, I mean, hopefully they would like help me understand their system. But it's like, at some point, I need to stop being like the student and just be the one that like knows what the hell I'm doing, which is why I can't wait to eventually get hands on with things because I feel like I only feel a little bit fearful now because of course I'm still only learning the IT fundamental part. So I'm like, oh my goodness, like what if I don't get it, like IT infrastructure, or what if I don't understand system admin or this and that? It's like, yeah, you of course you're gonna feel that way because you never studied for it. So I just gotta continue pushing, keep going, and keep studying for it. You said, who is she? You said Google Lens plus connector pins photo. And then you said, who is she? I have no idea who. Oh, oh. I don't remember her name. I don't remember her name, but she was on this podcast, and I don't remember the podcast. But it was some girl from YouTube, and I remember seeing her talking about that and seeing like that story, and I was like, wow. But that's why internal transfers, they're the best thing that you could do. Like if you know a company, like and I think this might be like really some sauce right now. If you know a company, whether it's a tech company, they should almost have a position for something else, whether it's like custodial, whether it's you know front desk, whether it's like I don't know what other positions there could be, but positions like that. If you know the tech company you want to get into, literally apply for that position. Like apply for the help desk. I mean help desk. Apply for the front desk, apply for the blah blah blah. Because when you finally put in your application, it would be an internal transfer. And then guess what? You could talk to the team of people you want to work with and then try to learn from them. Obviously, not everybody is going to be nice, but try to learn to the ones that are going to be nice and want to teach you. And it's like, it's just honestly the best way to go because then now you get recommended or their manager is going to see you guys talking, whether it's on break or something, and so because sometimes managers they're just around, and if they continue to see you constantly and then your coworkers keep talking about you, some point you're going to be able to get into that industry, and not a lot of people do it. Like she was like one of those stories because I remember I used to listen to stories like all the time, or those podcasts all the time. She was like one of those stories where I was like, wow, I've never heard anything smarter. Like I'm shocked that people don't try to do it like this. And you could do it for any job, literally any job, because they would have just 100% and prefer an internal transfer. Like even at my job, if somebody internally like goes to apply for a certain position, like let's say, yeah, internally if you go to apply for a position, all of it has to go to our building. And if no one applies for it, if no one takes it, then it gets pushed out. You know how many things haven't been pushed out because everybody in our building just takes it? So it's like, I'm like, hey, you gotta be a little bit smarter, man. But sometimes, though, depending on the company, if it's like a smaller company, big company, or if some people are just biased, right? It's gonna be difficult. But I feel like for my company, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple. If it's up, apply for it, it can't get pushed out to other people. And then people are sitting there probably waiting, like, oh, I can't, I hope this, like outside of the company, they're probably waiting, like, I hope this company, puts out a position. It's like they probably already got an internal transfer. Like, no position is coming out, sir. Or there's gonna be like one position when you could have been internal in those five. It's crazy. So, however, there is no downside to having both. So, if you have the necessary connectors on your power supply, you can simply connect both. Hmm. But what does it do again? It uses 4 pin, and 8 pin, or even two. Okay. Sorry. Goodness. To see if you really need to connect both, as this may be only necessary if you plan to overlock your oh, okay, I already. Make sure the latch is facing the right way when you plug it in and that is fully inserted. I guess I'll write that. Latch, correct. Correct way. Fully seated. I don't even know what that means. All the way down. Oh my goodness, my nose. If your motherboard only uses a 4-pin connector, you can use an 8-pin EPS 12V connector and simply pull it apart in the middle to split it into two 4-pin what the hell? It doesn't matter which one you use to connect to the 4-pin ATX 12.4 connector on the motherboard. Again, ensure that the latch is facing the right way when you plug it in. That is crazy. But then why have two then? Like, why should I buy an 8-pin and then split it? Oh, does it, wait. No, yeah, because this is 8. But it's saying if it doesn't have this one, split it apart, and then what, it would just hang on the side in this hole right here? Like, what do we, whatever. I guess it's just gonna hang to the side. So let me write that. Can split the 8-pin EPS 112V connector in half apart to be a 4-pin. Perfection. So now we are jumping down to the 6-pin. Make sure I end up leaving a like by the way. Completely forgot about that. Make sure y'all leave a like. If y'all are new here, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. We'll be going live every single day. And today, I hope, I should be able to release my video. If my video does not get released, I'm sorry. That is straight apologies from my end because I don't know what the hell is happening. So now we're getting into the 6-pin connector. But I feel like because it's 124, I might as well just hop off because I'm going to get off at 1:30. Or not hop off, but like talk to y'all for the last 5 minutes. So we learned a pretty good amount. I feel like I probably learned a lot more about amperage and the calculation. Did I even write down the calculation? Because I told myself to write it. Oh yeah, I did. It's power equals voltage times current. That's dope. That is dope. So we ended up getting the amperage. I actually am starting to feel a little bit more awake. So maybe it was just because I woke up. That was probably the issue for real. Because man, I don't know what the hell would be going on. Sincerely. Because I'm just exhausted. I'm done. Oops. Oh, yeah, I did. Sorry, I accidentally put the volume up on my thing. I'm exhausted. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm a super static man because like every day, and like I could literally talk about this every day because my dream is like it's really just what pulls me and makes and like pushes me to go forward, you know? And I just really pray that I can get into like becoming either a network engineer, IT infrastructure, or system admin, like sometime in 2027. Sometime in 2027, like I just pray, like I'm grinding. Because I honestly feel like based on the way I'm learning right now, it being November 15th, I feel like I should be able to finish the fundamentals in probably 15 more days, like I would say the month. And the reason why I say that is because I don't have that much time to study every day. I only have an hour right before work, and then that's it. Oh wait, hold on, let me see. You said the hardware involves a little bit of electrical engineering fundamentals, plus you were learning computer science too. Hey, that's what's up. That's dope. That is super dope. I'm happy for that. But no, yeah, because I really wanna become like a, I just want to get into IT by 2027, man. And but I don't want to get in the sense of like help desk, because I just refuse to leave like my good job for a help desk position. Like I will go to help desk, but I'm not gonna just start there and then climb up the career. Like I just don't have the time to do that. I don't have the like I need to pay my bills. Like so I can't do that. Like I need to start at a certain pay. I need to start in a certain position. I needed to feel like a little bit stable. I'm not saying I completely think I could skip help desk. No. Well, I'm thinking I could probably apply to either help desk or tier 2 based on when I get all those projects, but it really just depends on where I'm at currently. But then I want to be able to take those months to kind of do that job, probably 3 months of doing that job, resigning because there's just no way I could stay longer and I'm not bouncing back between two jobs. That's just not about to happen. Not yet, at least. Not for a help desk position. But then I feel like with that experience, I can either then try to continue to, of course, build up my skills, make more projects, or not even projects, like legitimately do stuff for family, like actually do people's routers, or even buy my own router and just do something random here and buy a bunch of stuff that could look like networking, right? And then from there, I would hope that I could apply, because I was listening to this dude who kind of gave me like motivation, because it was weird because I had the mindset first, but he actually did it, like when I watched it. And I guess with him, he was saying how he ended up doing like this, he got this contracting role, but he said he got like someone reached out to him, but he happened to get this contracting role for networking, like I think it was like networking engineer or networking technician, and it was $21 an hour, but because of like all the overtime and or what they were like billing him at, I don't remember, it was like $44 an hour. So he was like, they're paying me $44 an hour here. So by the time he got a new networking job, he was actually able to negotiate it, even though he was a junior, or not junior, but he was a networker. I think he worked at that job for 2 years or something like that. Oh wait, no, it was not 2 years. I think it was 6 months. I'm like, 2 year contract is crazy. I think it was 6 months. And then he was able to use that experience to then get a real networking role that was immediately 44. Obviously, I'm not expecting that, but I feel like that is crazy. So like I'm kind of trying to go down that route where it's like, high, like learn all the networking stuff I need, try to get the help desk position because of course they're going to want me to have some work experience, but then maybe find like a small firm, find a contract role after I learn all of the like networking stuff, find all that like that type of role, but it has to be a small firm. It has to be a company that is going to be willing to hire me as a networker because they need networkers. They don't care. Like they're not going to care whether or not I've done this, that, this, well, obviously they're going to care about my projects, but they're not going to care about the work experience. If they think I know how to do networking based on my projects, my interview, and based on my certifications, they're just going to hire you way quicker than like a big company, because a big company is going to be like, nah, you need to rise up. You need to start help desk tier one, tier two, tier three, and then think about coming over here. And it's like, oh, I don't have that time to do that. So it's like, I think I have a good plan. I think it would work. The only thing is that I don't know if it's gonna work as fast as I would want it to. I'm having a feeling that I'm probably gonna land the networking firm or the land the networking role in 2027, but I feel like I'm not gonna get to the actual job I want to be at until 2028. And that's truly like my mindset, but I want to try and get there as quick as possible. So this hardware involves a little bit. Oh, wait, what about that? Says you plan to say, I paused my game after transferring from the help desk to get to the next level. You plan? Oh, I was like, what? I'm dead. I'm dead. But no, yeah. Hopefully everything just ends up working. And the problem is too, is like I get excited about it, but sometimes I just get nervous. But I have to always tell myself, like, the only person that's putting pressure on myself is me. Like, why is it that I feel like I need to be in that position by 2027? Why would it be okay if I could get there by 2028, by 2029? Like, why do I feel the need to want to like get there so young? And then that's the thing too. I was gonna say, I think it's because of my age, because I'm 22. I know a lot of people would have loved to start at this time, but in my head I'm like, by 2027 I should be 24 ish. Yeah, I should be 24. So then, well, technically 23, but until like September I should be 24. And I'm like, I really would want to, you know, wait, no, what am I talking about? I'll be 23. Oh yeah, never mind. Sorry, that threw me for a loop. Yeah, so I'll be 24. So I'm just like, I don't know why I want it so bad at 24. Like, why can I get it at 25 or 26? Like, I don't see the issue. Because a lot of people start trying to figure their life out or start trying to think like me or move like me when they're 30, 35. So in my head, I'm like, I'm already starting early. So even regardless of what the next person's, like this person started at 18, I started 26, they started at 24. Like, why do I have to be like, no, I want to start at 24. I'm going to fight for it. Because the only thing that's going to do is if I don't do it by 24, I'm going to be disappointed. But in the end, it's not like it's not something that's gonna happen. That's what keeps bothering me too, because it's like if it doesn't happen in a year, it's gonna happen regardless. Because IT, specifically with networking, IT infrastructure, all that type of stuff, specifically that always needs people. So it's like it's gonna happen regardless. It just might not happen at the speed I'm thinking. So like, why doesn't that bring me comfort? I don't know. Some days it does, some days it doesn't. Some days I'm like, no, I need it. I need it like right now. I'm like, bro, come on. But I think the problem is just like I really want to find my career job. I feel like I'm seeing people around me who are finding their careers, they're finding like everything they want to do. And then for me, I'm just like, I work a good job, I have a career job here, but it doesn't have the cap pay that I would like for one. But then two, it's not my passion, right? And I'm noticing I'm seeing people around me who are able to work their passions. And then I'm like, damn, I want to be in IT. So I'll be catching you on the next one though. If y'all are new here, probably not, I'm not sure. Make sure you end up hitting that like button. Make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. I will be documenting every single day of me learning IT support to hopefully eventually down the line become a networking engineer or become an IT infrastructure or even a system admin, right? We're open to all routes. So make sure you end up tuning in. You hit that sub button. I will be on every single day. Tomorrow at 12. Oh, actually, I'm lying because tomorrow is Sunday. I will be on, but tomorrow is Sunday. And normally on Sundays or and Mondays, I don't stream at the same time. Sunday, Mondays, I stream a little bit later in the day because on Sundays, people are at church. So I don't want to like stream at 12. I want y'all to enjoy church. Sometimes I do like a home church around that time or a little bit later in the day. So it's like I do it later, maybe around 4 p.m. But I don't want to get your hopes up. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna be doing for tomorrow. And then same thing for Monday. It should be a little bit later in the day. But other than that, other than Sunday Mondays, I normally do 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. So I'll be catching you on the next one. I gotta go to work. So you are going? Yes. Deuces. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. Thank you for tuning in. What is up? What is up, y'all? We are on day 21. I always want to fumble this bag a lot. So I ended up adding something new to like the setup when we do end up studying. So my fault if I can't really see the chat right now. I gotta go and open it on here. And or yeah, I think I'm gonna open it up on here, watch something on the TV just in case, just a little bit. My bad for taking a minute for getting on live, but I was just trying to set a bunch of things up. But now we are here. Now we are going to be grinding. And we today are starting module 3 for hardware. Now, like I said, I already had took, a quiz that was kind of making me believe that it is time to eventually move on from hardware, but I just want to make sure by finishing, at least everything me and ChatGPT were going through. And I'm not going to, like, if I see something there that I know, that I'm not going to obviously look into it, but if it's something that I don't know, then we can end up getting into that, and I think that's going to be amazing. What is up, some? So I do really quick want to look at what I need to get into. How are you, son? What are you doing? For a second, I thought you texted, you wrote help. I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no, what do I do? Real quick, I do have an image here. Damn, I don't know what's been going on with my voice lately, but it just keeps like disappearing on me. So I think we already talked about how for the note taking things, we're gonna learn about the BIOS overview, which we were doing. So I gotta find that website. That just reminded me of something. And then we need to see a little bit about the compatibility, and then we can literally move on from module 3 like that. So that shouldn't take that long. Um, Oh, for a second, I was like, wait, I'm not even in module 3, but no. And then module 4, module 5, and then 6 isn't really nothing. So module 4 and 5, that should relatively go quick as well. So eventually we're going to be moving on to software rather quickly. But let me go and open in my history. So what is up, Mars? Hey, nothing much. Honestly, a lot of things that I've been doing these last couple of days. Been really focusing on merch. So I'm trying to find this website. So don't you do some show stream or something? It's always work study. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel like in my head, it's always like if I try to relax, I feel like I'm wasting time. So in my head, I just try to. Oh, I think I bookmarked it. Did I? Oh yes, I did. Oof, I was taking too long looking for this. But in my head, it's like if I'm just not studying, if I'm not working, if I'm not doing something, it's hard for me to just relax and chill. One of these days, though, I do have to give y'all a little chill stream, but it's tough. I mean, my type of show stream is kind of like today, where I'm not really learning nothing too crazy, so I'm not taking too deep of notes. But for me, it's just like if I give myself one break, I feel like I'm gonna not continue. If that makes sense, we got to get into it. But let me show y'all my new little live stream screen. So as y'all can see, I don't know what it looks like yet. I have to see it when it happens on my phone. But we have a little bit of a section here that shows my hand now so that y'all can see when I'm taking notes, when I'm writing. So I think we wrote the BIOS availability, and oh, if we wrote that, then we are in the wrong spot here. So we got the BIOS availability. I don't feel like I wrote all this. Did I really? Oh, I did write Linux and stuff. Okay, okay. But we gotta get to the type. Oh, I don't like the way where it's positioned. Sorry. I do not like that. Oh, I'm moving the wrong thing. What the hell? Stop it. Because it's kind of like popping out a little bit, right? Where the hell is my camera? I think it's this one. Oh, no, it's the video capture one. Kind of maybe. Oh, there we go. I think that looks better. Okay. Sorry, it looks crazy. So it already have life. I mean, said already life have no meaning and logic. You said what? You said already life have no meaning and logic. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. It depends on the way you look on life. But I don't know why. I don't know why I'm so like stuck on, just feeling like I need to learn, learn, learn. But well, the thing is though, is that it's kind of like learn, learn, learn on stream though. I think it's hard for me to do a show stream because if when I'm streaming, that's normally the only time I get to study. Like I can't study outside of stream. So that's why for me, it's kind of like if I don't study on stream, then I'm kind of wasting my time because then I'm not studying at all. Because I just don't have time outside of this. And that's why in my head it's like, might as well during these moments just document it on YouTube. Because if I decided to just study completely off of stream, like I'm like, okay, let me not do that, then there would just be no streaming. Like I would never stream because I just don't have no time for it. I just choose to stream when I'm studying because I started thinking about how kind of cool it is to really document, your entire journey on live or your entire journey for a YouTube channel. And I think that really just motivates me in the fact of, not everybody does this. And like I've honestly been trying to find YouTubers who do it like this, who kind of document their journey and of learning something. But not too much people do it, especially in the way that I want to see it. So it's hard. But then that kind of tells you a little bit that, it's kind of like a new idea. Not many people document almost, every single day of what they're doing. What exactly am I taking a note of? I'm taking a note of legacy bio. So I gotta copy this. Not every YouTuber does that, and the people who do it, it's scripted. They're just trying to get content, trying to get views, and it's like, no, like I'm legitimately trying to make a life for myself with this. So I don't know. It's hard to find people who you could try to like not compete with, but kind of feed off of, because if you see people who are in your space who are kind of doing like studying streams and they're updating you with, what they're doing in their life and what they're studying for, it would be a little bit more easier for me to kind of have a little bit more of a game plan. But I feel like I'm honestly one of the first people to really be doing it this way. Where the hell is my sharpener? Oh, I think I might have put it in my backpack. But I'm really one of the first people to be doing it this way, where it's kind of, I'm literally documenting everything. So I can't really like compare to others, or there's no one who's doing it my way and they're doing it better. And I would have loved to find someone who was doing it my way and who's doing it better so that I could kind of be like, okay, I see how they're doing it. Let me try to replicate my content a little bit. Not copy, but just at least have a path of where to go with it. But, unfortunately, there's not too many people who do it this way. Or there are like study YouTubers, but they don't really care to document anything. Like I just know that there's this one dude that comes on. I love his camera quality. That's why I need to get a better camera. I'm thinking about it for Christmas. I was thinking like he has such a good camera quality, but his streams are about him studying to be a doctor, or he is a doctor, but he's just studying more doctoral stuff. And even though he doesn't talk about it or, really show anything that he's studying, he gets a lot of views. And I'm just like, that, but that's just not the type of content I would want to do. And he doesn't even talk when he studies. Like, it's just straight up him doing it. You don't get to know him at all or even know anything. But people love that content. And, half of them, I sit there and I think they're probably not even studying themselves. I think they legitimately just watched the video. And I'm like, there's no way. But that's why I'm trying to do mine's like a mix of things. Like I want mine's to be a study stream, but I really do want it to be where you guys can connect with me, kind of know what I'm studying as you guys could see it on the camera. And, just a bunch of different things like that. So I gotta get me some good cameras, like 2 new cameras that are gonna be expensive as hell, but I might as well at this point. I think that would be super dope. And then, pretty much all week, or I love how I said all week. I wish I had a week off. But my yesterday, I was really focused on making a bunch of merch, and I finally ordered a sample, which I'm documenting for like a vlog, which honestly I didn't even mean for the vlog to only be about my merch. It was honestly supposed to be a vlog of my day. But so far, 17 minutes worth of video that I gotta edit soon. It's straight up me doing like customizing my merch and kind of talking about it and stuff like that. But yeah, so in the video, y'all could get a little bit of a sneak peek of it. The merch site isn't going to be up until I obviously finish, you know, like a couple of the designs. And I also want to see the quality. Like, I don't want to put up, a hoodie and then the hoodie is, the quality of the hoodie is trash and then the printing is bad. It's like, I don't want to do that to y'all because they were charging way too damn much, especially for the delivery fee. I was like, damn, I see why people sit there and, they decide to do it all themselves because they take way too much money. And I'm like, I'm literally buying samples. Like, I wasn't even purchasing it as a purchaser. Like, if my sample was like that and you kind of get it like for a percentage off, I can imagine the people who actually buy it but it comes down to picking quality. Because apparently you can't, like, obviously you can't drop the price down below what the shirt actually cost to make. So then it's like you really would have to sit there and make people pay hella money if you want them to have hella quality shirts. But it's like, it's crazy. I don't know why they do it like that. But that's why in my head, I was kind of thinking of using the brand or the merch. Like, obviously, you guys could purchase stuff. It's going to have web dev stuff. It's going to have IT support stuff or studying slogans, right? It's going to have things like that. Obviously, I'm going to start it a little bit shorter. Like, I don't want to go too crazy with some of them because I don't know if y'all are going to like the designs or not. If you guys do want to buy some. But my main plan is to kind of make it, but make the clothing brand for people in my real life. And I'm thinking like that's where it's gonna be, because I work with hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, well that's crazy. Why that's not true. I meant to say I work with thousands of people, 1,000 people, mainly. And I know a lot of them would love to know where I get my stuff from, and then I have siblings who could pass that on to other people that they know at their jobs and stuff like that. And I don't even got to put those shirts like available to everybody. I can literally make it only available like for where I see it, and then, just buy a couple samples and then sell them to people in my real life. And I'm like, that's gonna be pretty dope. And I think I probably would make more business doing it that way rather than doing it, online and stuff like that. But definitely, if y'all have any ideas, like for some merch ideas that y'all would like want to actually buy, and there's many products. We put stuff on mugs, we could put it on a laptop case, we could put it on a pillow, we can make a mouse pad, which is what I was gonna do. I was gonna make a couple mouse pads for you guys for web dev and IT support. And there's so much more. So like if y'all ever had an idea, probably anything that you could think of, beanies, hoodies, t-shirts, it could have a design on it. So it's gonna be super dope to finally get there. But I already have a couple of ideas. I already have a hoodie I'm about to make for my brother, and then I already ordered a hoodie for myself. Um, yeah, but first I want to see how the fabric is for my brother before I make him make the purchase because it's expensive. It's like $50. I'm like, this is the only hoodie I could do. Technically it's like $50, but if y'all ordered it online for yourself, I think it will come out to it like comes out to $40, but then the shipping fee is $8. So it's like it's insane. I'm like they're ripping people off. And you could pick a different hoodie, like I said, but the fabric is just bad, so it really depends. But that's why I think the best thing to do if you're like a hoodie person, I'm still gonna put the hoodies out there, but it's probably best to purchase a sweater. The sweaters were a lot more cheaper, and then the long sleeve shirts were even more cheaper, and then obviously the t-shirts were even more cheaper. So it's kind of like, the more down you go, the cheaper it is. And I should have bought one as a sweater as well, but I only got the hoodie because I just really want to see the hoodie's fabric. But I think I kind of can tell how the sweater is gonna be. My Miss Pring, I got the right size because I don't think they even, yeah, but. Oh, I cannot wait. That's been my main focus because I just been thinking about how I can, just make, some good ministry outfits for God and stuff like that, and or just some good outfits that can possibly, indirectly save people or encourage a Christian. But then also I can have some cool outfits where, it just looks nice. Like all my whole wardrobe is literally going to come from there. I swear it. At some point my whole wardrobe is going to be my own clothes. And I think that's just that's sick. So UEFI, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, or UFI, like what do we say with this? Is the newest of the two boot software offerings released in 2002 compared to BIOS. UE or UFI, I don't know, man. UEFI has greater scalability, higher performance, better programmable. But my thing is, don't we still use BIOS though? Because I feel like I've never heard of UFI. IT tech giants such as Intel, AMD, AMI, Lenovo, Microsoft have phased out BIOS or are in the process of doing so in favor of you. Oh, so eventually this is going to happen. Okay. So technically some of them do. Oh, so I probably have this then. I mean, I'm assuming. I'm not sure because I have a AMD. So I'm not sure. I have an AMD. I guess I would have to look. I don't know. So that's crazy. I wonder what the different. Well, I mean, I guess this is the differences right here. Can you please highlight? Just please highlight this. All right, there we go. Let's take a couple more notes. Oh, y'all can't really see. My fault. My fault. I wasn't really paying attention up there. But let me know if it looks a little bit better now that y'all can see the fact that I'm taking notes, so y'all know that I'm studying and stuff like that. Because I don't want y'all to think that I'm not studying. It's just I just be yapping. But I think honestly the best thing to do when we do study, because I don't really have like the greatest studying tips. I kind of study the same way that I would have studied if I was in school, where it's kind of like read something, write down what's important. I might write down all of it because maybe I don't understand certain things, so then I'll just like leave a question mark, right? Like come back to it later. I think a lot of my studying tips is just something that I've learned previously. And then sorry, damn, I just realized my face is all in the camera and I look wild when I did that. But yeah, so I don't think I really have too crazy of study tips. I think I'm just so I just take some notes, write it down, reread them if ever needed, especially when taking a quiz if I don't feel confident in something. But I probably wouldn't do it during a quiz. I just, for some reason, I just have good memory. I don't know what it is. I could just do this and kind of still understand even though I'm talking while taking notes. And then maybe when I get to the CompTIA A plus studying, that's probably where I'm gonna have to be a little bit more quieter. I'm gonna have to be like, hold up. Because the difference is like if I'm on a quiz, right, and they're asking me about, and then you kind of have to remember too, like how certain quizzes ask questions, so you kind of know what to look for, and you can make the question in your head. So, for instance, like how I'm writing that Eufy has greater scalability, high performance, better programmability. Now, if they asked you this question, like what, what's the difference between BIOS and Eufy? Normally they're not expecting to see every single thing. So it's like you wouldn't need to remember everything. More than likely, the question would be framed as name one thing that is different from BIOS and Eufy, right? Or something like that. And obviously, that question might not be on the quiz, but let's say if it was like on the quiz, that's how they would word it. So that's why in my head it's like when I'm studying, I kind of know that I don't need to know everything. All I need to know is that Eufy is better than BIOS, and then just remember one to two things if they ever were to ask for examples, and then just move forward. So I feel like when you also like understand how some tests write questions, it makes it a little bit more easier. Like you could see the legit question as you're taking the note, and you're like, yeah, I could see where that would go. So it's just a lot more easier like that. I feel like I can kind of see it like two steps ahead of what they would ask if this was a question. And then I would just know how to answer it. And then also too, ChatGPT is really helpful as well because I mainly make them make me a quiz, but I would tell them to make it hard or whatever. Like I'll be like make this quiz like difficult, but also let's say like make them realistic. Like don't just make a random question that doesn't make sense. And so they would do that, and then I would do pretty good like when passing it and stuff like that. But ChatGPT is definitely could be a good mentor. I don't use it often. I really only use it for quizzes, and if I had a better website for quizzes, I would definitely do that. Sometimes I feel like ChatGPT when they be doing A, B's, and C's, I feel like they be like making that a little bit too easy. Like they'll just put a random C, and C just says something. Oh, the sky is blue. It's like this has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with tech. Like clearly it's not C then. Um, but no, yeah. So it's funny. But ChatGPT, it definitely helps me a little bit when it does come to studying. But I don't know. I just like old school studying. And then if I were to ever take like a quiz that's important, like if I was gonna do the CompTIA A plus, I would definitely do flashcards. Flashcards would be the wave because sometimes it's best to be able to answer the question without, seeing A, B, and C. But just cause if there is an A, B, and C, then you can kind of point it out because now you see the answer. Obviously, you can see the answer and then you can see what's wrong. But if there is no A, B, and C, then you're preparing yourself to be able to just get the answer at the same time, rather than feeling like you need to see everything else. And that's kind of my mindset. It's the same thing with math too. It's like you can't just keep relying on the fact that you're getting an A, B, and C because at some point you're going to get those questions where you have to solve it without being able to see the answer because on a math quiz if you see the answers there all you got to do is really work backwards. You just work backwards and then you just get your answer every time. That's why a lot of math quizzes, yeah, some of the questions are like that, but the spot that be getting people or stumbling people is a spot where that's not there. Because it's hard for them to get the answer on their own. Or even sometimes, like, I'll do a math question, I'll be off by like two numbers. I'm like, clearly it's this one. Like, there's just no way. Be off by two numbers, and then boom, I'm right. So, but that's just the way that I just try to study a little bit. And then also, too, since everything's kind of on my own pace, in my head, it's like, if I'm not ready to move forward for the CompTIA A plus or to take that quiz, or I'm not confident, at least I know that there's plenty of practice quizzes out there and there's plenty of just studying formats that you could do. But I think one of my things is I would just take the test, obviously after doing a lot of studying and quiz taking, but I would take the test a little bit more less stress free. Like I would be stress free because in my head it's kind of like first quiz I'm not going to expect to pass on the first quiz. Not saying that I'm not going to work hard enough to pass. I just wouldn't expect it because when you expect things and then it doesn't happen, it makes you really sad. So I feel like for me, I wouldn't expect it and I would kind of seek to like fail. Like I'll be like, okay, you're probably gonna fail, but you know, at least take note in your head what these questions look like. You know what I mean? So now when I'm taking, study quizzes, I could be like, okay, this one's actually replicating more of what it is. Or I could be like, damn, there was a couple questions I didn't know and it happened to be about the hardware or something, right? And then I'm like, okay, let me look those things up. So that's gonna be my biggest mindset when it comes to taking that quiz is like don't expect to pass, but don't also like sit there and fail. Like if you could pass, pass and stuff like that. So you can't I heard like you can't upgrade BIOS unless it's in a new computer, is what it was saying earlier. So now this is specifically just about upgrading. So you already touched upon upgrading BIOS, but it's essential to call out a few points if you want to tackle this. So if you want to upgrade your BIOS, you can typically find the information files you need on either your computer or in its motherboard website. Upgrading your BIOS is a serious task, so back up all your system's data from its hard drive. And then on a related note, make sure you have a recovery jumper that allows you to recover original BIOS. I mean, I guess I could take a note of this. I don't think it's teaching me about BIOS though. I don't think it's teaching me about BIOS, but I mean, technically it's just teaching you how to upgrade it, but I feel like I don't really need to take a note of that unless that's what I'm doing. And it seems simple, so I'll just look that up if that ever came across. So what is BIOS versions of BIOS? You must access the BIOS setup if you want to see which type and version of your system you'll see the BIOS type and version displayed on the screen. So my thing is the way that they're talking about BIOS is as if it actually hasn't been um replaced yet, but they made it seem like it was replaced, and now I'm just in a big confusion. You must access the BIOS setup if you want to see what type of BIOS it is. I mean, I guess I could write that, maybe for later. So like, oh wait, I could kind of pull this a little bit closer now. I need to have a better camera angle for these notes though. But I feel like the camera quality looks good because it's coming from my phone. It's just that for some reason, if I move too fast or if I put it on myself, it kind of glitches a lot. At least like if it's glitching, it's just glitching of my hand moving, and then the camera is so small that it's not really that deep, I feel like. So we're just gonna take this mini note, like must access the BIOS setup if you want to see. Oh y'all, and then also too today, I'm just gonna be giving y'all like if y'all tune into my live streams, you already know what my next videos are gonna be because I always reveal it. And it's so funny because I try not to, but I just can't help it because it's like I want to talk and talk about it. But the next video that I got coming out, which if you've seen previously, I probably already told you, but I don't know why I'd be trying to act like everything's a secret. Give me a second. BIOS manufacturers. When BIOS first became popular, it was basically owned by IBM, thanks to the wonders of reverse engineering that soon became loot. I don't really care about that. So even though BIOS is being gradually phased out, very few bits of tech vanish entirely. Many legacy systems are still around today. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like many of these are around. So it's like BIOS will be there. And BIOS information will stay relevant until the last old system is scrapped. Therefore, staying familiar with this foundational firmware is a good idea. Oh, okay. Alright, so then I like that then. Master front end and back end. They have a full stack developer program. That is just crazy. Like, why did I never find any of these? Are they gonna make you pay? Oh, I was like 63 billion. I'm like, damn. Hold on, do they got a program for they don't got a program for IT? Oh, wait, they do. Wait, stop. You're about to piss me off. So they got IT service and they have IT for foundation. What the hell does that mean? IT for specialists, create, deliver, and support. I don't know what the freak this is. ITL certification exam pass. Earn 22. I don't even know what this is for. What the hell is ITL? 30 quizzes, 4 mock tests, 15 ITL AI. Talk to an advisor. This is a real school. Yeah, they thought. Money hungry. Oh, let me stop actually, because what if they sponsored me one day? And that's what I said. Damn, that would never happen. It would never happen. Okay, what was my next thing that I was looking forward to? I completely forgot because we just finished BIOS basically, and then we got to do. Let me look at my notes. We have one more thing, and then we can finally finish module 3. Oh yeah, I want to look up the compatibility. Might have spelled that wrong. It's okay. Compatibility, and then we got to go socket types. Excuse me. Let's start with socket type, because when you try to put everything together, it'd be doing too much. So socket compatibility depends on the type of wait, are we talking about the CPU? Well, it doesn't really say CPU, but I guess that's what we're getting into. So we got the CPU sockets, we got electrical sockets, and then we got oh wait, that's it. So what is the meaning of CPU sockets? We could probably start here. A guide to motherboard sockets. You know what I just realized? I just been wasting so much time now that I'm thinking about it. You know how I'm going to be ultimately. Oh, I could do this. Oh, it's Quizlet. You know how I'm gonna ultimately be verifying that I'm human? What the hell? What they do? Did they just scan me? But y'all know how I plan on eventually trying to make courses for IT support? I just realized that all these websites that I'm learning from and that I'm actually getting information from, I should have put this like in a document for later so that when I start making these courses, I could be like this website teaches this. This website teaches this. So I mean, I guess I didn't really get that far and I could just check my history and then find all the websites, but damn, I should have been doing that. That would have been great. So right now we're learning about CPU sockets. Let me see. Do they have any of the other socket? Oh, that's it. That's all this is. Do they get paid for websites like this? Because sometimes, like, I think about this when I sleep. And I'm like, I could legitimately make this website. Like, I know we ain't talking about code no more. We ain't talking about coding, but I could legitimately make this website. Like, are you telling me I can get an income if I did something like this? Come on now. Okay, let's get back to the CPU sockets. So CPU sockets are connectors to the motherboard. The socket type determines the compatibility with the CPU as the motherboard as different socket types. It's essential to ensure that your CPU has compatible. Okay, so tell me what it is. Refers to the types of CPU that. Okay, motherboards have specific socket types. Thank you for what, but what are they? Which CPUs can be installed? For example, there we go. Intel's LGA socket type, 11th generation, AMD's, AM4, AMD Ryzen processors. Oh, I must have this one then, because I have AMD Ryzen. The CPU socket support is an important factor to consider when choosing a motherboard. It's essential to correct. Okay, this isn't where we're going. I mean, I guess it did say what is the meaning. I think I'm not even gonna lie. We can try this one. If this one doesn't work out, we might have to go a different way. I mean, this one. Oh. Yeah, y'all. We're gonna have to do the AI overview. I'm not even gonna hold you. Or we could look at this. I think this is where they got it from. CPU processing system. CPUs have 2 main sockets. Oh, yeah, I guess this is where they got it from. I could take a little bit from here. No, I think I'm gonna just strictly go to what the AI part says. I think they got it right. They did the work for me. Sometimes I don't like to go through what the AI says. Not that there's anything wrong with what they say, but I like to find my own information sometimes because, obviously if I'm sitting here and I want to make this website for people, I would love to be able to, if I'm trying to teach people about IT ever in the future, I would love to be able to just directly send them to a specific spot. But I guess that's not the case. By the way, if you are new here, man, make sure you end up joining this journey. I will be documenting every single day of me learning IT support, and I'm trying to debate. I'm debating on if I should post a video every day, but I think every other day gives me a lot more time to think of a good idea to then edit it and make sure the cuts are nice. But I haven't even been as consistent as doing that. But I just think it's because, with the web dev content, I'm just so ready to kind of, just legitimately pivot away from it that I feel like because I'm ready to, pivot, I'm kind of not as interested anymore to film those type of videos. So it took me a minute to do this video that I finally filmed. So I got to go and edit it, which is me finishing my barbershop website series, finishing that one, and then I practically have one more that is going to end the series, which is me getting my first paying client, and then after that, it's another video that's going to probably be like the transition, or a new chapter, and then completely pivoting my content. And I just feel like when I finally get to that type of content, I think that's when I'm gonna feel so much more better. Cause it's like I've just been so ready to pivot. Like, I remember just doing so much of web dev and enjoying it and liking it, and just now it's about that time, man. So CPU sockets must be compatible. Let me see. CPU sockets must be physically compatible with the motherboard and CPU type. Is not compatible. Okay, so that's not, they gave us an example. So what we're gonna do is, I guess, take this part of the note, which is what they said kind of on both websites, is that they need to be compatible, but I'm assuming, I kind of already assumed that. I think that it comes down to like almost every wire for the computers, that it's like something gotta work with the other. If it don't work, then you're screwed. I cannot wait to end up building PCs, or not even build PCs, but take apart PCs, because then it's gonna really, show me physically that I'm learning, and to be able to point out the CPU, the GPU, the power supply, the RAM, like that's gonna be so amazing to be able to do. And then eventually, to install and just do a bunch of random stuff. I think that's gonna be super sick. So is not compatible with LGA. So not compatible with LGA as my example, so that's nice. Electrical socket compatibility depends on the voltage of the amperage in the plug in the region. So I guess we could do that too, because I guess we're also getting into, well, I don't know if they want me to talk about the electrical socket. I'm not even sure if this is about a computer anymore, but they kept them both here, so maybe it is. But I do gotta get off. Not now. I have still about 30 minutes left. But as you can see, I always have like an hour all the time. I don't know what it is. Every single time, there's just always something to do. That's the one thing, like I always tell people, if you don't have to take on responsibilities, it's not that having responsibilities suck, because I actually enjoy it. But if you're someone who doesn't have to, don't do it. Obviously, stay responsible at home, and you can still clean, help your parents around. But if they're in your life, man, definitely like be ecstatic and just keep doing your thing, keep studying, keep learning. Cause even if you get a career and they still allow you to like stay with them, then that's even better. Cause once you take on that responsibility of like bills and even grocery shop, like I thought at some point, the more I shopped, that it was gonna get easier. I was like, like the more we go shopping, the more easier things would be. And then I learned how quickly I just hate shopping and I hate doing laundry. But it's like, you got to get it done, especially when you need clothes, especially when you need some food. Like, and then it's like a non negotiable. But then I'm also realizing too that for me, it could really be the fact that I work night shift. Because, well, I don't work a night shift, but I work like, technically into the night. So I feel like that can kind of have me feeling tired, because for some people, if you went to work early in the morning, let's say you go to work 7 to 3 and then you get out at 3, it's a lot more easier to do things in the day because you just got out of work, and then now you still have about a couple, like maybe 5-6 hours left before it's time for you to go to bed or something, and that feels just a lot more better. But when your schedule is not a 7 to 3, when it is not a 7 to 3, everything is a drain, because by the time I got to work, it's nighttime. And obviously, people who wake up in the morning, they don't go to sleep right after work, they stay awake. So I'm gonna naturally want to stay awake when I get out of work, but it's like 3 in the morning. You know what I mean? So I'm like, damn, 3, 4 in the morning, and then I'll probably stay up until like 5. And it just gets crazy. Like working nights, or technically working nights, is like the one of the most difficult things, because then if you really want to do something and you're like, damn, I need to do something by 10, it's like impossible for you to fall asleep and wake up for 10. It's like you have to just stay awake. And that's like the worst thing by not working a morning shift. So maybe that could be why I'd be so drained to like do anything. Maybe if I was working mornings, I would not feel this way at all. But I do plan on trying to get a morning shift. But the only thing is like specifically at my job, morning shifts are way worse than nights. Mornings is way more physical, and you're dealing with way more people who are way more miserable, and then that kind of becomes a thing. So it's either you go to mornings for a better life, but people are going to be bothering you and you're probably going to have a terrible work day, but at least you get to live your life. Or you stay on nights where you have a good work day, but then you kind of lose your life. So it's kind of like, ah. But I also can't even really go to mornings like that, because it takes I don't really want to describe too much about how the job works, but it takes a lot of like, you need to have worked there for a while before you can move to mornings. So I probably wouldn't even be able to get it when I would want to anyway. So it's kind of crappy. But you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. But it's so funny though, because it really is like always work for me. Because I actually hear that a lot too in my regular life. That like, oh, it's always work. But I really think it really comes down to the fact that I work like in the afternoon. Like, it's one of the worst things ever, because everybody's just getting out of work, and then they're like, okay, let's go hang out, like, guys, like, everyone's getting out of work, let's go spend time together as a family. And I'm like, and then we have to go, oh no, we got to go to work. You know what I mean? So it seems like we're like workaholics, but it's like, no, it's just we just don't work the same shifts as everybody else. So it really is just like work, work, work. And then by the time we can finally do errands, we have to do them on our days off, which is why for me today is my day off, which is why I was able to stream at this time. But I can't stream past this time because I have so much damn errands I got to get done today. So it's a crappy schedule, but I kind of enjoy it. I feel like I like my day being filled with things. But I know the moment I land a morning shift, and then I could finally be more freer and be with more family and just do errands during the week and not having to just be on my day off because of, my hours, is amazing. You said, how old are you? I'm 22 years old. 22 years old, and sadly had to grow up a little. Sadly had to grow up a little faster than other people had to. And hey, I mean, I feel like I love the fact that I did have to grow up now, because I think if I didn't have to, and I had to wait until I was like 25 or something, like how a bunch of people are gonna have to wait until then, like, it's gonna be a shocker for those people. Like, when they step foot into the real world, no matter if they have a good job or not, it's gonna be a shocker. Like, if you look at, the percentage of people who even make 100K a year, 60% of them still live paycheck to paycheck. And a lot of it isn't because 100K a year isn't that much. It's because these people don't know how to manage that type of money. But it's because, most of the time, they probably were chilling with their parents, having certain things paid for, not understanding how much of money it really is going to take. So it's kind of, says, when you're at work, do you get ideas for projects? I mean, well, I don't really do projects. I think when it comes to IT support, I think I get ideas for like my YouTube videos, but I don't think I get ideas for, no projects, because I don't really do IT support projects as of yet. I probably have some ideas that I would like to do, but I don't think there's really too much that you can think of and be like, oh yeah, this is a project that I want to do when I'm at work. But no, yeah. So, and then on top of that, not a lot of people are gonna hit 100K yearly in pay. So if there's people who hit 100K yearly and 60% of them still live paycheck to paycheck, then anybody who's making less than that should be a little bit worried. And it's really because, like I said, it's just bad budgeting. And I think when you get the experience of life and if you have a good mindset and you understand, like, not everything I want needs to be purchased, not everything I want, like, legitimately that's like a mindset people need to live by. Like, not everything you want needs to be bought. Like, you can want some things and you can let it go. Like, if you can't afford it, it's okay. I've seen too many people in my life who make purchases that just they cannot afford, but it looks nice. Oh yeah, it looks nice, but it's not nice for real when you really get to know them. And that's why, it's scary for some people. Like, when you hop out into the real world and you're realizing you're only gonna probably max out at like 70, 80K a year, and there's people who make more than you that are still struggling. It's scary. But budgeting is key. And that's why I always tell people, like, learn how to budget young. Like, if I had children, I would teach them to budget young because I know too many people, as in like friends wise or just in real life, that lack the ability to budget. And they could make good money, but because they lack the ability to budget, yeah, when shit hits the fan, they're not prepared for it. They can't afford it. Oh, they messed up their credit now. Now they got to fix their credit. Like, now you start throwing yourself into a hole because you didn't learn about finances and you didn't learn about budgeting. You didn't learn about, not just stop buying shit that you don't need. So life can get tough. So that's why part of me is happy that I had to experience it, a little bit more earlier on. But it just builds you. It builds character, it builds you. It allows you to not be someone and you have to like figure it out later in life because then you kind of screw yourself. But that's why for me, like, I never could sit here and look at somebody and be jealous of it or anything because you like just some people don't have a lot of people don't have the life that they portray. A lot of people don't. Like, it's a facade and or they're using other people's money. Like, I remember I used to know this person who he would legitimately ask people for money so that he could specifically go on vacations. So now he's sitting here posting it on whatever social media. And it's like the week before you asked us all for stuff. Crazy. It really be crazy. But yeah, that's why we just gotta learn that super young. Super young. Like, for me, whenever I get my paychecks, it doesn't even matter about how much I get, because let's say I'm doing overtime or something. It don't matter about how much I get. I never purchase something I don't need. I don't purchase something I won't use. And if I do want to spoil myself a little bit, it's always a little. Like, I just never do any, like, I barely buy video games because I barely play anyway. But even if I played, I wouldn't even be going crazy buying it because it's not something that I need. I just do it for fun, but I don't need it. And so that's really what my mindset is. Like, in the end, what needs to be paid first is that car, rent, groceries, any, like, Wi-Fi, all that stuff needs to get paid first. Essentials need to be paid first. After all of that gets minused from my check, then I have leftover money and I still won't spend it. I still won't spend it. I either save it or I will probably spend it on like food. That's like one of my biggest purchases though, is food. But I gotta stop. I gotta stop. But that's always how I move. Like, you should never be purchasing everything that you want. Like, I don't know what people, because there's even some people who think truly that they should be able to buy everything that they want. I'm like, for one, we don't deserve nothing in this world. So it's like not really. Like, like, if you want to get the things that you want, then yes, you gotta work hard for it, but don't say it like you deserve it. Like, we don't deserve it. Like, I was listening to this dude who was making a video. He was like, we deserve to get, whatever we want, and then I'm striving away at my job and I can't afford to buy this, buy that. I'm like, as long as you could put a roof over your head, have some food to eat, and, you know, have, yeah, pretty much just a roof over your head and food to eat, you're good. Like, you can grind for more, yes, but at that point, now you just sound like you're complaining and you're being ungrateful for what you have. So, I don't know. It's really just a mindset though. And I don't even remember how I kind of learned this mindset. I just know that after school was done, I was kind of focused on like trying to just better myself. And I just felt like, getting a job and actually having money in my pocket was bettering myself. And then getting an apartment was bettering myself. And that's kind of just how I saw things. But, some people, they don't run into that until later. And it sucks because it's going to hit them. It's going to hit them hard. And I try to teach people. But the people that, of course, that act like that, they don't want to learn. I try to tell people because even another thing too is I noticed that like kids, we love children, right? But kids can really be a money drainer. And so in my head, I truly believe if you are going to have children, you need to be prepared financially. Don't sit there and bring children into this life, into a life of struggle. Like, I feel like you should want them to live a life that would be better than the life you're currently living. So it's like, try to get your stuff together. You know what I mean? Make sure that you are able to afford it. And the thing is that a lot of these people, if they were good budgeters, they could eventually afford it. But then what they start doing is they start having children and then use that as the reason why they can't do it. And I'm like, well, in reality, it probably is now. Now, yeah, you can't do it because you had children. But you didn't have to, like, you could have waited. You could have waited. You could have made sure you had your money up, your life was together. What was your excuse before the children? Like, that's like always my answer. It's like, so why didn't you get it before then? But it's because a lot of people are just childish, man. And they don't try to pursue those things and they pursue the image of wanting kids and not really understanding what comes with that. And then now you got kids living in the struggle that they shouldn't be, that they didn't have to. But it's about straight up, I feel like a lot of it is selfishness. We're not all good humans. We're all gonna make terrible decisions. But I'm just somebody who's big on just take accountability. But not a lot of people like to do that. They like to blame, especially, when things feel so against them. When they can't get out of life, when they climb, it's always a blame game. No, it was this person, it's that person, this person is that person. In the end, it will always be yourself because you could have chose to not listen to that person. You could have chose to not be around that person. Like, I don't know. Too many people with blame game. And when I learned that in school, the blame game, I think I don't know why, but it was my health teacher. She was trying to teach us how like who takes responsibility for things. And every time she would do it, she was like, it always starts with yourself. And she would have some outrageous situations. And then she'll be like, but you see how that started with yourself. And that, like, I'm like, yo, they needed to teach this shit to everybody. Because, man, people can't take accountability. But ever since I learned that, I always knew that if something, like, happened to me, depending on, obviously, like, let's say I'm just in the wrong place, wrong time, in the end, it still would be my fault first, because I put myself there. You know what I mean? And then it falls onto other people. It wasn't like she was like, it's just your fault. No, she would explain where you could take accountability. And I feel like that helps a lot with relationships in real life, like with your friends, your family, when you're able to see where you went wrong and how you could take accountability for it first. It changes the whole conversation. It changes the whole conversation, but people don't have time for that. They want to argue. They want to argue with people. All right, so we got that complete. So that's good. That means we got the compatibility of the sockets and we got a lot of the BIOS down as well. So then that's really great. So now we basically finished module 3 and we are going to be hopping to module 4 tomorrow. That was actually quick. I mean, there's still a couple more things in module 3, but I think I'm going to have to do that by myself because they want me to watch a step-by-step build where people are connecting the wires or the wiring, but I obviously can't show you guys that content on YouTube because then YouTube will legitimately sit there and they will copyright my content or copyright my video, so it's probably best for me just to do that part off camera. Hopefully I could do that today. I'm not too sure how things are going to go down today. Praying for it though, because I think that would be super nice if I was able to do that with y'all. I mean, well, not with y'all, but with basically off camera, and then be able to bring something new to y'all later. So I got to do that. Um, oh, they did ask for the BIOS overview. They wanted me to look at the post process and the boot order. So I guess I could probably do that later because I don't think I forgot to, yeah, I forgot to look up the post and the boot order too. I was wondering what they wanted me to know. Or wait, or did I? BIOS post boot order. No, yeah. I think that's probably what I need to do. So I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I think I completely forgot about that. Oh, and then I'm forgetting too. My bad. Hold on. We are not done with module 3. I'm jumping ahead of myself. So, yes, I still need to watch the video of the step-by-step cable management, and I also need to watch the video of the step-by-step building process, right? But then for the compatibility, I still need to get into the RAM generation and then the power supply wattage and that compatibility with other things. I think I already did the power supply wattage part, but we'll see. And then the BIOS overview, like I said, the post process, the boot order. So we're still a little bit in module 3. I thought we finished. I was like, damn. But at least there's not too much to get into. It's only because I study for an hour a day that I can't really like get through these things like back to back to back. But I feel like a lot of this could already be done rather quickly if I could just get it together. But hopefully I could do a lot of it today. Who knows? Because I know I still got to eat. I believe I got to do laundry, and then I got to spend some time with family. So maybe when I'm with family, I could probably pull out the laptop. We're inside of there, try to get something done. But thank you for tuning into the stream. Love y'all. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are super goated. I'm glad to have had some of the conversations that we had today and the stuff that I was just talking about. If you are new here, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be documenting my entire journey of learning how to code. I mean, whoa, I'm so used to that. Of learning IT support. And tonight, my barbershop episode should be released at 8 p.m. EST. So definitely go and tune into that as well. And yeah, deuces. Love y'all. Y'all are amazing. What is up? What is up, y'all? My bad for that. This lighting, I don't like how it's glaring right now. I don't know what to do. Guess we're gonna have to deal with that glare. Yeah, I'm actually considering getting a good camera. I was looking at someone's live stream the other day. I think I was just scrolling by on YouTube, like, oh, just constantly resetting my YouTube, and I think I caught onto like DDG's live stream. And then I was just looking at his setup and like his camera quality. I was like, damn, and the camera also seems a little bit zoomed out and stuff. I was like, I might have to go cop me a little camera. So I guess that's gonna end up being the wave. Because especially with this glare, it's not even like maybe if I put it up here, but then I feel like it looks like I got no light, but who knows? Maybe I could probably turn the brightness up on the screen, but my eyes are so damn sensitive. If I did that, I'll be done for. Maybe like that. But I can't tell if that's just my camera at that point. Damn, I gotta charge this phone too. I'm trying to make sure everything is charged. I gotta make sure we're about to go tackle everything we need to tackle. I'm trying to get this open if my phone can work. I'm trying to get this open on my phone. Let's say if my phone's acting up, then that's probably the internet. I might have to fix the laptop, but I think everything's good. If you're here, make sure you end up hitting that sub button. Damn, why am I wearing a hoodie like that? I cannot wait for my merch to come in. I cannot wait. I don't know when it's coming. I think it might come in on Friday, or I think it's a Thursday. What the hell? Can't look at this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think it might come in on Thursday. So that's good. But alright, we are on day 21, and I believe that we have. Ooh, oh, I thought I did something. I believe I can change this sub goal. I mean, we can keep it to 140, but I believe we're at 1,000. So let's do 1,400. Wait, what? How much subs we got? I think 1,730. So I'm gonna do 1,740, and then we do 1,735 subs. I believe is what we got. Can't wait to end up hopping into this. Perfection. There we go. I want to just make sure everything looks right. But I do have this little setup now. I don't know if I should use this or if I should use this screen. You see how now you can see like my notebook at the bottom? And then maybe if I go to like a website, everything's kind of bigger. I mean, maybe this screen isn't bad. I'm not sure. Let's go try it. Let me know if y'all like this screen or not. But what we do need to do is we do need to find this website, which I believe I may have bookmarked it. Did I? I guess not. Damn. I guess, hold on real quick. We might have to jump back to our live camera. Our new intermission. Give me 1 second, because I just want to go through. I gotta go find it. What the hell is that website? This is my shopping cart. No, it had to have been before the shopping cart. Unless I started clicking random stuff. Oh yeah, choosing the right socket. Compatibility sockets. I think I was reading what we wrote here. But they kind of changed it. Was I on a website? Oh yeah, it wasn't, because I did electrical sockets. I did the compatibility. And this is a little bit different. Damn. I think I lost what I was working on the other day. Let me try and go switch it back. I think I lost what I was working on, but that sucks. I mean, I guess that's okay, because it was something that AI had done, so maybe if I could look at my other stream, I could probably go find it. Compatibility is determined by matching the CPU sockets. For example, LGA, L51. Yeah, so I think I might have to let those go. I have the compatibility. We were doing the BIOS. Maybe I did finish, actually. Yeah, actually, I believe I did finish that. But I believe I do need to get back into the BIOS, because when I was looking at a couple of things, I noticed that there was something they specifically wanted me to find. So let me go look back at my modules just to make sure. I believe it needs to be BIOS post process. Oh yes, okay, there we go. Let's go do that. So we gotta do the BIOS post process. See if we can find a website that kind of teaches on that. So it's post power on self-test. Okay, so I guess I like Geeks for Geeks. I really do. So we could probably look, yep, perfectly. We can look on this website. Hopefully this looks good on camera. Whoa, damn, they popped up all these damn ads. They are not playing. What the hell? This is low-key distracting, brother. Why would they do me like this? Hold on. I forgot how to. I don't. I should have added an ad blocker. Someone tried telling me to do that, but I didn't think it was gonna get that crazy. Let me do this one actually, because this one has. Oh, it's a test. What the hell? I don't need no damn test. Wait, was that a test? Oh yeah, it is a test. Oh, that's good to know. Damn, Geeks for Geeks might be the wave, but they had hella ads popping up. But I didn't even like all that. But whatever, I guess we're gonna have to go back. So a power self-test posts a set of routines performed by firmware or software immediately after a PC is powered on. So we can take that note because that seems good. I kind of want to start on a new page because it seems like we're gonna have a good amount of stuff to end up writing. So let me go with post, I guess. That's just what I'm going to write. Post BIOS or something like that. So I can take that note, and then we gotta just take down exactly what everything else is. Oh my goodness, I'm feeling a little bit tired. It's like my words aren't coming out correctly. My words are not coming out correctly at all. I'm so happy to finally, have my merch out. I'm super ecstatic. I only really put up a couple, and I plan on also doing some for IT support so that I could buy it as well. Like I would love to buy like a mug or buy the pillow of, IT support, the journal, because I kind of want to see a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be selling you guys. I kind of want to see what it looks like because I don't want you guys to buy it and then the quality's off, And I feel like that sucks. I want to make sure that the quality is good. That's why I'm testing the hoodie. So the hoodie shouldn't be on the page, but it's going to be super dope. And then I have a couple people in my real life who want me to design them hoodies. But it's crazy, how much money they actually take. Because I even purchased like the sample, and the sample was $45. I was like, damn. I was like, that's crazy as hell. So it's like, even if I sat there and wanted to sell these hoodies in person, it's like, I would have to still charge people like $50. And I would only be making a profit of $5 unless I decided to charge people $55, but of course I want to charge based on the quality and then obviously whatever I have to pay. So it's like if I have to come out of pocket 45 because of how much the hoodie is, and then I also got to come out of pocket for how much the shipping cost would be. It's like I'm only making a profit of $5 because I thought I was gonna make more of a profit, doing it in person because I just didn't think that shipping fee was gonna be that expensive. But I'm like, shoot, that shipping fee is something. So I'm like, damn, I'm probably going to have to, like, I feel like I might as well let them just order it from the website because if they basically, order it from the website, then from there, hold on, let me take this note real quick. But if they basically order it from the website, then from there, at least they're paying, a little bit less. So I guess, the hoodie would still come out to $40, but then they basically would pay, the full 45 instead of 50, and then I still would get my $5, you know, my $5 like and like I would still get $5 based on them ordering it from the website, and technically it was cheaper. That means they would have only paid 45 while I paid something else. So I'm like, I guess I might as well let them go through the website because I would still only get a $5 profit unless I decided to sit there and charge people $55 for I guess a hoodie where I can add like a graphic on it. But I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like that's just too much money. Like I'm probably just gonna tell people it's probably best if you just buy a shirt or a sweater because the sweaters are a little bit more cheaper. It might be like 30, 35 or something. And then obviously, if I wanted to make a profit, it'd probably be like 40. But I'm considering that to give people, the least amount of money, I'm considering that I just continue to make $5 profits instead of trying to make big profits because I just would feel bad to charge people so much. Especially because I feel like there's gonna be a lot of people in my life who are gonna want it. And then I've also even started thinking like you can even do your business on it. So if, for instance, like my barber, if I ever wanted to, or if he was ever down for it, I could literally sit there and make him, a couple shirts that show off his brand. I'm like, that wouldn't be bad, to do that for a couple companies. Like, I can make you guys company shirts. It costs $400. I make a little profit like that. But, and then also being able to make my own clothing, just clothes that I want to wear. Oh, that's dope. So post sequence isn't executed irrespective of the operating system and is handled by the system BIOS. Wait, hold on. Did we not already write that? Oh no, we put something else. So once the tests are passed, the post would generally notify the. Okay, so this gets a little bit more deeper. So it's probably best for me to write this part down as well. But I'm just so happy to be opening up, just different opportunities for myself, or just things that make things a lot more easier, having to go to like a little store and pay whatever the hell to get, custom graphic design stuff on your shirt, and then maybe the quality is bad or whatever. And I love the fact that I could basically just make legitimately my own clothing and continuously get it shipped to me. So I feel like for me, I honestly see it as that. I wish I actually I haven't looked up if you were able to do jeans, but I feel like they would have popped up. I feel like jeans might be a little bit more difficult to do, especially because like what graphic design would you want? I think I just want to buy regular black pants, but at that point I might as well go to a store. But it's like, I don't know, it's gonna be super lit, and I think I made such a good hoodie that's gonna be coming in for me that I can't wait to show y'all. But I did not show y'all the design. Even in the vlog, I didn't show y'all what the design was. But y'all could obviously see the mugs and the notebooks and the mouse pad. Like, I want to buy all of that. I'm probably gonna do it all for Christmas. So once the tests are passed, the post would generally notify the operating system with beeps, while the number of beeps can vary from system to system. Okie doke. So once tests passed the post. So once tests passed the post would generally notify the OS. So generally it will notify the OS. I hope I can end up editing this next video that I have, because I'm trying to get just way more consistent with uploading every day. I mean, every other day when it comes to YouTube videos. But for some reason, my editing software is just starting to act up. Like, iMovie normally used to be the way that I would go, because it would be a little bit easier to get in there and then just kind of edit it straightforward. But then now it's just been taking so long for the video to even like get into iMovie, and then when it does and it, let's say, kicks me out, I can't even get back into like finish editing the video. So I'm like, yeah, no, I can't do that no more. So then I'm trying to do it through CapCut, but then CapCut has been acting up recently. So then now I'm just like, it's difficult for me to like edit the video. That's why, I've been trying really hard to get it done though, which is how I was able to do these last two videos being a day apart, which I was happy about. When post is successfully finalized, bootstrapping is enabled. Okie doke. So we have a little bit of like a list of what's going on. What's up, Harish? No, yes, I had to add a little camera that can show that I'm note taking, which I like it, but the camera's kind of low-key still glitchy. But at the end of the day, it's not really to show exactly what my notes are. It's just to hopefully show that it looks like that I'm studying, basically, because some people, it doesn't really look like it, especially when I'm yapping. So I think it's a good little addition. But I think I do plan for Christmas to get me a better camera, because I was watching a streamer who just camera's quality just looks so nice, and I was like, damn, camera quality could probably change my screen. If I can get myself like a nice little camera, still blur the background a little. But my background isn't bad though, so I don't really need to blur it, but I like to have it blurred. What is up, I was gonna say non-sore, but I'm not sure. What is up, non? I think that's all I'm just gonna say. So we're gonna do starts the initialization of the operating system. I gotta charge. I'm talking about I gotta sharpen my pencil. I'm about to say charge. So I'll edit your videos. If you agree, I can use it on my resume on Freelancer. I'll blur everything in it, but it will help me get some gigs. Damn, bro, I was gonna say, my thing is, I was actually currently editing literally for the same reason. Like normally I sometimes I would say it in my streams, but literally the main reason why I love editing my own videos is because it gives me an opportunity to go and edit for other people. So I'm sorry, my guy, but I'm trying to do it for myself, and then I'm trying to also use it too. Because one of these days I want to edit for people, but I need to like work up my skill a little bit more. So that's why I'm trying to like really do it or really edit it. And I've noticed my improvements from the beginning. Well, I deleted all those videos. Well, I still have a lot of my beginning videos, but the ones that were like way, way before it, I got rid of them. But like if you looked at my editing then to now, there definitely was progress. But I literally do it for the same reason. Because that was something I was talking about recently. Is like everything that I'm doing could potentially be used for like an income or something that I could use in the future. What's up? I you said Baba Boy Rants. What is up? What is up? Um, but I was always thinking like, oh, I could just use that in the future, and eventually this could become a career. The same thing with like filming. I try to get a lot of cinematic shots. I'm like, you never know if someone ever needed an editor. You never know if someone ever needed a filmer, a photographer. So I'm always trying to like amp up my skills in all sections of that. Cause hey, I have someone in my family. A wedding should be coming up. I'm not sure when, but if they ever, whenever they get married, they might want to have like a nice little photographer. And by then, who knows if I'm ready for it, I could probably do it. And then probably even edit it. But I gotta prepare myself now. Said I have a secret YouTube channel, so I cannot reveal it to anyone, not even to my clients. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. No, yeah. That's tough. Sometimes I feel like that too when it comes down to my channel, where I'm like, I feel like I can't like really reveal it to people. But who knows? Maybe your channel is a little bit different from like the way you want to do things. You probably just don't want people to see it. But no, yeah. Damn that, bro. That's tough. I'm pretty sure though, if you were to offer it to other people and you continue to do it for free. The problem is that I'm just someone who's like really ambitious, that I really love to learn to do that stuff for myself. But I think there's plenty of like smaller YouTubers who would be super down to let you edit their videos and possibly even do it for free, or even for like a mini charge just to get some experience. But I'm too ambitious. I'm like, I think of everything. I'm like, yo, editing could be a thing, me writing can be a thing. I'm like, I gotta make sure my vocabulary is up. I gotta come up with this, like, especially when I have my scripts for my videos and how I try to keep it like emotionally attaching. Like, those are things that I like literally keep note of in my head. And I'm like, bro, there has to be, there's no way I can't figure something out in life. So it says the boot process is initiated when the power button is pressed. It sends power to the bootloader and the cache, maybe, I don't know, memory. The bootloader performs post as a pre-boot sequence, and if everything is working well without any errors, the BIOS is activated with finds and the loads of the operating system. Finally, the software has to interact with the hardware units to complete the process. To avoid hardware errors while executing the software, the pre-boot sequence would test the hardware initiate the OS if only if the basic hardware units are functioning as expected, and then I guess this is what it is. If there are any errors in the post, the system would fail. Alright, so everything else seems like it should go by a bit more quicker, but I low-key feel like this is the role of the post and the boot system, or the boot process, and I love to write how things connect, so I'm probably gonna have to write, maybe shorten it, not go word for word, but write everything that's kind of in here. You said I cannot reveal who the owner is. A secret. It's creating a lot of impact on everyday people. I experiment on it. Okay. Okay. So yeah. I'm not sure how you're gonna end up being able to do that. I think if you still reach out to like just smaller content creators and ask to edit their videos, maybe you could definitely have something to show. But then also too, you can probably just, well, because you said that you have a secret YouTube channel. Because I was gonna say you can probably just make your own videos, and it doesn't even really have to be anything too crazy. Like just make a random video, and then just kind of edit it, or even possibly, mm, yeah, I was gonna say because the other thing I was gonna say is probably gonna get copyrighted. But I was gonna say probably you could probably make like a random video that has nothing to do with anything just to show off your editing style. But it could just be something so random. As long as the editing just looks fire, I think is all people really care about. I don't think they care about how the video does. I mean, in a way, maybe, because they're like, if I'm gonna allow you to edit this, I want the video to do well because you edited it. So I don't know. I'll probably say just get some practice on videos that you actually could show them and just show that. So inputs, outputs, system. But definitely let me know how that goes because I would love to eventually, do something like that too, where I'm editing things for people. The problem is though, is I always feel like my skills like aren't marketable. I'm like, yes, I have skills and I can do it, but a part of me is always like, there's someone out there who could do it better. So I get afraid to do things for people or to apply for people. So I'm one of those people that are just gonna wait. But I feel like I need to see at least something like some progress in my videos where I'm like, oh, my editing style is actually helpful. Like something I did notice is because I used to really focus a lot on um keeping people engaged because I remember like a good amount of people would drop off immediately. Like as soon as my video would start, it was like only 30% of people would stay past 50 seconds and then it would continue to go down. And I was like, damn, that's like really bad. I was like, what the hell? So I started being able to get that more up because I started to focus a lot of my research on retention. And I'm still not doing the best of how I would want to do. I think right now it's like 50% of people to maybe 43 stay longer than a minute or drop off at a minute or something. I forgot how that metric is. So I'm like, obviously that's a lot better than 30%. Now 50% of people are there, but or people stay, not drop off. I think it's the people that stay. So I'm like, so my percentage went higher, which is great, but now I need to figure out how to continue to get that even more higher. Like I want to get it to where at least 70% of people stay past those times and then, probably just keep it like that and continue to work towards it. But what I've learned is that it really does come down to your editing and it also comes down to the script. Once I changed my script, everything changed. And then when I started adding cuts and angles, everything changed as well. So I'm like, I just need to continue to study that. My CTR rate has always been low at one point, but then I watched literal one video that helped me make thumbnails, and then ever since CTR rate has always been right, like perfect, like exactly where it needed to be. Some days it would be higher than others, but it would never be too low. So I learned that when you really just focus on certain algorithms and you understand certain things, you could really boost yourself up. But of course, at the end of the day, to get better numbers, you always need, like, having more people who actually rock with you is what is going to lead you to have better numbers. Because that was something I was realizing too. I'm like, I think I just don't have, like, I have a lot of people who are loyal and who will show up, watch the video and stuff, but I didn't think I had enough people who would, stay to the end. I felt like a lot of people who were watching were people who were probably watching for a specific thing. Yeah, they're probably watching for like a specific thing. So when they finally heard it in the video or whatever, they were expecting, it's like they kind of just click off and move forward. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm realizing like maybe I gotta keep, you know, whatever the video is about a little bit more of a secret until the end. But then people click off quick when they don't get what they expected. So then it's like, no, maybe you gotta reveal it a little bit early, but still add another layer to it. And it just kind of goes down the loop. It's never really a perfect way to do it, but in the end, if you had more of an audience, that's normally how it gets better. Because I feel like my content is good. Obviously, there's ways where I can improve plenty, but I feel like the main issue for a lot of things is that what was I about to say? I think the main issue for a lot of things is that the audience is just smaller. I feel like there's a lot of people who would love to watch the stuff or the content that I do, but because as the audience, is still a little bit small and still needs to grow, it kind of stays where it's at. But that's all good because I love just posting on YouTube. Like all of this is just so fun to me. If it wasn't fun and I was strictly doing it for that reasoning, I would never do it as much as I'm doing it. But obviously I'm having a blast. I'm having a blast, so it's like super dope. You were revealing a lot of YouTube tactics and lives. No, yeah, I try to reveal. I mean, I feel like I don't really mind it. I try to reveal a lot of how YouTube is. Because I used to just always believe that YouTube was simple, like a one, two, three. And I want people to know, like, if you're getting into YouTube or wanting to make content, it's never a one, two, three. I remember when I used to first start, back when I was younger, I used to literally just post until I hit a viral video. Like, I just wanted to be viral. And then I finally got the viral video, and then I never added to it. So it was like I lost all of the audience anyway. So I was like, having a viral video probably isn't the best because people just don't really care for all of your content at all. And then, when you're chasing money and then you're not seeing money, you start to get a little bit like discouraged, especially when I had that mindset. And so I would stop posting because I was like, oh, I wanted to blow up in 3 months and it didn't work. But now I'm just like, nah, I just want to build a small community of people that rock with me. They come and study with me and we be chilling, like straight chilling. You said, by the way, what did you have for breakfast today? I honestly kind of just woke up. Like I woke up maybe 30 minutes before I started the stream. So I didn't really get to eat breakfast. My schedule is really messed up because I do work in the afternoon and then well obviously I didn't work yesterday, but I still slept late because I'm too used to sleeping late. So I probably slept around like 2 or 4. I mean 3 or 4. But since I feel like I work afternoons and I stay up early in the morning because I'm used to it, I legitimately don't wake up before stream. Like me streaming takes away my morning routine. Like the only thing I could do is probably like normally after stream, I just end up getting ready for work and like if I have enough time, I might sit there and make breakfast, but because I'm about to go to work right after, I just pick up lunch. Like I just either go get fast food or I'll just go and we make actual lunch like mashed potatoes. We can do pasta, steak, we'll do something like that. But because we gotta obviously prepare for work. So it's like there's no time for me to eat breakfast. That's why I don't really like my schedule. I do not like my schedule. Like if I wanted to fit in all three foods in my day, it's like I would have to eat breakfast at night. Or not night, but when I get out of work at like 4 in the morning. I probably would have to eat breakfast around then, go to sleep, but then it's kind of like pointless. You're gonna fall asleep bloated and shit. So it's a tough schedule. That's why I need me a little 7 to 3, man. We're writing number 5. We gotta get to 6 and 7. But that's why I need me to get like a little morning shift. Because when I used to have a morning shift, I never used to skip breakfast. I used to always be able to. Well, I never had a morning shift, but I mean like working. I mean going to school for like 7 to 3. I never used to skip breakfast. I used to eat probably like a lot in the day. But when you get an afternoon shift that kind of falls into a night shift, mm-mm. Your days are completely different, and it's hard to kind of adjust and just be able to have a good eating routine. Everything's screwed. And even today too, like I was supposed to wake up a little bit earlier to just do the laundry because I didn't have no time to do it yesterday. And I couldn't even wake up early to just get the laundry done. And then it probably is going to be one of those things where we wait all the way until the last minute anyway. and then probably do it on our day off anyway. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. But hey, that's the life of Marzi. When I did have a full blown night shift though, I feel like it was a lot better. I used to work 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. I feel like that one was a lot better because normally I would do overtime, so then I would probably get out at like 7 in the morning. And then after getting out at 7, everything's open, or at least breakfast spots are open so we can get breakfast. And then we could do, go to sleep for real. But it's like when you get out at 4 in the morning, if you don't got food at home, there's no food, there's no breakfast for you. Like, you're screwed. So the checks are performed majorly on, what did I write? Did I just write the list and I didn't write anything? Oh no, I did write that. Okay, I was like, I thought I just wrote the list. So the checks performed majorly on here. I like that. I'm wondering what else we gotta do after this. They might even know 30 minutes went by. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey of trying to learn or land a help desk position. That's going to be my first goal. But of course, we have to learn a lot about the basics of IT. And then of course, go for that CompTIA A+. That's going to be what's up. So we got to go hardware elements like processors, which of course you could probably land a help desk position without getting any types of certifications. But for me, I mean, I do plan on applying when I see help desk positions. I kind of plan on applying, like, I want to say next year-ish, because the only reason why I can't apply now is because there's possibly this thing I might enroll into, but I'm not too sure. It's very iffy, and I should find out by, I want to say next Tuesday. Hey, what is up, son? What is up? I should find out by next Tuesday if I end up enrolling for these classes or something. And then I'll let y'all know. But if I don't, then I feel like from there, I'll just start applying to some help desk positions. They might not take me because some jobs in their description, they do want you to have a CompTIA A+, but I might just end up applying because F it, right? And then obviously when I do get the CompTIA A+, what I'm probably going to put on my resume is that I'm on the works to getting it so that it looks like I'm trying. Because I really would be on the works to getting it. So it's like, might as well use that to my advantage that I'm currently studying for. Hopefully that could help me land a little bit of a role. Then probably do it for 3 months or so and then maybe resign because I don't want to make like bad impressions for people or leave on bad terms. But obviously I would have to leave because ain't no way I'm about to work 2 jobs for 3 months straight. Like, that's just not the case. That is not the case. So I would have to sit there and, do it. I mean, well, I could do it for probably 3 months straight, but I mean longer than that. Probably take some time off of my real job for a minute because all my time will come back. My sick leave for next year. So it's like I probably could just bank up on that, do it, get some experience, and then dip. So that's kind of the goal next year, depending on how things go. So types of errors encountered during post. If there are any errors in post, then the system would fail to proceed towards the next steps of the boot process, as it would throw a fatal error. The post sequence is executed irrespective of the operating system. However, how the post is handled and the type of errors thrown can be modified by the vendor. Okay, so I think the only thing I care about, low-key. Let me see. The error message could consist of the text messages on the console in the form of beeps. I think the only thing I'm going to write is this. And then I'm just going to write whatever the hell is in this graph. Which I think is just showing, if it's 1 beep, it's your RAM. If it's 2 beep, it's incompatible RAM types, like how it says. So I'm assuming that's what that is. So we can do types of errors. Kind of get this one done quick. Damn, hold on, I gotta turn off my heater, bro. It's hot. Hot as hell. I'm about to burn up in here. Gonna have a heart attack. Like, freak. What's going on? You said, have you watched Lord of the Rings? No, I have not. I have not watched Lord of the Rings. I actually was quite interested in it, but then eventually, I for some reason I never got into it. Like, is it good enough for me to try and get into it now? Because I feel like time has passed. Everybody pretty much watched it. He said, "Are you dealing with what? Teach us some lore." You said, "Are you dealing with what?" Wait, did I say something? Did I say something? I think I'm confused. I think I'm confused. Am I dealing with unless you mean like what am I doing on the screen? Right now I'm trying to learn about the post processing for BIOS. Oh my goodness. Sorry. My voice is like all types of messed up. I'm trying to learn about the post processing for BIOS and then I'm gonna be able to move forward. And then I think there's like one more thing I gotta look for, and then I can move on to the next couple of steps. But the goal is to basically learn, as of right now, the fundamentals of a computer because I don't know too much of the fundamentals. I'm kind of brand new to computing or to I guess IT. So I'm on day 22 of studying kind of from scratch and not knowing anything. And I'm just trying to get myself to understand a little bit of the basics before being able to pursue a CompTIA A plus, and then on top of that, before pursuing really what the job description would be for a what the job description would be for someone who works in help desk, if that's what you mean. You said it's very beautiful. My grandfather was from Matama. Oh, where's that? Where do we get that from? I'm dummy lost. Is it something on my screen that I'm missing? So I gotta do process as it would throw a fatal error. And then from here, we can just kind of get into the graph. I feel like we don't really have to write too much of the rest of things. No, yeah. And then you said, what is post? Teach us some lore. I mean, the best way I can explain it is just what this definition is. A power cell phone self-test is a set of routines performed by firmware or software immediately after the computer is powered on to determine if the hardware is working as expected. So that's pretty dope too. That's actually a great explanation as well. That is basically just checking if the hardware is working. And it's performed by firmware and software, yeah. You said great grand. Oh, okay. That's pretty dope, man. That is pretty dope. So now we're gonna end up doing the beeps. Let me do beeps here. Probably make a little graph too. And then we can do the meaning just because I want to be able to at least see a little bit of things. Oh my goodness, y'all. Like today, I actually felt super bad. Like, what I just learned is that I used to be a real people pleaser. Like, I used to be someone where I would rather you run over my feelings so that you don't feel bad. Like, let me take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could take the pain. But recently, I've just been learning how to stand on my boundaries or how to even have boundaries and then just to stand on them. And I don't really want to say recently. I feel like I've been doing it for 2 years now, but I haven't been having to like really say nothing until like now a lot of the time. And it sucks because when you're like a former people pleaser, people automatically they take that as like, oh, you're changing or oh, you're acting up or you're like you are the problem. You're too sensitive, you're overreacting. And like sometimes that can get to you because then you're like, damn, am I being too sensitive? Am I overreacting? And then it's kind of like, when you check people who are disrespecting you and you try to put a boundary on it, it's like, how am I being told that I'm overreacting or that I'm being sensitive when you're disrespecting me? You know what I mean? And so I just started learning that with people who stand on their boundaries, a lot of people don't like to feel uncomfortable in friendships or relationships. That is like things start to go downhill for the person who's keeping boundaries in the sense that no one wants to be cool with you. But then it's like I also got to come to my head, I mean, come to my sense that I would prefer to not be cool with people if they're just gonna disrespect me for me to have to be cool with them. You know what I'm saying? And there's some people in my life where when I finally expressed my boundaries, that they obviously stayed in my life and they didn't act different at all. But as a former people pleaser, I feel like it still hurts. Where I'm like, damn, like I feel like I hurt their feelings. But at the end of the day, it's not like I'm being argumentative, like, oh, you're wrong, you shouldn't be blah blah blah. It's just like, oh, like, I didn't like the way you said blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I feel bad just for saying that. And it's like, no, I shouldn't feel bad because at the end of the day, I'm holding my boundary. You know what I mean? So I think I still am. It feels bad, but I try people are acquainted by us, our behaviors, personality, making fun out of nowhere, and then I stop them, and then I feel I am bad. Um. Oh yeah. So you basically feel the same way. You're saying behaviors, personality, making fun out of nowhere. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if you're trying to say you relate or if you're on the opposite side of things, but But no, yeah, it's tough. Like I just feel terrible because I hate doing it to people because I know it probably makes them feel, uncomfortable or kind of taken aback. But when you let people slide with those type of things, you never know how much deeper it could get. Like just the other day, I felt so bad because I didn't want to do it, but somebody was trying to make a joke that I felt like was super disrespectful, especially for if you're joking about something that you genuinely think is true, or if this is something that's been like going around to me, then it's not a joke. It's like you think you can say that to my face and get away with it. So like I felt 100% disrespected. So but the way that like we did it was definitely professional. Like it didn't come off like rude, but for some reason like I feel like damn, I shouldn't have done that. But it's like no, at the end of the day you got to stand on business because you don't, people will start running all over you. And I used to be ran over and I didn't care. I used to just let people run all over me. I preferred to take the pain. And then now, I'm like, I can't keep doing that no more because then all that is going to do is just make me be resentful towards people because now I'm sitting here stacking up things that I had to take on my chest. Says I'm distant now. Nobody knows where I am, what I'm doing. It feels better now. I don't have to deal with it now. And it's more of a struggle with myself. I still think about moments even after months or years randomly and then I let it go. No, exactly. Exactly that. I'm like, is everybody like this or is it just like I don't know, like people who are finally trying to have boundaries for themselves? But it's that too. Like I love how you just said that you have to distance. There's things too where I had to distance on plenty of people just for them disrespecting my boundaries. And then it's like I'm always pointed at as the bad guy because I'm deciding to have the boundary. It's like, no, at the end of the day, if you love me or if you want to be my friend, if you want to be a good family member, then you're going to sit there and for my boundary, you're going to change what that is. Unless my boundary is just like too far stretched. But obviously, I'm not going to sit here and make no boundary that's like insane. Because I'm somebody too where I really don't like, I mean, I don't mind jokes. Like, I really legitimately don't mind jokes. But when you're saying something that has a double meaning under it, it's like then there's no joke to it, to me. I don't feel a joke. So, like, I think I heard this before by